Chen Yansen awakened the Xinhua-Chengxian system. The more employees he has, the higher their salaries and the faster the accumulation of Xinhua, thus enhancing his abilities. Spiritually, he activated Guomu Chengsong, allowing him to absorb knowledge effortlessly from the vast sea of books. Physically, he activated Shipi Hogu, rendering him invulnerable to fire and water, impervious to blades and bullets. Years later, with hundreds of millions of employees at his command, Chen Yansen remarked, "Is cultivating immortality truly this simple?" Chapter 1. The Xinhua-Chengxian system, in whose city, at the Xingyuan Industrial Park, lies the headquarters of Feiyu Technology. In a luxurious office on the top floor, Chen Yansen sat in his chair, deftly tearing open aluminum foil to toss a small blue diamond-shaped pill into his mouth, followed by a sip of warm-watered, as a man in his 30s, he found that without some scientific assistance, it was quite taxing. Chen Yansen let out a long sigh, reflecting on his journey. At 34 years old, after over a decade of hard work, he had finally acquired a 500-square-meter villa, $3 million Maybach GLS 600, and a publicly listed company. The added bonus of being single only intensified his allure to young women. Who hasn't dreamt of marrying a wealthy man to transcend social classes? Chen Yansen was well aware of this factor. Discussing finances with young women was acceptable, but matters of the heart were entirely different. "Daddy, I bought a very sexy swimsuit." A notification pinged on his phone. Chen Yansen glanced at it and could not help but smile faintly. His longest-term girlfriend was indeed a remarkable one, appearing innocent in public yet alluring in private. During the day, she addressed him as Mr. Chen, but at night, she called him Daddy. What man could resist such charm? Soon after, a sleek black Maybach glided onto Ishian Avenue, racing along the elevated highway. The scenery outside the window blurred as the neon lights began to glow, merging into flowing ribbons of light akin to a river of stars on the ground. Moments later, Chen Yansen felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his heart pounding with an intense thud as his mind grew heavy. "What the hell? Is the medicine this potent?" Chen Yansen muttered under his breath. Gradually, the strength in his hands waned, until he released the steering wheel entirely. The vehicle veered off the guardrail, soaring into the air for several meters. With a thunderous crash, Chen Yansen lost consciousness. "Damn it, Chen Yansen, please don't fall asleep." In a daze, he heard someone calling his name. Accompanied by a jolt, a powerful sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and the pain in his body vanished instantaneously. A flash of white light enveloped him as he slowly opened his eyes. "Do you see what time it is? The gathering was set for 7:30, and you slept until 8:15. The speaker was a slightly chubby youth with dark skin, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a look of helplessness. Wang Zhihao. Chen Yansen stared at the familiar face, a name surfacing in his mind instinctively. No, this was impossible. Wang Zhihao had died 3 years prior. After marrying a scheming woman, he found himself with a son whose skin tone was darker than charcoal. While Wang Zhihao had a slightly darker complexion, there was no reason for him to have a child of such an extreme hue. After a paternity test, the couple had a huge fallout, resulting in Wang Zhihao losing half of his assets. Overwhelmed, he chose to leap from a building. "Did you not die?" "Bah! What nonsense are you spouting? If you do not get out of bed, I swear I will beat you." Wang Zhihao seized a short-sleeved shirt and tossed it at his friend's head. Chen Yansen removed the shirt, glancing around, only to realize he was lying in the relaxation area of a bathhouse. The interior was dated, reminiscent of public baths from over a decade ago. Since graduating from college, he had not visited such establishments. Seeing Chen Yansen still in a daze, Wang Zhihao picked up a pair of gray shorts, preparing to dress his friend himself. "Get off me, I can do it myself," Chen Yansen said, feeling uncomfortable at the contact. He kicked Wang Zhihao away and quickly donned the shorts and shirt. As soon as he slipped on his shoes, Wang Zhihao tugged at him, rushing outside. Passing a full-length mirror, Chen Yansen finally caught sight of himself. With long, tousled hair and one eye exposed, he had a ring of dark stubble around his mouth, appearing both youthful and foolish. Memories long sealed burst forth, and he finally recalled. It was the summer of 2010, and after completing his college applications, he had dragged Wang Zhihao along for a bath before a dinner gathering. "I have been reborn." Chen Yansen felt a jolt run through him. Not that he was particularly elated after all. In 2026, apart from his kidney, he was otherwise in prime condition. He still had 60 million in his bank account. Thinking of this, Chen Yansen couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the street corner, Wang Zhihao waved to hail a taxi while sizing Chen Yansen up, cautiously inquiring, "Did you have a falling out with Zhou Qiyuan? Is that why you're stalling and avoiding the gathering?" As Chen Yansen observed the appearance of Spring Shun in 2010, he noted it lacked the pristine beauty of a decade later, but possessed a more vibrant, lifelike quality. On this early summer night, though it was somewhat stifling, a gentle breeze brought refreshing relief. The streets were bustling with activity, alive with chatter and laughter. "No," Chen Yansen replied, taken aback at the question, and then quickly denied it. His reluctance to marry in his past life was partly due to Wang Zhihao's misfortune and partly because of the woman named Zhou Qiyuan. Back then, his understanding was shallow, and his ability to discern deceit was poor, leaving him utterly beguiled. He'd spent 5 or 6 years as a devoted admirer. "I got a taxi. Hurry up and get in." Wang Zhihao hailed a cab, urging him anxiously. "What's the rush? We're already late first. Let's get my hair cut." Chen Yansen waved his hand dismissively, unhurried. "Are you getting in or not?" The taxi driver called out, his face reflecting impatience. "Sorry, we're just discussing." Wang Zhihao replied apologetically to the driver, seeing his friend standing still. "Take your time," the driver retorted, rolling up the window and speeding away, leaving Wang Zhihao no time to ponder. Standing nearby, Chen Yansen chuckled, noting the taxi industry's arrogance, having not yet experienced the onslaught of ride-hailing services. Yet, such days of ease would not last long. "Let's go, old man. We'll just let the head of the group arrive a little later," Wang Zhihao sighed. "Zhihao, for calling you dad this time. I promise your son will definitely be your biological child," Chen Yansen said with a grin, playfully draping an arm around Wang Zhihao's neck. "One cannot expect wisdom from a foolish mouth. You just keep spinning tales about me," Wang Zhihao retorted, his teeth clenched in annoyance. With the evening breeze accompanying them, the two meandered to a barber shop. "Can you do a fringe cut?" Chen Yansen plopped down in the chair, glancing at the barber's punk-styled fringe before uncertainly asking, "Easy peasy, but are you sure you want to cut it?" The barber nodded confidently, but, wary of potential complaints later, sought confirmation. After all, a fringe was the quintessential hairstyle for the trendy youth of small towns. "Doesn't matter, even a buzz cut would look better than this," Chen Yansen shrugged, speaking with certainty. Another heartbroken youth ready to start anew, the barber thought to himself, stifling a laugh as he silently labeled Chen Yansen, then grabbed a spray bottle to dampen his hair. Quickly, with the sound of scissors snipping, locks of hair fell away, revealing a broad, well-defined forehead, the transformation contrasting sharply with his previous appearance. "Living life anew doesn't sound too bad, at least my kidneys are brand new," Chen Yansen reflected as he gazed at the youthful visage in the mirror, ultimately coming to terms with reality. Future opportunities for wealth are as abundant as the stars in the sky. Whether it be cryptocurrency, e-commerce, short videos, intelligent chips, or artificial intelligence, merely seizing one of these avenues could effortlessly propel an individual into the realm of the super-rich. Ding. The flames of the Xinhua dance into the celestial realm, soothing the worldly heart and transforming it into an immortal. The Rhinohide-Tigerbone system has been successfully loaded. Before Chen Yansen could fully digest the immense surprise brought about by his reincarnation, a string of peculiar characters materialized before his eyes. "What is this nonsense?" A semi-transparent panel floated in midair, its surface shimmering with blue starlight, mysterious and enchanting. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yansen fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 2. When did you become blind? Xinhua-Tigerbone System Host. Chen Yansen Constitution, 1.16. Average for Earth humans is 1. Peak is 3, encompassing strength, agility, endurance, etc. Spirit, 1.32. Average for Earth humans is 1. Peak is 3, encompassing intelligence, memory, comprehension, etc. Skills, car driving 2-star proficient level 37100. Guitar, playing 1-star beginner. Level 8, 3100. 8-part Vidra technique, 1-star beginner level 41100. Talent, non-humanitarian Xinhua. 0 new user manual. Please click to view. After thoroughly examining the system, Chen Yansen lamented the meager 3 skills he possessed after living over 30 years in his previous life. What a farce! My time management and driving skills are undoubtedly of master caliber. After fruitless attempts to communicate with the system, Chen Yansen had no choice but to continue perusing the new user manual. Xin represents salary, remuneration. Hua symbolizes humanitarian Xinhua. The host can establish an employment relationship with others, thereby acquiring humanitarian Xinhua through the disbursement of wages. 1 strand of humanitarian Xinhua equals 10,000 Hua Yuan. 0.1 strand of humanitarian Xinhua can enhance 0.01 points in spirit or constitution, or grant 1 point of skill experience. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yansen couldn't help but silently curse this system was undoubtedly a money-grabbing scheme. The greater the number of employees and the higher the wages, the faster the accumulation of Xinhua, and thus, the stronger the power. If he were to amass tens of millions of employees in the future, the influx of Xinhua would be ceaseless, compelling even the people of his homeland to kneel and lick his shoes. "Hey, handsome, how's the length? Is it okay?" The barber behind him interrupted his thoughts. The once non-mainstream aura had dissipated entirely. With sharp features, a pronounced nose, and a mischievous smile, a few stray strands of hair fell casually, barely concealing his roguish gaze. "How much?" Chen Yansen nodded in satisfaction, preparing to make a payment, only to realize he had brought out a Noah Kian 78, which made him pause. "Damn it. Where are the payment codes in 2010? That'll be 10 yuan. Chen Yansen wasted no time, promptly paying the bill. He then turned to glance outside, where Wang Zihao was squatting at the door, engaged in a phone call. He pushed the door open and gave Wang Zihao a light kick on the backside. "What the you are, Chen Yansen?" Wang Zihao, holding his phone, widened his eyes in shock at the transformation of his friend. "Just change my hairstyle, no need to be so dramatic." Chen Yansen raised an eyebrow and replied softly. "He'll come for the same haircut tomorrow. The older sister just said they finished eating and want us to go straight to KTV." Wang Zihao dusted off his backside and stood up. "They've eaten, but I haven't no rush. Let's find a beef soup to fill our stomachs." Chen Yansen patted his belly nonchalantly. It was evident that this gathering after the college entrance examination would be the last meeting for many. Thus, there was no need to compromise oneself for a few high school classmates they would never see again. All right. Wang Zihao smiled wryly, following along. By the time the two arrived at KTV, it was already 9:30. On the 2 sofas in the private room, about 10 young men and women were scattered about. 17 or 18 years old, their faces radiated youthful innocence. "Chen Yansen, Wang Zihao, what took you so long to arrive? Sit down, you both must drink 3 cups as punishment." "Chen Yansen, sit here, Yuan saved a spot for you." "Mouse, what song are you best at? They'll help you pick." Chen Yansen scanned the faces of the crowd, finding that he barely recognized anyone, not even recalling their names. As for Zhou Qiyuan, he recognized her immediately. Seated quietly in a corner, she donned an appearance of a pure and delicate flower, with finely arched eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a faint blush on her cheeks and lips, glistening as if coated with a layer of pink gloss, adorned in a floral dress that reached her ankles, revealing her fair skin. No wonder he was so infatuated back then. But for the current Chen Yansen, such beauty and figure wouldn't even qualify at the reception desk of his company. "Where I sit makes no difference." With a casual smile, Chen Yansen bypassed Zhou Qiyuan and took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa. The distance between them was a good 3 to 4 meters apart. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. Everyone's gaze shifted to Zhou Qiyuan, eager to observe her reaction. "He can sit wherever he likes, it has nothing to do with me." Zhou Qiyuan furrowed her beautiful brows, her voice tinged with irritation as she explained. "Cool, me. Let's cherish this final time together and have a drink." The older sister, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly raised her glass to propose a toast. Yet, she thought to herself, how did Chen Yansen suddenly change his hairstyle? He became handsome, but why did his temperament also shift? In Class 8 of the 3rd year, who didn't know the relationship between Chen Yansen and Zhou Qiyuan, everyone believed that once they entered college, they would inevitably become lovers. In his past life, Chen Yansen thought the same. However, he never anticipated that Zhou Qiyuan would play both sides, and it wasn't until the summer of their junior year that he accidentally discovered the truth. "Cheers, cheers!" Older sister, we must gather every year from now on, wishing everyone a bright future and a path adorned with blossoms. As a few beers were downed, the atmosphere gradually grew lively. The emotions of youth rise quickly and fade even more swiftly. As the singing began, some drank while others sang, as if nothing had ever happened. Are you and Yuanyuan at odds? At some point, the older sister quietly leaned in, her face filled with curiosity. I've never had a relationship with her. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding on your part. Chen Yansen took a sip of his drink and replied nonchalantly. At that moment, he also recalled the older sister's name, Meng Jie. They're only wrong names, never wrong nicknames. Her appearance and personality were utterly mismatched. With a clean, short haircut that just grazed her earlobes, she exuded a refreshing and capable aura, with a character even more manly than most boys. Meng Jie was taken aback by his words, curling her lips in disbelief. You pursued her for 3 whole years, and now you claim there's no relationship? Isn't that absurd? Chen Yansen's voice, neither loud nor soft, just happened to reach Zhou Qiyuan's ears. Scoundrel, if you don't apologize, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Zhou Qiyuan's face paled, her hands intertwined, her fingertips trembling slightly as she silently vowed. She could not comprehend. The little sycophant who had been concerned for her just yesterday now seemed like a different person, ignoring her completely. Are you really not going to comfort her? Meng Jie craned her neck to assess the situation, unable to resist asking again. Actually, I'm far more interested in you. Chen Yansen swirled his drink, leaning casually against the sofa, tilting his head to speak softly. It is worth noting that in his past life, aside from himself, the person who thrived the most in their class was Meng Jie. Not yet 30, she had become the president of a county-level bank. Without either capability or family background, one could never achieve greatness. TSK. I never noticed before that you had the potential to be a scoundrel. Meng Jie flashed a charming smile, unabashedly voicing her playful critiques. Her reputation as the big sister of the class stemmed not only from her impeccable academic achievements, but also from her extraordinary personality, which assuredly precluded any semblance of shyness typical of young girls. That I believe I possess a latent talent for fortune-telling. Would you care for a reading? Chen Yansen set down his glass, suddenly filled with mischief. After all, teasing the future president of the bank was undeniably thrilling. Then, do tell me, should your predictions prove inaccurate, you shall down this entire bottle of wine. With a subtle smile, Meng Jie picked up a bottle of Daxuewa and placed it on the table. Open your right hand. Chen Yansen chuckled, positioning his fingers in a theatrical manner akin to a master fortune-teller. Meng Jie's hand was smooth and fair, petite, much like her overall demeanor. The colorful lights of red and green danced upon her chin and neck, accentuating her exquisitely delicate skin. It was then that Chen Yansen realized, through his extensive experience with people, that Meng Jie's beauty had been gravely underestimated. If she were to remove her black-framed glasses, don a simple long dress, and let her hair flow freely, she would undoubtedly rise to the status of the belle of the department in any university. Noticing his silence and the intensity of his gaze, Meng Jie felt a sudden flutter in her heart and urged, "Are you capable or not?" "Patience. I am merely analyzing," he replied, gently taking Meng Jie's small hand into his palm, caressing it repeatedly until her ears flushed crimson. Only then did he leisurely articulate, "Your lifeline is long and robust, indicative of a vigorous vitality. Your heart line is profound and scarcely forked, suggesting a devoted nature in love most likely. Your future husband will be your first love. The career line extends straight from the palm, though it bears some minor fluctuations. The overall trajectory is upward, destined for great wealth, likely in the financial sector." However, noticing her expression grew more serious, indicating her acceptance of his words, he purposely paused. "But what?" Meng Jie pressed. "How about a wager? If I am entirely correct, you must grant me a favor conversely. If I am wrong, I shall owe you one." Chen Yansen beamed with delight. "You first," Meng Jie replied, her eyes narrowing as she discerned his ulterior motives, unwilling to fall for his trickery. "You are being ridiculous," Chen Yansen whispered, leaning close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin. "How utterly perverse of you." Meng Jie's earlobes flushed with embarrassment, hastily stepping back, her expression revealing her distaste. That rascal Chen Yansen. Even his friends were not safe from his antics. This was the first time in 18 years she had encountered such blatant flirtation. Mengjie felt her breath quicken, her heart racing, and her fingers tingling with weakness. This scene was not lost on Zhou Qiyuan, who observed their intimate interaction, seething with jealousy. I have only rejected you 10 times. Are you truly ready to give up? To provoke me, you would even flirt with Mengjie. How desperate. Zhou Qiyuan smirked, convinced she had deciphered Chen Yansen's intentions. Suddenly, she rose, feigning a glance at her watch, and remarked, "Oh dear, she seems anxious." Chen Yansen inwardly scoffed, completely unfazed, lacking even the desire to stand and see her off. Seeing this, Zhou Qiyuan's expression darkened, her demeanor deflated as she exited through the door. "Wait, Yuan, I will accompany you." The two girls closest to Zhou Qiyuan, witnessing Chen Yansen's lack of pursuit, shot him a glare of frustration before storming out. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. "Shall we disperse as well? We can gather again another time," Mengjie suggested, regaining her composure and breaking the stalemate. After Chen Yansen stirred the pot, the few attractive girls departed, leaving the remaining boys devoid of motivation, who then followed suit and exited the private room. "Do not forget our wager." Chen Yansen stood, leaning against the wall, whispering to Mengjie with an air of confidence. "Certainly, but what if you lose?" Mengjie raised her head, meeting his gaze defiantly. "Then I shall submit to your whims, whatever you desire." Chen Yansen replied with a mischievous grin. "If you lose, you must wear stockings. You may have become more dashing, but perhaps also more callous." Mengjie felt her heart race under his gaze, hastily turning away to suppress her curiosity. "Chen Yansen, you're not pursuing Zhou Qiyuan. Are you planning to shift your affections to Mengjie?" Wang Zihu, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. "Do you not think Mengjie is even more beautiful?" Chen Yansen offered a slight smile, patting Wang Zihu's shoulder. "When did you become blind?" Wang Zihu's expression turned peculiar, almost wishing to slap some sense into Chen Yansen, as he could not fathom where the allure of the androgynous, short-haired Mengjie lay. "Good grief." Chen Yansen shook his head, disinterested in further debate. Chapter 3. I have a fair idea on how to make money at 8 in the morning. The morning light had dispersed. A flurry of urgent cicada chirps outside the window roused the slumbering Chen Yansen. In his modest room, cluttered with an array of items, 3 towering stacks of books and study materials loomed alongside 2 sizable piles of mock exam papers. By the window stood a crimson-lacquered wooden desk, also brimming with literature. A poster of Su Song adorned the wall, exuding an avant-garde allure. "Rise and shine. Let the pursuit of wealth commence." Dressing in a short-sleeved shirt, he made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Chen Yansen's home, a 2-bedroom apartment totaling around 60 square meters, was once a dormitory for a Seoul company, purchased by Old Chen a decade ago for 30,000 yuan. When the area was slated for redevelopment in 2021, it fetched a compensation of 480,000 yuan. In just over 10 years, the value had soared 16-fold. He pondered whether to coax Old Chen into acquiring the apartments of the 2 families above, as it was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. While brushing his teeth, he mulled over the necessity of acquiring some startup capital to embark on his money-making journey. Last night, he had calculated that he had just over 300 yuan to his name, having even rummaged through his stinky socks for spare coins. It seemed he would need to borrow a bit from Old Chen. After all, when the old man eventually passed, this money would be his anyway. Taking it in advance was hardly a crime. With this thought, Chen Yansen dried his face and, guided by memory, ventured into the master bedroom of Chen Guobin. He approached the bedside table and retrieved the second photo album. Effortlessly, he unearthed 2 bank cards, one belonging to Old Chen and the other to his mother, whom he had never met. For many years, Chen Guobin had diligently deposited money into both cards annually, earmarked for Chen Yansen's university expenses and future matrimonial and paternal undertakings. The password was disclosed to him by Old Chen himself. In 2018, Old Chen had suffered a severe illness, and had it not been for Chen Yansen's desperate efforts to leverage connections for medical assistance, he might not have survived. Upon awakening, Old Chen promptly revealed the locations and passwords of the 2 bank cards. It was astonishing that a man like Old Chen could have fathered someone like him. Chen Yansen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Flipping to the last page of the album, he found a yellowed photograph, which, had it not been preserved, would likely have been in tatters. The image captured Chen Gabin in a tailored suit, standing tall with a broad grin, his arm around a graceful young woman clad in a linen dress, radiating joy and happiness. Having experienced similar emotions, Chen Yansen understood his father's sentiments well. Fading affection does not torment one for long. It is love that is abruptly severed that drives one to madness. The death of his wife during childbirth left old Chen to raise a newborn son alone. Chen Yansen had been brought up under the dual care of both father and mother. Naturally, being human, old Chen had moments of frustration when Chen Yansen's south mischievous antics would drive him to the brink. He would often scold him, asserting that had it not been for him, his wife would still be alive. It was then that Chen Yansen realized to Chen Guobin his son was but an accident, while his wife was his true love. After enduring multiple beatings, Chen Yansen's stubbornness flared, and he ceased to address him as father, opting for old Chen instead. In a sense, the tenacity and daring spirit that emerged during his entrepreneurial endeavors were instilled in him through old Chen's relentless kick. Mother, the money you saved for me, I shall use it now, and in the future, I will ensure you have multiple daughters-in-law, Chen Yansen declared whimsically to the photograph. He pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Zihao. "How's he? Let's South meet at Cross Street in 10 minutes. Net CAF?" Wang Zihao mumbled, clearly still groggy. "Only children waste their time gaming. Let's go make some money." Chen Yansen replied, exasperated. "Wait, are you suggesting we get summer jobs?" Wang Zihao exclaimed, startled as he climbed out of bed. It was nearly August, and since the end of their college entrance examinations, they had spent their days in net CAFs and billiard halls, neglecting even to apply for a driver's license. "Enough chatter, just come." Chen Yansen hung up, descending the stairs to find a Jietan bicycle in the hallway. He mounted it and leisurely pedaled away. Halfway through, he realized he had skipped breakfast. Thus, when he encountered Wang Zihao, the latter charged at him, exclaiming, "Damn it, Chen Yansen, for the love of all that is holy, please be a decent person. You said 10 minutes, and you are half an hour late." Water splashed as he gestured animatedly, his frustration palpable. "Here, I know you haven't eaten, so I brought you breakfast," Chen Yansen said, disdainfully wiping his face and stepping back, offering a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick. "Look at you. A little bit of conscience left." Wang Zihao grinned as he accepted the food and began to devour it eagerly. "By the way, what made you suddenly want to get a summer job? Out-of-pocket money? I still have 200. You can use it for now," Wang Zihao said, pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket after sipping the soy milk. "Work? I could never stoop to that." Chen Yansen waved his hand dismissively. "Are you suggesting I should resort to selling myself? Let me be clear. My family has a solid reputation, and I will not engage in such disgraceful acts." Wang Zihao laughed, his belly shaking. "You wish. If you want to sell yourself, you need a buyer first," Chen Yansen retorted mercilessly. At 18, Wang Zihao was slightly overweight, standing at 178 centimeters, 4 centimeters shorter than Chen Yansen, and lacked striking looks. Who would be interested in such a rough commodity? "What do you mean by that?" Wang Zihao glared, clearly offended. "I mean it literally," Chen Yansen replied lightly, with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Enough of that. Are you really going to break up with Zhou Qiyuan?" Wang Zihao pivoted the conversation. "Have I ever been with her? We are not even in a relationship. So there's nothing to break," Chen Yansen countered, feigning indifference. "That's true," Wang Zihao conceded, though he couldn't quite grasp the intricacies of his friend's feelings. Nevertheless, it was evident that Zhou Qiyuan was a thing of the past. Chen Yansen ceased to engage further, directing his attention to a row of shops in the distance. He contemplated which industry and product to delve into to swiftly amass his first fortune. Plans flashed through his mind, but were swiftly dismissed. His knowledge of this era was insufficient. He resolved to survey the streets before making any decisions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yansen decisively broke his train of thought. "I'm done eating. Where to next?" "Let us hit the streets," he announced, mounting his bicycle and heading south. Whenever he spotted a shop that piqued his interest, he would halt to enter, examine the merchandise, and inquire about prices. "What exactly are you doing?" Wang Zihao, noticing Chen Yansen's earnest demeanor, asked curiously. "Less talk, more learning," Chen Yansen replied without elaboration, focusing intently on the products displayed in the windows. "Noah, 5,200. Priced at 850 yuan Huadi 801 per priced at 988 yuan Sony 303, priced at 999 yuan Boda 788, priced at 1,388 yuan Lama 3, priced at 159 yuan Zhongwang 4. Priced at 399 yuan. Chen Yansen meticulously recorded the prices, his money-making scheme gradually taking shape. Before the internet had fully permeated society, marginal towns like Chengxin exhibited vast information gaps in both apparel and digital products compared to first-tier cities. Such discrepancies represented untapped wealth. Howzy, accompany me back to the net CAF. I believe I have a solid plan for making money, Chen Yansen exclaimed, pulling Wang Zihao along as he dashed out. Just stick to my agenda. Stop with the money-making nonsense. Em exhausted. Wang Zihao protested, drenched in sweat, having spent the morning wandering 4 streets with Chen Yansen, his legs trembling from fatigue. You are quite mistaken. Such thoughts are utterly preposterous. Chen Yansen halted his steps, waiting for his friend, and replied with irritation, Beast, my sister is only 14 this year. Wang Zihao realized that his close friend was merely jesting, yet that did not hinder him from seizing the opportunity to retort. Indeed, she is 14, but her cunning surpasses that of a 40-year-old. Chen Yansen silently cursed, recalling how in his previous life he nearly ventured into the abyss of matrimony. The main instigator being Wang Zihao's younger sister, Wang Zian. Fortunately, he had awakened in time, corrected his course, and returned to the vast ocean, avoiding a deeper descent into error. I, Chen Yansen, shall never hang myself upon a single tree. In this lifetime, I must maintain a distance from her. He resolutely vowed to himself. Chapter 4. Brother, what are you planning to do? In Beixiang, a street lined with internet cafes, Chen Yansen chuckled as he scrutinized the webpage of Alibaba, remarking, This page is quite antiquated. At first glance, one might mistake it for a pirated version. Simultaneously, he created a new spreadsheet on his desktop, meticulously filling in the titles for each column. Brand, model, storage capacity, screen size, screen resolution, battery capacity, endurance, supportive formats. Additional features, purchase price, minimum order quantity, and so forth. The subsequent tasks were considerably simpler. He merely needed to compile the relevant information in descending order based on the sales of products 3 and 4, filtering out the optimal products and suppliers. Of course, this was merely the preliminary selection. Ultimately, through negotiation and communication, he would secure the most suitable supplier and pricing terms. An hour later, only 7 candidates remained on the spreadsheet. Chen Yansen sighed in relief, intending to head to the bar for a bottle of water. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed Wang Zihao, who had been engrossed in playing a zombie game, staring at him in utter astonishment, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. Those damn profiteers. This Model 4 is identical to the one I bought for 389 earlier. I had to bargain hard to get it down by 10 yuan. Yet it turns out the purchase price is only 140. Wang Zihao exclaimed, pounding his chest in anguish, feeling as if his heart were being sliced open. God knows how difficult it was for me to save that money. This is the price set by factories to deceive retail customers. The actual wholesale price is even lower. Chen Yansen, drawing from his experience, delivered another blow. Wow. Chen Yansen ignored his lamentations and walked directly to the bar's refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of mineral water. So, are you planning to resell models 3 and 4? Yes. However, both the first and second high schools are on break. Who are we going to sell to? Wang Zihao inquired. Mr. Zirin mentioned that vast opportunities abound in the rural expanse. There are 22 townships near Chengxin. Even if one market sells just 100 units of Model 3 and 20 units of Model 4, can you calculate our potential earnings? Chen Yansen stated, casually twisting open a bottle of water and gulping down a third of it. No wonder he went bankrupt later. Seng Yi, since you just mentioned we, does that mean you'll be bringing me along to make money? Wang Zihao asked, his face brimming with flattery. Foolish. What should you call me? Chen Yansen patted Wang Zihao's shoulder, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips, conveying an expression that suggested he should grasp the implication. Father, I shall henceforth follow your lead. Wang Zihao, thick-skinned, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing with practiced ease. My son, please rise. Chen Yansen chuckled, lifting Wang Zihao's arm playfully. But we lack capital, Wang Zihao exclaimed, slapping his forehead in mild frustration. Chen Yansen had seen his spreadsheet. Even a factory with the lowest minimum order required 3 units. and their combined savings barely sufficed for a few units. I will handle the financial matters, Chen Yansen asserted confidently. Prior to meeting Wang Zhihao, he had checked his bank account balance at an ATM, ensuring he had ample funds for inventory. You aren't planning to pilfer Uncle Chen's money, are you? Wang Zhihao's eyes darted, suddenly understanding the source of his confidence. How could such matters between father and son be labeled as theft? Chen Yansen did not intend to deceive him, responding candidly. After all, Wang Zhihao was no fool, given the total volume of goods. The counterpart could easily calculate the purchase amount. Shall we forego this profit, then? Wang Zhihao suggested cautiously. Despite the plan appearing sound, business ventures rarely come without risk. If discovered, Chen Yansen would face severe repercussions from his father. Are you suggesting I should sustain you without profit? Chen Yansen shot him a glare, exasperated. A man cannot endure a day without money, without a few million to his name. Even indulging in abalone lacks confidence. That is not entirely impossible, Wang Zhihao replied, grinning shyly. Listen up. 2 conditions. First, bring me 2,000 yuan tomorrow, and you'll own a share in this business. Second, help me find a warehouse. Nothing extravagant. Just around 20 cubic meters will suffice. Chen Yansen waved his hand, matter-of-factly outlining his demands. But I only have 200 yuan to my name, Wang Zhihao lamented, rummaging through his pockets, his expression displaying helplessness. Brothers must be clear in accounts. If you have the capital, I will treat it as an investment. If not, you can work alongside me for a daily wage of 100 yuan. Choose your path, Chen Yansen stated without reservation. They were indeed friends, but he was not Wang Zhihao's father. He would offer opportunities, yet it was up to the other to seize them. All right, I understand. Wang Zhihao opened his mouth, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment, hesitating to voice his thoughts, but ultimately nodding in agreement. Although he comprehended Chen Yansen's intentions, he found it difficult to accept such bluntness. Seeing his friend's reaction, Chen Yansen smiled, choosing to let it be. Young people can be shy. If they can come to their own conclusions, they will ascend to a higher level in both business and interpersonal relations in the future. Hello, sir. I am the purchasing director of Zhou Lai Garment Factory, planning to procure 10,000 units of Model 3 and 3,000 units of Model 4. Could you provide a special quotation? Zhou Lai Garment Factory indeed existed. Yet in these times, small enterprises in towns below the 3rd tier primarily relied on local offline orders, lacking any awareness of the internet. The fixed phone numbers listed online had long been abandoned. The verification of supplier costs is high and challenging. Furthermore, as long as his funds and orders are genuine, who cares about his identity? Deceiving representatives from factories was a skill Chen Yansen had mastered. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihao observed incredulously as his friend effortlessly switched between chat windows, negotiating prices with remarkable proficiency. Your product parameters meet our requirements, but the price is slightly high. If you could reduce it by 8 yuan, we would prioritize selecting your company and consider increasing the order volume. If the unit price for Model 4 could drop to 100 yuan, we can proceed with a bundled purchase. The total amount is expected to exceed 600,000 yuan. Would it be possible to apply for a more favorable bundle price? We prefer cash on delivery, avoiding credit terms for quick capital turnover. If the unit price can be reduced to below 105 yuan, we can pay a deposit today to secure the order. Wang Zhihao felt that Chen Yansen was boasting a little too much, a flush creeping across his face as he felt slightly embarrassed. Do you think they will all believe you? Chen Yansen shot him a sidelong glance, grinning. Then why do you still say it? Wang Zhihao scratched his head, feeling somewhat itchy. In business negotiations, the crux lies not merely in your strategy, but in understanding the needs of the other party. When we were in the first year of high school, the cheapest Model 3 cost over 300, while Model 4 was priced above 800, comparable to a mobile phone. And now, Chen Yansen inquired, placing down his mouse. His tone even. Model 3 is around 150, while the cheapest Model 4 exceeds 300. What does this indicate? With the scale of production and reduction in raw material costs, the prices of products like Models 3 and 4 will only continue to decline, and the electronics factories in Yangcheng and Shenzhen are situated in the first tier, where competition and survival pressures are even more severe. A bone devoid of meat, even with a hint of flavor, will attract them like moths to a flame. Chen Yansen chuckled, exuding confidence. I'm in. Wang Zhihao, after listening to Chen Yansen's explanation, was momentarily dazzled by his expert terminology. and suddenly felt that this business venture held great potential. "Brother, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, a lively figure entered their line of sight. Following the sound, Chen Yansen turned to see a girl, around 13 or 14 years old, standing behind Wang Zihao. She stood approximately 1 meter 68 tall, towering over her peers, clad in a blue and white shirt. Her fluffy short hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a delicate face with peach blossom eyes and fair skin tinged with a soft pink hue. A faint beauty mark nestled just beneath her eye, making her remarkably distinctive. Her petite nose was exquisitely shaped, and her lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth, her eyes sparkling with starlight. The youthful version of Wang Ziyan. Chen Yansen instinctively stood up and fled, fearing the girl might produce a ring at any moment, compelling him to marry her. "How's he? See you at the usual place tomorrow." He finally turned back to call out as he reached the entrance of the internet CAF. "Brother, don't you think Chen Yansen is acting a bit strange today?" Wang Ziyan stood there, her expression filled with doubt. "Him? He is just off in every way. Let me tell you." Wang Zihao began to chatter away, as if pouring out beans, venting all his frustrations aside from their business dealings. Upon learning that Chen Yansen had broken up with Zhou Qiyuan, Wang Ziyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the complex emotions hidden deep within her heart surged forth. Watching the departing figure, she silently clenched her fist, a faint smile spreading across her lips. Chapter 5. Father, I wish to find you a wife. Once Chen Yansen dashed out of Bai Alley, he awkwardly realized he had left his bicycle at the entrance of the internet CAF. Just as Wang Ziyan emerged from the CAF, she turned to her older brother and exclaimed, "Hello. So, it's Ziyan." Indeed, girls change so much as they grow. Chen Yansen halted, cheerfully greeting her. "But you were just at my house for dinner yesterday." Wang Ziyan pouted her rosy lips, feigning anger. "Ha, was I?" Chen Yansen casually dismissed her while unlocking his bike. He intended to maintain a respectful distance from Wang Ziyan, minimizing their interactions. "Sungo, I will definitely handle the two matters you entrusted to me with utmost care," Wang Zihao assured, mistakenly believing Chen Yansen was worried about his reliability and had returned for that reason. Chen Yansen nodded in acknowledgement, waving goodbye. "Brother, what task did Chen Yansen assign you?" Wang Ziyan finally asked as Chen Yansen's figure faded into the distance. "Nothing." Wang Zihao shook his head, his gaze evasive. After all, if Chen Yansen's illicit business dealings were exposed, the consequences will be dire. How Gu is out here for brotherhood. Even my little sister can't know. Is that so? Wang Ziyan squinted her elongated peach blossom eyes, staring intently at her brother, retorting with a cheerful smile. Believe it or not, Wang Zihao felt a pang of unease under her scrutiny and stubbornly remained silent. In terms of intellect, Wang Ziyan completely overshadowed him. Her quick thinking and ability to understand and solve complex issues left him in the dust. He had to toil late into the night just to gain admission into Chunshan No. 2 High School. The disparity between the two schools, one a city key and the other a provincial key, was evident. He worried that the more he spoke, the more flaws would emerge. "Don't think you can hide this from me." Wang Ziyan snorted softly, muttering under her breath. As Chen Yansen rode his bicycle, stopping intermittently, he found a noodle shop on North Street to satisfy his hunger before leisurely entering an alley. After cycling 300 meters eastward, a familiar bookstore came into view, Guobin Bookstore. Chen Yansen stood at the entrance, gazing at the middle-aged man organizing books inside, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that old Chen had already begun to show signs of aging. Despite being only 40, his hair was half white, and the once upright stature now appeared slightly stooped. "Have you had lunch?" Chen Guobin had just neatly arranged the latest editions of Reader and Youth Digest when he spotted a young boy standing at the door. His previously tousled bangs had been cut, replaced by a clean, fresh short hairstyle. He bore a resemblance to his younger self, yet his features were more akin to those of his mother. "I brought you a bowl of knife-cut noodles and some pot stickers," Chen Yansen said, feeling a mix of emotions. He initially wanted to embrace old Chen, but feared startling him, ultimately sighing and casually mentioning, "Ah, thank you, son." Chen Guobin was taken aback, instinctively accepting the takeout bag. As he felt the warmth of the food, it was the first time he sensed a change in his son. Yet, his awkward personality prevented him from expressing warm sentiments. Accompanied by an extremely stiff thank you, he fished out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and pressed it into Chen Yansen's hand, insisting he eat more since he was in his growing years. Old Chen, I want to learn to drive. Chen Yansen boldly declared as he directly pocketed the money and sat across from Chen Guobin. Learn to drive? Chen Guobin paused, his hand holding the chopsticks, faltering, before nodding in agreement. A man should know how to drive. He had previously suggested that his son obtain a driver-S license during the summer vacation. But Chen Yansen seemed preoccupied only with Zhou Qiyuan, internet CAFS, and pool halls. After a few arguments, the matter was left unresolved. Should I call your third uncle? Chen Guobin pondered for a moment, frowning. Is there only one driving school in Chanshan? Chen Yansen countered. All right, I understand. Chen Guobin, hearing his son's reply, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since his wife passed away, he had only visited the Liang family once, and the implications from his father-in-law and mother-in-law were unmistakable. They essentially blamed him for his fate, claiming he had brought death to their youngest daughter. His brothers-in-law regarded him with disdain, and although his younger brother-in-law's attitude was somewhat gentler, it was far from warm. As Chen Yansen matured, the relationship between the two families softened, though it was limited to exchanging New Year-esque greetings on the second day of the lunar calendar. Reason. It seems our son has finally matured. Chen Guobin lowered his head to continue eating, a wave of warmth flowing through him. Old Chen, may I discuss something with you? Chen Yansen observed Old Chen, waiting for him to finish his noodles before cautiously asking. What is it? Chen Guobin, in good spirits and noticing his son's serious demeanor, straightened up, ready to listen intently. You're only 40. Don't you intend to find a companion? At the last parent-teacher meeting, Meng Jun's mother praised you for being mature and handsome, saying you resemble Zuanlong and possess a scholarly air. Chen Yansen spoke slowly, his expression indicating he was not joking. Chen Guobin's smile abruptly froze, his mouth agape, as if he had lost his senses. Seeing this, Chen Yansen thought Old Chen might not prefer a plum partner, and quickly pivoted to suggest another candidate for a stepmother. You little brat, I'll beat you to death. Chen Guobin's face gradually flushed red, and with a furious roar, he grabbed a ruler and swung it toward Chen Yansen's head. Old Chen, do you have any conscience? I'm introducing you to a wife, and this is how you treat me. Chen Yansen, frightened, stood up and swiftly fled the bookstore, calling out loudly from the entrance. The tender moment between father and son barely lasted 10 minutes. Old Chen, your son is indeed filial. Ha ha ha, seeking a stepmother for himself, truly a unique endeavor. The surrounding shopkeepers peered out to see the commotion, and a few familiar uncles even began to joke loudly. You little rascal, get back in here. Chen Guobin scowled, his anger evident. Old Chen, don't doubt it. Our homeroom teacher can indeed still bear children. I wouldn't mind having more younger brothers or sisters in the future. Chen Yansen was unperturbed, standing at the door and continuing to persuade. Chen Yansen, what were you saying just now? The teacher couldn't hear clearly. Could you please repeat it? After speaking, he didn't even dare to ask Lao Chen for the driving school tuition, swiftly hopped on his bicycle, and chose to make a hasty retreat. Chen Guobin rubbed his hands awkwardly, cursing silently in his heart while forcing a bitter smile on his face. It's fine, it's all fine. Chapter 6. I never claimed it was my first time the following morning. Chen Yansen awoke naturally. Upon pushing open his door, he was greeted by a stack of cash on the dining table, which prompted a radiant smile. Chen Yansen was clearly taking advantage of the honest man, expertly grasping Lao Chen's vulnerabilities. Introducing him to a wife, could I really be in the wrong? He clicked his tongue, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment towards Lao Chen. She's merely my sister. My sister said purple is quite charming. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang, and Chen Yansen leisurely took it out. Just as he pressed the answer button, the microphone relayed Wang Ziheo's furious voice. Damn it, Chen Yansen, are you still not awake? Chen Yansen tapped his ear, glancing at the wall clock, noting the time was precisely 9:30. So what? Chen Yansen replied in a calm tone, his emotions remarkably stable. I've been waiting for you at the intersection for half an hour, Wang Ziheo shouted, enunciating each word. Oh, and what of it? Chen Yansen's tone remained flat as he tucked the driving school tuition Lao Chen had given him into his pocket. Did you not say the same place, same time yesterday? Wang Ziheo was both amused and exasperated, having no choice but to explain patiently. I did say the same place, but I never mentioned the same time. I intended to call you at 10, but you went to the intersection at 9. Chen Yansen spoke slowly. Is that so? Then I was mistaken about Chen Yansen? Wang Ziheo felt a bit strange about it, but he wasn't the type to stubbornly refuse to admit his wrongs, so he readily apologized. Sun Ge, my apologies. When will you arrive? I'll go buy you breakfast. 10 o'clock. Chen Yansen replied with a chuckle, hanging up the phone proactively. With his masterful time management skills, how could he possibly forget this? His actions were merely intended to convey to Wang Zihao that, whether in business, the workplace, or romantic endeavors, the only person one can truly rely on is oneself. As for whether the other party could grasp this, Chen Yansen was indifferent. With his skills, nurturing a little fox would be no challenge. In his previous life, there was indeed a woman who had meticulously guided him step by step, shaping him into the charming and graceful Chen Yansen of today. When he finally arrived at the intersection, he spotted Wang Zihao squatting by the roadside, leaning against a bicycle. His expression a blend of excitement and agony, a heavy sense of guilt etched on his brow. "How's he? Are you stealing someone or money?" Chen Yansen teased, squeezing the brake as he joked. "Here, 3,000 yuan, Wang Zihao said, his face lighting up with relief upon seeing Chen Yansen, as he stealthily pulled out a wad of cash and thrust it into his hands. "What did you tell Uncle Wang?" Chen Yansen accepted the money and casually tucked it away. "I told him I wanted to get a driver's license," Wang Zihao admitted honestly, shrugging. Perhaps this is the essence of growing up. As children, who would dare to deceive so much? If you don't produce a driver's license before school starts, will Uncle Wang not beat you to death? Chen Yansen mocked with a smirk, teasing Wang Zihao, whose father had been a soldier and believed in the principle that one must be disciplined to succeed. If you don't die from it, you must endure it to the fullest. "Don't scare me. If you say that, I might really have to go pay the driving school tuition." Wang Zihao shivered, gritting his teeth in determination. "Don't worry. In my business dealings, I have yet to incur a loss," Chen Yansen reassured him, patting his best friend and beckoning him to get on the bike. "Oh, not incurring a loss is a poor excuse, Sangge. Are you implying that you haven't lost anything in your life?" Wang Zihao pedaled hard to catch up and asked. "We are childhood friends. Have you ever seen me do business?" Chen Yansen rolled his eyes, smiling as he countered. "Damn, you caught me off guard." Wang Zihao was momentarily stunned, his emotions swaying under Chen Yansen's influence, and images of his father wielding a wooden stick flashed through his mind. "Bro, you can't play me like this." Wang Zihao stared at Chen Yansen, unable to decipher his intentions, and then sighed deeply, resigned to follow along. As they passed by the construction bank, Chen Yansen casually activated his online banking and deposited an additional 100,000 yuan into his account. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zihao felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Since Chen Yansen had the audacity to wager 100,000, what was there to fear? His previously anxious heart settled instantly, and he couldn't help but smile foolishly. "To synchronize with you, I currently have 3 suppliers lined up, but I will ultimately select only one, depending on the quality of the samples," Chen Yansen informed Wang Zihao as they exited the bank. "When do we start selling?" Wang Zihao, whose temperament was somewhat impatient, immediately inquired. "No rush. In the short term, 3 to 5 days, and in the long term, 7 to 8 days. First, we need to register at the driving school." Chen Yansen casually shoved the shield into his backpack and then hopped on his bike. "But I don't have any money," Wang Zihao protested. "I'll cover this expense. After all, didn't you call me Sangge?" Chen Yansen said no more, speeding towards the direction of Tongley Gate, racing towards the Dexiang driving school outside the city. "Sangge, you truly are like my own father," Wang Zihao exclaimed, following closely behind, his face beaming. Although he still couldn't quite comprehend why Chen Yansen chose to take this route instead of directly investing 3,000 yuan as a stake. He could distinctly sense that ever since the day before yesterday, his best friend had undergone a remarkable transformation. At this moment, he firmly believed that Chen Yansen could indeed lead him to great fortune. 15 minutes later, the two entered the registration hall of the Xiang driving school. The air conditioning was quite strong inside, and a few middle-aged ladies were sitting together chatting. "May I ask whom to register with?" Chen Yansen knocked on the table and inquired aloud. "Manual transmission is 2,500. Automatic transmission is 2,800. Fill out the forms first. Then turn right to the finance office to pay." One plump middle-aged lady assessed them and skillfully tossed out 2 forms while announcing the training prices. "Miss, could you lend me a pen?" Chen Yansen approached with a warm smile, his tone softening. "You call me Miss? That is a lovely title. The young handsome lad certainly has a sweet tongue. Would you like some water?" The middle-aged lady was momentarily taken aback, but soon beamed with delight. Chen Yansen, looking clean-cut and appearing to be in his 20s, wore a mischievous smile, causing her to avert her gaze. Would it be too much trouble? Chen Yansen smiled as he accepted the pen, feigning a bit of shyness. Not at all, the middle-aged lady chuckled, hurriedly retrieving 2 bottles of cold water from the fridge and enthusiastically handing them to the two. Soon, through a friendly exchange, Chen Yansen quickly grasped the general situation of Dexiang driving school, such as which instructor had the highest pass rate, which had the best temperament, and which had the fewest students. Chen Yansen promptly filled out the forms and waved goodbye. Chen Yansen, you seem far too skilled for a first-timer. Wang Zihao remarked behind him in a teasing tone. Hee, I never claimed it was my first time. Chen Yansen chuckled, wrapping an arm around his friend's neck as they headed towards the finance office. Chapter 7. Locking down the demolition zone ahead of time upon exiting the finance office. The two now possessed a copy of the driving test manual. Want to come over for lunch? Wang Zihao pulled out his phone, checking the time. It was exactly 11 o'clock. It's too late to go for physical exam now. Never mind, maybe next time. Chen Yansen waved his hand, tossing the brand-new driving test manual into the bike basket before mounting his bicycle and leading the way back into the city. The crowd was dense just now, which made me hesitant to inquire why Huang Jiaoyan was chosen. Did Zhang Jie not inform you beforehand about his notoriously foul temper and harsh reprimands? Wang Zihao, riding alongside him, wore an expression of deep concern. Typically, a sensible person learning to drive would select an instructor known for their patience and amiability. Yet Chen Yansen did the exact opposite by opting for a coach with a worse reputation. The fact that Master Huang's students boast the highest pass rate indicates his teaching proficiency. More importantly, he currently oversees the fewest students. Chen Yansen smiled faintly and began to elucidate. Fewer students imply longer practice times and reduced waiting periods for the second and third driving tests, ensuring a smooth acquisition of the driver's license before the September semester begins. However, he refrained from mentioning a deeper reason. Huang Bo had repeatedly reduced students to tiers yet remained employed, primarily due to his brother, Huang Daxiang, who owns the driving school. Huang Bo's original name was Huang Erxiang. The brothers' names are simple and unpretentious, one being earnest and the other shrewd. Chen Yansen possessed such clarity because, in his previous life, his driving instructor was Huang Daxiang. Is it possible that all the foolish and inept students were driven away by his scoldings, thus inflating the pass rate? After a prolonged contemplation, Wang Zihao arrived at this conclusion. You are exceedingly astute. Chen Yansen chuckled softly, gazing at him in astonishment before finally nodding in agreement. Goodness, then I must absolutely switch instructors. Wang Zihao sulked, unwilling to be subjected to such verbal chastisement. But as you mentioned, Huang Jiaoyan only targets the foolish and inept. You do not fall within that category. Chen Yansen replied with a grin, his demeanor earnest and sincere. That is indeed true. Wang Zihao nodded, tacitly accepting Chen Yansen's assertion, his confidence soaring as he broke into a wide smile. As they reached Kapanji, one continued north while the other turned right. However, this time, Wang Zihao was wiser, confirming with Chen Yansen several times that the medical examination was scheduled for after 2 in the afternoon before hastily cycling home. At this hour, old Chen should still be hungry. I might as well scrounge a meal. Chen Yansen pedaled along, taking in the street scenery, and meandered into Bay Alley. Upon securing his bicycle, he spotted Chen Guobin seated on a small stool, holding a box lunch, perusing a newspaper while feeding himself. In truth, old Chen could cook, albeit his culinary skills left much to be desired. Chen Yansen could tolerate them during childhood, but upon entering middle school, he frequently dined at Wang Zihao's house on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while opting for the school cafeteria on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Have you registered? Chen Guobin paused his chopsticks to inquire as his son approached. Yes, I'm going for a medical examination at the county hospital this afternoon, alongside Wang Zihao. Chen Yansen extracted a folding stool from behind a stack of books, nonchalantly sitting across from old Chen, though his gaze lingered on his father's lunch. Haven't had lunch yet? There was a tacit understanding between father and son, prompting Chen Guobin to casually ask. I was just thinking it's been a while since we shared a meal. Chen Yansen picked up a copy of Hua Hua, flipping through it casually, responding in a neutral tone. How about we dine out together? Chen Guobin's heart warmed, and he proposed the idea. He had noticed his son's recent changes and naturally wanted to ease their relationship. No need, just this. I'll order a portion for myself. Chen Yansen shook his head, pointing at old Chen's green pepper and meat over rice. Chen Guobin did not insist, pulling out his phone to call a nearby eatery. I've heard rumors about a significant push to develop tourism, and the row of 2 buildings owned by the Sol Company is likely to be earmarked for demolition. Chen Yansen set down his magazine, speaking lightly. Who did you hear that from? It's probably just a rumor to trick others into buying city properties. Anyone who falls for it is bound to regret it. After placing the order, Chen Guobin turned back with a scoff, utterly unconvinced. After all, 5 years ago, some had confidently claimed the dilapidated houses in the West City would rise from 50,000 to 80,000 per unit, only to later discover it was all fabricated by real estate agents. Do you remember Mungjie from our class? Chen Yansen suddenly fell silent. Yet he understood old Chun's perspective. The 2 buildings in the old city were generally in disrepair, with aging wiring and frequent plumbing issues. They were feared by many, and anyone with spare cash would opt to purchase properties outside the city limits, even if the location was slightly inferior, as at least they could enjoy comfortable living conditions. I remember her, small in stature, resembling a boy. Her father is the president of the Agricultural Bank in Anfeng Town. Chen Yansen feigned seriousness, deliberately lowering his voice, enunciating each word. Is that credible? Chen Guobin scrutinized Chen Yansen, noticing his expression did not seem fabricated, and straightened his posture, taking the matter seriously. He understood his son's temperament. Although he occasionally jested, he would never trivialize significant issues. It must be credible. She is now my girlfriend. Chen Yansen maintained an air of nonchalance under old Chen's scrutiny, his words drifting off topic. What? Chen Guobin was taken aback, nearly spitting out his rice. If memory served him correctly, his son's crush was a girl named Zhou Qiyuan. Could a father-in-law deceive his son-in-law? I suggest you purchase both apartments above us, and then wait for the demolition. Chen Yansen paused momentarily, allowing old Chen to fully digest the information before continuing. Chen Guobin found Chen Yansen's narrative quite convincing and did not immediately refute it. He merely agreed, though his gaze toward Chen Yansen grew increasingly peculiar. His son was dating the daughter of a bank president, and she was a tomboy. Although Chen Guobin was perplexed, he chose to respect his son's choices. During this rare moment of father-son warmth, he was reluctant to disrupt it. Old Chen, your rice bowl has arrived. A shout from outside interrupted his thoughts. It's here. Chen Yansen patted his stomach, halting old Chen, who was preparing to rise, and hurried outside. Chen Guobin watched his son's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, it seems dating is not so bad for young people. Yansen has matured considerably. Old Chen felt a sense of contentment and smiled, only to suddenly ponder that the girl came from a respectable family and might not regard Chen Yansen highly. Was she hoping for Yansen to become a live-in son-in-law? No. Chen Guobin muttered to himself, fidgeting on the bench as if he were an ant on a hot pan. Does your backside hurt? Chen Yansen, carrying the box lunch, turned to see old Chen's awkward demeanor and burst into laughter, then teasingly remarked, not at all. Chen Guobin, caught off guard by his son's comment, quickly denied it. Old Chen, I think it would be better for you to find a wife, subsisting on takeout isn't healthy. While savoring his meal, Chen Yansen remembered to advise old Chen, if it's unhealthy, why do you still eat it? Chen Guobin did not immediately lose his temper. He merely shot him an exasperated look. I can manage for a year or 2, but what about you? Do you intend to eat like this for a lifetime? Chen Yansen lifted his head, speaking earnestly. Finish eating and scram. How could I have produced such a child? Chen Guobin suddenly lost his composure, leaping to his feet and cursing vehemently. Fine, I'll go. Chen Yansen, holding the box lunch, hastily quickened his eating pace, finishing his meal in just a few bites. With that, he tossed down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and promptly made his escape. Chen Yansen's suggestion for old Chen to purchase properties slated for demolition was not driven by desire for profit. It stemmed entirely from Chen Guobin's stubborn nature. In his previous life, even when he had ample wealth, old Chen never requested a single cent from him. Chen Yansen understood that old Chen had been obstinate his entire life, disliking to ask for help, even if the benefactor was his son, and even if he offered willingly. Oh, old Chen, to ensure you become wealthy, I have truly exerted myself. Chen Yansen whistled softly, basking in the warm summer breeze, and smiled lightly. Chapter 8, Brother. You smell divine upon returning home. Chen Yansen collapsed into slumber, only to rouse reluctantly when his alarm clock chimed. He mounted his bicycle and pedaled toward the county hospital. The process unfolded smoothly. His vision, hearing, and motor skills were all exemplary. All that remained was to submit his medical examination report to the driving school and await the scheduling of his driving test. Shall we hit the internet CAF for a round of pyramid? Wang Zihao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and panted. It was late July, the height of summer, with the afternoon sun blazing overhead. The air was thick with oppressive heat, and the asphalt road softened beneath their feet, each step accompanied by a sticky sensation. Visiting the internet CAF to indulge in some gaming while basking in the cool air conditioning was undoubtedly a young man's preferred choice. That's rather dull. Chen Yansen waved his hand dismissively, exhaling deeply as he plopped down onto the marble slab at the entrance of the driving school, his expression somewhat dejected. How about we go play billiards instead? A new pool hall has opened at the south gate, and the air conditioning is on all day. Wang Zihao appeared pained, clearly aware that the charges at this new establishment were not trivial. Very well, Chen Yansen replied reluctantly, although the samples dispatched from Yangshan were sent via express air freight. It would still take 2 to 3 days. The reselling of models 3 and 4 would not commence for at least another 3 to 5 days. Thus, he found himself with only 2 options. The 2 friends rode their bicycles, laughing and chatting, and soon traversed through Tongfei Gate, turning left into a narrow alley. Suddenly, a black 8-ball came hurtling toward them. Whoa! Chen Yansen quickly ducked his head and darted aside, only to hear a loud crash as the ball struck the ground, shattering a piece of bluestone pavement. Wang Zihao, his face darkened, threw open the door curtain and shouted angrily inside, "Are you playing billiards or assaulting people?" Sorry. 2 girls, around 17 or 18 years old, rushed over with their cues, repeatedly apologizing to Wang Zihao. "Zhou Shui, Li Mai, was it you too?" Wang Zihao's irritation lessened upon recognizing his classmates, but his tone remained sharp. "Are you all right?" Another girl emerged, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans. Hands in her pockets, exuding an air of coolness, with a hint of concern in her brow. "Big sister, you're here too." Wang Zihao scratched his head and smiled sheepishly at Mengjie, his demeanor finally softening. He added, "I'm fine, but Chen Yansen nearly got hurt." "Chen Yansen, I apologize. It's all Mai's fault. She scared us to death just now." Zhou Shui and Li Mai expressed their regrets, their eyes scanning Chen Yansen for injuries, their hearts finally settling upon seeing he was unharmed. "Li Mai, billiards are not cannonballs. Thankfully, I dodged in time." Chen Yansen stepped forward, teasing with a smile. "I'll definitely be more careful next time." Li Mai blushed, still shaken. "Everything's fine. Since we've met, let us all play together." A refreshing breeze wafted through, and though Chen Yansen held little interest in billiards, he accepted the orange drink Mengjie offered, sipping while observing his surroundings. He was astonished to note that the fashion choices of young women had become bolder over the past decade. There were at least 7 or 8 girls in tank tops and hot pants. Are they fair-skinned? Mengjie noticed Chen Yansen's gaze fixed intently on several long, fair legs and quietly took a seat beside him, her expression darkening. Not only fair, but also long, Chen Yansen candidly acknowledged, not a trace of embarrassment marring his demeanor. His eyes still locked on the other girl's legs. "Chen Yansen, your audacity rivals that of a city wall." Mengjie was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chen Yansen to be so forthright. "Thank you. I take it as a compliment." Chen Yansen sipped his drink, pondering that at 18, it was only natural to admire beautiful legs. "Last time, you used me as a shield. Zhou Qiyuan must have developed a grudge against me. How do you intend to compensate?" Mengjie playfully kicked Chen Yansen's calf. "I never intended to use you as a shield." Chen Yansen turned to her, looking down from his height. This girl had exceptionally fair skin, perhaps due to the heat. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. Her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were rosy. Beneath her black-framed glasses lay a pair of long eyelashes, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Her petite figure was undoubtedly an additional point of admiration. "However, it is indeed a tad small," Chen Yansen commented without reservation. Mengjie followed his gaze and realized where it had landed, understanding fully the implication behind his words. "Chen Yansen, you scoundrel, I always considered you a brother." Despite Mengjie's forthright nature, she could not withstand Chen Yansen's bold advances, shaking her fist in protest. "Is that so? Are you daring enough to play a game?" Chen Yansen replied with a mischievous smile. "Who is afraid of whom? Bring it on." Mengjie stood her ground, puffing up her chest. "Give me your hand." Chen Yansen extended his left hand, gently beckoning her to place hers atop it. "You've used this trick before. The game is simple. Just gaze into each other's eyes. The first one to look away loses, Chen Yansen explained as he took Meng Jia's small hand. You're bound to lose, Meng Jia snorted, quickly adopting a competitive stance. Glaring at him, as if he were her sworn enemy. Chen Yansen remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The warmth radiating from his palm began to irritate Meng Jia. And as time passed, his smile seemed to embed itself in her memory. His brows were finely arched, his eyes deep-set, and his lips proportionate, with a smile that hovered between a tease and a mystery. Turns out Chen Yansen is rather handsome. Meng Jia mused to herself, initially fierce gaze softening as she took in his features. What are they up to? Wang Zihao, is Chen Yansen your best buddy? Tell us secretly, is he truly considering pursuing Meng Jia? Uncertain. The trio of Wang Zihao observed from a distance, whispering among themselves, their curiosity burning brightly. After watching for a while and seeing the two remain locked in their gaze, they resumed their focus on billiards, ignoring the unfolding drama. This game is rather dull. I could stare at you all day. 10 minutes later, Meng Jia pouted. Oh, then why is your heart racing so fast? Chen Yansen smiled faintly, playfully tapping her wrist, his fingers lingering on her pulse. In mere minutes, her heart raced like a drum. No, you must have misheard. Very well, brother is acceptable. Chen Yansen shrugged, letting out a long sigh, feigning a look of helplessness. Meng Jia, witnessing his demeanor, felt a pang of regret. But brother, you smell divine. What brand of soap do you use? Seeing her silent, Chen Yansen leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear. The warm breath enveloped Meng Jia's ear, sending delightful shivers down her spine, prompting her to stand abruptly. Chen Yansen, you truly are a weirdo. The young girl's face flushed crimson, quickly spreading to her ears as she gritted her teeth in exasperation. Chapter 9. Speak softly. My father is here in the following 2 days. Chen Yansen remained at home, diligently reviewing his study materials. The samples sent by 3 suppliers each contain a Model 3 and 4, with designs and functions largely similar. The Model 3 had a memory capacity of 2, supporting card expansion, with a maximum expansion capability of 16. The 110 mAh lithium battery, according to the merchants, could play continuously for 70 hours, supporting formats of both 3 and 4. The front features an 18-inch display that supports various electronic book formats, albeit with a somewhat crude craftsmanship, truly a piece of electronic waste. Chen Yansen mused as he toyed with the device in his hands. However, it is now the year 2010, and at its wholesale price of around 20, it would undoubtedly sell out wildly at the bustling market in town. The craftsmanship of the 4 is significantly superior. Uniformly equipped with 4 GB of memory, supporting card expansion with a maximum capacity of 16 GB. The 43-inch large screen boasts a 720 resolution and a glossy piano finish, exuding an air of sophistication. It supports image browsing, recording, and radio functions. The wholesale prices from 3 suppliers are 105 yuan, 110 yuan, and 118 yuan, all of which are highly competitive. There are no significant quality issues, and the choice of supplier will depend on their sincerity regarding after-sales service and promotional gifts. After a lengthy analysis, Chen Yansen let out a deep sigh. With a tearing sound, he ripped a page from his notebook and leaned over the coffee table, jotting down banners, roll-up displays, folding tables and chairs, wallets, suits, change, and more. Clearly, he was making final preparations for his first venture into wealth. On a summer evening, shadows flitted across the streets as vendors at the intersection called out loudly, the aroma of fried snacks wafting through the air. Chen Yansen rode along the narrow alleyway adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles. Initially intending to visit an internet CF, he suddenly realized, halfway there, that he had yet to have dinner. He decided to fill his stomach first. Chen Yansen turned at the intersection, retracing his memories to locate a wonton shop. A bowl of wontons and 3 pieces of pot stickers, please, he declared as he plopped down at a table, addressing the busy proprietor at the entrance. All right, please wait a moment, replied a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, quickly acknowledging him before returning to his tasks. Spring in 2010 was indeed fleeting. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, internally mocking himself. Just then, a familiar voice broke his reverie from outside. The voice was bright and melodious, yet tinged with anger. Meng Jia stormed in, fists clenched tightly, and her expression suggested she wished to deliver a hefty punch to Chen Yansen's face. Did you send me a message? Chen Yansen was taken aback, feeling perplexed. He tossed his phone onto the table and replied defiantly, "Here, show me. But you have to let me see it. Don't go back on your word." Meng Jie retorted, picking up the Noah Key 78 from the table and opening the messaging app. A series of notification sounds erupting instantly. "Don't you ever check your messages? Who uses that thing?" "I only use it to make calls," Chen Yansen scoffed, barely restraining himself from uttering the term we chat. "Who was the person stealing vegetables from my farm last week?" Meng Jie extracted a delicate pink Ani Xin10 and pointed at a string of text on the screen. Questioning him. "Not good. Du Jipang has stolen your dragon fruit. Loss of 8. Not good. Du Jipang has stolen your roses. Loss of 5. Not good. Du Jipang has stolen your star fruit. Loss of 2. Chen Yansen chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his vegetable stealing frequency was indeed excessive. "Zihu often helps me harvest." It was probably him. Chen Yansen expertly placed the blame on Wang Zihu. "Is that so?" Meng Jie expressed her disbelief. "Actually, it's nothing much. Just asking you to play basketball." Upon hearing this, Meng Jie's face flushed slightly, becoming bashful, clutching the 78 tightly and refusing to return it to Chen Yansen. "If it's nothing, why not show me? I'll return in a second. Just give me 3 more seconds." Meng Jie quickly stepped back and began typing furiously on the keyboard. Only when she had completely cleared the messages did she reveal a smile of relief. "All deleted?" Chen Yansen inquired nonchalantly from his seat. "Yes. So, what exactly did you message me?" Chen Yansen crossed his arms, his gaze mischievous as he scrutinized her. "Inviting you to play basketball." Chen Yansen remained unconcerned, easily guessing the gist of the message from her reaction. He took back his phone and casually flipped through it. After skimming through a plethora of messages from Class 8, Year 3, the person who messaged him the most, aside from Wang Zihu, was someone named Wei Xiao, who had a profile picture of a girl with a bun hairstyle. He squinted, but due to her overly unconventional appearance, he could not recognize her. Perhaps it was merely a stock photo. "Chen Yansen, you've gone too far today. Stop messing around. I'm really angry this time." Chen Yansen casually opened the chat window, quickly realizing who it was. "Huh, who has the time to play around with you?" Meng Jie leaned forward, observing his actions closely. After a moment of contemplation, she shifted the topic. "I heard from Haozi that both of you applied to Shuqing Academy. I had no choice. Zihu and I are akin to brothers in adversity, barely scraping by the second-tier line, with only school selecting us. There's no room for us to choose." Chen Yansen replied in a flat tone, though his expression displayed indifference. "Last time you mentioned I might slide down the rankings. Perhaps the 3 of us will have a chance to remain classmates." Meng Jie spoke cautiously, secretly gauging his reaction. "Did you fill in Shuqing Academy as your second choice too?" Chen Yansen asked in surprise, recalling that Meng Jie would indeed slide down the rankings and later did not attend any school, opting to repeat the year and eventually enrolling in Luzhou University of Finance and Economics. "Yes, let us avoid being classmates. I suggest you repeat a year. With your capabilities, another year would surely secure you a spot in a 211 university," Chen Yansen recommended earnestly. "You sound just like my father," Meng Jie sighed softly. Resting her chin on her hand, her expression wistful. A pure white top enveloped her upper body, outlining her petite figure, and perhaps due to their proximity, he could faintly catch a whiff of her fresh gardenia scent. "You haven't forgotten our last bet, right? I like white stockings." Chen Yansen leaned back, savoring Meng Jie's delicate features, then abruptly shifted the topic back to their previous conversation. "Keep your voice down. My dad is here." Meng Jie hastily covered Chen Yansen's mouth, glancing outside to see her father still engaged in conversation with friends, which allowed her to relax. Chapter 10. Chen Yansen, I've caught you. Teasing his daughter in front of her father, Chen Yansen felt a rush of excitement as he fled, pedaling his bicycle furiously, laughing heartily without a care in the world. Youth truly is an exhilarating experience. Chen Yansen hummed a tune as he meandered into an internet CF, handing the attendant 20 yuan and selecting a window seat. "The samples have been received. The quality and appearance generally meet our procurement expectations, but there is a slight deficiency in cost-effectiveness. Could your company negotiate on the unit price? The first batch of purchases will constitute 20 of the total order, and we will determine the quantity for the next batch based on user feedback. The value of promotional gifts and after-sales service. Headsets must be included as standard gifts. Otherwise, there is no discussion. Yes, in addition to the data cables. I also require some promotional materials and posters for the products." Chen Yansen typed rapidly, engaging in negotiations with 3 suppliers simultaneously. The actual quantity of the order is not crucial. As long as his first purchase meets the psychological expectations of sales, he would leave the rest to the suppliers. Driven by commissions, would naturally persuade the factory owner to agree to his stringent demands. Half an hour later, a factory sales representative from Maima, located in Yangqing Electronic Port, finally accepted Chen Yansen's offer. Maimo 3, with 2 gigabytes of memory, includes a complimentary data cable, a wired headset, and a storage bag. Priced at 22 Hu Yuan wholesale. Maimo 4, featuring 4 gigabytes of memory, comes with a complimentary data cable, a Bluetooth headset, and a storage bag. Priced at 116 Hu Yuan wholesale. As Chen Yansen gazed at the digits deducted from his bank card, a sense of delight washed over him. He had never doubted his ability to generate income. For him, acquiring his first pot of gold was akin to sailing with the wind at his back. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Wang Zihao to inquire about the warehouse's progress. I thought about it. My old house has been unoccupied and would serve perfectly as a warehouse. Wang Zihao replied promptly, clearly having anticipated this. All right, I'll await your notification at home. By the way, I have a Subject 1 exam next Thursday, so don't falter, Chen Yansen reminded him. Rest assured. I haven't even stepped into an internet CAF these past few days. I've been studying diligently at home, Wang Zihao asserted confidently. That's good to hear, Chen Yansen said before ending the call. He then rose from his seat, mounted his bicycle, and leisurely rode home. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, it was the morning 4 days later. Mr. Chen, I'm a staff member from Bonda Logistics. Your shipment has arrived. May I ask where would be convenient for unloading? A ringing phone abruptly awakened Chen Yansen from his slumber. Groggily pressing the answer button, he jolted out of bed after understanding the caller's message. Please hold on. I will send you the address immediately. He hurried to his desk and sent Wang Zihao's old house address. Mr. Chen, I have received the text. It will take approximately 20 minutes to reach the destination, the logistics worker informed him. All right, I understand, Chen Yansen replied, confirming the address once more before hastily setting his phone down and rushing to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Within 3 short minutes, he was dressed and ready. With a firm slam, he shut the door. Descending to the first floor, he hopped onto his folding bicycle and sped toward Xiqing. How is he? Our goods have arrived. On the way, Chen Yansen made sure to call Wang Zihao, considering they had a total of 600 items, including accessories and freebies, amounting to 4 standard pallets. Just by himself, unloading and organizing the goods would exhaust him. Damn, I'm on my way. On one hand, he was anxious about the potential failure of their business venture, while on the other, he contemplated how to spend his earnings. Naturally, trepidation and unease dominated his thoughts. Although Chen Yansen's plans seemed meticulously crafted, he couldn't help but feel that 2 18-year-olds managing a business worth hundreds of thousands was rather dubious. There was no option but to succeed. Wang Zihao silently encouraged himself. Upon arriving at the old house, he spotted Chen Yansen and a young man in Bondo work attire laboriously unloading goods. Senior, I'm here. Wang Zihao waved cheerfully. You arrived just in time. Let us unload the goods together. Chen Yansen wiped his sweat, exhaling deeply. Despite his robust physique, Wang Zihao was the more enduring of the two. Having run 5 kilometers 3 times a week since he was 8 years old, he appeared slightly plump but was actually quite energetic, capable of outworking 2 people. All right, Wang Zihao agreed, rolling up his sleeves to join in. The 3 of them worked diligently for half an hour before finally moving all the boxes from the truck to the yard. Little brother, had I known the truck couldn't fit, I wouldn't have helped you unload, the Bonda logistics worker huffed, perspiration streaming down his face. Wang Zihao's old house was nestled in a narrow alley, too tight for even a flatbed truck to access. They had to carry everything by hand. Thank you for your hard work. Howsy, go buy a case of mineral water and some ice cream at the corner store, Chen Yansen instructed, plopping down on a stone slab. As he spoke, he retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the logistics worker. Oh, I can't accept this. The logistics worker insisted, his irritation dissipating as he observed Chen Yansen, marveling at how, despite his youth, he conducted himself with a maturity that surpassed many adults. Assisting with unloading was not new to him. Generous clients would buy him a pack of cigarettes, stingy ones would offer only a thank you, and those who paid were few, but encountering someone as young as Chen Yansen was a first. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yansen remarked, when others work hard, drenched in sweat, 100 yuan is certainly well-deserved. All right, I want to be polite then, the logistics worker chuckled, accepting the payment, wary of the possibility that he might be believed and not compensated otherwise. Wang Zihao, observing this interaction, felt enlightened. He promptly rose from the ground and headed towards a small shop at the alley's entrance. Chen Yansen leaned against a box, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a rustling of footsteps approached, and he initially assumed it was Wang Zihao returning. Chen Yansen, I've caught up with you. A girl's playful laughter rang out, reminiscent of a tinkling brook, tinged with mischief and a dash of pride. Chapter 11. You must have been a Jinyui in your past life. You must have been a Jinyui in your past life. Chen Yansen exclaimed, tilting his head to glance at the graceful girl before him. Her legs were long and proportionate, her skin fair as if sculpted from ivory. She wore white canvas shoes that accentuated her fair complexion. So, how do you intend to win me over? Wang Zian smiled faintly, taking delicate steps before him, her long eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks adorned with a light blush. I'll give you 50 to buy some candy. Do you think I'm a child? Wang Zian stomped her foot, a hint of annoyance crossing her face. Aren't you? Chen Yansen replied with a chuckle. In his previous life, he had often stumbled at her hands, but Wang Zian had yet to reach her ultimate form, and he was not intimidated. Whatever you plan to do, take me along. Otherwise, Wang Zian huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Hey, what are you doing up here? Wang Zihao, bearing mineral water and ice cream, arrived at the entrance and was momentarily stunned by the familiar figure. How's he? You handle her. Chen Yansen decided to leave the entanglement to Wang Zihao, brushing off the troublesome encounter. He stood up, fetched 2 bottles of mineral water, handed one to the logistics worker, and opened the other, drinking deeply. Brothers, you carry on. I'll take my leave. The logistics worker sensed an awkward tension and quickly expressed his gratitude before hastily departing. Sister, can you not tell Dad? No. I'm your brother. Can you bear to see Dad get angry with me? Wang Zihao pleaded. What do you want then? Take me with you, otherwise. It's not happening. Wang Zihao's desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, leaving him to helplessly look at Chen Yansen. What a useless fellow. Chen Yansen couldn't help but silently criticize Wang Zihao's intelligence. Had he possessed even a tenth of Wang Zian's wit, he would never have lost half his family fortune in his previous life. Let her tag along. We could use a servant for tea service. Chen Yansen finally relented after a brief pause. He understood that with Wang Zian's keen perception, she could easily deduce the contents of the boxes from the labels on the sides. In that moment, the small yard was filled to the brim with boxes. A rough estimate revealed that Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao's pocket money was insufficient to purchase such an abundance of goods. It was evident that they were up to something. Are we really letting her come along? Wang Zihao asked, visibly reluctant. If you could silence her, that would be splendid. Chen Yansen shot him a glare, his tone less than amiable. Brother, are you going to pay my salary? Wang Zian clung to Wang Zihao's arm, playfully charming him. A stark contrast to her previous demeanor. You are indeed my brother. The boss is over there. Ice cream is plentiful. You can choose to work or not. As for the goods, 3 comprises a total of 20 boxes, each containing 100 items, while 4 consists of 12 boxes, each with 50 items. The remainder consists of headphones and data cables, from which 5 items must be selected from each box for inspection. First, check if the outer shell has any scratches, dents, or paint loss. Second, verify if the screen has any dead or bright spots. Third, ensure that the buttons are not loose or unresponsive. Wang Zian, you are responsible for functionality testing. All products that your brother has checked must be retested for playback, charging, and data transmission functions. Any products that do not meet standards must be discarded. If there are no issues, let's commence work. Chen Yansen swiftly allocated the tasks, his gaze fixed intently on the 2. I have a question. Wang Zian immediately raised her right hand, resembling an eager student in class. Speak. Chen Yansen lifted his water cup, taking a gentle sip, and inquired calmly. We all have to work. What about you? Wang Zian made a face, sensing something was amiss, and directly voiced her confusion. I am the boss. Naturally, I am responsible for supervising the 2 of you. Chen Yansen chuckled slyly, his demeanor decidedly cunning. Dream on. The siblings chimed in unison, dragging him to the cargo box, where they produced a utility knife. Little Chen, no slacking off for anyone. Wang Zihao laughed heartily. So, you want to call him brother-son when they're S-work, but little Chen when they're ISNT? Just wait to have your wages docked. Chen Yansen teased Wang Zihao with a mischievous grin. Brother-son, Don't mess around. Discussing money can hurt relationships. Wang Zihao hurriedly bowed, all smiles, pointing to Chen Yansen as the one who would lead him to wealth. Whether the upcoming university life is joyful or not hinges on this business deal. Chen Yansen smiled, but refrained from further conversation. The immediate priority was still to inspect the goods, although the payment remained temporarily held on the platform. He feared encountering unscrupulous suppliers. Should there be delays, it could jeopardize his grand plans for fortune. With a total of 40 to 50 boxes, the lighter ones weighed around 30 to 40 pounds, while the heavier ones reached 50 to 60. Although random inspections were sufficient by the time they finished, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The three were exhausted, hungry, hot, and thirsty. The bottled water they consumed soon trickled down their foreheads. One box had a scratched exterior, while no quality issues were found with the four. However, the headphones had numerous defects, with roughly 1 in every 10 being faulty. Wang Zihao lay on the stone slab, absorbing a bit of coolness, and weakly remarked, "This is beyond my expectations. Let us start work tomorrow." Chen Yansen announced gravely, "Will we sell?" Hearing this, Wang Zihao quickly scrambled to his feet and leaned in to ask, "Zhongxiao town?" Chen Yansen replied without hesitation. Zhongxiao is located southwest of Chengxin, just 12 kilometers away, approximately a 20-minute drive. The local market day on lunar double days attracts crowds in the tens of thousands. How we transport the goods? Wang Zihao had no objections and continued to inquire. "Do you know the other identity of Coach Huang from Daxiang Driving School?" Chen Yansen lowered his voice, adopting a cryptic demeanor. "No way. I knew there was more to your choice of him as a coach. Could he be an undercover agent?" Wang Zihao's eyes lit up, excitedly gesticulating. "Not even close. His other identity is a black market driver, charging 200 a day for gas. I finalized the deal with him yesterday." Chen Yansen squinted, gazing at him as if he were a fool. "That scoundrel Chen Yansen. It's still your fault for misleading me." Wang Zihao's smile abruptly faded, expressing his indignation. "Tomorrow at 7, we meet at Tongfei Gate. Remember to wear work clothes." "Do I have to wear them?" Wang Xin blinked her watery eyes, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's itinerary, cheerfully asking. Upon reaching the door, Chen Yansen turned around, assessing her from head to toe before exclaiming, "You can skip that." Chapter 12. If it's not forbidden, then it's permissible. As the sun rose and the summer breeze cooled the air, Chen Yansen stood at the alley's entrance, beside 6 cardboard boxes and a pile of materials, relishing a fried dough wrapped in layers of fresh chopped chili and yellow bean sauce, with a crispy, fragrant dough stick in the middle, savoring each bite with immense satisfaction. Wang Zihao, adjusting a strand of hair from his forehead, pondered for a long while before finally turning to Wang Ziyan. "Which way should I tilt it for a better look?" "Brother, to the right." Wang Ziyan, still half asleep, mumbled dismissively, "I think to the left looks better." Wang Zihao held his phone, admiring his reflection and concluding he looked quite handsome. "TCH," Wang Ziyan scoffed, having anticipated Wang Zihao's response. She understood that those with decision-making difficulties often seek not an answer, but someone to eliminate an option for them. With just 5 minutes until 7, Wang Zihao glanced at the time, growing anxious. Why the rush? There are still 5 minutes left. Chen Yansen continued to eat his breakfast, undistracted. In his previous life, he had dealt with Huang Boxiang. Although his temper was notoriously foul, he was also straightforward and honest. Based on his estimates, reselling 3 and 4 could yield a daily income of at least 10 to 20,000. Hiring an arbitrary driver could lead to unforeseen troubles. Chen Yansen wasn't too afraid of troublemakers, but preferred to avoid complications. A wise person knows how to mitigate potential risks. That is the prudent course of action. Huang Boxiang was at least someone he could trust. Compared to safety issues, tardiness was hardly a significant concern. Just then, the roar of an engine announced the arrival of a silver bluebird, cutting through the mist and stopping in front of the trio. The time was 6:59. "Boss Chen, shall we set off now?" Huang Boxiang leaned out of the car, his gaze quickly scanning the three. Seeing their youth, he was momentarily taken aback, then spoke amicably. Yesterday, over the phone, Chen Yansen had booked him for 10 days, marking him as a valuable client. His tone naturally carried a hint of courtesy. In his 40s, Huang Boxiang had an average build and a slightly plump appearance, clad in a dark blue work uniform emblazoned with the words Daxiang, promoting his side business even while working. "Master, let us load the goods." Chen Yansen nodded, tentatively asking, "Sure, let me check the trunk to see if everything fits." Huang Buoxiang readily agreed. Without waiting for Chen Yansen to speak, he promptly lifted a box of goods, delicately placing it in the trunk. Boss Chen, what kind of goods are these? If they're all fragile, I can wrap them in foam for extra protection. Huang Buoxiang inquired casually while moving the boxes. No need, they're all sturdy. Chen Yansen glanced at him, surprised that Huang Buoxiang, who seemed simple, was quite astute. He understood the other's concerns, fearing they might be transporting contraband, which would lead to trouble for him as well. That's good to hear. Huang Buoxiang chuckled lightly, continuing to move the goods, his eyes scrutinizing the labels on the boxes until he spotted the words May Imo 3100, at which point he finally relaxed. It only took a few boxes, and they were neatly stacked in no time. Huang, we're heading to Zhongxiao today. Chen Yansen stepped into the front passenger seat, buckling his seatbelt while instructing the driver. All right, Boss Chen. Wang Zihao, seated in the back, couldn't help but reflect. Who said Coach Wang had a terrible temper? His demeanor seems rather gentle. He noticed that Huang Buoxiang consistently referred to Chen Yansen as Boss Chen, and he instantly understood that Chen Yansen had not disclosed their status as driving school students. Once the vehicle was in motion, it sped along the ring road. Gazing out the window, he observed several breakfast stalls bustling in the distance, with smoke curling upwards and the sounds of chatter intertwining in the soft glow of the morning light. Chen Yansen's eyes gradually lost focus as he pondered something, ultimately deciding to close them, his breathing steady, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. To make it to the morning market, he had risen before dawn, and now, fatigue enveloped him, leading him to rest his head. Wang Zihao, who initially intended to discuss sales strategies with him, grew anxious and instinctively wanted to rouse Chen Yansen. However, sitting beside him, Wang Zian swiftly covered his mouth. Brother, keep it down. Let Chen Yansen sleep a little longer, she warned him with a sidelong glance. What a traitor. Wang Zihao retorted. Look closely, I am your real brother. He pried her hand away, his voice low and filled with grievance. Shoo. Wang Zian raised a finger in a playful manner, her bright, watery peach blossom eyes reflecting the image of a well-dressed young man whose eyes were gently closed. Lost in dreams, the journey continued in silence. After 20 minutes, the clamor around Chen Yansen grew increasingly loud, prompting him to reluctantly open his eyes and sit up. Where should we park the car? We're at the center of the bustling market in Zhongxiao town, Huang Buoxiang asked as soon as he noticed Chen Yansen was awake. Are there any banks, large supermarkets, or government enterprises at the entrance or exit of the market? Chen Yansen pondered. To successfully execute this resale business, he first needed to find a suitable stall. Generally, stalls at rural markets are either uniformly planned and require paid rental or spontaneously formed by nearby residents on a first-come, first-served basis. However, neither option suited him. The first option incurs high communication costs, as he would only stay at each market for a maximum of 2 days. The second option, while seemingly first-come, first-served, means that the most frequented areas are already occupied by seasoned vendors who would not hesitate to resort to violence if provoked. Huang Buoxiang, a seasoned driver of unlicensed taxis, was well acquainted with the area around Chunxin and could answer this question with his eyes closed. There's a small clinic at the exit, but no supermarkets or banks. However, there's a checkpoint at the entrance, Huang Buoxiang remarked, squinting as he recalled the details. Can we set up a stall there? Chen Yansen inquired with interest. At the checkpoint, Huang Buoxiang was momentarily taken aback, wondering who would be foolish enough to set up a stall at a checkpoint. Mr. Huang, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the sales manager of Meima Electronics in Yangcheng, and this is my colleague, Wang Zihao. We are on a business trip primarily to promote our products 3 and 4, so our immediate priority is to find a suitable stall for presentations, Chen Yansen explained, gesturing towards Wang Zihao with conviction. Oh, you two start work quite early, Huang Buoxiang responded with newfound understanding, chuckling. He perceived that although both Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao were dressed in suits, resembling corporate white-collar workers, their youthful faces betrayed their inexperience. Even if he were to make a wild guess, he estimated they were no older than 23 or 24, coming from a less privileged background. They probably started working early to alleviate their parents' burdens. Chen Yansen lied with a straight face, exuding an air of naturalness. Wang Zihao, seated in the back, nearly burst into laughter. What a far-fetched claim of being a sales manager at Meima Electronics. He thought, is that girl behind you also your colleague? Huang Buoxiang asked, slightly surprised, his expression turning skeptical. She is not. Chen Yansen promptly denied, offering no further explanation. Typically, no one dares to set up a stall in front of the checkpoint, so I am uncertain if it's allowed. However, I recall seeing someone selling pancakes there once. Of course, I might have been mistaken. Since you haven't said it's prohibited, it must be permitted, Chen Yansen concluded earnestly, signaling Huang Buoxiang to continue driving. Huh? Huang Buoxiang's mouth fell open, his expression frozen, realizing his thoughts were not aligned with Chen Yansen's. Chapter 13. A Frenzy of Sales, Chen Yansen. Are you sure this is the place? Wang Zihao stood anxiously in the vacant area in front of the checkpoint, his hands nervously fidgeting in his pockets. Every peculiar glance from passers-by felt like flames searing his skin, making him uncomfortable. Let's talk. Let's get to work. Chen Yansen understood that given Wang Zihao's current life experience and psychological resilience, it would be challenging for him to act as fearlessly as Chen Yansen did. He had no time to wait for Wang Zihao to acclimate. Sometimes, increased pressure led to faster growth, akin to a spring that rebounds higher under greater stress. All right. Wang Zihao gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate, retrieving a set of folding tables and chairs from the trunk to assemble alongside Chen Yansen. Meanwhile, Huang Buoxiang helped unload the goods, while Wang Ziyan took charge of unfurling a Morandi-colored cloth and laying it flat on the table, subsequently arranging the black, white, and silver versions of products 3 and 4 in an orderly fashion. The sight of the 4 of them busily working immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, who paused to speculate. These folks are quite audacious. Incredible. Do they think the most dangerous place is also the safest? An elderly man, puffing on a cigarette, abandoned his browsing at the market and plopped down on a nearby stone stool to observe the commotion. Young man, why are you setting up a stall here? A curious onlooker from the crowd asked Chen Yansen after watching for a while. It's less crowded. This is a checkpoint. Are you even allowed to set up a stall here? The young man, possessing an appealing appearance, unfortunately lacked common sense. Just wait. Soon someone will come to chase them away, and they might even face a fine. Passers-by pointed and whispered, their faces displaying gleeful anticipation. Chen Yansen, undeterred, busily rummaged through the materials box, producing a thick stack of promotional posters, 2 roll-up banners, and a change box, before pulling out a loudspeaker and nonchalantly testing the microphone volume. 10 minutes later, the stall began to take shape. A 2-meter-wide folding table was piled with products 3 and 4, flanked by a roll-up banner on each side. The left banner read, Market Must-Have, Mayma Clearance Sale, while the right one declared, direct from the manufacturer, free Bluetooth earbuds. A massive printed poster prominently displayed the prices. Blue Magic 3 includes wired earbuds, crazy price, 49 yuan, and Blue Magic 4 includes Bluetooth earbuds, crazy price, 199 yuan. The font was so large that even the street vendors across the road could easily read it. All right, let us get to work, Chen Yansen proclaimed confidently, holding the loudspeaker. No problem, I'm ready. Wang Zihao took a deep breath, desperately trying to control his trembling body, his legs shaking despite his efforts. In contrast, Wang Ziyan, the youngest of the group, wore a beaming smile, completely devoid of any nervousness. Truly, she was the youngest CEO of Magang Datong in the Asia-Pacific region, and Wang Zihao's timid demeanor was incomparable to her confidence. Chen Yansen observed all this, silently critiquing Wang Zihao's lack of composure. Come on, come all. Uncles and aunties of Chongqiao, handsome men and beautiful women, come take a look. Chen Yansen grinned widely, shouting into the loudspeaker. Instantly, passers-by turned their heads in unison, and several young individuals intrigued by products 3 and 4 rushed over, creating a dense throng of at least 200 to 300 people. Wang Zihao's legs trembled even more at the sight. Greetings, everyone. We are the staff from Yangsheng Meima Electronics Factory, here in Chongqiao Town, primarily to deliver benefits to the local community. The music players originally priced at 299, 399, and 499 yuan are now available for a mere 49 yuan in a clearance sale. USB cables, earphones, and storage bags are all complimentary. Such an astonishing deal. The 4 model, previously priced at 699, 899, and 999 yuan, is now only 199 yuan. It not only plays music, but also allows for movie viewing. With an exceptionally durable battery. Only 100 units are available. First come, first served. Purchase a 4 for your son to enhance his English listening skills. Get a 3 for your daughter to energize her morning runs with music. Bring one for your parents to enjoy daily operas and comedic performances. Chen Yansen, with his eloquent speech, effortlessly recites various advertising phrases as if they flow from a spring impossible to contain. After all, in his previous life, Chen excelled at training female hosts and is well-versed in sales tactics. Huang Buxiang, initially skeptical of his identity, was quickly convinced by his fluent delivery. I recall that the county sells these for 200 to 300 yuan, right? At such a low price, it must be too good to be true. Yet, the fact that they dare to sell in front of the inspection station indicates their confidence in product quality. 199 is not exorbitant. My daughter has been clamoring for one. Why not? A 3 for just 49 yuan means I can forego a few bowls of beef soup. Potential customers, swayed by Chen Yansen, began to whisper among themselves. In recent years, as Mandarin music reaches its zenith, the 3 and 4 models have become immensely popular in middle schools, and their prices are well known. Compared to the digital stores in the county, Chen Yansen's prices are undeniably advantageous. This brother speaks the truth. For the price of one barbecue meal, it's a special market price of 49. Miss today and wait another year, Chen added, emphasizing the trial period where customers could pay only if satisfied, completely dispelling any lingering doubts. Young man, bring me one. I want a white earphones. Can I get an extra Bluetooth earphone if I buy 2 4s? This craftsmanship is remarkable. The quality surpasses the 400 yuan one I previously purchased. Hey, don't rush. I got it first. The crowd swarmed the booth, blocking all passage as they heard the urgent call for the last 100 units. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they waved their cash eagerly, fearful of missing out. Is this really happening? Wang Zihao stared in astonishment, utterly incredulous, pondering various scenarios but never imagining the business would be so frantically sought after. Focus on your studies. On the market day the day after tomorrow, you must attend yourself. Chen Yansen chuckled, playfully teasing him. He also understood that such a profitable venture would soon vanish once the 4 network became widespread and smartphones and mobile networks became ubiquitous, eliminating information gaps. Me? You must be joking. How could I manage that? Wang Zihao incredulously pointed to himself, shaking his head in disbelief like a rattle. Do you expect to rely on me for life? I am not your biological father, Chen Yansen retorted, leaving Wang Zihao feeling embarrassed. That's not impossible. Wang Zihao scratched his head, grinning. Hey, you 2 rascals, stop chatting and start helping. Wang Zian, busy packing, shouted in frustration. Coming. Wang Zihao replied, lifting a box of new stock and thumping it onto the table, calling out, last 100 units, act fast or miss out. Stop. Who authorized you to set up shop here? Just as they were thriving in sales, a booming voice suddenly silenced the crowd. A middle-aged man in uniform strode forward, parting the throng. Chapter 14. Out and About. Identity is self-created. Zhang Daqing, the gatekeeper at the Chongxiao inspection station, typically opened and closed the gate, managed parking spaces, and spent his downtime playing on his phone, rarely encountering troublesome matters. Earning a monthly salary of 2,600 yuan, life was quite pleasant. Today, riding his bicycle, he turned a corner and saw a mass of people gathered at the inspection station entrance. Oh no, could something serious have happened? He hastily abandoned his bicycle and pushed through the crowd to the front of the booth, quickly realizing it was merely a market sale. Who allowed you to set up shop here? As a gatekeeper, he needed keen observation skills and quickly identified the tall Chen Yansen as the leader of the group. And you are? Chen Yansen scanned him swiftly, already guessing his identity but feigning ignorance, deliberately inquiring. I am a staff member of the inspection station. My name is Zhang Daqing. You've set up your stall at the entrance, blocking half the road and disrupting traffic order. Do you understand? Zhang Daqing reprimanded sternly. Ordinary vendors would likely bow and scrape, hastily packing up to leave. Wang Zihao, pale with fear, was precisely such a vendor. Wang Zian, slightly steadier but with pale lips, revealed her anxiety. Oh, it's Uncle Zhang. Let's step aside to talk. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, appearing familiar and calling out in a friendly tone while attempting to guide Zhang Daqing to a quieter spot. Ah, no wonder this kid is so bold. Turns out he is Zhang Daqing's nephew. Though he doesn't look it, some speculated. Young man, are you still selling? I'd like one. The townsfolk, well aware of Zhang Daqing's position, paid him little mind and instead urged Wang Zian to hurry with the transactions. You need to have your people pack up and move elsewhere. Setting up in front of my station is quite inappropriate, Zhang Daqing softened his tone, seeing the young man's familiarity and realizing he was of similar age to his own son. Uncle Zhang, I am the Deputy Factory Director of Yangqing Meima Electronics. The reason for placing the booth at the entrance of our Chengxiao inspection station is primarily for safety considerations. Chen Yansen cheerfully introduced himself. You? A deputy director? Zhang Daqing scoffed, unable to stifle a laugh. The factory director is my father. Chen Yansen lowered his voice, speaking in a thick accent as he leaned closer to Zhang Daqing. Even the factory director's son cannot set up shop indiscriminately. Zhang Daqing nodded, his gaze falling on Chen Yansen's seemingly expensive suit, which lent him some credibility. Uncle Zhang, please let me explain slowly. 2 years ago, our county issued a directive on promoting economic development in surrounding towns. Chen Yansen began his explanation. Did it? Oh yes, I believe there was something like that. Zhang Daqing, not fully grasping the intricacies, pretended to remember, not wanting to appear uninformed. This document states that qualified governmental and enterprise units should assist unemployed workers willing to seek self-employment. I thought the space in front of the inspection station was quite suitable and intended to report it to you. I only just set up the booth and had the chance to inform you. Chen Yansen smiled, delivering his lines with a certain formality. In truth, such a document did exist, though the details he provided were somewhat skewed. Zhang Daqing, upon hearing the explanation, felt a twinge of doubt. The young man claimed to be the deputy director from Yangqing, speaking with a mix of softness and authority and frequently mentioning reports and directives, which made Zhang apprehensive about opposing him and potentially causing trouble. In plain terms, there is no explicit regulation regarding whether stalls can be set up at the entrance of the Sunjiansuo. Even if someone were to set one up, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the Chengmao Department. This task does not fall within the responsibilities of the Sunjiansuo, making it entirely irrelevant. As for the issue of traffic obstruction, I will promptly direct everyone to queue along one street, ensuring that traffic remains unaffected. Upon noticing Chen Yansen's hesitation, he quickly added, "Which of you is an unemployed worker?" Zhang Daqing furrowed his brow, staring intently at Chen Yansen, his expression clearly conveying disbelief. "Zhang, if we cannot sell off this stock, everyone will be laid off," Chen Yansen lamented. Fine, we will do as you say." Zhang Daqing reluctantly waved his hand, ultimately conceding to Chen Yansen's request. "Uncle Zhang, these 2 models are our factory's flagship products. Please help ensure their quality." Chen Yansen sighed in relief and hastily retrieved a Model 3 and a Model 4 from his pocket, thrusting them into the other man's hands without further ado. "I can't accept this." Zhang Daqing's face flushed with embarrassment, reacting strongly. He had lived a respectable life and had never taken anything without reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to work as a guard at the Sunjiansuo. Despite the modest salary, countless individuals in the surrounding area would vie for such a position. "I should have been clearer. How about I give you a 10 discount?" Chen Yansen suggested tentatively, noticing Zhang's firm refusal. "No way. Make it 20. Young man, I truly cannot accept this, and I'm not being polite. 30 is the cost price for our factory. I assure you, I'm not making a penny off this." Chen Yansen insisted, holding up 3 fingers with feigned seriousness. "Are you trying to fool me? Such excellent items, and their cost is merely 15? Zhang Daqing retorted, unable to tolerate Chen Yansen's nonsense. "Indeed, Uncle Zhang, your keen eye is remarkable. To be honest, the true cost price is actually 60. Chen Yansen feigned surprise and repeatedly expressed admiration. "Then I will buy 1 Model 4 at the 60 rate you mentioned." Zhang Daqing, flattered by the praise, readily produced his payment, emphasizing the word buy to ensure no one could misinterpret his intentions. "Howsy, prepare a set of complimentary gifts for Uncle Zhang and include the best storage bag." Chen Yansen smiled and turned to give instructions. "The best storage bag?" Wang Zihao was momentarily bewildered, as all storage bags appeared identical apart from color. "Fool! Just grab any one," Wang Ziyan quietly reminded him. "Oh, I see." Wang Zihao, realizing, swiftly stuffed a data cable and Bluetooth headphones into the storage bag before handing it to Zhang Daqing. "Make sure they clear the road quickly." Zhang Daqing advised kindly as he accepted the items. If anyone sees this, even if stall setup was originally allowed, they would certainly prohibit it now. Rest assured, Chen Yansen understood the underlying logic. Most of the time, avoiding trouble would prevent others from seeking it out. "That's good." Zhang Daqing, pleased with Chen Yansen's understanding, then said no more and rode his bicycle into the courtyard of the Sunjiansuo. Come on, everyone. Line up nicely, uncles, aunts, handsome guys, and beautiful ladies. Clear the path first. Otherwise, if traffic order is disrupted, we won't be able to sell our goods, will we? Chen Yansen stood on a bench, using a loudspeaker to shout. The implication in his words was quite clear. Without a queue, there would be no sales. The crowd, left with no choice, could only grumble as they formed a long line. Yansen, when did you become the deputy factory director? Wang Zihao asked with a sly smile. How's he remember this? Outside, your identity is defined by yourself. Chen Yansen disregarded his teasing and spoke earnestly. This boss Chen really knows how to converse with people. He speaks differently to each. Huang Boxiang, standing behind, couldn't help but comment. Despite his simple and honest nature, he was not foolish and understood that Chen Yansen's words were likely 90 false, with at most 10 truth. 2 hours later, Wang Zian, carrying the last empty box, approached Chen Yansen with a radiant smile, reporting, everything has been sold out. In less than 3 hours, 200 Model 3s and 100 Model 4s were completely sold. Wow, countless profits. Chen Yansen, we are in luck. Wang Zihao exclaimed, tossing the empty boxes into the air, his joy overwhelming. Young people truly find satisfaction in the simplest of things. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, muttering to himself, the revenue is around 30,000, with a profit of merely 13,000. In the past, such an amount wouldn't even suffice for a bottle of wine. What a joy. What's going on? After all that effort waiting in line, now you tell me there is no stock? Boss, will you return to Zhongqiao tomorrow? I'll add 20. Can anyone spare me a Model 4? The crowd was abuzz, with several men and women gathered around the booth, expressing their dissatisfaction. Wang Zihao eagerly volunteered, his desire to profit almost palpable. Master Huang, I would appreciate it if you could make another trip. Chen Yansen turned to Huang Boxiang politely. Of course. Huang Boxiang readily agreed. After all, Chen Yansen paid him 200 yuan daily and covered fuel costs, making another trip a minor inconvenience. How's he for boxes of 3s? 2 boxes of 4s, and don't forget the gifts and accessories, Chen Yansen reminded attentively. Don't worry. Wang Zihao gestured confidently, then hopped into the passenger seat. Waving goodbye to the two, Huang Boxiang wasted no time, flooring the accelerator, and the car sped down the rural road like an arrow. Chen Yansen approached the crowd, holding the loudspeaker high and proclaiming, now, this is more like it. After waiting for 2 hours, I still have 40 minutes left. No cutting in line. I'll blow your minds out. Oh, my back is aching from standing. Initially, the lengthy queue stirred a small commotion, but it quickly settled down. Few dared to cause trouble at the entrance of the Sunjiansuo, of course, apart from idle chatter. Brother Yansen, congratulations. Wang Zian sat obediently on a bench, unconsciously kicking her legs, her gaze towards Chen Yansen filled with admiration. The three of us made 13,600 in one morning. To think, even our parents would need half a year to save such an amount. Yet Chen Yansen achieved it in just a few hours. What are you congratulating me for? Did I make money? Chen Yansen leaned down, looking intently at Wang Zian. At that moment, her delicate brows and peach blossom eyes, untouched by makeup, yet with a hint of baby fat, remained stunningly beautiful. Naturally, I congratulate you on the success of your plan. You no longer need to worry about being discovered by Uncle Chen, and now you can treat yourself to stir-fried pork with a belt. I have never worried about it. Chen Yansen's lips curled slightly, smiling confidently, with beads of sweat glistening under the sun. Brother Yansen, when I grow up. Wang Zian glanced around cautiously before carefully asking, no, absolutely not. There's no room for negotiation. Chen Yansen interrupted her with a wave of his hand, his expression unusually serious. You cut me off before I finished speaking. Isn't that a bit excessive? Wang Zian's face stiffened, her anger palpable. I don't think so. Chen Yansen recalled Wang Zian's actions in his previous life and let out a cold laugh. Afterward, he chose to ignore Wang Zian, allowing her to stew in her frustration while he took out his phone and opened the mobile app. A series of notifications chimed. Chen Yansen, I heard from a friend that both of you enrolled in 2 training courses at Daxiang Driving School. I must say, you are rather disappointing. I obtained my driving license last month. Are you coming out to play basketball? My treat. Damn Chen Yansen, you're not even logging in. The first chat window is from Mengjia, who has sent a message for 3 consecutive days. It's no surprise you are still single at 30. You can't even speak to boys in a gentle tone. Chen Yansen shook his head, unable to refrain from making a couple of sarcastic remarks. In truth, if you were interested in me, there would be no need to go through Wang Zihao to learn about me. Ding ding ding. On the other side of the screen, Meng Jie's lips curled into an unmistakable smile upon receiving Chen Yansen's message. However, when she read the content, her smile abruptly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Am I interested in Chen Yansen? Certainly, there's some interest. This is something she cannot deny. Despite having been classmates for 3 years, their previous interactions were limited to academic discussions. Prior to this, Chen Yansen had left her with the impression of a non-mainstream boy caught up in early romance, hardly handsome, with the only redeeming quality being his decent grades, which barely qualified him as an average student. However, during the last graduation gathering, he surprised her. Not only had he adopted a fresh and clean hairstyle, but he also decisively broke up with Xiao Qiyuan. The carefree yet audacious smile on his face stirred an indescribable flutter in her heart. Having never been in love, she genuinely could not ascertain whether this constituted affection. Yet, the thought of having Chen Yansen as her boyfriend made her feel a subtle resistance. Although she had never encountered a scoundrel, she instinctively believed that Chen Yansen was undoubtedly a standard example of one. Nevertheless, a mysterious emotion seemed to tug at her, compelling her to want to see Chen Yansen, even if it was just for a simple chat. Who is interested in you? I told you, we are all brothers. Meng Jie pondered for a moment, still adopting a sisterly tone, attempting to bond with Chen Yansen. All right then, good brother, let us sleep together sometime. Seriously, can you be more serious? Meng Jie covered her face with her hands, her heart racing. With a boy like Chen Yansen, she could never predict what he might say next. Playing basketball or singing is one thing, but who are you chatting with that makes you so happy? Wang Xin sneakily glanced over, unable to contain her curiosity. Little kids should not inquire about matters that do not concern them. Chen Yansen smoothly concealed his phone, not allowing her a glimpse. TSK. The group immediately began to stir again. Chapter 16. The first day. 20,484 yuan. 42,000. 43,000. 44,000. Xian, how much change do you have? In the courtyard of an old house in Xiqing, Wang Zihao sat on a slab of bluestone, clutching a thick wad of cash. When he counted to the last note, he excitedly looked at Wang Xian. Brother, there's only 234. Wang Xian hung her head, somewhat questioning her life. She had meticulously checked every penny, yet ended up short by 210. It's just a few hundred yuan in losses. Just be more careful next time. Before Wang Zihao could react, Chen Yansen understood Wang Xian's meaning and comforted her. At a rural market, the crowd is already chaotic. This minor loss is manageable. Instead of fixating on those 200 yuan, it would be wiser to calmly contemplate which town to visit for the next market. Chen Yansen, we earned 20,484 yuan today. Wang Zihao gleefully shared. Oh, really? Chen Yansen's reaction was subdued, his face betraying no excitement, his expression utterly calm. Such a sum hardly piqued his interest. Should we consider procuring another batch of goods? It feels like 2,000 of type 3 and 600 of type 4 are simply insufficient. Wang Zihao inquired loudly, his tone slightly urgent. In a town like Chongqiao, they sold 336 type 3 and 141 type 4 in just one morning, and there are 22 similar towns around Chongqing. If we visit one each day, wouldn't we earn 400,000 before school starts? Wang Zihao's idea might sound reasonable at first, but it was fundamentally flawed. First, the foot traffic at each market varies. It's unrealistic to expect every town to be as fortunate as Chongqiao. Second, people will circulate. During the sale of the second batch, some rode over, indicating that today's actual sales coverage might span 2 or even 3 towns. Third, never underestimate the intelligence of others. Within half a month, someone will surely figure out our procurement channels and mimic our sales methods. Blindly hoarding stock without considering the situation is a sure path to failure. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, patiently explaining. Not to mention the inexperienced Wang Zihao. Even seasoned veterans in the business world can fall prey to the temptation of greed. Unfortunately, some temptations are simply too enticing, clouding one's judgment. No way. Wang Zihao was taken aback, as if doused with cold water, instinctively pressing for clarification. I suggest you first consider how to utilize this money. After all, earning money is never the goal, spending it is. Chen Yansen rose, patting his friend on the shoulder. Wow, you make a compelling point. Wang Zihao chuckled, unable to suppress his delight. Stop joking around. Quickly gather the money. We need to deposit it before the bank closes. Chen Yansen kicked him lightly, urging him on. Having too much cash is cumbersome and risky. He preferred the stability of a bank deposit. All right, I will do it right away. Wang Zihao understood the urgency and promptly agreed. Yet, with thoughts of the subject 1 exam tomorrow, he couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think Coach Wang will say when he sees us tomorrow? Should he address you as Boss Chen or Classmate Chen? Wang Zihao found it increasingly amusing, his mouth, agape, filled with anticipation. The following morning, at Daxiang Driving School, Singo, what score did you get? As soon as he exited the examination room, Wang Zihao rushed over to Chen Yansen. 90. Chen Yansen replied casually. The heat of August had already soaked half of his white shirt by the time he arrived, and even his underwear felt damp. I scored higher than you, 98 points. Wang Zihao boasted with a grin. Damn, a few extra points won't feed you. Chen Yansen scoffed, uninterested in competing with Wang Zihao over such trivial matters. Thinking to himself that when it came time to practice for the second subject, he would have a good laugh at Wang Zihao's expense. Everyone knows about Huang Buoxiang's notorious temper. Few students choose him as their instructor. Most high school graduates sign up in June and obtain their licenses in late July, making this the driving school's off-season, and Huang Buoxiang had only a handful of students. Otherwise, he would be contemplating working as a taxi driver. Although his brother owns the driving school, and he doesn't have to worry about being fired, he still needs to consider making a living, as a basic salary alone is insufficient to support a family. As expected, when he came to pick up students, the list contained only 2 names. The 3 exchanged glances. One was stunned, another grinned foolishly, and the last remained nonchalant. Boss Chen, are you also here to learn to drive? Huang Buoxiang's mind was in disarray, and after a few seconds of daze, he finally managed to ask. Huang Laosher, what a coincidence. Chen Yansen extended his hand for a brief handshake, not wanting Huang Buoxiang to know his true identity before the goods were sold out. Since we are acquainted, I will certainly do my utmost to teach you, ensuring that you both obtain your licenses promptly. Huang Buoxiang assured with a pat on his chest. Master Huang, to be honest, I can drive. I simply do not possess a license. This time, it is primarily my colleague who is here to learn. You may rest assured and practice with him boldly and without hesitation, Chen Yansen said with a serious expression. Oh, shall we find a place to practice then? Huang Buoxiang, displaying little surprise, had encountered many like Chen Yansen before. Some individuals have driven without a license for decades, and, when confronted by traffic officials about points deductions, they brazenly admit, I don't even have a license, so what points are you deducting? No problem, Chen Yansen readily agreed, as he did not wish to spend his days under the sun, fearing he would become even darker than Wang Zihao. Wait, when did you learn to drive? Wang Zihao suddenly became anxious, his thoughts spilling forth. Having grown up together, he was all too aware of Chen Yansen's dubious tendencies. Chen Yansen lied without a hint of shame, and whether Wang Zihao believed him was of no consequence. Boss Chen, it is advisable to have a license while driving. Huang Buoxiang hesitated before gently advising. You are right, Master Huang, which is precisely why I am here. Chen Yansen chuckled, seamlessly adding to the conversation. Following closely behind, Wang Zihao was filled with doubt, but chose not to inquire further. Upon arriving at the training ground, Huang Buoxiang procured a training vehicle for him and willingly took the passenger seat. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, skillfully igniting the engine and shifting gears, maintaining a steady course without crossing the lines. The maneuvers for parallel parking and reversing into a space were executed with remarkable fluidity. Huang Buoxiang sincerely praised Master Huang. I shall not stay. Please take extra care, my colleague. Chen Yansen exited the vehicle, stating directly, Very well, I will arrange the slots. Ensuring you can take the second driving test next week, Huang Buoxiang replied, taking on the responsibility. Subsequently, Chen Yansen would need to rent his car for at least 9 more days. Thus it was reasonable for him to engage in some reciprocal kindness within his means. Damn it, Chen Yansen, you are really not coming with me? Wang Zihao could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly. With Coach Wang present, you can practice confidently, Chen Yansen said with a mischievous smile, offering light-hearted reassurance. Afterward, he turned to Huang Buoxiang, instructing, We will meet at 7 in the morning the day after tomorrow at the usual place, and then we shall head to Anfeng. Chapter 17. Witnessing the world of mature men on August 6th, another ordinary summer morning. A silver bluebird sped along the rural road. As the warm sun in the east gradually ascended, quickly rising above the white poplar branches, casting mottled shadows through the glass windows onto Chen Yansen's profile. "Why didn't your sister come along?" Chen Yansen asked, patting the front seat, addressing Wang Zihao. "My mother is taking her to Huqing to visit my uncle and to explore the World Expo. If I didn't have a legitimate reason to learn to drive, I would have probably gone with them," Wang Zihao replied, turning his head, filled with mixed feelings. What bustling Huhai and World Expo can compare to making money with Sun Ge? Unfortunately, we lost a free laborer. Chen Yansen's tone was indifferent, as if he only cared about the lack of assistance with collecting money and loading goods in the coming days. "Brat." Wang Zihao rolled his eyes, spitting in anger. With Wang Xian's adorable appearance, countless young boys eagerly fawned over her. Only that scoundrel Chen Yansen would think of employing his sister as a laborer. "You're responsible for selling the goods today. I've already sent you the sales script. We have 50 minutes left to our destination, so make good use of the time to familiarize yourself," Chen Yansen said with a smile, his demeanor serious. "Singo, I can't do it. Why don't you handle instead?" Wang Zihao was taken aback by the swift turn of events, his tongue stumbling as he pleaded. Observing his cowardice, Chen Yansen grinned. "Zihao, it is not fitting for a man to say he cannot. Just go for it." Huang Boxiang, after spending the day training with Wang Zihao, had grown familiar enough to change the way he addressed him. "Singe, you must be joking, right?" Wang Zihao said with a pained expression, cautiously testing the waters. Chen Yansen furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp, and replied curtly, "Do I look like I am joking? Damn it, I'm going for it. No one knows me in Anfeng." Wang Zihao gritted his teeth, resembling someone on the brink of execution. "If you wish to earn big, you cannot be bound by morals. Rules and face, those things are worth less than a piece of toilet paper when you are broke." With that, Chen Yansen ignored Wang Zihao, leisurely pulling out his Noah Key 78 and diving back into his side business. "You don't like singing or playing ball? Don't boys enjoy such things?" Upon logging in, the first dialog box that appeared was from Mengjia. "Huh, you claim you're not interested in me?" The corners of Chen Yansen's mouth curled up slightly. In his previous life, he had evaluated many female streamers, yet he had not delved deeply into someone as unique as Mengjia. Only children play with those things. "Are you coming to Anfeng? Let me show you the world of mature men." His experience selling goods in Zhongxiao town had taught him that he and Wang Zihao could hardly manage alone. Thus, enticing a new free labor became Chen Yansen's top priority. "You're in Anfeng?" Mengjia's avatar suddenly lit up. "Not there. Then why are you even speaking? However, I will be at Anfeng in an hour." Chen Yansen grinned mischievously, deliberately teasing her. "Who taught you to speak like that? It invites trouble, do you understand?" After sending her message, Mengjia added an image of a fist. "I will send you the specific location for our meeting at Anfeng Market later." Chen Yansen proactively initiated the invitation. Free laborers are hard to come by, and he certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. Hey, I don't think I have agreed to this yet." Mengjia lay on her bed, unwillingly protesting, kicking off the blanket that was wrapped around her legs. She indeed wanted to meet Chen Yansen, but recalling how she had been rejected several times when trying to invite him, she felt it would be too embarrassing to eagerly accept his invitation now. "Don't forget, I like white stockings," Chen Yansen kindly reminded. "Chen lunatic, if you like them, wear them yourself," Mengjia retorted. Outside the door, Meng Fu looked puzzled, tightening his tie and glancing at his wife, asking, "What is wrong with Xiao Jia? Perhaps she has a stomach ache. I will make her some brown sugar water." "Wait, that is not right. Didn't she just have her period last week?" "Xiao Jia, are you not feeling well? Do you want your father to take you to the hospital?" Meng Fu stood at the door, knocking and showing concern. Dad, I'm not sick. By the way, are you going to Anfeng for duty today?" Upon hearing this, Mengjia quickly opened the door and poked her head out to ask, "What is up?" Meng Fu, relieved to see his daughter was fine, smiled and inquired, "I want to accompany you." Mengjia hurriedly took her father's arm, affectionately shaking it, then, worried that her father might become suspicious, added, "I heard the lotus flowers are blooming at Anfeng Pond, and I want to go see them." "Oh dear, you're making my head spin. All right, hurry and get up." Meng Fu, wearing a fond smile, quickly agreed. On the other side, after comprehensive consideration, Chen Yansen instructed Huang Boxiang to park the vehicle in an open area at the entrance of the market. The three then began unloading goods, assembling folding tables and chairs, arranging products, and unfurling posters and banners. With previous experience under their belt, they completed the tasks swiftly. "Come on, Howsy, you can do it." Chen Yansen stepped back, signaling Wang Zihao to commence. Huang Boxiang stood by, grinning, assisting and watching over the goods while waiting for Wang Zihao to make a fool of himself. If he could also manage a bag of seeds, that would be even better. Hello, everyone. We are staff members from Yangqing Dianzikang, said Wang Zihao, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. His voice, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of ocean waves, captivated dozens of inquisitive gazes. Initially somewhat stammering, he managed to maintain his speech, yet the moment he exchanged glances with the elderly and the youth, panic set in. Ha ha, this young man is quite intriguing. It appears the three is just like everyone else. Come, let's go enjoy the spectacle. Is it true? A 3 for merely 49, and they're giving away headphones. The day before yesterday, my cousin bought a 4 in Chongqiao Town for just 199. Could it be from their sale? In an instant, a crowd gathered around. Don't falter, continue your pitch. Chen Yansen disregarded the pitiful looks directed at him and quietly warned. We are staff members from Yangqing Dianzikang, and today we have come to Anfeng Town to bring benefits to the locals. The 3 music player, originally priced at 290, 390, and 490, is now being offered at a clearance price of just 49 yuan. Don't miss out as you pass by. Wang Zihao's face flushed, seeing no rescue in sight. He steeled himself to shout. As he gradually adapted to the sensation of being observed, his heart rate slowed, the flush on his cheeks quietly receding, and his spiel flowed almost effortlessly from his lips. By the end, he became increasingly exhilarated, standing atop a stool and gesticulating animatedly while reciting his sales pitch. Just then, Meng Jia arrived and chanced upon this scene. Chen Yansen, Wang Zihao, what on earth are you doing? Meng Jia exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she scrutinized Wang Zihao, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chen Yansen, is the adult world of men solely composed of markets and sales? She teased with a smile. Selling is merely a formality. Profit is the ultimate goal, Chen Yansen replied dismissively, urging, stop standing around and come help. What is wrong with selling? Even water vendors can become millionaires. Chapter 18. Not even calling daddy works, please take your items. Here, as your change. Annie, the data cables and Bluetooth headphones are complimentary, all included in the storage bag. Chen Yansen, we're out of 4s. Hurry and bring another box. The forthright Meng Jia quickly entered the fray, noticing the dwindling stock and calling out to Chen Yansen. She remained blissfully unaware that her robust demeanor often led ordinary boys to view her as one of the guys. You're impressive, big sister, Wang Zihao said with a radiant smile, generously offering praise. Make way. This is the last box. Those who are quick will get it. Chen Yansen gently placed a box of 4s on the table, simultaneously calling out. The crowd at Anfeng Market was astonishingly large, nearly double that of Chongqiao. Even though they had filled the trunk to the brim when departing, within just over 3 hours, they had sold out all 400 units of 3s and 200 units of 4s. Should I and Coach Wang make another trip? Wang Zihao suggested, shaking the empty box. Chen Yansen glanced at the time and shook his head in refusal. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Meng Jia's short sleeves were already soaked with sweat, the pale green camisole beneath just barely visible. Tiny beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, glistening in the sunlight. The car has air conditioning. You should rest while I finish up with the rodent, Chen Yansen advised, gesturing towards a nearby bluebird vehicle. No need. Let us work together, Meng Jia insisted, waving her hand dismissively, showing no sign of delicacy. But you're about to be exposed. Their SA shirt of mine in the back seat. Put it on. Chen Yansen leaned down, quietly reminding her. He towered over Meng Jia, and following his gaze, one could discern a slight curve. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meng Jia instinctively lowered her head, realizing that sweat was trickling down her neck, dampening her shirt. Because I hadn't had my fill of looking, he replied. In truth, others could only see a vague outline. It was only his proximity and a hint of intention that allowed him to glimpse that fair skin. Meng Jia pointed at Chen Yansen, her chest heaving in anger, rendered speechless by his audacity, which clearly surpassed her tolerance threshold. With a thud, she obediently climbed into the back seat of the Bluebird. Master Huang, recommend a good eatery. Lunch is on me. Chen Yansen raised his hand and waved to Huang Boxiang. Speaking in a hearty tone, there SAC Hai Shao Chu in the town center that has been around for over 20 years. The place may seem small, but the flavor is on par with larger restaurants. Huang Boxiang scratched his head, his eyes glinting as he suddenly spoke. The delight at the corners of Chen Yansen's mouth was hard to suppress, though he had rented Huang's car for a day. They had only worked half a day, and in addition to reimbursing gas, he would treat them to lunch. The only downside was that he had only rented it for 10 days. All right, then let us go to see Hai Xiao Chu. Chen Yansen called Wang Zhihao to help, and the two quickly began to gather the tables and materials, while Huang Buxiang naturally did not remain idle, organizing their things and loading them into the trunk. 10 minutes later, the group entered Si Hai Xiao Chu, which indeed had limited space, barely accommodating 6 tables. Such places are typically family-run, with one cooking and the other managing payments. Please take a seat and let us know what you'd like to eat. We have stir-fried dishes and rice. Before Chen Yansen and his companions could find a place to sit, a jovial, plump proprietress greeted them with a broad smile. Cold beef, 3-flavor soup, salted goose. Chen Yansen glanced at the rudimentary menu on the wall and haphazardly ordered several dishes, favoring cold dishes and soups. After all, given the sultry weather, he had little appetite for hot dishes. No wonder I invited you two to come out, and not one of you accepted. Turns out you were busy making money, Meng Jie remarked, taking a large gulp from her cup and exhaling deeply. Of course, one can earn quite a bit in a day, Wang Zhihao began, but upon realizing Huang Buxiang was present, he quickly halted. Not much money to be made. Chen Yansen continued in agreement, and, just as he finished speaking, he glanced at Meng Jie and added earnestly, "You look quite cool in that shirt." The loose, oversized white shirt hung on Meng Jie, the hem tucked in her jeans, exuding both flair and allure. "Cut it out, it's all your sweat." Meng Jie tightened her collar, speaking contrary to her true feelings. Earlier, she had discreetly sniffed Chen Yansen's shirt when no one was looking, expecting an unpleasant odor, but to her surprise, it not only lacked a foul smell, but even bore a subtle scent of soap. Chen Yansen chuckled, uninterested in debating with her, and casually picked up a cup from the table to drink water. "Meng, I saw your daughter at Anfeng Town Agricultural and Animal Bank." Meng Jinghua smiled faintly at his colleague's comment. "She insisted on accompanying me for duty today. See, daughters can be quite considerate." Meng Jinghua pulled out his phone, preparing to dial. "President Meng, she seems to be selling things at the market entrance, and there are 2 big boys with her. Oh, and a middle-aged man too." The colleague's expression was slightly hesitant, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided to reveal everything. "You can't be mistaken?" Meng Jinghua suddenly stood up, immediately pressing for more information. "I've watched your daughter grow up. There's no way I'd be wrong," his colleague affirmed, shattering the last glimmer of hope from Meng Jinghua. 2 big boys? How big? Meng Jinghua felt a sudden sense of being robbed, his heart sinking. Hadn't his daughter said she was going to see the lotus flowers with her classmates? Could it be that she was in a romantic relationship? With this thought, he hurriedly pushed the door open and ran outside, searching the market. Just as he reached the center of the street, he spotted his daughter wearing a man's shirt, laughing and talking with 2 boys as they approached. One figure, dark-skinned and robust, bore an unappealing demeanor. The other, tall and handsome, donned a pristine white shirt. His lips curled into a mischievous smile, exuding an aura of mischief. "Dad!" Meng Jie lifted her gaze to spot a familiar silhouette, her expression freezing as she stood rooted to the spot. It felt futile to call him father. Chen Yansen, with his head bowed, initially assumed she was addressing him and jestingly remarked, "Xiao Jie, are these 2 your classmates?" Meng Jinghua, his face darkened, thought to himself that he had indeed been correct in his assessment. This fellow was quite cunning. After a moment's deliberation, he inquired, "Xiao Jie, are they your high school classmates from the same class?" "Yes, this is Wang Zhihai, and he is Chen Yansen," Meng Jie explained, her head lowered and flustered. "Hello, Meng uncle." Wang Zhihai greeted warmly, oblivious to the tension in the air. "Have you eaten, Meng uncle?" Chen Yansen also inquired, smiling as he squinted at the elder, subtly sensing a hint of hostility. He understood that individuals like Meng Jinghua, belonging to the county's elite, were wholly devoted to advancing their offspring's futures, ensuring their family's prominence in the community. Being an only child, Meng Jie was destined to inherit her family's resources and connections. While romantic pursuits were permissible, they must first pass the scrutiny of Meng Jinghua. "Classmate Chen, may we have a word?" Meng Jinghua's tone was gentle, yet his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yansen, appearing to negotiate, though his expression was grave. Chapter 19. The First Bucket of Gold. 180,000. Chen Yansen, What did my dad say to you? As soon as they entered the car, Meng Jie eagerly began to interrogate him. He asked me if we were dating, Chen Yansen replied, amused by her anxiety. What? How could he ask that? Meng Jie was momentarily taken aback, her composure unraveling, especially upon seeing Wang Zihai in the front seat stifling laughter, which made her feel utterly embarrassed. After venting her frustration, Meng Jie clutched Chen Yansen's arm once more, cautiously inquiring, fearful of an unacceptable response. You must speak the truth, she insisted, as if it were self-evident. Indeed, we were on the same wavelength, so I spoke candidly, Chen Yansen affirmed, nodding with a compliment for Meng Jie. So, what did you tell my father? She pressed further. I spoke the truth, Chen Yansen replied, stretching his arms and yawning, a playful grin forming on his lips, speaking as if he were a mere echo of himself. Realizing the implications, Meng Jie gritted her teeth in frustration, her cheeks still flushed. In reality, Meng Zhenghua would hardly pose such inquiries. With his experience and astuteness, he could easily discern a person's character traits, academic aspirations, and career plans through simple conversation, thus determining if the individual could positively intersect with Meng Jie's life. Their exchange, laden with unspoken nuances, yielded only the information Chen Yansen wished to divulge, leaving Meng Zhenghua with more questions than answers. Consequently, he felt a mixture of admiration and resentment towards Chen Yansen. He admired Chen Yansen's acumen, which far surpassed that of his peers, foreseeing a future where this young man would undoubtedly thrive in society, making him a suitable son-in-law. Yet, he harbored resentment that his daughter's emotional intelligence and capabilities were insufficient to manage someone like Chen Yansen. Should this young man prove to be fickle-hearted, Meng Jie would inevitably suffer the consequences. An hour's journey passed swiftly. Meng Jie curiously followed Chen Yansen as they stepped into the old house in Xiqing. With a thud, Wang Zihai dropped a money box onto the floor and plopped down, eagerly beginning to count the cash. Did you two spend the entire summer doing this? Meng Jie asked in astonishment, pointing at the towering stacks of boxes within the room. Not quite. Today is only the second day. On the 8th, we're heading to Jinyang Pass. Are you coming? Chen Yansen rolled up his pant legs and nonchalantly sat on the bluestone slab. Oof. Trying to exploit my labor for free. Meng Jie sat beside him, her tone laced with dissatisfaction, fully aware of his intentions. Rest assured, I won't pay you. So it doesn't count as exploitation, Chen Yansen stated earnestly, his handsome facade contrasting sharply with the mischievous glint in his eyes. Guess how much we earned? Wang Zihai suddenly asked, his face lighting up with excitement. 400 threes and 200 fours. Even a simple calculation would suffice. Considering the profits from the day before, the total should be just under 48,000. Chen Yansen remarked casually, as if 48,000 were merely a trivial sum. What did you say? Meng Jie gasped, disbelief etched across her face. Her father, the bank president, earned around 8,000 a month, a sum that certainly surpassed that of most ordinary individuals in 2010. Yet now, Chen Yansen informed her that he had earned in just 2 days what her father made in half a year. The sales far exceeded my expectations. We have very few fours left in stock, and I plan to order another batch, Chen Yansen continued, ignoring Meng Jie's astonishment as he turned to Wang Zihai. How many are you planning to order? Wang Zihai eagerly inquired, clearly in agreement with Chen Yansen's decision. I will update you tomorrow. I need to reassess the population scale, purchasing power, and market saturation in the remaining townships to determine the quantity for the second batch, Chen Yansen replied, without hesitation. Recklessness and timidity are both taboo in the business realm. Thorough market research and rational analysis are essential for making sound decisions. Meng Jie observed all of this, feeling that Chen Yansen's demeanor and actions were far from those of an 18-year-old. Rather, he resembled a seasoned entrepreneur who had navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for years. All right, Wang Zihai responded, albeit he scarcely understood most of what Chen Yansen said. Nevertheless, he recognized that it was best to follow along. Chen Yansen exhaled deeply, affectionately patting Meng Jie on the head before leading the way outside. Actually, selling goods with you two is quite enjoyable, Meng Jie murmured softly, her head bowed. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 8th, at the old house, Chen Yansen said, pausing abruptly, turning around to glance at her, and then playfully pushing her black-framed glasses up her nose with his finger. Next time, take off your glasses. I want to see a different you. His words flowed gently, like a warm current, washing over Meng Jie's heart. The gesture was so amusing that it made Chen Yansen chuckle heartily. Hearing the laughter behind her, Meng Jie quickened her pace, muttering curses under her breath. On every second day of the lunar calendar, the trio would venture out to the surrounding areas of Chunxin to sell their goods. Wang Zihai's eloquence grew increasingly polished, and Meng Jie's speed in counting money became effortlessly proficient. It was not until the end of August that they sold out the second batch of goods entirely. On August 8th in Bowie Town, 147 threes and 85 fours were sold, yielding a sales figure of 24,118 and a profit of 11,024. On August 10th, at Jinyang Pass, 235 threes and 98 fours were sold, resulting in sales of 31,017 and a profit of 14,479. On August 12th, at Fengzhuang Town, and on August 14th, at Shanjua Town, they collectively sold 987 threes and 394s, and after deducting expenses for transportation, fuel, and meals, a profit of just over 190,000 remained. In the courtyard of the old house in Xiqing, Wang Zihai held a dog-eared notebook, meticulously reporting the recent sales figures. The 23 defective items were not included in the calculations, having been returned to the manufacturer. Having spent considerable time in Chen Yansen's orbit, Wang Zihai now spoke fluently of sales revenues and gross profits, a transformation that marked an astonishing growth trajectory. Previously mentioned, your 3,000 yuan counts as 5%. I rounded it up for you, making it exactly 10,000. Chen Yansen tossed a thick bundle of cash from his bag, which landed squarely in Wang Zihao's arms. Thank you, Brother Senator. Wang Zihao held the money close to his nose, inhaling deeply, then rubbed it against his face, mumbling, "It smells so good." A string of semi-transparent text hovered before Chen Yansen's eyes, and the long silent system finally found its purpose. "System, add some points for me," Chen Yansen shouted in his mind. A fine thread of white gas materialized out of thin air, swiftly darting into his forehead. An icy sensation coursed through his veins and surged into his heart. The feeling was fleeting. Before he could fully comprehend it, the chill dissipated, and his physical attribute score increased from 116 to 117. Yet, he sensed no tangible change in his body, except that his right foot, previously numb, seemed to have regained feeling. "Damn system, show yourself." Chen Yansen was thoroughly incensed. After a prolonged tirade, he remembered that this wretched system was nothing more than an inanimate object, and he sighed in resignation. "I still need to work hard to earn money. She is merely my sister. My sister says purple is quite elegant." On the other end of the line, Chen Guobin, gripping a thick wooden stick, erupted in anger towards the receiver. Chapter 20. Earning money is as easy as breathing. The family area of the salt company displayed walls with peeling paint, revealing the wear of time. There are advantages to being run down. At least one doesn't have to pay property fees. Chen Yansen glanced up and casually commented, fully aware of the reason behind old Chen's sudden fury. It was likely that he discovered his long-saved money had been halved by his son. At his age, panicking at such matters was unbecoming. Old Chen had much to learn. Whistling a tune, Chen Yansen strolled leisurely toward home. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he noticed his door wide open. Through the crack, he could see a stick as thick as a bowl being tightly gripped by Chen Guobin. Chen Yansen took a step back, turning to leave. "Get back here." However, Chen Guobin spotted him immediately. Upon seeing him attempt to flee, he rushed out with the stick in hand. Tears welled in the old father's eyes, filled with grievance and disappointment. He had observed Chen Yansen's behavior in recent days, believing his son had matured and become more responsible, only to find that he had planted an even greater bombshell. "Old Chen, put down the stick first. Let's talk calmly." Chen Yansen not only refrained from entering, but also continued to retreat, half a foot on the stairway, ready to bolt at any moment. "Is the bank card in the photo album yours?" Chen Guobin, teeth clenched, glared at Chen Yansen, his eyes ablaze. "Indeed. How much is left now?" "Not a penny has been touched." Chen Yansen spread his hands, his expression grave, appearing utterly sincere. "Oomph. A rat falls into a granary and doesn't eat a single grain?" Chen Guobin paused, then snorted dismissively, clearly disbelieving Chen Yansen's words. "There are machines at the community gate. Check for yourself." Chen Yansen retrieved the bank card from his pocket, cautiously returning it to Chen Guobin. "Don't try any tricks. We'll go together." Chen Guobin's expression softened, and he sighed in relief, finally tossing the stick onto the ground. With a loud thud, the wooden stick fell heavily, rolling to the side of a rough burlap sack next to a bundle of nylon rope. Old Chen, before you opened the bookstore, you weren't a bandit, were you? Chen Yansen swallowed, gazing at the carefully prepared set of items for his son, forcing a calm demeanor as he joked. If there's even a dime missing from the card, I'll hang you up. Chen Guobin, seeing Chen Yansen's playful demeanor, erupted in anger, cursing loudly. If my mother were alive. Chen Yansen, using the same tactic, interrupted. If your mother were alive, knowing how useless you are, she would beat you harder than I would. Chen Guobin cut him off impatiently. There's a total of 135,800 yuan on the card. I've saved it for 18 years. Even if Liang Huijin were to resurrect at this moment, she couldn't stop my determination to beat you to a pulp. Let us go. But you're quite old now. In the future, handle matters more steadily, so I don't have to worry. Hey, let us leave the rope. A 1T run. Do you really intend to tie me up and take me to the bank? As Chen Yansen spoke, he slicked away and bolted. Stop right there. Chen Guobin rushed after him without closing the door. One ran ahead while the other chased behind. Passing by the machine, Chen Yansen voluntarily halted, leaning against the glass wall by the door, waiting nonchalantly for old Chen. You're not too dim. Stay put. Chen Guobin shot him a fierce glare, then pulled out the bank card and inserted it into the slot. Your card balance is 135,800 yuan. It wasn't until the screen displayed a long string of numbers that Chen Guobin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet this was one he never anticipated. I have another card. Let us check that one too. Chen Yansen rummaged through his pocket and handed over his own bank card. Whose card is this? Yours? Chen Guobin queried, puzzled, repeating the question. Yes. Chen Yansen crossed his arms, a faint smile on his face. Although his card held only 180,000 yuan, far less than the 8-digit balance from his previous life, this sum bore immense significance for him. First, it validated the authenticity of the system. Second, it laid the foundation for his future business empire. 180,000. Where did you get that money? Chen Guobin was once again astonished, his eyes wide as saucers, eagerly awaiting a reasonable explanation from Chen Yansen. Are you questioning my talent? Earning money is as effortless for me as breathing. So, take your trifling sum from your card. Hurry and buy a few apartment buildings and wait for the demolition compensation to roll in. Chen Yansen patted the dazed old Chen on the shoulder, adopting a tone of earnestness. You earned 180,000 over a summer break? Chen Guobin found it hard to believe. To be precise, about 10 days. Chen Yansen spoke nonchalantly. Not considering it a remarkable feat, he then laid bare the details of his dealings with 3 and 4, finally resolving Chen Guobin's confusion. In the future, remember to consult with me regarding such matters. The expression in old Chen's eyes was incredibly complex, filled with pride, joy, and a hint of melancholy. With his son's earning potential, he likely felt ashamed of his modest savings. I'll tell you in advance. Will you agree? Chen Yansen readily acquiesced on the surface while inwardly scoffing. Both harbored their own thoughts as they walked home, and familiar neighbors couldn't help but marvel at the scene. In the living room, Chen Guobin picked up the stick, nylon rope, and burlap sack from the floor, turning to shove them beneath the bed. He then retrieved 2 envelopes, gently placing them on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Guobin took a gulp of cold tea, finally calming the fire in his heart. The admission letter from Shuqing Academy, dated 2010, read, Chen Yansen, you have been accepted into our journalism program. Chen Yansen ripped it open. The contents were identical to those from his previous life. In fact, he and Wang Zihao had received their acceptance letters long ago. But the two had been busy with driving tests and making money, delaying the matter for over 10 days. If you wish to repeat a year, I want to oppose. Chen Guobin cast a brief glance, pondering for a moment before speaking seriously. Forget it. There is no difference between a first-tier and second-tier school for me. The ultimate goal is to earn money, so why take an extra year detour? Chen Yansen smiled lightly, entirely unconcerned. As long as you've thought it through, don't regret it. Also, your grandparents heard you got into university. They want you to visit. Chen Guobin's expression faltered, and he chuckled, then waved his hand with a sigh, clearly aware that he could not force the issue. I'm not going. Chen Yansen promptly declined, unwilling to relive the experiences of his previous life. In this world, there exist both grandfathers and grandmothers who dote on their grandchildren, as well as those who harbor disdain for them. All right, I understand, he replied. Chen Guobin intended to persuade him further, but upon meeting his son's resolute gaze, he instantly relinquished the effort. I will take Zihu. I want to join you for dinner. After a brief silence, Chen Yansen took the initiative to speak, rising to present Wang Zihu's admission letter to old Chen. Chen Guobin gave a token piece of advice. Understood. Chen Yansen waved his hand and strolled leisurely outside, simultaneously retrieving his phone to send a message to Mengjia. One must uphold integrity. You must have received your admission letter by now. I'm still awaiting that photo of you in white stockings. Meanwhile, the solitary Mengjia stood in the lingerie section of Shanfu department store, surreptitiously selecting items. This lace is excessive. It looks indecent. This one is too sheer. It's akin to not wearing anything at all. This one won't do either. Why does it have heart patterns? She muttered to herself as she browsed. Her formerly short hair, now grown over an inch, brushed her earlobes, and her black-framed glasses had been replaced with frameless ones more suited to her face. Her lips, tinted a rosy hue, glimmered with a layer of gloss. Ding, ding, ding. Hearing the notification sound from her phone, Mengjia hastily picked it up. The words displayed on the screen caused her heart to flutter, and her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson. Chapter 21. The upperclassman does not deceive, yet I am no upperclassman. As the cool evening breeze gently wafted, Chen Yansen sat atop the city wall near Tongfei Gate, his legs dangling in the air, his gaze drifting toward Chunshan Square in the distance. Elderly men, fanning themselves, gathered in small groups to play chess and chat, while barefoot children frolicked on the grass, and the vendor selling shaved ice was surrounded by a throng of young people. Shall I buy 2 bowls? Wang Zihu asked, following Chen Yansen's line of sight and spotting the shaved ice stall. This delightful treat, made from crushed ice mixed with fruit juice, raisins, hawthorn bits, and red bean paste, could cool one down on a hot summer day. Thinking of this, Wang Zihu swallowed hard and suggested, let us get one for Mengjia too. She will be here shortly. With the school year approaching and their imminent departure from the town where he had grown up, Wang Zihu was filled with melancholy and insisted on watching the sunset together. Chen Yansen thought to himself, why would I want to watch the sunset with you? I might as well call Mengjia and have her fulfill her bet. Wang Zihu agreed and scampered down eagerly. Chen Yansen pulled out his phone and opened the messaging app, only to be greeted by a barrage of group notifications, each filled with pending requests. The pinned groups he belonged to mostly had over 200 members. The chat group names were uniformly based on the format of 2010 grade Virtual City College Freshman Exchange Group, with titles like College of Information Engineering, Business School, School of Literature and Media, Music School, and so on, totaling 12 similar groups. Upon inspecting the group files, he found a meticulously crafted guide for new students at Virtual City College, encompassing everything from enrollment procedures, campus facilities, and learning resources to dormitory conditions, food preferences, and library borrowing rules. It even included special reminders for essential items from military training, such as sunscreen, mosquito nets, insoles, water bottles, and umbrellas. The new students in the group believed he was a sophomore or junior and had no idea that Chen Yansen was, in fact, a freshman like them. My information consolidation skills remain as impressive as ever, Chen Yansen chuckled to himself. His painstaking efforts in gathering information, creating graphics, and branding the groups were not motivated by altruism, but rather by a desire to secure his second fortune from these individuals. Ding, ding, ding. Group Leader, Senior. I want to apply for a 39 yuan monthly telecom card. I've sent the details to your email. Group Leader, Senior. Does the 59 yuan phone card really come with a space diamond and super membership? Hey, brother upstairs, is that true or not? Seniors wouldn't deceive us. Oops, my bad. I accidentally sent a selfie to the group. Seniors really wouldn't deceive you, but I am not a senior. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Yansen's face as he spoke to himself. The prices and details of the plans mentioned in the chat were merely upgraded versions of last year's campus card offerings. In essence, they were entirely fabricated. As for how to explain this to the new students, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. He would possess the application materials for thousands of new students and had no fear of negotiating agency rights with the local service providers. Chen Yansen, is it just you? Where's the mouse? As Mengjia approached, noticing Chen Yansen lost in thought, she tapped his thigh and inquired. Over there, buying shaved ice, he replied, pointing to a stout man at the stall. Give me a hand. Mengjia stepped onto the flagpole base and extended her right hand, signaling for Chen Yansen to pull her up, clearly intending to sit beside him. Stay down. It's too windy up there and unsafe. Chen Yansen swatted her hand away without hesitation, refusing her request. I can get up by myself, Meng Jie insisted, attempting several times but falling short due to her height. Ultimately giving up but defiantly stating this section of the wall is too high. If it were the one in front, I could definitely do it. Yes, you are the best, Chen Yansen nonchalantly replied, continuing to swipe through pending requests on his phone. After all, making money was Chen's primary occupation. What do you think if I repeat a year? Meng Jie, noticing his indifference, initially sulked but, when Chen remained unresponsive, tentatively asked. The correct choice, given Meng Jie's family circumstances. Attending Urgent was never a feasible option. The only reasonable explanation was her stubbornness, not wanting her father to spend money to pull strings. If you repeat a year, it will be difficult for us to meet. As Meng Jie spoke, a flicker of conflict crossed her face, but she quickly shifted her tone. It's all right. We have our phones to keep in touch anytime. Chen Yansen squinted his eyes, smiling as he pretended not to grasp the underlying meaning in her words. Are you deliberately playing dumb? Meng Jie finally caught on, her expression tightening, fists clenched in frustration as she questioned him. You were the one playing dumb. Someone clearly lost the bet but insists on reneging. Chen Yansen gazed intently at Meng Jie. Ever since he began pressing for payment a few days prior, she had been avoiding him, and he was understandably displeased. How could she dare to renege on a debt owed to Chen the boss? You pervert. If you want to see, hurry up. Meng Jie, under his scrutiny, lowered her head, lost in thought, until she seemed to make a decision, suddenly rolling up her pant legs to reveal a glimpse of her pristine white stockings. Meng Jie was not tall, standing at about 156 centimeters, with a petite frame. However, her proportions were exquisite. Her slender calves, pale and delicate, resembled ivory carved into perfection, radiating a soft, enchanting glow. Wearing stockings beneath her jeans was indeed quite daring. May I feel the texture? No, that is not permissible. Hey, big sister, would you like some shaved ice? Oh, thank you. Meng Jie hurriedly accepted the shaved ice, eagerly spooning it into her mouth, too shy to meet Chen Yansen's gaze, as if any lingering eye contact would cause her to combust on the spot. Why be so polite? By the way, what do you plan to report? Wang Zhu slurped a large mouthful of shaved ice, shivering from the cold, and after regaining his composure, turned to ask. I haven't decided yet. I'm still contemplating whether to attend university or repeat a year. There is no need for repetition. According to M.Ing.Sh. Shu's arrangement, you are destined to enter the bank in the future. Here, regardless of whether one is from a key university or a second-tier institution, all are considered undergraduate degrees without substantial differences, thus having no impact on your future promotions. Rather than wasting a year, it would be far better to relish the splendid university life ahead. Chen pointed to the ground beneath him, speaking with a stark clarity that starkly contrasted with his previous remarks. The audacious Chen, you did not say such things before touching my leg. Ing's eyes blazed with fire as she silently cursed him in her heart. Chapter 22. Disruption? Resolution. After witnessing the sunset, the trio entered a beef soup restaurant. Wingzho clamored to treat them, and naturally, Chen Yansen and Ming did not contest this. Ever since he began earning money, his desire to treat others had soared, almost wishing to cover all of Chen Yansen's meals. What you've prepared is so generous that I almost thought I wouldn't need it, Chen Yansen remarked, extracting a red envelope from his pocket while jesting. Is this for me? Ming was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that this money was clearly her commission from helping Chen Yansen sell goods. Did you really think I would let you off without compensation? Chen Yansen walked ahead with his hands behind his back, resembling an old gentleman, his face betraying a hint of disdain. The red envelope had been prepared long ago, but unfortunately, Ming had been too timid to step outside, leaving it in his pocket for 4 or 5 days, likely still carrying a whiff of perspiration. A string of semi-transparent characters floated before Chen Yansen's eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. It was indeed pitifully scant. When do you plan to report to school? Ming suddenly inquired. The 31st. I need to go a day early. I fear I won't be able to walk with you, Chen Yansen replied without a moment's hesitation, clearly having made plans long ago. Who said I wanted to go with you? I haven't even decided whether I want to repeat a year. Ming retorted somewhat disingenuously, primarily fueled by CHNYNSN's unwavering gaze, which stirred her spirit of resistance. Is that so? CHNYNSN chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued walking ahead. In a house a dozen meters away, Ming stood in the living room with his wife, pointing to CHNYNSN as he introduced, "This is the fellow, tall and handsome. No wonder RG is unwilling to repeat a year for him." Ming squinted her eyes, scrutinizing him closely before smilingly praising him, exuding the demeanor of a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law. "This lad is quite mischievous. He will undoubtedly be fickle-hearted, and in the future, G will suffer greatly." Ming thumped his thigh, his eyes filled with concern. Upon first seeing CHNYNSN, he felt dissatisfied, and after a brief conversation, he was even more convinced that this young man possessed high emotional intelligence and deep cunning, destined for remarkable achievements. However, his ideal son-in-law should be someone diligent and devoted. "You are not a fortune teller. Is being handsome unreliable? Do you want G to find an ugly fellow?" Ming scoffed at his perspective, growing increasingly fond of CHNYNSN with each look. "You two share the same poor judgment and discerning character." Ming stomped his foot, concluding in frustration. CHNSHN and XCHing are approximately 180 li apart. Traveling on the expressway takes 2 hours while the national road requires 3.5. In his past life, CHNYNSN rode a bus, enduring over 4 hours of jolting before finally reaching XCHing Academy's West Campus. After that, he had to switch to a school bus, which took another half hour, leaving him utterly exhausted by the time he arrived at the registration point. CHNYNSN was determined not to endure such hardships again. He directly asked Hu Ingb 11ing to recommend a reliable car rental company, including insurance. The daily rental for a Mercedes 300 was merely 800 yuan. Coincidentally, the company had an office in XCHing, thus sparing him the hassle of returning the vehicle. On August 31st, at 8 in the morning, after bidding farewell to old CHNYNSN drove a sleek black Mercedes 300, picking up WingZHO in XCHing, and then sped along the HX expressway, where the previously dense traffic began to ease. SNG, we currently have a total of 154 registered card information. Additionally, following your method, I created a group filled with sophomore and junior part-time workers. When they heard we were offering a commission of 50 yuan per card, they were all ecstatic. WingZHO boasted from the passenger seat. Before the campus agents from the 3 telecom operators catch on, we must successfully secure the agency rights. Otherwise, we will have to cancel the numbers and bury this matter forever, never to speak of it again. CHNYNSN nodded, his expression grave. "Haha, it seems that for us, success is our only option." Having undergone various trials, WingZHO was not nervous. Rather, he appeared eager to take action. Meanwhile, at the XCHing Telecom Service Center, ZHOMOL was left bewildered after hanging up the phone. 5 minutes earlier, Manager ZHing from Unicom and Manager ZHU from Mobile had called one after another, accusing him sarcastically of being unscrupulous and secretly pulling tricks. The secondary agent commission for a campus phone card had always been set at 30 yuan, ensuring the interests of secondary agents, campus general agents, and regional agents, thereby motivating the university students to work diligently. Yet now, someone was offering 50 yuan, clearly intending to disrupt the previous tacit agreements among the 3 companies and seize a larger market share. But I didn't do it. ZHOMOL muttered in confusion, cursing under his breath. After a moment's thought, he called the regional manager at XCHing Academy to inquire discreetly who the indiscreet campus general agent was that dared to disrupt the rules. On the other side, CHNYNSN drove off the expressway, heading straight for the telecom service center in the city center along SHNGL Road. He was acutely aware that as soon as he engaged with the campus's secondary agents, someone would inevitably notice something amiss. Every minute and second ahead was crucial for him. 20 minutes later, with a click, the car door slowly opened. CHNYNSN stepped out, followed closely by WingZHO. Both were impeccably dressed in tailored suits as they strode confidently toward the service center. "Hello, I'm the campus card general agent for XCH Ing Academy. I had previously arranged a meeting with managers HO today. Could you please ask him to come out? Thank you. Upon entering, CHNYN quickly identified his target, approaching a uniformed young woman in her 20s with a swift stride and a cheerful smile. Campus agent? Wasn't that the responsibility of the regional manager before? The young woman lifted her head, sizing up CHNYN, noticing his tall and handsome stature, impeccably dressed appearance, and warm, radiant smile. She couldn't help but feel a surge of trust and goodwill towards him. Yes, there have been some changes this year. CHNYNS replied with a nonchalant smile, showing no signs of nervousness as he engaged in light banter. Oh, please wait a moment. The young woman nodded, seemingly unperturbed, and turned to head towards the office. Knock, knock, knock. Manager ZHO, there's a campus agent from XCH Ing Academy outside. He says he had a prior appointment with you. Should I let him in? The young woman asked at the door, noticing it was slightly ajar. I haven't arranged any campus agents. HOMOL, replied irritably, too preoccupied with his own troubles to consider what a campus agent might want. In his view, if any random person could approach him for business discussions, then what was the point of having regional managers? The young woman was momentarily stunned. She had never expected that CHNYNSN was a fraud. Thankfully, Manager Zishto had not taken out his frustration on her. Wait, bring him in. Just as the young woman was about to turn around, HOMOL and suddenly realized something. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly raised his voice. He was eager to uncover who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chapter 23. What are your identities? The Suchong Academy has already established a campus general representative and secondary agents. These individuals are either core members of the student council or key figures within various clubs. What are your identities? To arrive without so much as a greeting and disrupt the established order. Zhao Maolin's gaze was icy as he sternly questioned. The two young men before him had bypassed the regional manager to approach him regarding agency rights, thus breaching the first layer of protocol. Not only that, they had also unilaterally raised the commission for secondary agents, which are essentially third-tier agents, further violating the established rules. Who granted them such audacity? Which regional manager had nurtured such talents? Zhao Manager, please take a look at this document I have in hand. Would you consider making an exception? In the face of Zhao Maolin's imposing demeanor, Chen Yansen remained composed, showing no signs of panic as he presented a thick stack of A4 paper. There's no need for that. You may leave now. I will not grant you agency rights. Zhao Maolin scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Just as the words of refusal were on his lips, he inadvertently caught sight of the information on the paper. Liu Yutong, class of 2010, Information Engineering College, student ID. Identity number, Tian, class of 2010, Literature and Media College, student ID. Identity number, Jiang He, class of 2010, Music College, student ID. Identity number. Lines upon lines, columns upon columns, densely filled his vision with the information of incoming freshmen. A total of 154 applications for cards. If you are willing to support the package content and promotional materials, I am confident that these individuals will remain loyal users of our telecommunications service throughout their 4 years at university, and I can double this number. Chen Yansen remarked with a smile as he observed Zhao Maolin perusing the materials. Are you both second-year students or third-year students? Zhao Maolin inquired, lifting his gaze slowly to scrutinize the two, before continuing. Fourth-year students are preoccupied with their theses and job hunting, and naturally have no interest in vying for campus agency roles. As for the freshers, I never considered that a possibility at all. Does that mean you agree? Chen Yansen calmly countered, not rushing to reveal their identities. If I do not agree, I suspect you would exit and head straight to the Unicom or mobile offices with this document. Wouldn't you? Zhao Maolin squinted, a smile playing on his lips. He initially thought these two were fools for daring to encroach on the campus general representative's territory without securing agency rights first. But he was unprepared for the fact that they had already devised a dual strategy. Of course, Chen Yansen replied with a remarkably candid smile. Telecommunications was merely his first stop. It was not his only option. If negotiations fell through, he would simply turn to another company. I can grant you agency rights, and the promotional materials you desire are also agreeable. Furthermore, I can provide support in terms of personnel, but I have one condition. You must tell me how you achieve this. Zhao Maolin shook the documents in his hand, his curiosity piqued. Zaheo, Please explain to Zhao manager. Chen Yansen gestured for Wang Zihao to step forward. Wang Zihao nodded and proceeded to extract his phone, showing Zhao Maolin several group chats, each containing 200 to 300 participants, and casually opened the freshman guide created by Chen Yansen. His tone was steady and unhurried, though his logic was not particularly tight-knit. Nonetheless, he demonstrated a certain thought process. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he exhibited no signs of stage fright or anxiety. In terms of resource integration alone, he was more than qualified for a managerial role. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Maolin's eyes, and he could not help but reflect on this young man's capabilities. When he heard Wang Zihao mention that over 1,000 prepaid phone cards had already been sold, all with package contents fabricated by Chen Yansen, he was rendered speechless. He had witnessed many bold and meticulous individuals, but someone like Chen Yansen was a first for him. Every step, every detail had been meticulously calculated. So, we have an additional prerequisite for collaboration. I must acknowledge your packages. You need not worry about my potential refusal leading to a chaotic conclusion. Zhao Maolin inquired with a light tone. Although they are fabricated, they are not entirely baseless. I designed these packages based on the telecommunications campus card offerings over the past 3 years, in conjunction with the recent policy of reducing prices and increasing speeds across the 3 networks. Additionally, telecommunications has long had a partnership with Penguin, and the corporate card packages at the 59 tier can be distributed for free, so naturally, campus cards can also be given away. In terms of data, we could incorporate supplemental data packages into the offering, Chen Yansen elaborated confidently. Zhao Maolin scrutinized the packages he had designed and found them to possess a degree of rationality. As the other had stated, let us go through them one by one. The 19 yuan package includes 100 text messages, 300 provincial data, and domestic calls at 2 yuan per minute. This is acceptable. I can add an extra 100 provincial data per month on top of the existing package. The 39 yuan tier is to be skipped, as it is identical to the package we are about to launch. Zhao Maolin beckoned, and the 3 gathered at the office desk to deliberate further. The 59 yuan package consists of 300 text messages, 2 provincial data, and 500 national data, with domestic calls at 2 yuan per minute. The cost for exceeding the package data is 10 yuan per unit. I can agree to the previous terms, but the price for data beyond the package can only be set at 30 yuan. I am unable to adjust that. Zhao Maolin indicated upward, clarifying that within the bounds of his authority, he could only modify data and messaging aspects. Chen Yansen expressed his understanding. There was little he could do. Prior to the widespread adoption of 4G networks, mobile data prices had been exorbitant, and there was a distinction between provincial and national data. Seeing Chen Yansen's agreement, Zhao Maolin continued, a phone card is priced at 100 yuan, and upon activation, a balance of 100 yuan is automatically credited. This is an understanding among the 3 companies. Young Chen, you must not deviate from the pricing aspect. To him, Chen Yansen did not strike him as someone who adhered to rules, hence his caution. Zhao manager, I understand, Chen Yansen replied with a smile, readily acquiescing. However, he inwardly dismissed the notion of such understandings. Before his reincarnation, various e-commerce platforms have been flooded with 1-cent phone cards. Rules, after all, exist to be broken. For each card sold, I can offer you an 80 yuan commission, with the remaining portion needing to be allocated to the regional agents, as assistance from the campus service staff will be necessary for activities and card activations. Zhao Maolin explained patiently. 80. Wang Zihao's eyes lit up, instinctively gasping in surprise. A 100 yuan face value phone card could yield an 80 yuan commission, far exceeding his expectations. Zhao Maolin observed Wang Zihao's reaction, seemingly generous and magnanimous on the surface, yet inwardly he scoffed. I will arrange for posters, banners, and other materials. Please provide your contact information. Do you have any other questions? Zhao Maolin paused, noticing the 2 had no objections, before continuing. Zhao manager, have you forgotten something? Chen Yansen observed this and internally cursed the old fox, deliberately raising his voice with a stern expression. Dare you treat me as a fool? Young Chen, I have covered everything. If you require anything further, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Maolin laughed heartily, slapping his chest in assurance, though the corner of his eye twitched ever so slightly. Zhao manager, does telecommunications not offer commission for recharges? If that is the case, I will have to try my luck with Unicom or mobile. Chen Yansen, seeing that he continued to feign ignorance, decided to pack up his belongings and motioned for Wang Zihao to leave. Every academic season, all three telecommunications companies launch promotions alongside the sale of phone cards, such as recharge 100 and receive 100, recharge 200 and receive 200, or recharge 300 and receive a mobile phone. The primary source of commission from a phone card lies in the recharge rebates, with commission rates soaring above 60. In the future, as the influx of new users dwindles, the three major operators may even offer an astonishing commission rate of 90 to attract card-selling agents. Zhao Maolin's calculations were straightforward. He simply aimed to intimidate the two young men with an offer of 80 yuan. Hey, Xiao Chun, let us discuss this calmly, Zhao Maolin said, panic overtaking him as the two turned to leave. He promptly blocked the doorway with his body, a forced smile plastered on his face as he urged them to stay. Chapter 24. The Brick Girl. I want 80 for the recharge rebate. Chen Yansen halted, gazing intently at Zhao Maolin, articulating each word with precision. Impossible. There are no commission rates that high in the entire Huiyan province. At most, I can negotiate 50 for you, Zhao Maolin replied, shaking his head, refusing without a second thought. 70 is my bottom line, Chen Yansen stated, his tone resolute, all the while scrutinizing the subtle shifts in Zhao Maolin's expression. Xiao Chun, my upper limit is 60. Do not test me further. To be honest, the other two companies won't exceed this rate either. Zhao Maolin pondered briefly before raising his head, sincerity evident in his tone. Manager Zhao, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chen Yansen's brow relaxed, revealing a bright smile as he extended his right hand. A commission rate of 90 indeed exists in the distant future, but at this early stage of mobile network proliferation, the competition among operators had yet to reach a fever pitch. Now you can tell me which school you attend, right? Zhao Maolin chuckled, shaking his hand. Shuqing Shuyuan, class of 2010, Chen Yansen. Shuqing Shuyuan, class of 2010, Wang Zihao. After sharing a glance, both Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao burst into laughter, each introducing themselves. You two are truly remarkable. Zhao Maolin's grin faltered, caught between laughter and exasperation. Just 10 minutes earlier, one had introduced himself as Chun Hiyu, while the other claimed to be Wang Zhengxian, none of which were their real names. Yet, he understood, if they failed to secure the agency, they would have deceived over 1,000 freshmen, and once their true identities were exposed, they could face severe repercussions from school. A light penalty could lead to a reprimand, while a heavy one could result in expulsion. Manager Zhao, will the materials be ready by tomorrow? Chen Yansen inquired with a faint smile, recognizing the need to adjust the content on posters, banners, and flyers to reflect the changes in the campus card packages. No need to call me Manager Zhao. It sounds too formal. From now on, just call me Zhao Ge. You needn't worry about the materials. We have our own printing factory, and we can have them ready tonight. Zhao Maolin regarded the two with admiration. At their age, he had lacked their boldness and intellect. As the saying goes, respect the attire before the person. It was evident from their clothing that Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao hailed from affluent families, and their exceptional abilities only deepened his desire to befriend them. The two immediately began to refer to him as Zhao Ge, and for a moment, the three felt as if they were long-lost brothers. Xiao Gu, for the next few days, you will assist Xiao Chun in coordinating the staffing arrangements at the campus service center. Zhao Maolin instructed a uniformed girl. Although Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao appeared stable and reliable, they were still first-year students, perhaps lacking the maturity to handle interpersonal relationships, which might lead to conflicts with regional agents, adversely affecting this year's campus card business. Furthermore, sending one of his own would help ensure that his staff were diligent in their efforts. Understood, Manager Zhao, Gu Wenwen nodded, casting a complex glance at Chen Yansen, internally lamenting that the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she could be, and the same went for handsome men. After a brief exchange, they exchanged contact information. Soon after, Zhao Maolin enthusiastically escorted the two out. Chen Yansen pressed the button on his car key, and the parked Mercedes 300 responded with a soft beep, its lights illuminating. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Maolin was taken aback, his opinion of Chen Yansen rising several notches. Xiao Di, you are truly impressive. Driving a Mercedes at such a young age. Zhao Ge, to be honest, I rented the car, Chen Yansen admitted with a squint. Ha ha ha, young people are so modest. Once this busy period is over, I'll treat you to a relaxing time at Inha Jixing, Zhao Maolin responded, increasingly convinced of Chen Yansen's affluent background. Old rogue, Gu Wenwen muttered under her breath. As a local, she had certainly heard of the notorious Inha Jixing, a place where respectable individuals would blush at merely glancing inside. Well then, Xiao Gu, we shall meet tomorrow, Chen Yansen said, feeling relaxed and finally taking a moment to observe Gu Wenwen. Her curvaceous figure in a snug light gray uniform caught his attention, though the nude stockings she wore on her calves were a bit disappointing. He preferred white silk instead. Big liar. Little rogue. Little? I am far from little. Chen Yansen shot her a glance before waving goodbye to Zhao Maolin, then raised the car window and drove towards Shuqing Shuyuan's East Campus. On the way, he remarked to Wang Zihao, leave the West Campus to the secondary agents. This way, we can focus on expanding the East District market. Wang Zihao nodded, then sighed dramatically. If you still want to play games, I won't stop you. Chen Yansen, aware of the implication in his words, playfully teased, hey, how can games compete with the allure of money? Wang Zihao grinned, flashing a bright smile, then reclined against the leather seat, relishing the soft cushioning. Chen Yansen chuckled, choosing to remain silent. After a moment, Wang Zihao suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, Sengu, are we on the wrong road? It feels like we're getting further off track. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, resembling rural landscapes. Do you know what Shuqing Shuyuan is nicknamed? Chen Yansen asked with a smile. I don't know. Wang Zihao shook his head, confusion written across his face. Unable to grasp Chen Yansen's words. Zhu Xianjin University, Dong Air Pu University. Ha ha ha. Chen Yansen burst into laughter, gripping the steering wheel. At that moment, Shuqing Shuyuan's East Campus was situated far from the city, nestled in Zhu Xianjin, surrounded on three sides by farmland and adjacent to a village. Lying on the dormitory bed, one could gaze upon the endless waves of wheat, and just a few steps outside the school gate led directly to the neighboring village. Unbelievable. Wang Zihao, now devoid of any joy from the luxury car, stared out the window, his heart sinking as the streets grew increasingly desolate. He felt utterly deflated. How about we take a quick tour around the school first? Chen Yansen suggested. Initially, they had planned to check into a hotel near the school and have lunch, but since they arrived a day early, they were unable to stay in the dormitory. Forget it. Let us just eat first. We might as well make the most of it. Wang Zihao pondered for a moment before rejecting Chen Yansen's proposal, not wanting to appear cowardly in front of his friend. The car continued down the road. The thunder rolled ominously as the late summer sky shifted unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, and torrential raindrops pelted down, filling the air with the scent of dust. The downpour intensified, cascading heavily. A fine curtain of rain obscured the view ahead, rendering everything hazy. At that moment, the school gate appeared faintly in the distance. Finally, we have arrived. Just as Chen Yansen secured the vehicle, a sudden and furious knocking resounded from outside the window. Who could it be? Is this person insane? Chen Yansen instinctively rolled down the window, his face etched with displeasure as he inquired. Through the deluge, a girl with an egg-shaped face stood there, clad in a tattered white raincoat. Her hair plastered to her cheeks, and her eyelids reddened. One hand brandished a brick, while the other struggled to pull a suitcase, as she furiously shouted at Chen Yansen. You are the one who is insane. You drove without watching the road and splashed dirty water all over me. Chapter 25. I have always liked the Grand. Chen Yansen was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. Do you want me to clean it for you? Or should I simply compensate you? He replied, without hesitation, his tone straightforward. I'm not sure. What do you think I should do? Song Yunqing's fierce demeanor faltered, her tone softening as she was taken aback by Chen Yansen's unexpected willingness to admit fault, presenting himself as someone she could command. The brick in her hand slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. All right, first, you could take off your dirty clothes and give them to me, and I'll wash them and return them to you. Second, I can give you 300 yuan. Choose one, Chen Yansen stated, locking his gaze onto hers. Judging by her simple attire, a white shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, he estimated that her entire outfit was worth no more than 200 yuan, considering the extra 100 as a cleaning fee. Since he was in the wrong, there was no need to take advantage of her. Moreover, the girl was rather attractive. Her delicate features, with long eyelashes glistening from the rain, a refined nose, and rosy lips, accentuated by the rain-soaked fabric, revealed an enticing silhouette. I don't want the money. Song Yunqing shook her head, rejecting the second option. Seeing Chen Yansen's agreeable demeanor, Her anger dissipated significantly. The clothes she wore were all inexpensive finds from the wholesale market, totaling less than 100 yuan. And she naturally did not wish to accept his 300 yuan compensation. There's a hotel ahead. I'll book a room for you. And you can change out of those wet clothes, Chen Yansen suggested, pointing toward the nearby hotel. No, that's unnecessary. Song Yunqing waved her hands repeatedly. She had no desire to go to a hotel with two strangers. Are you suggesting I change right here? Chen Yansen sighed helplessly and teased, adding, don't worry. We are both students of Shuqing College. Well, all right then. With his reassurance, Song Yunqing's apprehensions diminished considerably, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. The trio was merely 50 meters from the hotel when Chen Yansen restarted the vehicle and drove to the hotel entrance. The front desk clerk, hearing the commotion, looked up to see two men and a woman stepping inside. Give me your most expensive room. 3 of them, Chen Yansen said, pulling out his wallet with a flourish. He firmly believed that money was meant to be spent, never compromising his life's principles, as evidenced by his choice to rent a luxury car. As for why he didn't buy a car, it was obvious. His entire fortune barely exceeded 200,000 yuan. A car purchased with that paltry sum would hardly be impressive. We only have one room left today. There are many parents accompanying new students these days. The clerk explained, slightly taken aback. There's another hotel ahead. Song Yunqing quietly reminded from behind the two. That one, you probably wouldn't feel comfortable staying in. The clerk glanced at the Mercedes-Benz 300 parked outside, then smiled confidently. Are you looking for single or double room? Chen Yansen understood the implication in the clerk's words and cursed his bad luck internally before asking, a double room. But let me make myself clear. This room can accommodate a maximum of 2 people. The clerk narrowed his eyes, speaking with a serious tone. I want TV staying, Song Yunqing interjected quickly. But she couldn't explain that she only intended to change clothes, stating that fact might lead to misunderstandings. Identification card, 200 yuan deposit, and visitors must be registered. The clerk stated, beginning the check-in process for the 3 of them. 3 minutes later, the trio ascended the stairs, a man in front and behind, with a woman sandwiched in between. As Song Yunqing observed their backs, unease crept into her heart. She suddenly remembered that they claimed to be students of Shuqing University. Had she even seen their student IDs? Furthermore, which university student could afford a Mercedes? In an instant, the impulse to turn around and flee gripped her. It felt as if one more step forward would plunge her into an abyss. Hey, what are you thinking about? Oh, is your suitcase too heavy? Chen Yansen turned around, noticing her frozen in place, and he swiftly grabbed her suitcase, marching up the stairs. Give me back my suitcase. Song Yunqing's face paled. Her teeth clenched with anger as she chased after him. It's not even heavy. All right, I'll return it, Chen Yansen said, seeing her alarmed expression and instantly feeling a pang of sympathy. Speaking gently. Take a good look. Do I look like a bad person? Which crime drama features a handsome fellow like me? Chen Yansen chuckled, leaning closer to let her see him clearly. Song Yunqing blinked, her gaze falling on Chen Yansen. He stood tall, seeming even taller than the tallest boy in their class, with a clean and neat short haircut, eyebrows sharp as blades, bright and captivating eyes, and a smirk that hinted at mischief. Indeed, as he claimed, he was quite handsome, but he didn't seem like a serious person. You don't seem like a bad person, Song Yunqing stammered, betraying her conscience. Huh. Chen Yansen noticed her insincerity and chuckled, turning away to head toward the room. Song Yunqing hesitated for several seconds, but ultimately followed him. Ding, ding, ding. Chen Yansen used the room card to unlock the door, revealing a half-transparent frosted glass door, evidently leading to the bathroom. Here's the card. Change your clothes and come out. We'll wait for you at the door, he said, handing her the card and beckoning Wang Zihao to exit with him. Without waiting for Song Yunqing to respond, they closed the door behind them. Song Yunqing's mind was in turmoil. In just a few minutes, so much had transpired that it left her feeling overwhelmed. This boy, who grinned so carefreely, was probably not a bad person. With a smile, she placed her suitcase down, retrieved a clean set of clothes, and stepped into the bathroom. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to her skin, making her feel uneasy, and removing it was quite a struggle, gradually revealing her fair, rosy skin. Standing before the mirror, she glanced briefly before bowing her head and stepping into the shower. Leaning against the wall, Chen Yansen tapped away on his phone. Senga, this girl is quite pretty. She's probably our senior, Wang Zihao remarked, having held back a flood of words, nudging Chen Yansen with a grin. Perhaps. Xing Yi. You know me, I've always liked the grand. Chapter 26. Because I'm not a good person, we shouldn't wait for her. I thought women took longer to bathe, but it seems girls are the same. Chen Yansen checked the time and quietly complained. Yes, it's almost time. We haven't had lunch yet. Wang Zihao gently rubbed his belly, speaking in a feeble tone. The door creaked open, revealing Song Yunqing, who emerged slowly, pushing a suitcase. Approaching Chen Yansen, she tilted her head and remarked, "Given your admirable attitude in admitting your mistake, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. I will wash my dirty clothes myself. But you must exercise more caution when driving next time." Previously, in a moment of anger, she had lost her composure, only realizing how absurd her choice was when she saw her underwear mixed with her shirts. The thought of having a boy wash her clothes was simply outrageous. "Allow me to treat you to a meal as an apology. We have been waiting for quite a while, and look, my classmate is nearly starving," Chen Yansen teased, pointing at the stout figure beside him. "You scoundrel, Chen Yansen, you are truly something else," Song Yunqing laughed, initially planning to decline but then reconsidered. She couldn't let him off the hook without making him pay for splashing her with water. "Are you both truly students of Shuqing College?" she inquired with curiosity. "I am Chen Yansen, Chen from Erdong, Yin from Yinshu, and Sun from Sunlin. I am a freshman majoring in journalism. The portly fellow beside me is a male, and his name is of little consequence." Chen Yansen introduced himself with utmost seriousness. "Senior, I am Wang Zihao from the 2010 class of e-commerce. It seems we have met under somewhat unfortunate circumstances. A pleasure to meet you," Wang Zihao exclaimed, playfully pushing aside Chen Yansen. "I am Song Yunqing from the 2009 class of visual communication design, so I suppose I am your senior," she added. Chen Yansen glanced out the window, deftly changing the subject. His true psychological age was 34, and he naturally would not address a young girl as senior. "No need to trouble yourselves. I can manage on my own." Song Yunqing shook her head in refusal. In her view, accepting their invitation would mean letting Chen Yansen's earlier mishap slide. "Stop the chatter. I am nearly starving." Chen Yansen waved his hand and turned to head downstairs. "Senior, you're familiar with the restaurants around campus. Could you recommend one with the best flavors?" Wang Zihao urged from his side. Song Yunqing hesitated slightly, realizing that this seemingly simple question posed a challenge. After contemplating for a moment, she recalled her roommate mentioning a place and replied, "There is a restaurant called Home right at the entrance. It is reasonably priced, and the food is quite decent." As the trio entered the restaurant, they discovered the spacious hall was nearly empty, perhaps due to the recent mealtime. Selecting a clean table, Chen Yansen sat down and perused the menu, calling out to the owner, "Digwaji, Swan Kaiyu, Xiang Suya by Qin Yo Ro, and one serving of Shihun Yo Ro Gong. We will fetch our own drinks." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Song Yunqing exclaimed, astonished. "Not all, just 5 dishes." "Sengu, let us order 3 more to make it an even number," Wang Zihao suggested. "The portions here in Huibei are different from our hometown. You will see shortly." Chen Yansen dismissed Wang Zihao's concern, signaling the owner to proceed with the order. "Come on, how big can it be?" Wang Zihao clearly doubted, insisting on adding more dishes. "Junior, they don't serve in small plates here. They use basins," Song Yunqing quickly interjected, gesturing to indicate a circle larger than a basin. "What the heck? That's outrageous." "Digwaji, 28 yuan. Swan Kaiyu, 18 yuan. Xiang Suya, 18 yuan. The most ridiculous is the Shihun Yo Ro Gong, only 8 yuan." Chen Yansen mused over the menu, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled visiting this place with his dorm mates in his previous life. Before long, several heavy bowls of food were brought to the table. "What the heck?" Wang Zihao jumped up, immediately grabbing his phone to snap a few pictures to share with his parents. The 3, already famished, wasted no time picking up their chopsticks. Despite it being their first meeting, the conversation flowed easily among the young people, revolving around college entrance examinations and university life, quickly becoming lively. When Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao learned that Song Yunqing would be responsible for welcoming the new students tomorrow and was also working part-time selling phone cards, they exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. "What is the commission for each card?" Chen Yansen inquired. "Once activated, each card earns 30 yuan if I sell 10 cards. That's 300 yuan, enough to cover my living expenses for a month," Song Yunqing replied, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Only 300 yuan for a month's living expenses?" Wang Zihao felt the amount paltry, considering his father provided him with 800 yuan monthly. However, Chen Yansen's perspective differed. In his previous life, he had squandered his living expenses on gifts for others, and for him, 300 yuan was indeed sufficient, albeit barely enough for survival. Rice on Mondays, soup on Wednesdays, winter melon, beans, and tofu on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and a bottle of Lao Gama on weekends. Consider that a feast, he thought to himself. Eating so little, yet maintaining such a commendable figure. Truly impressive. Chen Yansen couldn't help but sneak another glance, silently admiring her. Why don't you join us? For each card you sell, I'll give you a 50 yuan commission, Chen Yansen suggested after a pause. You sell cards too? But aren't you both freshmen? Song Yunqing asked, perplexed, unable to believe it. We are the general agents for telecommunications at Shuqing College and can offer you the commission for secondary agents, Chen Yansen clarified, setting down his chopsticks, slowly explaining. The underlying message was clear. It was as though he was telling Song Yunqing that she was missing out on a 20 yuan difference. Forget it. I've already made a promise to my senior. Song Yunqing's expression shifted, and after a long sigh, she ultimately declined Chen Yansen's offer. Many in her department sought to become agents, and although her senior profited from her, she understood that without her senior's connections, she wouldn't even have the chance to earn those 30 yuan. Zihao, do you remember what I said earlier? A person with an overly strong sense of morality is destined not to prosper, Chen Yansen remarked, using Song Yunqing as a counterexample to impart wisdom to Wang Zihao. I believe that keeping promises is far more important than that 20 yuan, Song Yunqing replied earnestly, not angered by the comment, but rather sharing her genuine thoughts. Well said, senior. Chen Yansen is just a commoner. Don't mind him. Wang Zihao interjected with a joke to lighten the moment. Chen Yansen chuckled, but chose not to respond. As university students, it is normal to be a bit naive. A few days of tightening screws in an electronics factory will teach them that the fundamental logic of society is survival of the fittest. Being innocent and kind merely marks one as weak and easily bullied. I am just an ordinary person, Song Yunqing sighed softly. As the meal progressed into its later stages, the group fell into a comfortable silence, but after leaving the restaurant, Chen Yansen opened the car door, gesturing for Song Yunqing to get in. She reluctantly complied and took the passenger seat. Chen, do you think I am too foolish? As they neared the dormitory, Song Yunqing finally could not hold back and asked the question that had been on her mind. Not at all. In my opinion, kindness and keeping promises are the most precious qualities of a good person, Chen Yansen replied with a smile. Then why do you still? Song Yunqing inquired, perplexed. Because I'm not a good person, Chen Yansen stated calmly as he parked the car steadily in front of the dormitory. Song Yunqing found herself speechless, even wanting to laugh. This was her first encounter with such a unique young man, spouting absurdities with a sense of righteous indignation. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Chen Yansen leaned slightly forward, casually unbuckling her seatbelt as he posed a question. Chapter 27. This car costs 800,000. Do you dare to touch it? After bidding farewell to Song Yunqing with a wave, Chen Yansen strolled through the school with Wang Zihao, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings while taking the opportunity to digest their meals. The senior said she has a boyfriend now. Do you still plan to pursue her? Wang Zihao inquired cautiously, furrowing his brow. Do you really believe what she says? Besides, why should I be the one to chase her instead of her coming after me? As the saying goes, where there are flowers, butterflies will naturally follow. If you are exceptional enough, girls will take the initiative beyond your imagination. Chen Yansen glanced at him, thinking to himself, my brother, no wonder you lost half your fortune in your previous life, and even your son isn't your own. Your insight is truly lacking. Wang Zihao was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Chen Yansen's words were quite audacious, a flicker of envy passing through his eyes. Rest assured, if your father has one bite to eat, you will have one to drink as well, Chen Yansen comforted him, patting his shoulder earnestly. Get lost. Wang Zihao replied with a dark expression, feigning a punch, though warmth filled his heart. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Chen Yansen pulled it out to see that it was a call from the telecommunications representative, Gu Wenwen. After answering, she requested him to come to the campus service hall to discuss the plan for tomorrow's campus card event. Chen Yansen readily agreed, and, after hanging up, he beckoned Wang Zihao to get in the car, speeding towards the service hall. In the blink of an eye, they arrived after a short distance. Just as they stepped out of the vehicle, several sturdy boys approached them. The leading boy glanced at the car and felt a twinge of apprehension. But with his companions around, He forced himself to ask, "Are you the ones who disregarded the rules and took our campus agency? What's wrong? You can't handle it?" Chen Yansen immediately deduced their identity upon hearing the words, raising an eyebrow and smiling lightly. He had no intention of indulging in their bad habits regarding rules. They were merely relying on their slight influence among the students. Did they truly think of themselves as tough guys? "Let us take him down, Brother Zhou." One hot-headed youth in the crowd, incensed by Chen Yansen's insolent tone, brandished a pair of nunchaku and shouted angrily, "Wow, how fierce! I'm genuinely a bit scared." Chen Yansen's tone dripped with mockery, his expression betraying no hint of fear as he continued to provoke them. "My friends, we are all students of Shuqing Academy. You two just arrived and snatched away our campus agency that we've built up for 2 years, leaving us with nothing. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Zhou Zikai interjected calmly, holding back his eager companions. "Here's the deal. If you work with me, I'll give you a 50 yuan commission for each card sold." Chen Yansen, adept at manipulating the minds of these naive 18 or 19-year-olds, swiftly planted a seed of doubt in them with just a couple of light words. Among this group, apart from Zhou Zikai, all were secondary agents, and their commission for selling cards was already 50 yuan per card. Thus, the only one whose interests were truly jeopardized was Zhou Zikai, the campus agent. "And what about me?" Zhou Zikai immediately sensed the atmosphere turning sour, his heart sinking as he hastily asked, "You will also receive 50 yuan per card." Chen Yansen had no respect for Zhou Zikai, who relied on his campus agent status, making a comfortable annual income of 40 to 50,000 without selling a single card. Meanwhile, the cards sold were all from secondary and tertiary agents, earned through the toil of ferrying younger students in the sweltering heat. "You think you can just follow me and also get 50 yuan per card? Do you even have a right to sell cards? Can you obtain the campus cards?" Chen Yansen's words struck like a hammer, awakening Zhou Zikai as classmates. Indeed, now that Zhou Zikai had lost his status as the campus agent, the telecommunications staff at the school wouldn't even give him a phone card. If they continued to follow Zhou Zikai, they would lose their eligibility to sell cards. "Those who wish to sell cards, leave a contact. And those who want to work with me, please form a line. Look at this car. A Mercedes-Benz 300 worth 798,000 upon delivery. Breaking a window or scratching the paint will cost at least 8,000 yuan for damages. If I choose not to forgive, that could lead to a prison sentence of 3 years or less." Seeing the crowd fall silent, Chen Yansen smirked and leaned against the car. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily gasped. They recognized a Mercedes-Benz, but assumed it was just a basic model that students might drive, never imagining that it could be worth several houses. They silently rejoiced, relieved they hadn't acted impulsively, or they would have landed in serious trouble. Even some began to step back, fearful of touching the vehicle. "Are you truly willing to give us a 50 yuan commission per card?" After a moment of silence, a tall, slender boy with glasses broke the tension. "Li, Brother Zhou has treated you well, yet you are the first to betray him." The hot-headed youth with the nunchaku stared at Li Hui in disbelief. "Zhang Xinyang, stop pretending to be high and mighty. Zhou Zikai treats me well. That's because I sell the most cards. I make 20 yuan profit per card, and he's earned quite a bit for me." Li retorted, glaring fiercely. "I also want to work with you." Another person stepped forward from the crowd, silently moving to stand beside Li Hui. Soon, like a domino effect, within 3 minutes, only Zhang Xinyang remained beside Zhou Zikai, while the others gathered around Wang Zihao, eagerly exchanging contact information and joining the group. "You are all being too excessive." Zhang Xinyang cursed like a fool, yet he dared not raise the nunchaku to strike either Chen Yansen or his car. In the end, even Zhou Zikai could no longer tolerate it, pulling Zhang Xinyang away with a sullen expression, leaving in defeat. Indeed, worthy of being someone valued by General Zhao, effortlessly bringing Zhou Zikai to his knees with just a few words. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, still exuding charm, emerged from a service hall alongside Gu Wenwen, dressed in a light gray suit. She generously complimented Chen Yansen. "Chen Yansen, this is Meng Yakin, the regional manager of Shuqing Academy. You two should get acquainted," Gu Wenwen introduced. "Sister Meng, it's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Yansen greeted sweetly, swiftly taking her hand in a gentle grasp before letting go, perfectly balancing the gesture. Internally, he speculated that Zhou Zikai could find him so accurately, likely due to information leaked by this woman. "It's hot. Let us go inside and chat," Meng Yakin suggested with a smile. "Chen, Yansen readily agreed, exchanging pleasantries with the two as they walked in, with Wang Zihao hastily catching up after finishing with Li Hui and the others. The campus service hall was not very large, spanning around 30 square meters. To the right, glass cabinets were filled with a plethora of phone cards, evidently prepared for the upcoming campus card event. Meng Yakin pointed at the pile of phone cards and softly remarked, in the past, campus agents had to pay 30 yuan per card when obtaining them from me. After that, their commission would be based on the remainder. However, Gu Wenwen informed me that General Zhao specifically instructed that Chen Yansen would not need to prepay for phone cards. All right, Sister Meng, Chen Yansen nodded in agreement. The reason being that a meeting with the lower-tier agents was scheduled for the evening, and the phone cards needed to be distributed accordingly to avoid confusion the following day. Meng Yakin understood and did not insist, personally seeing the two out. Sun Gu, having made arrangements with the agent, announced that they would meet at the basketball court at 7 p.m. In the passenger seat, Wang Zihao set down his phone and turned to Chen Yansen. Chapter 28. Earning 15,000 in a day after a brief rest at the hotel and enjoying dinner, the two drove back to campus. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the headlights of their Mercedes shone brightly. Upon their arrival, a group of sophomore and junior campus card agents, including Li Hui, gathered around them in disbelief. Unlike the formal attire from the afternoon, Chen Yansen now wore a simple white top paired with gray casual trousers and Nike sneakers. This seemingly unassuming outfit accentuated his stature, making him an object of admiration. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Yansen from the School of Communication, and this is Wang Zihao from the Business School. Tomorrow's telecom event will take place on Shualin Road, adjacent to the basketball court. Each of you will receive 20 phone cards from me. Once they're sold out, contact Wang Zihao or head directly to the event point. I have compiled a sales script in the group file. Please memorize it thoroughly. I wish you all great success and abundant earnings. Standing at the center of the crowd, Chen Yansen organized the plan with precision. Don't worry, senior. I have practiced the script for several days at home. I know it by heart now, one agent assured him. With such high roaming fees, freshmen will definitely need phone cards. Our cards offer ample data, so selling them won't be a problem. Thank you so much, senior. Previously, my former superior only gave me a 30 yuan commission per card. The agents swarmed around Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao, expressing their gratitude and relief, knowing that the two arrived in a luxurious vehicle, indicating their strong backing. Li Hui, observing the situation, felt a mix of confusion and irritation as the upperclassmen referred to Chen and Wang as seniors, nearly shouting out, "Don't you all realize they are freshmen?" However, upon encountering Chen Yansen's bemused expression, he chose silence, knowing that causing trouble would not benefit him. Chen Yansen glanced at the time and signaled for the agents to disperse. After all, having over 40 people congregating could attract unwanted attention from the security department. Once everyone collected their 20 phone cards, they gradually departed. Chen Yansen, I know some people from Shuqing Medical College. Can I request a few extra phone cards? Li Hui lingered, waiting for the crowd to thin before stepping forward with a stammer, though he could not muster the words to address him formally. Oh, how many do you want? Chen Yansen asked, studying him intently and sensing his seriousness. 300 cards, Li Hui replied, biting his lip, presenting a figure that astonished Chen Yansen. Do you have a level 3 agent over there? How many in total? Intrigued, Chen Yansen engaged Li Hui in conversation. 14. Last year, I sold 600 cards for the telecom myself. Zihao, get him another 300 cards, Chen Yansen instructed Wang Zihao, recognizing that the more Li Hui sold, the more profit he would earn. Thank you. Li Hui nodded repeatedly as he received the cards. Chen Yansen waved his hand and stepped into the Mercedes, driving off towards the campus exit. The next morning, Chen Yansen and Wang Zihao entered the school, opting not to rush to registration, but rather heading straight to the telecom event point. Along Shualin Road, just under 200 meters north, they spotted a blue awning bearing eye-catching posters. Top up 100, get 100 back. Top up 300, receive a phone. Surfing the internet and chatting without interruptions. Chen Yansen noticed Gu Wenwen's curvaceous figure and greeted her. He and Wang Zihao did not need to sell cards personally. They merely awaited freshmen to approach them at the event point, while the remaining scattered clients will be managed by the agents. The first wave of freshmen, accompanied by their parents, entered the campus with curious and anxious expressions. Hello, which department are you from? The School of Music? We share the same department. Let me help you with your luggage and take you to the registration point. Are you interested in a phone card? Top up 100, get 100 back, and receive an additional 60 hours of internet time each month. What? The telecom package is better, offering membership and a special space diamond. Eager seniors, clad in vibrant volunteer vests, mingled among the crowd, warmly greeting the newcomers while guiding them to familiarize themselves with the campus and complete their registration and payments. Naturally, the primary objective was to promote the campus cards. However, as time passed, the campus agents from Unicom and Mobile noticed that most freshmen were shaking their heads in refusal to their pitches. After persistent inquiries, they discovered that the Telecom S19 yuan plan offered 100 more data than theirs, with the 39 yuan plan providing an additional 300, and the 59 yuan plan including membership and a special space diamond. Moreover, the three-tiered top-up incentives and up to 300 hours of internet time rendered their campus cards utterly inferior. Consequently, freshmen would head to their dormitories only to find the telecom event point awaiting them. Wow, senior, you're quite handsome. Chen Yansen, someone just offered me a phone card. But the package was expensive with little data. It's clear that your recommendation is the most reliable. Senior, I do like a 59 yuan campus card. Who is that chubby guy next to you? Is he your classmate? Before long, a group of 17 and 18-year-old girls surrounded Chen Yansen, sweetly calling him senior and displaying great affection. One bold girl even took the opportunity to discreetly touch his hand while applying for a card. Wang Ziheo, sitting nearby, wore a dark expression, feeling for the first time the stark contrast between people. He longed to stand up and exclaim, "I'm the one who chats with you every day in the group. University life is wonderful." Chen Yansen mused inwardly as he returned to his youthful days, realizing that despite the girls appearing fresh-faced, their vibrant youthful energy exuded an irresistible charm that captivated him. Xiao Chun, you've certainly enchanted this group of girls. Once they discover that you, too, are a freshman, what do you think their reaction will be? Gu Wenwen teased, seizing an opportunity to lean in and whisper, "Sister Wenwen, they are far too naive. I prefer someone like you, an older sister." Chen Yansen squinted, flashing a radiant smile. "Oof, who would believe you?" Under Chen Yansen's gaze, Gu Wenwen inexplicably felt a flutter of nervousness, yet she maintained her strong demeanor. "Just understand, now hurry and fetch another box of new phone cards." Feigning seriousness, Chen Yansen commanded Gu Wenwen. "Oh, Xiao Chun is putting on a show." Instead of being annoyed, Gu Wenwen laughed heartily and complied with his request, opening another box of campus cards. The group remained busy until noon, when Meng Yakin arrived with several takeout boxes, smiling warmly. Exhausted and famished, they dug into their meals. The afternoon continued to be bustling, as freshmen seeking phone cards hardly paused, inciting frustration among the Unicom and Mobile staff. Even if they adjusted their package details immediately, the opportunity had slipped away, as the first day of registration boasted the highest influx of new students. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened, and the number of freshmen dwindled. At last, Chen Yansen found a moment to breathe and began tallying the day's campus card sales alongside Gu Wenwen and Wang Ziheo. There remained 194 cards in the box, excluding those unsold by the agents. Today, we have sold a total of 1,806 campus cards. Goodness, this figure is less than half of last year's total. Gu Wenwen raised her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, this number far exceeded her expectations. Chen Yansen reacted rather nonchalantly, calculating that with a commission of 30 yuan per card, the earnings would amount to just over 50,000. However, the substantial profits actually lie in the commissions from recharges. The minimum monthly rent for a campus card is 19 yuan, and most freshmen opt to participate in the recharge promotion of 100 yuan for 100 yuan return, effectively offsetting their monthly rent. Therefore, he conservatively estimated that the earnings could exceed 150,000. "Oh no, I actually forgot to register," Wang Ziheo exclaimed, slapping his thigh in a moment of realization. Chapter 29. A sophisticated rogue armed with legal weaponry when Chen Yansen arrived at the welcome station of the School of Literature and Media with his admission notice. The counselor Gu Dongshen was just about to leave. "You're also a freshman? Major in Chinese language or journalism?" Gu Dongshen paused, scrutinizing Chen Yansen with a bemused expression. This individual, apart from holding registration materials, appeared to have brought nothing with him, not even a parent as shadow. Even if he wasn't dragging a suitcase, he should at least be carrying a backpack. "Hello, teacher. I'm a journalism major." Chen Yansen nodded and proactively handed over his documents. In his previous life, Gu Dongshun had only taught them for a year before successfully pursuing his PhD and naturally went to Beiping for his studies. Chen Yansen's impression of him was not profound, but their encounter sparked some fragmented memories. The man was in his 30s, of average height, around 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a blue striped shirt, and appeared at least 5 years older than his actual age. "Welcome to Shuqing Academy. I am your counselor, Gu Dongshun." Seeing that he was a student, Gu Dongshun smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, Teacher Gu. May I ask if registration is still possible?" Chen Yansen pointed to a nearby staff member. Gu Dongshun adjusted his glasses and patiently explained. "No need to trouble yourself. Actually, I am quite familiar with our school. I can find my way to the dormitory myself." "Ah, I see. Well then," Gu Dongshun replied, slightly taken aback, but he acquiesced. He was usually preoccupied with his PhD studies and had little interest in the trivial matters of the class. Had it not been for the first day of freshman registration, he likely wouldn't have come to the welcome station at all. 5 minutes later, Chen Yansen successfully completed his identity verification and information entry. The staff handed him a slip, informing him to go to the dormitory management office to collect his bedding. After a brief farewell to Gu Dongshun, he turned to leave. "Old Gu, your student is quite remarkable." At that moment, the counselor from the Chinese language department approached, commenting on Chen Yansen's figure. "What do you mean?" Gu Dongshun asked, puzzled. "You don't know? This kid snatched the agency rights for telecom campus cards from Zhou Zikai from the sports academy. He has been busy selling cards all day, and I estimate he could earn several tens of thousands just today." The counselor from the Chinese language department was evidently intrigued, displaying a penchant for gossip. "I've heard of Zhou Zikai. Didn't he get into trouble last year and receive a major disciplinary action for fighting? Didn't he bother Chen Yansen?" Gu Dongshun's eyes widened in surprise, incredulous. "Huh, that is why I say he is not simple. This kid drives an 800,000 yuan Mercedes 300. Zhou Zikai wouldn't dare lay a hand on him." The counselor chuckled, reiterating Chen Yansen's words, and added, "Zhou Zikai is merely a rogue at best, but your student, on the other hand, is a sophisticated rogue wielding legal weaponry." Gu Dongshun shook his head, disliking trouble and confrontational individuals, feeling increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, Chen Yansen, pulling his suitcase, effortlessly handled the meal card registration, received a brand new set of bedding from the dormitory staff, and proceeded towards Building 8. The dormitory number remained 8302, unchanged. The door was wide open, and 5 boys, aged 17 or 18, were gathered inside, idly chatting. "The best weapon for zombie killing is the cannon. 1 shot per little red. What is so fun about games? My high school was in the soccer team. I'm good at soccer, and the girls will come flocking. I'll take you all to play soccer later." I heard from a senior that this year's cohort has a remarkable figure who snatched the campus card agency rights from a senior in his 3rd year, before school even started. The latter didn't dare say a word, and he drives a Mercedes. "Wow, that is quite ostentatious." The conversation grew animated among the group. Suddenly, the sound of rollerblades scraping against the floor echoed at the door, signaling that the last roommate had finally arrived. Chen Yansen casually glanced around. The dorm was designed with bunk beds and desks, accommodating 6 people, with just the left middle bed remaining unoccupied. "Hey, you must be in this dorm too? I'm Tang Jinja, from Luzhou. What is your name?" As others hesitated to introduce themselves, Tang Jinja stood up to greet Chen Yansen. Chen Yansen smiled. This fellow was dressed more flamboyantly than he was, in a light coffee-colored suit jacket over a blue striped shirt, paired with jeans and round-toed leather shoes, exuding an air of maturity. With a slick-back hairstyle, one could easily mistake him for a parent rather than a student. Their relationship in their previous life had been quite close. They had shared a bed when finances were tight, and later, often indulged in foot baths and massages together. "Chen Yansen, a fellow from the state. Come visit my hometown sometime. I'll treat you to beef soup." "Hello, I'm Wang Jingxiang, a fellow townsman. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The second to speak was Wang Jingxiang, nearly 1.8 meters tall, who claimed to be the star forward on the high school soccer team. After graduation, he married his first love, and both became civil servants in a small town. "Bro, I'm Zhu Xiaoping, from Luzhou," a slightly darker-skinned boy with black-rimmed glasses squeezed in. He was tall, just over 1.7 meters, graduated and was admitted to graduate school, but his whereabouts after that were unknown. The previous remark about Chen Yansen showing off had come from him. The remaining 2 remained seated, not moving. "I'm Song Yang, from Jinling. It seems I'm the only outsider in our dorm. The thin Song Yang, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, chuckled self-deprecatingly. He was not fond of sports, preferring to read novels and play games. Chen Yansen recalled that after graduation, he opened 2 hotels by the seaside in Qingdao, appearing the most ordinary yet being the wealthiest among them, a fact he had never noticed during their college years. I'm Meng Shibua from Xinzhou. You can call me Bobo. The last boy, realizing he was the only one who hadn't introduced himself, hurriedly smiled, his hands awkwardly rubbing together, giving off a somewhat socially anxious vibe, but was in fact quite astute, having gathered a wealth of gossip since the first day of school through connections with seniors and alumni. After some light exchanges, just as Chen Yansen was about to make his bed, his phone rang. Sister Head wants us to have dinner together tonight. Shall we meet at the South Gate? As soon as he answered, Wang Ziheo's voice came through. During the day, Meng Zhenhua had brought Meng Jie to school for registration, and upon seeing him and Wang Ziheo busy promoting phone cards, he decided not to disrupt their money-making effort and merely waved before heading off to pay fees. Chen Yansen, are you heading out? I was just thinking of inviting you to the canteen for a meal. After all, we've just met. Tang Jinjia said with a hint of regret. It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Next time. Chen Yansen lightly patted Lao Tang on the shoulder, exhibiting an air of familiarity. Without engaging in unnecessary chatter, he retrieved the key to his Mercedes from his backpack and casually stuffed 2 changes of clothes into a bag before turning to head out the door. It appeared he was holding the key to a Mercedes. In the corner, Song Yang suddenly spoke up, his clarity stemming from the fact that his family also owned a Mercedes. Are you saying that the person who drove the Grand Mercedes and usurped the campus card agency from the senior in his 3rd year is none other than Chen Yansen? Tang Jinjia abruptly stood up, his reaction exaggerated. Just now, I remarked how he loves to show off. Do you think he might not have heard anything at all? Zhu Xiaoping gulped nervously and inquired. If he disregards even the 3rd-year senior from the physical education department, how could he not easily deal with someone like me, who is only 7 meters tall? Chapter 30. Why do I feel so warm all over? 150,000 a day. Inside the double celebration restaurant, the atmosphere was rife with chatter. Upon hearing Wang Ziheo mention the daily earnings from the campus card, Meng Jie was instantly taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, and her chopsticks paused mid-air, unmoving for quite some time. She was aware that Chen Yansen had made over 100,000 by reselling cards 3 and 4, but that took him several days. The prospect of earning 150,000 in a single day was simply astonishing. However, the final amount she could expect depended largely on Zhao Maolin's discretion. Chen Yansen picked up a piece of fish and, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "Brother Sun, are you suggesting that Zhao Maolin might manipulate the commissions?" Wang Ziheo's earlier pride deflated instantly, and he asked, visibly irritated. We have a clear understanding of the sales of the phone cards, so he won T-skimp on the 80 yuan activation commission. But for the commission from the recharge event, we lack precise data, so Zhao Maolin can give whatever he chooses. Chen Yansen explained in a calm and unhurried manner. This revelation doused Wang Ziheo like a bucket of cold water, leaving him looking defeated. Yet, when he caught sight of Chen Yansen's composed demeanor, his mind raced, and hope ignited within him. He quickly pressed on, "Brother Sun, you must have a way to handle this, right? What method could I possibly have? When the car reaches the mountain, a way will naturally appear. Don't overthink it. Let us just eat first." Chen Yansen sighed lightly and tapped the table. He refrained from revealing too much to Wang Ziheo, partly to make him aware of the treachery of human nature and partly to remind him not to get carried away, especially after popping champagne halfway through. Are you all preparing to campaign for class president? My father says the first few days of school are crucial. If you can make a good impression in front of the counselor and strive to become class president, it will be advantageous for future scholarships or joining the student council. Meng Jie cheerfully diverted the topic. What Dad said makes sense, but I'm not interested in being class president. Chen Yansen lifted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Virtual City College is merely a second-tier institution, and since he has no intention of taking the civil service examination, the resources that come with the class president position hold no value for him. Rather than squander time, he would rather contemplate ways to earn money. Who asked you, Dad? You just love to talk nonsense. Meng Jie was both amused and exasperated by his audacity, her speech becoming somewhat stammered. Wang Ziheo chuckled and lowered his head to focus on his meal. The trio continued to banter, spending more than an hour over their meal. and by the time they exited the restaurant, the sky outside had already darkened to a deep black. Meng Jie glanced at the time, realizing there was only a quarter until 8, and waved her goodbyes. The corners of Chen Yansen's mouth lifted, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Wait, why didn't you say anything earlier? Meng Jie paused slightly, then immediately questioned him, her cheeks puffed in irritation. You didn't ask. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chen Yansen, hands in pockets, leaned down, a cheeky grin on his face as he whispered into Meng Jie's ear. Cut it out. Who's scared? We're all good friends. It's just borrowing your room to take a shower. Meng Jie's heart raced, but her words remained carefree and unrestrained, devoid of any shyness. Is that so? I was thinking the same. Chen Yansen smiled faintly and turned towards the hotel. Brother Sun, can I also go up for a shower? Wang Zihao called after him, scampering to catch up. Zihua, you're in good health. Taking a cold shower would work just fine. Chen Yansen turned his head, winking, and spoke in a calm tone. Wang Zihao wasn't lacking in intelligence, and upon receiving Chen Yansen's hint, he quickly grasped the situation, awkwardly chuckling as he hurried off towards the school. Brother, let us go. Chen Yansen playfully patted the dazed Meng Jie, teasingly. Upon entering the hotel room, when Meng Jie saw the semi-transparent frosted door, she immediately hesitated, saying, I didn't bring a change of clothes. Maybe I should skip it. It's prepared for you. Chen Yansen pointed to the table, where disposable underwear, as well as disposable towels, were laid out. You could have told me the bathhouse closing time sooner. Meng Jie suddenly understood, realizing this fellow had surely been plotting for a while, intentionally delaying during their meal. Don't you want to spend some more time with me? Chen Yansen gently closed the door, securing the chain, and stepped closer to Meng Jie. I don't know. Meng Jie initially intended to say she didn't want to, but gazing into Chen Yansen's bright eyes, the words simply wouldn't come out. You've changed quite a bit. Chen Yansen smiled, taking a step back before settling on the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Jie as he began to comment. Her eyes were symmetrical, shimmering with a watery sheen, her long lashes elegantly curled, and a pair of crescent-shaped dimples added a touch of vivacity. Her lips were a soft pink, resembling a delicate jelly. Aside from her slightly shorter hair, the unattractive glasses, and her lack of makeup skills, everything else stirred a wave of uncontrollable affection within Chen Yansen. Such an adorable girl, who somehow endured until her 30s without marrying, tirelessly working within the banking system. The serious middle-aged woman from the class reunion, clad in black-rimmed glasses, was a stark contrast to the youthful girl before him. You too. It seems you've grown taller, Meng Jie remarked, raising her hand to measure above his head, only to discover that sitting, Chen Yansen was nearly as tall as she was standing. Previously at 182 meters, now he was 184. Are you still going to wash? Chen Yansen leaned back, supporting himself with his hands on the bed, lazily inquiring. The door is translucent. How could I possibly wash while you're here? Meng Jie placed her hands on her hips, pointing at the frosted glass door. We're all brothers. You would think I'd peek at you, would you? Besides, it's scorching outside. Can you bear to let your good brother suffer? Chen Yansen pouted, feigning a look of grievance, and instead started to reproach Meng Jie. You perverted jerk, Meng Jie retorted, her chest heaving with indignation as she rolled her eyes at him. Faced with his brazen demeanor, she found herself at a loss and reluctantly grabbed a pack of disposable underwear, storming into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air, and a petite, delightful silhouette was clearly reflected in the glass. Small, yet rather cute. Chen Yansen casually glanced over before sitting down at the desk, retrieving a Dell Business laptop from his bag, logging in to find mostly group messages and a few private chats from younger classmates. At that moment, a message from Hui popped up. Brother Sun, I'd like to take another 300 phone cards tomorrow. 7 a.m., telecom event station. Thank you, Brother Senator. After Meng Jie finished her shower and dressed carefully, she cautiously opened the bathroom door, expecting to find Chen Yansen squatting at the door peeking in. However, in reality, he was seated at the computer, fingers dancing across the keyboard, evidently engrossed in his work regarding the sale of campus cards. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of guilt washed over her heart. Indeed, with my unremarkable physique, it is likely that Chen Yansen does not find me worthy of his attention. My previously anxious heart now feels an unsettling emptiness. Please, hand me a bottle of water. Oh, very well. Meng Jie glanced around and soon spotted a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. She casually picked one up and handed it over, opening another for herself and sipping delicately, her cheeks flushed. Sitting by the bed, Meng Jie quietly inquired, "Strange. Is there something wrong with this water? What did you give me? I feel a warmth spreading through my body." Chen Yansen gulped down a mouthful of water, suddenly furrowing his brow and asking solemnly, "What is this?" Meng Jie froze, internally cursing Chen Yansen's audacity, at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 31. What now? Lost my innocence. A mischievous smile danced on Chen Yansen's face as he plopped down heavily beside Meng Jie, causing the soft mattress to sink under his weight. Startled, Meng Jie sprang to her feet as if caught by a cat's paw. "What do you think you're doing?" she stammered, her voice trembling, hands firmly pressing against Chen Yansen's chest. Her feet subtly adjusting, ready to flee at any moment. "I merely wish to gaze at you without causing alarm," he replied, raising his hands and gently resting them on her waist, making no further advances, as his expression softened with a warm smile. Meng Jie returned his gaze, and in that intimate proximity, she could see her own reflection in his eyes. The warmth of his breath brushed against her nose. "Meng Jie, do you truly intend to forego repeating your studies just because of Chen Yansen? He is undeniably handsome. You must seize this opportunity." "Xiao Jie, your father does not oppose you dating in college, but he has one request. Stay away from that Chen Yansen." Meng Jie recalled the words of Zhou Shui and her father. Yet, as she looked upon Chen Yansen's striking features, his sharp brows, bright eyes, high nose, and slightly smiling lips, her heart settled on a singular thought. "I want to be in a relationship with him." Chen Yansen shifted his gaze away from her and spoke softly. "Oh, then what do you intend to do?" He chuckled at her naivety, shaking his head lightly. "Bite you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Meng Jie leaned in, resembling a playful kitten, fiercely nibbling at Chen Yansen's lips. "What is this? I'm being forcefully kissed by a little brat?" The usually composed Chen Yansen was taken aback, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, especially at her clumsy attempt, which caused a sharp sting to his lips. "Stop, stop, stop." He cradled her head, quickly pulling back a few inches, then exhaled deeply. "What do you mean by that, Chen Yansen?" Meng Jie glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation. "Your technique is rather lacking. You ought to practice more." Chen Yansen sighed, exasperated. "What do you want me to practice?" Meng Jie, momentarily stunned, blinked in confusion. Time passed, and suddenly, a rapid ringing broke the silence. "Shoo, do not speak. Is my father calling?" Realizing her phone was vibrating in her pocket, Meng Jie snapped back to reality. Upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly pushed Chen Yansen away and whispered urgently, "Be quiet." Chen Yansen licked his lips and nodded slightly. "Dad, are you home?" "I am in the dormitory. My roommates have all gone out to eat, so it is quite peaceful here." Meng Jie pressed the answer button, bracing herself to tell a fib in response to her father's inquiry. "Xiao Jie, the dormitory is like a small society. You must maintain good relations with your classmates. There is a bag of snacks in the box. Remember to share with your roommates." Hearing this, Meng Jinghua immediately grew anxious, earnestly advising her. Having been excluded by her roommates, he naturally worried about his precious daughter being isolated. "I understand. I will take care of myself. Do not worry." Meng Jie nodded quickly. "And remember, you must stay away from that Chen Yansen." Meng Zhenguo reiterated his concern. Yes, yes, yes. I will adhere to your standards when choosing a boyfriend." "Dad, I must go. I need a shower." Meng Jie shot a furtive glance at Chen Yansen, then concocted another lie. After hanging up, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter in unison. Chen Yansen took Meng Jie's hand, pointing at the watch on her wrist, noting that the hour hand had passed 9 o'clock. He had never intended for Meng Jie to stay the night, fearing it would frighten her, and knowing full well the whispers that would accompany spending the first night of college away from home. On their way back, Chen Yansen did not drive. They strolled leisurely. Amid lush greenery, they occasionally spotted couples entwined in affectionate embraces. Meng Jie stole a glance, her lips curving into a smile, lost in thought. Pearl Lake was even more crowded, with nearly every bench occupied by a pair. Chen Yansen, discerning her thoughts, exaggeratedly remarked, "College is indeed a different world from high school." Meng Jie sighed softly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She understood that in high school, being caught in a relationship by a teacher would invariably lead to parental involvement and disciplinary action. "Hey, Chen Xuezhang." A few underclassmen, dressed in short skirts, suddenly recognized the senior in the dim light and approached him with cheerful greetings. "Oh, Meng Jie, you know Chen Xuezhang too?" One girl exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that Meng Jie was by Chen Yansen's side. Most astonishingly, Chen Yansen was holding Meng Jie's hand. Under the gaze of her roommates, Meng Jie not only did not release his hand, but tightened her grip instead. True to her nature, she was bold and straightforward. Hello. Yes. 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 Chen Xiuzhang. We are all Meng Jie's roommates. The girls chatted excitedly, their eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Chen Yansen and Meng Jie. To them, Meng Jie appeared boyish. With her neat short hair and casual demeanor, her suitcase contained only shirts and jeans, lacking even a single skirt. What magic did Meng Jie possess to capture the heart of Chen Yansen? Or was it that Chen Yansen simply preferred this type of girl? After a brief exchange, Chen Yansen bid Meng Jie farewell, heading towards the male dormitory. Meng Jie almost asked him why he wasn't leaving campus, but when she noticed her roommates beside her, she quickly grasped Chen Yansen's intentions. Once his figure disappeared into the distance, her roommates quickly surrounded her, eagerly asking, Meng Jie, are you really Chen Xiuzhang's girlfriend? Sort of. Meng Jie pondered for a moment before nodding seriously. Having taken the initiative to kiss Chen Yansen, and with him reciprocating, how could they not be considered a couple? What do you mean by sort of? It either is or it isn't. Meng Jie's roommates exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion, but ultimately refrained from pressing further. As they walked down Shuilin Road, each of them clutched a stack of flyers for club recruitment. The door to room 8302 remained ajar. Just as they reached the entrance, they overheard Zhu Xiaoping saying, It's already 9:30. Is Chen Yansen planning to stay out all night? He drives a luxury car. Does he really need a girlfriend? Tang Jinjia, reclining on his bed, dismissed Zhu Xiaoping's remarks with a wave. Who among you has ever been in a relationship? The ever-curious Meng Shibua jumped in. Everyone knows that our brother was the star striker on the high school football team, always surrounded by girls. Eventually, he couldn't resist. Wang Zhengqiang, with a brazen demeanor, boasted as if reluctantly. What is the matter? Did you lose your virginity in the end? Chen Yansen kicked the door open, his tone laced with mockery as he chuckled. Chapter 32. Junior, I am your senior, you know. Upon hearing the commotion at the doorway, the group turned in unison. Care for a drink? Chen Yansen proposed, one hand holding snacks and the other a beer, a radiant smile on his face. I don't drink. Song Yang hesitated, seated on the bed. He felt a twinge of social anxiety, believing that his acquaintance with Chen Yansen was too superficial to warrant drinking together. Don't drink? Nonsense. In my previous life, when we passed by Qingdao, we downed a dozen bottles of Blue Label 1844 without a care. Back then, Song Yang merely loosened his belt without even blushing. Quit the chatter. Either come down quickly, or I'll come up, Chen Yansen grinned, overtly threatening. Brother son, I'll drink with you. Zhu Xiaoping, who had been criticizing Chen Yansen, felt a pang of guilt and was the first to respond, beaming as he approached. Damn, it's too hot to sleep anyway, and this dormitory doesn't even have a fan. What nightmare. Tang Jinjia grumbled as he climbed out of bed, snatching a can of beer and taking a hefty swig. Chen Yansen laid his suitcase down and spilled the snacks out, creating a bountiful pile worth at least 200 to 300 yuan. Generous of you, fellow townsman. Save me a chicken leg. Wang Jingqiang swiftly hopped off the bed, dragged over a chair, and praised Chen Yansen. He then turned to the remaining two, Bobo, Yang Yang, you're the only ones left. After a glance exchanged with Meng Shibua, Song Yang decided not to hesitate further. They both expressed their gratitude and joined in. Brother Chen, it seems you've made quite a fortune as a campus card agent. Haven't you? Meng Shibua inquired cautiously after clinking beers with Chen Yansen. Chen Yansen exuded a maturity that surpassed the others, further amplified by the presence of his 800,000 yuan Mercedes and his towering height of 184 meters, which made him seem like a natural leader in their eyes. Meng Shibua hesitated momentarily before addressing him as brother son, following Zhu Xiaoping's lead. It's not much, just a bit of pocket money for running errands. Chen Yansen casually replied, fully aware that earning 150,000 yuan in a day would be a staggering revelation for them, especially since their monthly allowances barely range from 500 to 2,000 yuan. Brother son, I heard from the locals that for every card sold, you give them a 50 yuan commission. Meng Shibua expressed skepticism, having already learned about the commission rates through the local association. Want to sell campus cards? Sure, no problem. Come find me at the telecom activity point tomorrow. Chen Yansen, perceiving the hidden meaning in Meng Shibua's words, opted for directness. Meng Shibua was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a prompt agreement from Chen Yansen. The reason he didn't want to obtain phone card from senior was simple. He didn't wish to pay a markup. Brother son, can I join in as well? Zhu Xiaoping, feeling a rush of enthusiasm, asked with a smile. Chen Yansen scanned the group, noticing that aside from Song Yang, who was an inconspicuous wealthy individual, the others showed interest, though some hesitated due to pride. Well, I initially hoped to catch up with old classmates, but it seems I inadvertently turned this into a recruitment meeting for agents, he mused. After a brief contemplation, he said, anyone interested in selling campus cards, come directly to the telecom activity point tomorrow. Now, let us shift our focus back to Qiang's romantic escapades. Did he ultimately lose his virginity? Well, your minds are rather impure. What I meant was that I eventually succumbed to the pressure and gave away my first kiss. Wang Zhengxiang said with a cheeky grin as he took a sip of beer. Ugh, you're such a buzzkill. Tang Jinjia, who had been eagerly awaiting something more intriguing, immediately scoffed. Anyone with a dirty mind, go reflect on it. Wang Zhengxiang relished the effect of his words, bursting into laughter. Tang Jinjia rolled his eyes and remarked, boring, before turning to Chen Yansen with a curious expression. Do you really own a Benz 300? I rented it, Chen Yansen replied candidly. However, the others exchanged glances, unable to believe his words. Sometimes, when one speaks falsehoods, they are believed. Yet when one speaks the truth, disbelief reigns. Setting aside the topic of campus card agency and luxury cars, there remained plenty to discuss, ranging from games to comics, novels to films, and anecdotes from the court to tales of action movie stars in neon-lit settings. In the end, the room resonated with unspoken laughter. The next morning, Chen Yansen groggily awoke. These guys, at midnight, some are snoring, others grinding their teeth, and some mumbling in their sleep. This dormitory resembles a poultry farm, he grumbled as he rubbed his eyes. Last night, amidst the revelry, everyone had boasted that they never snored, evidently having never heard themselves do so. Chen Yansen got out of bed, grabbed his toiletries, and headed to the bathroom. After changing into clean, fresh clothes, he made his way to the telecom station on Shuelin Road, stopping by the cafeteria to buy a few breakfast items. As he approached, he spotted a familiar figure. Xiao Chun, you arrived just in time. These two classmates want to work part-time selling campus cards. You can chat with them. Guilin waved at him, simultaneously grabbing a breakfast item without reservation. Chen Yansen, this is Jiang Ruoxuan, a junior. We want to become secondary agents for the telecom, Song Yunqing explained, feeling a bit awkward but mustering the courage to elaborate, knowing that the crucial period for selling campus cards was fast approaching. With the telecom's attractive packages drawing most freshmen away, she and Jiang Ruoxuan, as agents for Unicom, faced a disadvantage due to poor signal, making it even less appealing for others to apply for Unicom cards. They had sold only a few cards the entire day prior. No problem. Each of you can have 20 cards, with a commission of 50 yuan per card. Leave your contact information and bring your student IDs for registration. Chen Yansen stated methodically, without haste. Song Yunqing was slightly taken aback, having expected to plead with Chen Yansen and possibly face some ridicule before he would relent. Instead, everything was unfolding contrary to her expectations. Didn't he bring it, or don't want to show it? I require student IDs because I don't accept prepaid phone cards. If you're willing to pay outright, that's fine too, Chen Yansen chuckled, seeing her flustered. And no, I have my student ID, Song Yunqing quickly replied, retrieving her ID from her pocket and placing it gently before Chen Yansen. Jiang Ruoxuan followed suit. Thank you, Chen Shuedi. Jiang Ruoxuan said with a slight bow after receiving the phone cards. Just thank him. The secondary agent positions were already filled, if it weren't for Song Yunqing. I would have made this exception, Chen Yansen casually remarked. Her identity was evident. She was most likely the senior Song Yunqing had mentioned previously, with a moderate appearance, light makeup, and a hint of flattery in her demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Yansen's words, Jiang Ruoxuan expressed her gratitude towards Song Yunqing repeatedly, maintaining a gracious attitude regardless of the truth behind his statement. Recognizing her understanding nature, Chen Yansen chose not to elaborate further, waving her off to begin earning for him. How do you plan to thank me? After Jiang Ruoxuan walked away, Chen Yansen turned to the remaining Song Yunqing and inquired, May I invite you to dinner? Song Yunqing pondered for a considerable time, biting her lip as if requesting a meal was an insurmountable challenge. Let's skip the dinner. Just give me a kiss instead. Chen Yansen beamed, his eyes narrowing playfully as he regarded Song Yunqing. Initially, She thought she had misheard him until she noticed the carefree smirk on his face, confirming her suspicion. Choose either the palm or the back of my hand. Chen Yansen paused briefly before adding, then extended his elegantly long right hand towards Yunqing. It was merely a kiss on the hand. I was nearly frightened to death. She fervently shook her head in refusal internally. I refuse. Return my card. Upon seeing her frozen in place, Chen Yansen's expression darkened as he threatened, Junior, I am your senior. Observing the ebb and flow of students, parents, and teachers, Song Yunqing slightly bent down, her eyes glistening with moisture as she pleaded pitifully. If she could sell 40 phone cards, she would not have to worry about her living expenses for the semester. But Chen Yansen's demand was truly excessive, and she simply could not comply. Noticing her eyes reddening and her demeanor resembling someone on the verge of tears, Chen Yansen ultimately relented. He smirked. Senior, I was merely jesting. You would take it seriously, would you? Song Yunqing's furrowed brows suddenly froze. Her lips parted as words caught in her throat, leaving her with a single thought. This man is truly insufferable. Chapter 33. Class Monitor? Not even a dog. Watching Song Yunqing flee in distress, Chen Yansen chuckled lightly. The new students arriving for registration continued to flood in, forming a long queue at the telecommunications booth, all there to process their campus cards. Several youthful and vibrant freshmen, despite having already received their phone cards, lingered around Chen Yansen, inquiring about his relationship status. Are you asking so intently because you wish to become my girlfriend? Chen Yansen replied, growing weary of the questions and opting for a straightforward approach. Most of the girls turned crimson at his words, shaking their heads vigorously, the boldness they had moments ago vanishing completely. Senior, I want to be your girlfriend. Should I make a reservation or join the queue? Only one audacious soul boldly pressed on. Following the voice, Chen Yansen's gaze fell upon a tall girl dressed in a light green blouse paired with a fringe skirt. Her soft long hair casually styled in a bun. Her skin glowed almost ethereally, her features exquisite and animated, with a small beauty mark near her eye adding to her unique charm. Let us start with a self-introduction to see if our fates align, she proposed. Who was Chen Yansen? He was the chairman of Feiyu Technology, the largest live-streaming company in her city. The numerous female streamers he had evaluated were as overwhelming as a flood, and he certainly would not be intimidated by a mere novice. I am Su Miling, from Luzhou, a freshman majoring in journalism this year. My birth date is listed on your registration form, she stated, her eyes crescent-shaped and her smile warm and confident. Are we in the same class? Chen Yansen asked, slightly taken aback as he scrutinized her again, though he could not recall any particular impression of her. However, the name Su Miling stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Ah, indeed, in his previous life, the class committee member of Class 10 in journalism bore that name. That scoundrel Tang Jinjia had seemingly harbored a crush on her for 4 years. My apologies, Junior, but my mother has forbidden me from dating girls with the surname Su. Chen Yansen replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The moment those words escaped his lips, the surrounding girls burst into laughter. Su Miling's cheeks flushed slightly. Although rejected, Chen Yansen's reasoning was too absurd, prompting her to chuckle. Then please inquire with your mother about her preferred surnames for girls. If necessary, I can visit the inspection office to change my surname. No problem. Once I have it figured out, I will call you. Chen Yansen gestured before returning to his tasks without further conversation. Su Miling secretly exhaled in relief, though she appeared more mature than the average freshman. She was still a newcomer to university life. Experiencing her first bold approach only to face rejection was undeniably disheartening. Subsequently, she quietly slipped away from the crowd. It was not until 10 a.m. that Chen Yansen welcomed his first roommate representative. To his surprise, the individual was neither the gregarious Meng Shibua nor the formally attired Tang Jinjia, but rather the seemingly socially anxious Song Yang. You, a rich second-generation heir, competing for scraps with a bunch of impoverished students? Chen Yansen regarded him with an odd expression, inwardly questioning the situation. Brother San, am I not allowed to? Song Yang stammered under Chen Yansen's scrutinizing gaze, feeling increasingly uneasy. Of course you can, but do you know where the music academy is? Which buildings are the girls' dormitories? Which cafeteria serves the best food? Chen Yansen nodded initially, but then bombarded him with a series of questions. I understand. Thank you, brother senior. What is the rush? What I mean is that if you wish to sell campus cards, You need to familiarize yourself with the campus environment. Otherwise, how will you converse with juniors? Chen Yansen rolled his eyes, exasperated. Following that, he added Song Yang's contact information and sent him a copy of the Virtual City College New Student Guide, instructing, memorize it within the hour and aim to sell all these cards today. As he spoke, he handed Song Yang 10 campus cards. Thank you, brother Sun. I will memorize it right away. Momentarily taken aback, Song Yang's gloomy expression lifted, genuinely grateful to Chen Yansen. Yet, this gratitude was evidently far more sincere than before. After Song Yang departed, Tang Jinjia, Zhu Xiaoping, Meng Shibua, and Wang Zhengxiang casually arrived. Chen Yansen wasted no time, distributing 10 cards to each. Considering they were not designated welcoming personnel and lacked the characteristic vests, selling 10 cards would be quite a commendable achievement. After 5 p.m., the flow of people dwindled, and the welcoming points for various departments fell into a state of desolation. How are the final figures looking? Gu Wenwen inquired eagerly, standing behind Chen Yansen. He lifted his head, his tone flat yet tinged with dissatisfaction. The total number of new students at Shuqing College and Shuqing Health College should exceed 700. And despite developing secondary agents and pressuring Zhao Maolin to upgrade the campus card package, he had only captured a little over 60 shares. You should be content. In 2 days, you've earned hundreds of thousands. With that money, you could buy 2 new apartments in the city center of Shuqing. I am the one who suffers, bustling about without even earning a portion of your earnings. Gu Wenwen sighed, her words laced with melancholy as she observed his dissatisfied expression. 2 apartments? I wouldn't even be able to occupy them all. How about you, Wenwen? Take one. Chen Yansen teased, a smile gracing his lips. What? Do you intend to keep a beauty hidden away? How old are you? Gu Wenwen giggled, her voluptuous figure shaking lightly. I'm 18. I was asking about your age. Gu Wenwen blushed, taking a step back and raising her voice. I'm at just that age. What did you think, Sister Wenwen? Chen Yansen blinked innocently, countering her query. Stop. No one is allowed to mention what just happened. Gu Wenwen promptly halted the conversation, swiftly redirecting. Manager Zhao asked me to inform you that he wants to meet you tonight at 8 o'clock at Galaxy Star. Aware that she could not match Chen Yansen in wit, Gu Wenwen quickly changed the subject. Tell Zhao Gu that it will be tomorrow. I have a class meeting tonight. Chen Yansen pondered for a moment before responding with a faint smile. Gu Wenwen nodded, beginning to tidy up the materials in preparation for the end of the day. After Chen Yansen logged in, he noticed a new group chat labeled 8302. Realizing that after adding him, Song Yang had also brought the others into the conversation. Brother Sun, the class meeting starts at 6 p.m., and I heard there's going to be an election for class monitor. If you run, you're practically guaranteed to win. Meng Shibua informed Chen Yansen in the group chat. Sungu, there's someone from the neighboring dormitory named Li Wenhao who has been going around pretending to socialize all afternoon to garner votes for himself. You must remain vigilant. Zhu Xiaoping promptly added, Sungu, I've secured a good spot for you in classroom. Suddenly, Song Yang chimed in, class monitor? Not even a dog would take that role. Tang Jinjia, are you interested? I wholeheartedly support your candidacy for the role of spokesperson for Class 10 journalism. Chapter 34. I am ill, severely, so after a simple dinner at home, Chen Yansen leisurely made his way to the classroom, strolling while contemplating his meeting with Zhao Maolin the next day. I hope that old fool doesn't act foolishly, he squinted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he pondered. Senior, it's you. Are you heading to the building as well? A clear and melodious voice reached Chen Yansen's ears from a distance. Indeed, Su Xiumei, he replied, suppressing a smile and maintaining a calm demeanor. Most of Su Meiling's roommates had obtained their campus cards through Chen Yansen, and they greeted him with similar enthusiasm. To Su Meiling and her friend's surprise, Chen Yansen followed them inside. Senior, you, Su Meiling started to inquire, but was abruptly interrupted by Meng Shibua's call. Sungu, we are over here. Junior, I must go ahead. We shall chat later. Chen Yansen waved goodbye and walked towards Meng Shibua and the others. The liberal arts major is indeed appealing. There are quite a few girls in our class. Who is that girl walking with Sungu? She seems to be the most beautiful. Zhu Xiaoping pushed his glasses up and whispered his commentary. Don't gawk. She might be the future sister-in-law. Meng Shibua nudged him, earnestly advising. What good is merely looking? If you like her, go pursue her. Don't think your only competition is the boys in class. The seniors in their second and third years are formidable. If you delay, you may find yourself single throughout college. After Chen Yansen took his seat, he earnestly cautioned, what if she has a boyfriend? Song Yang shrank back, appearing somewhat timid. Just a boyfriend, he is not a husband. Having a boyfriend is even better. The competition is reduced to just one, thus increasing the odds of success. Chen Yansen retorted. Brother Chen, you are so unprincipled, Song Yang said, distancing himself while reluctantly complimenting. Unprincipled? Those words were yours. Chen Yansen scoffed. Since Chen Yansen's arrival, curious glances from classmates surrounded him, pondering how Chen Xiuzhang came to be present at their class meeting. Chen Yansen sighed, realizing that his senior identity might soon be exposed. Rather than being unmasked, he preferred to take the offensive. Aja, step aside. Let me assist you in garnering votes. Chen Yansen patted Tang Jinzhi on the shoulder, motioning for him to make space. Brother Chen, please don't joke. I truly do not wish to be class monitor. Tang Jinzhi grasped Chen Yansen's arm, shaking his head helplessly with a wry smile. No, you should want it. Chen Yansen shrugged off his hand, striding confidently to the podium. However, back then, he was far too pretentious. Bro, this time, I will lead you to the pinnacle. He understood Tang Jinzhi's capabilities. Being class monitor was a trivial task for him. In his previous life, Tang Jinzhi refrained from running due to some unpleasant high school experiences, underestimating the resources a class monitor could command in college. Furthermore, if Tang Jinzhi became class monitor, future dorm checks and roll calls would no longer be a concern. Hello everyone, I am Chen Yansen. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Like all of you, I'm a freshman in Class 10 journalism. First, I would like to express my gratitude for your trust in me when you obtained your campus cards. Chen Yansen spoke calmly from the podium. What? Chen Xiuzhang is actually in the same major and class as us? What's senior? He is also a freshman. Turns out he is a fraud. What are you talking about? Did the senior deceive you in any way? Is your campus card package incorrect or the price wrong? Wow, the senior is in our class. We can see him often. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chatter, with everyone discussing animatedly. He is a freshman? In my class. Su Meiling stared blankly at Chen Yansen, her mind racing before abruptly realizing, wishing she could bury her head in the desk. Just that morning, she had addressed him as senior and even contemplated becoming his girlfriend. What she thought was a closed chapter now revealed that she would endure another 4 years. The harsh reality left her utterly devastated. Over half of the campus cards for Class 10 journalism were processed through Chen Yansen. Hearing him speak, there was no ill will. Everyone was satisfied since the cards were genuine, the packages were authentic, and they now had a class representative. Secondly, regarding tonight's class monitor election, I recommend Tang Jinzhi. The reasons are threefold. First, he has extensive experience, having served as class monitor since kindergarten for 14 years. Second, his organizational and coordination skills are outstanding, ensuring he will strive for everyone's benefit in obtaining scholarships and financial aid. Third, Chen Yansen continued after the crowd quieted slightly. Who is Tang Jinzhi? What could make Chen Yansen, the campus card representative, trust him so implicitly? The crowd turned to the direction of dormitory 8302. Aja, come up and greet everyone. Chen Yansen waved at Tang Jinzhi, treating the classroom as his own domain. This despicable Chen Yansen, not only refusing to run for class monitor himself, but also leveraging his influence to nominate someone from his dormitory. Why don't you go up too? We are unfamiliar with the girls, and if he finishes garnering votes before the counselor arrives, you will be at a disadvantage. Let us go for it. We support you. In another corner of the classroom, several students from 8316 huddled together, eyes ablaze, whispering amongst themselves. Let us wait and see how things unfold. Li Wenhao glanced at the podium, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes, gesturing to his roommate dismissively while feigning generosity. In truth, he wanted to go up but feared confronting Chen Yansen, not to mention he lacked Chen Yansen's social prowess. Tang Jinzhi reluctantly ascended the podium, internally muttering, when have I ever been a class monitor for 14 years? I don't even know myself. Dear classmates, I am Tang Jinzhi from Luzhou. Thank you to Chen Yansen for his recommendation. Regarding being class monitor, I do indeed have considerable experience, particularly in organizing class activities, such as hiking, camping, and singing, and I am quite familiar with the tourist attractions around Xuqing. Tang Jinzhi began speaking slowly, his eyes lighting up when discussing leisure activities, painting a vivid picture. What 17 or 18-year-old boy doesn't he love to have fun? If they love to play, they wouldn't he be at Xuqing Academy? Hearing this, The classmates below began to consider that perhaps having him as a class monitor wouldn't be so bad after all. Tang, if you can organize a movie outing for me and Chen Yansen, I promise to vote for you. A daring girl shouted cheerfully. Me too, senior. I want to watch a movie with you too. Several girls chimed in excitedly. Chen Yansen nodded in agreement, readily assuring them that organizing a movie outing would be easy. The classroom had a projector, and he would ensure that the entire class could attend without anyone missing out. Oh, you all are quite proactive, already introducing yourselves. At that moment, Guidongshan walked in, seeing the two on stage and assuming they were engaging in an impromptu icebreaker. Subsequently, Guidongshan introduced himself, then produced a list, asking everyone to introduce themselves in turn, casually inquiring, "Does anyone here have experience as a class monitor?" To everyone's surprise, a chorus of gazes directed toward Tang Jinja. Guidongshan learned that Tang Jinja possessed 14 years of experience as a class monitor and nearly burst into laughter, clearly skeptical. However, as Tang Jinja ascended the podium and eloquently delivered his campaign speech, Guo began to reconsider. Little did he know that Tang Jinja had rehearsed his speech multiple times in a short span, making it second nature to him. Besides Tang Jinja, Li Wenhao and Su Miling also participated in the class monitor election, but Tang Jinja's votes were significantly ahead. Among the 18 boys in the class, 8,302 votes went to Tang Jinja, 8316 to Li Wenhao, and the remaining 8324 were cast randomly, while most of the 41 girls' votes were predominantly for Tang Jinja. Surprisingly, Su Miling received a notably low number of votes. This indicates that there were not many students eager for the position of class monitor in college, and that girls were not particularly enamored with attractive female classmates. After pondering for a moment, Guidongshan announced that Tang Jinja would serve as the class monitor, and Su Miling would take on the role of group secretary. Afterward, he cast a glance at Chen Yansen, relieved that this troublemaker had refrained from running for the position. He then continued, stating that over the next 5 days, everyone needed to actively participate in orientation activities, such as learning about the school's history and singing the school anthem. In essence, this was merely a buffer period for these young adults, allowing them to relax for a few days to better adapt to university life. From September 9th to September 25th, a 2-week military training would be conducted, and students experiencing discomfort could request leave from him in advance. Teacher Guo, I am unwell. Quite severely. Chen Yansen immediately raised his hand as soon as Guidongshan finished speaking. Standing at attention under the scorching sun, Chen Yansen had little interest. Upon learning that Meng Yakin's sister was the school doctor at Shuqing College, he stubbornly managed to obtain several medical leave forms. You, lumbar discarniation. It was rather fortunate that this troublemaker would not participate in military training. It spared Guidongshan the worry of potential conflicts with the instructor. With this thought in mind, Guidongshan sincerely advised, Student Chen, you must pay attention to resting. Chapter 35, Identity Revealed. Zhao Maolin grows suspicious. On the way back to the dormitory, Tang Jinja lagged behind with Chen Yansen. Brother Sun, you have truly put me in a difficult position, Tang Jinja said with a pained expression, exhibiting reluctance. Quit the act. Chen Yansen rolled his eyes and continued. Do you think being a class monitor in college is the same as in high school? The resources associated with this position far exceed your imagination. First, class monitors have priority in joining the Communist Party. Second, there are no worries about attendance or dorm checks. Third, there are greater opportunities to interact with girls, thus increasing the chances of finding a partner. Fourth, the president of the student council for each department is selected from class monitors. At the very least, you can secure a ministerial position. With the way you dress, you're likely just another average guy. Surely, you don't want to spend 4 years in college single, do you? Chen Yansen narrowed his eyes, sizing him up with a teasing smile. Believe it or not, I can accuse you of defamation. I had 2 relationships in high school. Although Tang Jinja was initially swayed by Chen Yansen's words, ready to express his gratitude, he quickly rebuffed upon hearing the latter's mockery. Left hand, right hand? Chen Yansen chuckled, retorting, Ha ha ha. Aja, confess honestly, have you ever been in a relationship? Zhu Xiaoping laughed heartily, turning to ask. Brother Sun looks like a seasoned veteran. He must be right. Meng Shibuo chuckled in agreement. I had no idea being a class monitor had so many perks. Had I known, I would have tried for it too. Wang Zhengqiang remarked, his eyes flashing with envy as he reflected on Chen Yansen's explanation. Brother Sun, thank you. Tang Jinja, Feeling a bit shy, exhaled deeply and sincerely thanked Chen Yansen. He understood that without Chen Yansen rallying support for him, the title of class monitor would likely have gone to Li Wenhao. Given our relationship, let us not be so formal. Chen Yansen waved his hand with a mischievous grin. Tang Jinja smiled wryly. Had anyone else in the dorm joked with him like this, he would likely have lost his temper. Yet with Chen Yansen, he could not muster any anger. Brother son, I still have 3 cards left. The quiet Song Yang rummaged through his pocket and pulled out the unsold campus cards. Chen Yansen nodded, not surprised, recognizing that Song Yang would eventually operate 2 hotels in Qingdao, indicating a knack for business. What? I only sold 5. How'd you manage that? Zhu Xiaoping exclaimed in disbelief, grabbing Song Yang for more details. I sold out all of mine, Meng Shibua declared proudly. Having catered specifically to new students from Huinan through the local association and sold all 10 cards within an afternoon. Bobo, you're impressive. I only sold 3. Wang Jingqiang admitted sheepishly, then looked at Tang Jinja with a hint of reluctance. Aja, what about you? I sold 9. Tang Jinja chuckled. And this statement only deepened Wang Zhengqiang's embarrassment. Men, by nature, harbor a competitive spirit, always eager to compare. When financially struggling, they compare sizes. Once prosperous, they flaunt their income and bank balances. You all can keep the remaining cards. Although the new student registration has concluded, there will certainly be others wanting to obtain campus cards. All right then, Song Yang nodded, his mind already calculating other potential avenues to engage with new students beyond orientation. Chen Yansen walked ahead, the dim streetlights casting a long shadow behind him. The following morning, the urgent chirping of birds roused Chen Yansen from sleep. It seems I need to move out. Sitting up in bed, he sighed deeply, having underestimated the challenges of reintegrating into campus life. Just the snoring and grinding of teeth from his roommates was a hurdle he could not overcome. Glancing at his phone, he checked the time and then opened his unread messages. Mr. Chen, the paperwork has been completed. If convenient, you may collect the materials at any time. The message from the agency he had entrusted with the arrangements. The Mercedes-Benz 300 he rented was parked outside the cafeteria, and shortly after he got in, Wang Zihao, equally dressed in a suit, hurriedly approached, panting. Brother son, should we go to Zhao Maolin to collect our commissions now? Wang Zihao asked with curiosity as he settled into the car. No rush. First accompany me to home to pick up a few things. Chen Yansen casually replied without further explanation. Huamao was the largest comprehensive shopping mall in Shuqing, bustling with foot traffic, surrounded by a cluster of office buildings, making it the most vibrant core area of the city. Wang Zihao observed the increasingly lively scene and remarked playfully, finally leaving Donger Village. I'm starting to feel the city vibe. Chen Yansen smiled as he parked the car in the underground garage, and the two took the elevator to the first floor. The bright lights illuminated the space, with Dior, Chanel, and other high-end brand counters lined up. A few steps further, there were Tiffany and Cartier specialty stores. The luxurious decor made Wang Zihao feel a bit intimidated, but upon seeing Chen Yansen's calm demeanor, he instantly relaxed. Brother son, what are we doing here? Wang Zihao asked, unable to contain his curiosity. To buy a watch. After saying this, he approached the display case and addressed the sales clerk. Miss, I have a budget of around 70,000. Please recommend 3 options. She gestured for them to follow her to the lounge area, cheerfully offering them tea. This Rolex Datejust is one of our best sellers, priced at 62,800. It's strap. The sales clerk began her presentation, observing Chen Yansen's unperturbed expression. Confident in her assessment, she continued, this Rolex Explorer is priced at 61,800, and its top configuration can reach around 70,000. Finally, we have a research-specific model with anti-magnetic properties. Just as she was about to elaborate on the specifications and materials, Chen Yansen interrupted her, pointing at the Rolex Explorer and stating, wrap that up for me and place the invoice inside the box. By the way, if I'm not satisfied, can I return it unconditionally within a few days? Upon hearing the first half of the statement, the attendant's heart blossomed with joy. However, upon hearing the latter half, her spirits plummeted, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Being well-versed and knowledgeable, she instantly comprehended Chen Yansen's intentions. Swipe the card, Chen Yansen said in a calm tone, casually handing over the card. Singe, are you out of your mind? This watch costs 61,008, not 68. Wang Zihao cautioned, lowering his voice as the attendant walked away. This watch is a gift for Zhao Maolin. Do you think I purchased it for myself? We've earned about 30 this time. We must show some sincerity and let him have a taste, Chen Yansen explained leisurely. The value of this watch constituted roughly 20% of the total profit, which was his bottom line. If the other party accepted it and then dared to tamper with the commission, he would not hesitate to disregard the rules. Damn. We toil endlessly while he sits in the office doing nothing and still manages to pocket 20%? Wang Zihao grumbled indignantly. There are many who reap substantial rewards without putting in the effort. If you are dissatisfied, strive to ascend, and one day, you will tread upon them. Chen Yansen scoffed lightly. 20% is negligible. In the past, the campus representatives earned only 70 yuan in commission per card, and I never saw a dime in return commissions. Meanwhile, Zhao Maolin sat in his office, engaged in a phone call. The voice on the line conveyed. His father runs a bookstore in Chengchen. I checked the Mercedes. It's registered under a rental company in the state. Furthermore, he has recently established a company named Senhai. No power, no money, no background? Zhao Maolin furrowed his brow. Based on the information gathered, Chen Yansen was not the second-generation individual he had presumed. However, the other party's eloquence and insight could hardly be cultivated by an ordinary bookstore owner. Something felt amiss. Chapter 36. Earning 370,000 in 2 days. 20 points for humanitarian endeavors. You started a company? Wang Zihao's mouth fell open in astonishment. He had initially intended to inform Chen Yansen that he was elected class monitor the previous night, but upon realizing that the other was already a company owner, he felt there was nothing to boast about. It's merely a shell company. I don't have any employees yet, Chen Yansen remarked, though a smile lingered on his face, clearly harboring high hopes for Senhai's future. By the way, what were you about to say? Chen Yansen turned the steering wheel left, entering Shengli Road, heading toward the business hall. Yesterday, during the class meeting, the counselor had us run for class monitor, and I received the most votes. Wang Zihao adjusted his mindset and replied cheerfully. Congratulations. You're going to get even darker from sunbathing. I prepared a sick leave note for you. But it seems you one team need it now. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, expressing a hint of regret. Sick leave note? Wang Zihao was taken aback and quickly inquired. You don't plan to participate in military training? The procedures for Senhai just came through. I need to find a venue, buy computers, and purchase servers. I hardly have time to sunbathe with you all. Chen Yansen teased with a smile. This was also another reason he was reluctant to be class monitor. After all, with the title of monitor, Guodongchen would not easily grant him leave. Wang Zihao hesitated, finally managing to utter a single word before falling silent again. The initial phase is mainly preparatory work. Once the project is launched, I will definitely take you along for a grand endeavor. Rest assured. Chen Yansen assured him with a glance, emphasizing his seriousness. Even if Wang Zihao remained silent, he would drag him along because with one more employee, he would have one more source of income. As they conversed, the entrance of the business hall gradually came into view. Chen Yansen parked the car, adjusted his collar, and stepped inside, with Wang Zihao closely trailing behind. Sister Wenwen, long time no see, come here for a hug. Chen Yansen opened his arms, greeting Wu Wenwen. Enough. We just saw each other yesterday. Manager Zhao is in the office. You could go straight in. Wu Wenwen rebuffed, playfully swatting his hand away. Chen Yansen waved his hand dismissively, bypassing Wu Wenwen and heading straight toward the office. Hey, Brother Chen has arrived. You should have given me a heads up so I could greet you at the door, Zhao Maolin said as he stepped out, first patting Chen Yansen on the shoulder and then pulling him into the office while nodding at Wang Zihao as a form of greeting. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. If you put it that way, I might hesitate to come next time, Chen Yansen replied, shaking Zhao Maolin's hand, embodying a strong brotherly bond. Xiao Chen, what tea would you like? Zhao Maolin opened a cabinet, revealing a row of intricately packaged tea jars, each labeled with the names of the teas. Monkey King, please. Chen Yansen requested. Zhao Maolin exchanged a meaningful glance with Chen Yansen before inquiring about Wang Zihao's preference, then leisurely began brewing the tea. During their reunion, Zhao Maolin's scrutiny of Chen Yansen became more meticulous, observing his posture, demeanor, tea selection preferences, and even how he held the cup, all of which were far from the demeanor of a child from humble background. As they savored the tea, they engaged in light conversation. Zhao Maolin seemingly nonchalantly directed the discussion toward the domestic and foreign economic landscape, initially hoping to uncover some flaw in Chen Yansen's facade. However, he was met with Chen Yansen's poised responses, even encountering certain professional terminology he had never heard before. Zhao Maolin awkwardly chuckled and quickly diverted the topic. Xiao Chun, what are your thoughts on the mobile network sector? The communications industry was his area of expertise, one he had cultivated for over a decade, making him quite knowledgeable in this field. The golden age of mobile internet is upon us. Business will inevitably decline, and in the future, the common person's reliance on mobile phones may far surpass that of computers. Chen Yansen responded with a subtle smirk, sensing Zhao Maolin's unusual behavior and becoming wary, suspecting the other might be leveraging connections to probe his background. However, he had not fully grasped the situation, thus continuously testing Chen Yansen's mettle. Oh, do you have any evidence to support that? Zhao Maolin inquired blandly, maintaining his composure. Companies across the ocean are currently conducting small-scale tests of 4G base stations in California using the latest microwave interconnect technology. And our domestic 3 major operators are undertaking similar initiatives. Transitioning from 3G to 4G signifies an increase in internet speed. For instance, this year's network can only load images and text, but in the future, it may very well transform into a compact notebook, Chen Yansen expounded confidently. In his previous life, he often conversed with executives from the Shanghai Circle over drinks, discussing a myriad of topics. In such settings, failing to keep up with the conversation might not lead to outright ridicule, but one would undoubtedly be looked down upon. Chen Yansen was among the most skilled in boasting and maintaining a faade. At this juncture, Zhao Maolin had abandoned the idea of intercepting Chen Yansen's commission. Even if the latter lacked a prominent family background, solely based on Chen Yansen's capabilities, insights, and precise judgment of the current situation, he would undoubtedly achieve success in the future. There was no need to create an enemy over a mere few 100,000. Moreover, if he were to extend a friendly gesture, he might just acquire a valuable ally. Xiao Chun, after graduation, come work for me. I will arrange a position and allocation for you. Would you be interested? Zhao Maolin pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, genuinely appreciating Chen Yansen's talents. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your guidance. Chen Yansen did not decline, sensing no need to do so, while internally contemplating, wouldn't working with you render my rebirth a mere formality? As the conversation shifted to mobile phones, Zhao Maolin suddenly recalled something and picked up the phone to give a few instructions. Within 2 minutes, Guo entered with 2 boxes in hand. The latest model of the smartphone from Lighthouse Country, the Apple IV. You young folks should like it. Zhao Maolin cheerfully introduced, presenting 2 phones valued at 5,000 each. Brother Zhao, could you please fetch 2 more in white? Chen Yansen's eyes lit up. He had long wanted to discard his Noah Key 78. Although the Apple IV seemed merely electronic waste in his eyes, it was still infinitely superior to the Symbian system. Zhao Maolin's expression momentarily faltered, feeling a twinge of regret as he considered the cost of 4 devices, which exceeded 20,000. Brother Zhao, I will pay for it myself. Chen Yansen quickly interjected, sensing his hesitation. Little Chen, you mustn't say that. It will be akin to slapping your elder's face. Zhao Maolin said with a stern yet generous demeanor. Xiao Gu, please bring 2 more white ones for Chen Laudi. Despite the pinch in his heart, Zhao Maolin maintained his composure and acted grandly. Chen Yansen accepted without any reluctance, fully aware that Zhao Maolin could undoubtedly gain significantly from him. This phone was always meant to be mine, he thought. Subsequently, he and Wang Zihao lingered in Zhao Maolin's office until dusk, before collectively driving towards the parking lot of Inha Jixing. As the largest commercial club in Sucheng, the lavish interior was adorned with opulence, and the manager brought over stunning women with alluring figures. The third one on the left, have her sit next to my brother. He prefers the curvy ones. Chen Yansen said with a carefree attitude, leaning back on the sofa, his demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned patron, devoid of any shyness or awkwardness. In this era, prior to the influx of competition in the live streaming industry, the women in the venue were, in both beauty and form, far superior to those years later. Chen Laudi, you must ensure I have a splendid time tonight, Zhao Maolin exclaimed as he loosened his tie and raised his glass. Zihao, don't just drink. At least touch a little. Brother Zhao has spent money, so don't waste his intentions. Chen Yansen clinked glasses with Zhao Maolin and, noticing Wang Zihao's timid demeanor, teased him with a laugh. With fire in his eyes, Zhao Maolin strode over, darkly inquiring, and the frightened Wang Zihao instinctively grabbed his hand and pressed it against his own shapely form. Ha ha! Now, that's more like it, Zhao Malin exclaimed, loosening his collar and swaying to the music, a stark contrast to his earlier managerial demeanor. Brother Zhao, I specifically chose this for you. It suits your character perfectly, Chen Yansen said, skillfully producing a watch to place on Zhao Malin's wrist. No, no, no. I truly cannot accept this. Zhao Malin hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Having noticed the invoice in the box and understanding Chen Yansen's intentions, accepting it would diminish their camaraderie, converting it into a mere transaction. Brother Zhao, I genuinely wish to gift this to you, Chen Yansen insisted earnestly. Chen Laudi, I sincerely cannot accept. Our brotherly bond cannot be measured by money, Zhao Malin stated seriously, setting down his glass. I have not considered this thoroughly. I will drink to my own folly. Chen Yansen comprehended that what Zhao Malin sought was the essence of friendship, albeit within the framework of a transaction, yet far more dignified. The gathering concluded at 1 a.m. Brother, a woman costs 2,000 just for a few hours? Wang Zihao lamented as they got into the car, his face filled with regret. Naturally, the expenses for the evening were covered by Chen Yansen. Zhao Malin had not only declined the watch, but also gifted him 4 additional phones. Thus, it was only fair for Chen Yansen to reciprocate. Driver. To Suchang Academy's East Campus, Chen Yansen instructed, closing his eyes to rest against the seat. His youthful body, still unaccustomed to the rigors of nightlife, succumbed to fatigue, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chen Yansen rubbed his aching head and casually grabbed his phone from the bedside. Upon seeing the message, he couldn't help but smile widely. Your account 0129 received a deposit of 58,240,000 yuan at 8:03 on September 4th. Balance 68,284,640 yuan. The commission from the campus card had arrived. After deducting the secondary agent's share, he netted 370,000, along with 20 points of humanitarian rewards. Chapter 37. You wouldn't want your boyfriend to know about us, would you? Chen Yansen set down his phone and, upon noticing Wang Zihao, realized he was not in the dorm, but in a hotel room. Zihao, wake up, Chen Yansen urged, gently kicking the still, slumbering Wang Zihao. Damn, I'm exhausted. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? Wang Zihao grumbled, burying his head back under the covers. The commission has arrived. Chen Yansen raised his voice, practically shouting in Wang Zihao's ear. What? No, brother son, I was just mumbling. Wang Zihao sprang up, startled, clad only in his boxers. Accompany me to the bank, Chen Yansen said without looking at him, tossing the words over his shoulder as he entered the bathroom. Last night, in his drunken stupor, Chen Yansen had repeatedly murmured Wang Xian's name. What a beast! She is only 14 this year, and he has the audacity to think of her. Why are you calling me? Chen Yansen asked, toothbrush in hand, peeking his head out. Wang Zihao hesitated for a moment before hastily concocting an excuse. Hot milk, a multi-grain pancake, and add 2 eggs. Yansen, it's not that I don't want to be your brother-in-law, but you are simply too unreliable. Even when Xian turns 18 in 4 years, I must minimize your encounters, Wang Zihao thought as he exited, his resolve firming. Chen Yansen scrutinized himself in the bathroom mirror, suddenly chuckling at his own reflection. You are indeed afraid of her. You even dream of her pressuring you to marry. In this lifetime, he vowed never to be fooled again. Chen Yansen presented his bank card and successfully withdrew 230,000 in cash, promptly tossing 2 bundles to Wang Zihao. Brother son, you gave me an extra 2,000, Wang Zihao noted with a grin, holding the money. Chen Yansen had initially promised him a 5% commission for the deal. The excess would be considered a bonus. Notify the agency group. We will hold a meeting at 10 in the cafeteria to distribute commissions. Chen Yansen, uninterested in small talk, stuffed the money into a bag and headed for his sleek vehicle. In this era, without various payment methods, disbursing cash was quite cumbersome. Oh, brother son, what will you do with the watch meant for Zhao Malin? Wang Zihao asked, wary of missing the return window. Forget it. I'll just wear it for now, Chen Yansen decided after a moment's contemplation, slipping the Rolex Explorer Series watch onto his wrist without a second glance. In his past life, he wore nothing less than Audemars Piguet or Patek Philippe. While Rolex was renowned, it did not suit his style. Holy crap, a watch worth over 60,000, and you say it's just okay? Wang Zihao scoffed, feeling that Chen Yansen was being rather pretentious. The journey from Suchang Academy to the city took an hour. And upon parking, Chen Yansen entered the cafeteria, where nearly 50 secondary agents had been waiting for some time. Brother Sun, Senior, they all exclaimed, rising in unison with gleeful expressions, eagerly greeting him. Some, even knowing he was merely a freshman, still warmly addressed him as senior. At this hour, aside from them, only a few cafeteria workers remained, who, witnessing the scene, privately wondered who this person was commanding such presence. According to the list, I will call out names. And you shall step forward, Chen Yansen declared with authority as he waved his hand, settling himself at the table. With a loud clatter, 210,000 in cash was dumped onto the table like refuse. Damn, that's a lot of money. The agents erupted in excitement, marveling at Chen Yansen's display of wealth. Brother Sun is way cooler than Chow Yun-Fat. Of course, Brother Sun is more impressive. Chow Yun-Fat 1T, give us a dime. They chattered animatedly. The cafeteria staff nearby stood in astonishment, their eyes glued to the pile of cash. Li Hui. The table presented by CHNYNSN is arranged in descending order according to the sales of campus cards, with the first name being the top seller. L Hu, who sold 542 cards and earned a commission of 27,100. CHNYNSN gestured for WNZHO to count the money. He understood that out of the 642 campus cards, El Hu himself had likely sold only a fraction, with the majority relying on the 3 tiers of agents beneath him. After deducting the commissions for his subordinates, El Hu would earn at least 12,000, a substantial sum for a university student in 2010. The surrounding onlookers gazed at him with envy. Thank you, SNG. Thank you, HOG, El Hu said as he accepted the money, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. He was in his 3rd year, and this sum represented the largest amount he had ever earned from the campus car business, and it would also be the last. Why are you thanking me? This is what you deserve, CHNYNSN replied with a faint smile, waving his hand before calling out the next name. Although it seemed like a substantial amount of cash, once divided among the numerous agents, the money on the table quickly dwindled within a short span of over half an hour, leaving only a few scattered bills. Expressions of gratitude and flattery filled the air, and several perceptive second-tier agents insisted on treating the two to a meal. ZHO, engage more with the second-year agents. Don't act aloof. One of them could very well be a minister or even the president of the student council, CHNYNSN advised, not wishing to attend himself. He pulled WNZHO aside and whispered, the campus car business will continue next year. The second-year agents will be the backbone. So it is crucial to strengthen your ties with them and leverage their connections within the college to help you smoothly transition into the student council. Understood. WNZHO nodded in acknowledgement and then walked out of the cafeteria with several high-performing agents, chatting and laughing. SNYNCA. Where are you going? CHNYNSN called out as he spotted SNYNCH trying to hide among the crowd, her timid demeanor amusing him. I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal, she responded, mustering her courage, her watery eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Fearing any harsh words from CHNYNSN. Oh, is the cafeteria acceptable? SNYNCH's expression fell, revealing her dissatisfaction as she thought. You refuse to dine in a nice restaurant and insist on treating a poor soul like me. Is this not bullying the honest? Fine. CHNYNSN frowned slightly, showing his distaste, yet seeing her pained expression, he nodded. Then hurry up. SNYNCH picked up 2 trays and hurried toward the serving window, her impatience evident. What do you want to eat? I'll pay with my card, she said softly, pointing at the steaming dishes. Prawns, pork ribs, beef, stir-fried chicken, and 2 servings of steamed eggs, and don't forget a portion of bok choy. CHNYNSN replied, patting his stomach and selecting the more expensive items. Shio, is this your boyfriend? He is quite handsome. The cafeteria lady asked as she approached with a ladle, momentarily stunned upon recognizing CHNYNSN as the student who had just distributed the cash, before smiling and inquiring further. Aunt W. No, he is. SNYNCH, seeing the lavish dishes CHNYNSN had ordered, felt a pang of pain in her heart. Hearing Aunt W.'s question, she hurriedly denied it, but faltered when it came to identifying CHNYNSN's status. Aunt W. She OCH is shy. I love meat. Please give me a bit more. CHNYNSN interjected with a grin. Don't worry, Auntie is steady. No Parkinson's here. Aunt W-ing laughed, mistaking CHNYNSN for S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ng's boyfriend, eager to heap generous portions onto their plates. Who says cafeteria ladies can only shake? This one is fantastic. After finally sitting down with their trays, CHNYNSN turned to S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ing and commanded, She-O-C-H-ing. Peel a prawn for me. Call me S-ing-Su-G. She retorted angrily, baring her teeth at him. Do you still wish to be a campus agent next year? CHNYNSN squinted, his voice laced with a subtle threat. Dream on. I have a boyfriend. S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ing shot back defiantly, reminiscent of their first encounter. You wouldn't T1 your boyfriend to find out that you took the initiative to kiss me for the campus card agent position, would you? CHNYNSN scoffed, not believing her, as Jing Ru Su-in had already divulged everything. I never kissed you. Their eyes locked, and after a minute, S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ing obediently picked up a prawn and began peeling it with a roughness that made Sach-N-Y-N smile slightly as he summoned the system panel. You wretched thing, give me more. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a thin stream of white mist swiftly penetrated his brow. A chilling sensation surged through his bloodstream, causing his muscles to tremble, but as the coldness dissipated, a wave of warmth akin to the blazing sun erupted from his heart, coursing through his entire being in an instant. His physique increased from 117 to 138, and the fiery energy was once again depleted. Oh, that feels good. CHNYNSN sighed contentedly, speaking to himself. CHNYNSN is indeed a freak. S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ing blushed upon hearing his strange sounds, her eyes glistening as she silently assessed him. As 11 o'clock struck, S-ing-Y-N-C-H-ing hurriedly bid farewell. It was only when she donned her work uniform and grabbed a ladle at the serving window that CHNYNSN comprehended the reason behind her earlier insistence on him eating quickly. University students can apply for student loans, grants, and scholarships, yet she seemed to be struggling financially more than he was. Why was she working so hard to earn money? CHNYNSN pondered. Subsequently, he took leisurely steps, digesting his meal as he made his way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, on the campus forum and a popular online community, discussion surrounding CHNYNSN had accumulated hundreds of threads. With evidence in hand, the wealthy freshman distributing hundreds of thousands in cash in the cafeteria? Is campus card agency this lucrative? Who can guide me? I wish to join. He was born a rich second generation. He arrived at the school in a Benz 300 on the first day. Who took this photo? It looks like it was snapped using an old camera. It's too blurry to see his face. I've seen CHNSU-ZHing. He looks much better in person than in the photo. He is even more handsome than J-ING-B-I-R-N. To the infatuated person above. Please get your facts straight. CHNYNSN is a freshman. How can he be considered senior? None of your business. I'll just call him senior. The ensuing 200 comments turned into a heated exchange between infatuated girls and those who were being disagreeable. It was only when the administrator intervened to mute them that peace was restored, coupled with the flattery from numerous second-tier agents. CHNYNSN's name became well-known not only among the freshmen, but also among sophomores and juniors. As for the seniors, busy with thesis writing and job hunting, they had little interest in such gossip. In a girls' dormitory, SMILing sat in front of her computer, continuously refreshing the posts about CHNYNSN, unconsciously murmuring, "Such an outstanding young man should be my boyfriend." With that thought, she sent a message to T-ING-ZHNZH. The two were class monitor and league secretary, having exchanged contact information early on. When CHNYNSN opened the dormitory door, he found T-ING-ZHNZH, his hair gleaming, applying lotion to his face in front of the mirror. He chuckled and teased, "What hair product are you using? It looks like shoe polish." T-ING-ZH grinned and patted CHNYNSN on the back. "Not bad. ZH is quite capable." "Oh, are you all heading out?" CHNYNSN clapped him on the shoulder, his expression one of mentorship, but as he noticed the others dressing up, he quickly realized. "The league secretary has organized a gathering for our dormitory. We discussed it and decided to go karaoke this afternoon and have dinner tonight," S-ing-Ying explained, putting down his sports shoes. "Oh, enjoy yourselves," CHNYNSN said, setting down his bag and kicking the door shut while removing his shirt. SNG, you're not going?" Tang Jinja was momentarily taken aback by the remark and quickly pressed on. recalling that Su Miling had specifically instructed him to bring everyone from 8302. Wow, Singu, have you been working out? Your muscles are incredible, Ah Chang exclaimed. Ha, Ah Chang, I didn't realize you were into this. Keep your distance from me from now on, Chen Yansen remarked as he opened his hands, wearing a disdainful expression while teasing. No, I meant, Sun Gu, your physique is truly impressive, even more so than those of us who play football every day. Wang Jingxiang quickly refuted with a cheeky grin. The others exchanged glances, all displaying expressions of agreement. To their surprise, beneath Chen Yansen's clothing lay a well-defined set of pectoral and abdominal muscles, not overly exaggerated, but brimming with a sense of strength. Chen Yansen merely smiled without responding. Every bit of his muscular physique was the result of his diligent efforts. Singu, let us hang out this afternoon. It wouldn't be right to miss out on the dormitory gathering, right? Besides, you haven't participated in a single group activity for so long, Tang Jinja implored earnestly. I have something to do this afternoon and cannot make it, Chen Yansen replied, ignoring him as he continued to change his clothes. He then placed 2 Apple phones into the cabinet, setting another on the table, intending to switch to the new device. Wow, is that an Apple 4? I thought it wouldn't be released for another 10 days. Singu, how did you get your hands on it? Song Yang asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. The campus card sold well, and it was a gift from the telecom company, Chen Yansen replied nonchalantly. Is that phone expensive? Zhu Xiaoping squeezed between Song Yang and Tang Jinja to ask casually. You could buy 10 of your phones with that. Song Yang recognized instantly that the 32 gigabytes version of the Apple Fortune Yansen held retail for 5,999 yuan. More expensive than tuition? Singu, give your brother a break. It's the first gathering, and I truly feel insecure without you there, Tang Jinja pleaded pitifully, his tone and well-dressed appearance contrasting starkly. Chen Yansen sighed in resignation. He wasn't deceiving Tang Jinja. He indeed had to go apartment hunting that afternoon. Meng Yakin, the campus telecom area manager, had helped him contact a teacher who happened to have a vacant faculty apartment. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Tang Jinja, I will go later. No later than 5. All right. Tang Jinja sighed in relief upon hearing his agreement. Going later was better than not going at all. In truth, it would be better if Chen Yansen didn't attend, as it would prevent the girls from focusing all their attention on him. Have you sold out of the campus cards you have? Chen Yansen inquired next, as the commissions for the agents had already been distributed, leaving only Tang Jinja and his group unpaid. The group chuckled and proudly stated, we sold out yesterday. This idea was originally conceived by Meng Shibua. They took advantage of visiting the freshmen's dormitories to casually chat with the first-year students before revealing their intent to sell phone cards. Being fellow freshmen fostered an added layer of trust among them. Each person gets 500. Chen Yansen opened his wallet, revealing a thick wad of cash, and promptly settled their commissions. Once the money was in their hands, they began discussing whether to find a more upscale place. Chen Yansen shook his head, picked up his phone, and turned to leave. Singu, try to come early, Tang Jinja called after him. The faculty apartments of Shuqing College were located just behind Dormitory 8. These were typically assigned as welfare housing for young teachers, featuring a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room layout. Some teachers would move to the city for larger homes after getting married, renting out their campus apartments to students preparing for exams. Upon arriving downstairs, he dialed the phone. Teacher Liu, I was referred by Meng Jia. Is it convenient for me to view the apartment now? Oh, please come up. The room is 0418. Lu Muyan's voice sounded youthful, warm, and slightly teasing. The 4th floor? Chen Yansen was somewhat displeased. The faculty apartments were walk-ups, and lower floors were generally more comfortable to live in, plus he was reluctant to climb stairs. Oh well, I'm here already. Chen Yansen ascended the stairs, and perhaps due to the added effort, he reached the 4th floor without feeling fatigued. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Muyan quickly stood up and opened the door. Standing at the entrance was a young man, aged around 18 or 19, dressed in a white shirt paired with black striped casual trousers, looking clean and fresh. He was tall and, by appearance alone, seemed reliable and not like a troublesome student. Teacher Liu, I'm Chen Yansen from Class 10 of Journalism. Here, that's my student ID, he said, scanning her figure briefly before handing over his identification. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that exuded an academic air, her figure plump and her face youthful. Lu Muyan glanced at the student ID and quickly returned it, then turned to introduce This apartment has one bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom. You can cook, but only with an induction cooker. It comes with air conditioning, a refrigerator, a television, and a washing machine. By the way, the broadband is complimentary from the telecom company, so you can use it for free. Her voice retained the same teasing lilt, as if it were innate. Chen Yansen nodded slightly, taking a look around the room. The appliances were from reputable brands, and the apartment was tidy without any unpleasant odors, suggesting no pets were kept. He was quite satisfied with the apartment, though the fourth floor made him hesitate. Since Meng Jie referred you, I can give you a discount of 50. Lu Muyin noticed his hesitation and quickly added. Her original price was 450, and dropping it by 50 brought it to 400, which was not particularly low. She had quoted higher initially due to the effort put into the renovations. 4,800 a year? Can it be lowered a bit more? Chen Yansen inquired. Then how about I reduce it by another 200? Lu Muyin asked cautiously, revealing her inexperience in negotiations. As soon as Chen Yansen spoke, she instinctively backed down. All right, Teacher Lu, just a moment. Chen Yansen found her to be genuine and decided not to nitpick further. Additionally, the apartment was well decorated and would surely be comfortable to live in. After speaking, he pulled out his wallet and leisurely counted a stack of cash. Lu Muyin was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, this student seems quite affluent. His family background must be good. A total of 2,300. I'll rent for half a year. Teacher Lu, do you have the contract ready? Chen Yansen handed her the money while casually asking. I can prepare that. Chen Yansen didn't think much of it. After all, she was a school teacher, and he assumed there wouldn't be any issues. After descending the stairs, he walked along Shuahai Road to a small 2-story red brick building beside the music college. He went up to the second floor and knocked at the door of an office. Hello, teacher. May I ask how to rent an office in the Entrepreneurship Park? Chapter 39, 0418. I will personally meet you tonight. Since 2008, the call for college student entrepreneurship has resonated throughout various undergraduate institutions in Huiyin Province. For instance, Shuqing College built a 2-story small building between the music college and the basketball court, each floor spanning over 600 square meters and divided into 16 individual offices to support college students' entrepreneurial endeavors. However, the department leaders did not anticipate that very few students at Shuqing College actually harbored entrepreneurial ambitions. 2 years later, more than half of the entrepreneurial spaces remained unoccupied. While the ground floor was filled with fruit shops, milk tea stores, digital shops, and small gift shops, resembling a night market rather than an entrepreneurial hub. Despite the president's repeated attempts to expel all the vendors selling milk tea and snacks, he was well aware that without them, the Entrepreneurship Park would inevitably devolve into a ghost town. Over time, the Entrepreneurship Park became a neglected project at Shuqing College, and the appointed supervising teachers turned into mere gatekeepers, occasionally gathering a group of night market vendors to recite entrepreneurship training content that even they did not believe. If entrepreneurship were so easy, what would I be doing as a teacher? Chao Dahua secretly scoffed as he sat in his office, sipping tea, humming tunes, and enjoying air conditioning while his salary was deposited. What a trivial business. Just as he was lost in thought, a crisp knocking sound suddenly echoed, followed by the appearance of a sharply defined face at the glass door. The other party revealed a set of dazzling white teeth and cheerfully inquired, Hello, teacher. May I ask how to rent an office space in the Chuanye Yuan? Chao Dahua hastily placed his feet down from the desk, in front of students. One must exhibit a semblance of a mentor. He cleared his throat and asked, What do you intend to do with the rented office space? I plan to engage in e-commerce. E-commerce? Chao Dahua was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. After a moment of mental recalibration, he blurted out, You mean starting an online store, right? More or less. Chen Yansen frowned, a flicker of disdain glinting in his eyes as he thought. Is this the caliber of the teachers at Chuanye Yuan? Even if one knows little, one shouldn't equate e-commerce with merely opening an online shop. Having observed the other casually lounging with his legs crossed, he immediately branded Chao Dahua as a beneficiary of connections. Surely, one could not land such a leisurely position without some form of privilege. Well, as long as you weren't selling snacks, Chao Dahua mumbled, rummaging through his drawer to hand Chen Yansen a form. Fill this out. Once the Chuanye Yuan administrator approves it, you can choose your office space. By the way, the monthly rent for a room is 200, and it must be paid for 3 months in advance. 200 may not seem excessive, Yet in 2010, when most university students struggled to manage a living expense of less than $1,000, where would they find spare cash for entrepreneurship? Teacher, how long does the review take? Chen Yansen picked up a ballpoint pen and swiftly filled out the form. The questions were merely basic information and entrepreneurial aspirations, akin to child's play for him. And he completed it in under 2 minutes, handing it back to the teacher. Quite fast. Teacher, what is your surname, and how should I address you? Chen Yansen was on the verge of laughter, yet he restrained himself, maintaining a respectful tone as he asked. He had initially presumed the other was merely a powerless bureaucrat, but he soon discovered that he was the head of Chuanye Yuan. As they would be interacting frequently in the future, it was crucial to cultivate a rapport. He certainly couldn't remain oblivious to the teacher's surname during their next encounter. My surname is Chao, as Inda for achieving greatness in Hua is in the brilliance of autumn moon. You may call me Director Chao. Chao Dahua said, crossing his arms with a nonchalant tone. Director Chao, here is 1,200. Please verify it. Chen Yansen pulled out his wallet, extracting 12 bills and placing them on the desk. Young man, you are quite hard of hearing, aren't you? I clearly stated 3 months in advance. So 600 is sufficient, Chao Dahua replied with a scowl, clearly displeased. Director Chao, I wish to rent 2 rooms. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, holding up 2 fingers. 2 rooms it is. That poses no problem at all, Chao Dahua remarked, sizing up Chen Yansen anew. He finally noticed that the young man was well-dressed. The fabric of his clothes evidently expensive, and his phone quite lavish. Ah, a wealthy second-generation heir, Chao Dahua inwardly scoffed. He doubted this lad would last more than 6 months. Entrepreneurship requires more than just money. Many affluent students at Shuqing University had similarly fizzled out after 3 months when their enthusiasm waned, lacking a sustainable profit model. After settling the payment, selecting the rooms, and receiving the keys, Chen Yansen politely bid farewell to Chao Dahua. Upon descending the stairs, he hurried to a nearby printing shop and printed 100 copies of a recruitment notice. Hey, is this for real? A student assisting him glanced at the content, his eyes widening in shock, mouth agape as he turned to ask, do I appear to be jesting? Chen Yansen retorted, shaking the 2 keys in his hand with a smile. Impressive. The student praised with a thumbs up, internally cursing him as a fool, thinking he was likely another rich kid unconcerned about parental funds. In less than 3 minutes, the 100 copies of the recruitment notice were completed. Recruitment notice for Shanghai Technology Company, Limited front-end developer. 2 positions responsible for page layout, user interaction implementation, and compatibility with mainstream browsers. Salary, 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Back-end developer. 2 positions responsible for using or developing core functionalities, implementing user registration and login, rebate calculation, order processing, merchant management interfaces, and database interaction. Salary, 2,500 to 4,000 yuan. Back-end developer. 1 position responsible for designing database structures, optimizing query performance, and managing user data, order records, and merchant information. Salary, 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Designer, 1 position. Salary, 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Testing engineer, 1 position. Salary, 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Project manager, 1 position. Salary, 2,500 to 4,000 yuan. While these salary offerings would be laughed off as slave wages in a decade's time at major internet companies, they would undoubtedly capture the attention of the entire Shuqing University community in 2010. In fact, barely had Chen Yansen left when the content of the recruitment notice began circulating within the campus, subsequently being shared on Baidu Tieba. Shanghai Technology Company, located in Chuanye Yuan. Rooms 206 and 208? Are there any students in Chuanye Yuan who can verify its authenticity? I went upstairs for a peek. Rooms 206 and 208 are still vacant. It seems some jerk is deliberately pulling a prank. Disperse, everyone. It's just a farce. However, some who had previously stored Chen Yansen's phone number felt the digits strikingly familiar, and upon retrieving their phones, they exclaimed, "Oh, it's Senior Chen." News spread rapidly, and soon the dean of the communication department was informed, followed closely by the president of Shuqing University. Teacher Chao, there's big news from Chuanye Yuan. Why did you not inform me beforehand? The president's phone call startled Chao Dahua, causing him to leap from his chair. Are you referring to? Chao Dahua was utterly bewildered, pondering what major news could possibly be unfolding, as Chuanye Yuan had been quiet that day, apart from a spendthrift renting 2 office spaces. Teacher Chao, it seems you are not sufficiently informed about the workings of Chuanye Yuan. There is a freshman named Chen Yansen who posted a recruitment notice at the entrance. Reportedly seeking 10 part-time university students, the president explained slowly. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. Rest assured, Chao Dahua assured, patting his chest. After hanging up, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Although Chen Yansen's entrepreneurial project was still in its infancy, his audacious spending had indeed astonished many. Upon further inquiry, the department leadership developed a modicum of anticipation regarding this freshman, who had secured the campus franchise and achieved the top telecommunications performance alongside upperclassmen. As long as Chen Yansen's project showed signs of progress, the president would have a good reputation to uphold when attending meetings with peers from other universities in the province, thus providing him with ample conversation fodder. What background does this kid have? Even the president is aware of him? Chao Dahua pondered, perplexed. The president urged him to support Chen Yansen's entrepreneurial project. Yet he was devoid of funds and resources. How could he offer meaningful assistance? After much contemplation, he summoned several students, retrieved some dusty office equipment from storage, and piled it up in front of rooms 206 and 208. This way no one could find fault. Meanwhile, after leaving Chuangyi Yuan, Chen Yansen called Wang Zihao at the corner, instructing him to return the car to the rental company. Sure, I'll be down in a moment to grab the keys. Wang Zihao readily agreed and was downstairs in under 2 minutes, subsequently driving Chen Yansen, dropping him off at the school gate. As Chen Yansen was about to enter the private compartment, he received a call from a familiar number. I am quite proficient in design. Do I meet the requirements for the designer position? The voice was sweet, almost flirtatious. Chapter 40. The bad girl. Most establishments surrounding the university cater to budget-conscious patrons. And given that Shuqing Academy is adjacent to rural areas, the standards at the school gate are easily imagined. As Chen Yansen pushed open the door to the private room, a 50-inch screen came into view, with a wired microphone lying scattered across the floor. Tang Jinjia held the microphone, passionately singing Bingyu by Hua Zai. This lad was hopeless. Singing Bingyu was hardly a way to engage with the ladies, Chen Yansen thought to himself. It was 2010, and the most sought-after female singers were Li Yuchen, Kai Yilin, Liang Jingru, and the likes of them. At the very least, one should be singing the songs of the three giants. Singing Bingyu would lead the girls to think he was merely accompanying an elder. Sungo, you finally made it. What song do you want to sing? I'll cue it up for you, Meng Shibua exclaimed, springing to his feet with a grin. Xin Yi. Shin Tongxue, you're here. The others greeted him warmly. Apologies, I had something to attend to this afternoon, so I kept everyone waiting. Please continue singing. I'll just sit down and have some water. Chen Yansen waved his hand dismissively, providing an excuse. He settled onto the edge of the sofa, several meters away from the girls, clearly uninterested in them. After hanging up on Song Yunqing, the phone rang incessantly. Whose songs do you enjoy singing? I could join you. Su Miling had quietly approached, speaking softly to Chen Yansen. She had intentionally donned a lace mini-skirt today, revealing her long, slender legs, paired with a white chiffon blouse that subtly accentuated her curves. This innocent yet alluring attire was bound to captivate young men. Chen Yansen glanced casually, lightly shaking his head. You all enjoy yourselves? Don't mind me. It wasn't that Su Miling wasn't beautiful. It was just that in a past life, he had dated several gentle girls like her, and before long, they were clamoring for marriage and children. Wasn't dating itself delightful? Deep down, he felt averse to such girls. Hey, Sungu, now that you're here, sitting around is rather dull. What do you want to sing? I'll cue it up for you. Tang Jinjia, having finished the chorus, put down the microphone with a cheerful grin, eager to persuade him. Judging by his demeanor, he likely believed his performance had been commendable and had left a good impression on the girls, especially Su Miling. Zhu Xiaoping, Meng Shibua, and Wang Zhengqiang joined in teasing him, viewing Chen Yansen's quiet demeanor as a sign of ineptitude, eager to witness him stumble. Only Song Yang remained silent, his eyes glued to his phone, the screen filled with dense text, seemingly engrossed in a novel. Then let us go with Bad Girl, Chen Yansen said, glancing at Su Miling with a slight smile, deliberately hinting that he preferred the allure of a rebellious spirit over the obedient type. Bad Girl? Su Yang's song? The crowd exchanged glances. At that time, admitting to enjoying the songs of the three giants was undeniably a source of shame, and none wanted to be perceived as out of touch. However, his words sparked interest in another girl, who had been distracted by her phone but now sat up straight, her gaze fixed eagerly on Chen Yansen. The familiar prelude began to play. Chen Yansen took the microphone, pulled up a chair, and sat before the screen, presenting a striking silhouette to the onlookers. The Rolex on his wrist shimmered under the lights, and his ensemble of a white shirt and black casual pants seemed incongruous with the song. When I let go of your hand, turning away, all that remained was to take care of myself. You said nothing, yet cried for a long, long time. As Chen Yansen began to sing, everyone froze. Those who thought him tone-deaf exchanged awkward glances. His deep, rich voice surpassed even the original artist's, exuding confidence and ease, infusing the song with a bad boy's charm. This was a duet, and after finishing the male part, he intended to continue with the female chorus, but suddenly a sweet, playful voice chimed in from behind him. Turning around, he saw a girl clad in a denim jacket, playfully winking at him. In terms of looks, she was no less appealing than Su Miling. One exuded vibrant energy, while the other radiated gentle grace. This was precisely the type of girl Chen preferred, one who enjoyed the thrill without emotional entanglement. Chen Yansen smirked, beckoning her over. She instantly understood. Bouncing over with the microphone in hand, her soft little hand resting in Chen Yansen's palm. This scene left the others momentarily dumbfounded. The two shared a natural chemistry, singing the entire song hand in hand without a trace of shyness. Are you a bad girl? Chen Yansen moved the microphone aside, leaning close to the girl's ear, exhaling softly as he lowered his voice to ask. Beneath her denim jacket, she wore a white camisole, and the closeness revealed the outline of her shapely form. Guess. She giggled, her small hand playfully brushing against his abdomen when no one was watching. After all, Chen Yansen was tall, handsome, and wealthy, making him an object of admiration for many girls. Su Miling watched the pair intently, her teeth gritting in frustration. The social gathering she had meticulously organized seemed to have benefited someone else. To be fair, the duo sang exceptionally well, their harmony seamless. Not bad at all. Chen Yansen lifted his glass, gently clinking it against hers, whispering, I'm not sure if I'm a bad girl, but you're definitely a bad boy. She teased back. Then why did you come over? Chen Yansen took a sip of his drink, smiling playfully. They're too boring and serious. Su Xingxing pointed at Tang Jinzhe and the others, pouting. I feel the same way, Chen Yansen replied coolly, casting a glance at Su Miling. Previously, during his university days, he had shared a similar demeanor as Tang Jinzhe and the others, often being categorized as dull by the girls. Soon, the two began tossing dice, laughing and drinking. Su Xingxing was both attractive and charming. Prior to Chen Yansen's arrival, Meng Shibua and Zhu Xiaoping had attempted to engage her, but her reluctance, claiming to be socially anxious, had deterred them. Now they realized that she was only shy around them. The group sang until 6 in the evening before heading to a restaurant for dinner. During this time, aside from Su Miling, who spoke less, the others remained lively, discussing their university experiences. On the way back, Tang Jinzhe remarked, Sunge, if you pursue Su Xingxing now, you'll probably win her over in a couple of days. Why would I pursue her? Chen Yansen replied, perplexed. Just look at her. She clearly has a liking for you. If you chase her, you'll succeed. Tang Jinzhe stammered, caught off guard by the question. If she likes me, she can come after me. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, his tone indicating he was not joking. Wow, no wonder you're Sunge. My perspective was too narrow, Tang Jinzhe exclaimed, smacking his forehead with a grin. Hey, Sunge, why didn't you drive today? I returned the car to the rental company, Chen Yansen replied matter-of-factly. That Benz was really rented? Zhu Xiaoping exclaimed, feeling a sudden release of pressure from Chen Yansen. Fool, the car might be a facade, but his ability to earn is undeniably real. Zhu Xiaoping's expression was unmistakable. Both Chen Yansen and Song Yang noticed, the latter silently scoffing. Indeed, it earns several hundred a day, Chen Yansen lamented, indifferent to others' opinions. To him, the rented Benz 300, costing around 800 a day, had alleviated numerous troubles and opened many doors. Such as the world, one first respect appearances before acknowledging the person. Drive a Maybach or McLaren, and beautiful women will naturally gravitate toward you. Upon returning to the dormitory, a few individuals remained exuberant, persistently discussing the beautiful girls in their class and the intellectual senior from their sophomore year. Unbeknownst to them, the conversation stretched until nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, Wang Zhengqiang bellowed, startling everyone, damn it, I haven't showered yet. Only 10 minutes left until the bathing area closes. Realizing the urgency, they quickly began gathering their toiletries. One moment's delay would necessitate a cold shower, an unpleasant prospect even in summer. Chen Yansen stood up to bid farewell, offering a word of caution to Tang Jinja. "Singu, you moved out already, even though you're only a freshman?" Tang Jinja paused, holding a basin, questioning him. Chen Yansen urged, "Damn, only 9 minutes left. Bobo, wait for me. Aqiang, you forgot your shampoo." After a flurry of chaos, only Chen Yansen remained in the dormitory. He chuckled softly and ambled towards room 0418. Would she come? As he ascended to the 4th floor, his gaze fell upon the door of 0418. Chapter 41. The first employee. The entrance to room 0418 was devoid of anyone. Chen Yansen glanced at his watch. It was 7:57 p.m. With just 3 minutes until 8. Instead of feeling disheartened, a flicker of relief welled within him. He pushed open the door and entered, unbuttoning his shirt from top to bottom. Just as he reached the final button, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Women are all the same. Chen Yansen scoffed dismissively as he approached the door and slowly opened it. Song Yunqing stood timidly at the threshold, clutching a laptop. Her demeanor starkly contrasting with the fierce impression she had made during their first encounter. Now, she exuded an air of wariness. "Why are you dawdling? Come in," Chen Yansen commanded brusquely, tapping on the doorframe. "Oh," Song Yunqing bit her lip, casting a quick glance at Chen Yansen. His chiseled features and a mischievous smile rendered him undeniably handsome, yet he hardly seemed benevolent. In an instant, the courage she had mustered began to dissipate. Just as she contemplated retreating, Chen Yansen seized her collar with disdain, pulling her inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed firmly. "Let us begin," Chen Yansen instructed, taking a seat on the sofa. "Begin what?" Song Yunqing's heart raced. She had believed herself prepared, yet the sound of the closing door left her utterly flustered. "Of course, the interview. I shall grant you one more chance. Had you performed like this previously, I would have eliminated you without a second thought." Chen Yansen huffed, his dissatisfaction evident. "What? Fine, I'll start right away." Song Yunqing bit her lip firmly, shaking off her daze. She cautiously opened her notebook, plugged in her drive, and declared, "Here is my portfolio, containing product designs, e-commerce posters, and branding. Which would you like to see first?" "All of them," Chen Yansen replied indifferently. Most graphic design works from over a decade ago tend to be unattractive and outdated. He was primarily interested in assessing Song Yunqing's design philosophy and foundational skills. As she nodded and maneuvered the mouse, she began to present her designs one by one. As anticipated, her portfolio resembled a relic from a bygone era, lacking any striking features. "Are you in dire financial straits?" Chen Yansen inquired, shaking his head. "Yes, why do you ask? With your current skill level, you cannot fulfill a designer's role. Instead, I propose a new position. Become my part-time girlfriend at a monthly salary of 10,000. Chen Yansen, I knew you had ulterior motives. I merely wished to earn money through my own capabilities. You haven't even mentioned a single design requirement. On what grounds do you deem me unfit?" Song Yunqing, resembling a cat with raised hackles, stood abruptly, shouting at Chen Yansen while brandishing a palm-sized brick. No wonder her pockets were bulging. She had concealed a weapon. She appeared ready to smash the brick over Chen Yansen's head at any moment. "I'll give you 1 hour to design a cartoon character for a shopping website, akin to Taobao or Jingdong." Chen Yansen squinted at her for a moment before speaking. Observing Song Yunqing poised with the brick, he couldn't help but chuckle. While many beautiful girls existed, he preferred those with wit. "Next time, I won't hold back. I'll smash your head without hesitation." Song Yunqing's cheeks flushed as she furiously warned him. Yes. So will you accept my interview requirement?" "Oof. An hour is an hour." Song Yunqing seized her computer, pulled out a chair beside the dining table, and immersed herself in her work. Before long, the sound of water splashing filled the air. Pausing momentarily, she recalled their first meeting, when she had been showering while Chen Yansen waited outside. 10,000 a month was indeed generous. In her mind, she reflected, for a second-rate design student like herself, securing a monthly salary of 6,000 post-graduation was already a miracle, and that was only possible in first-tier cities like Shanghai, Beijing, or Shenzhen. Song Yunqing, what nonsense about being a part-time girlfriend. It sounds appealing, but it really amounts to being his mistress. Remember, you must never compromise. Feeling her resolve wavering, she hastily reassured herself. When engrossed in work, An hour often passes in the blink of an eye. In the midst of her tasks, she unexpectedly dozed off. In her dream, Prince Yen appeared in a Chanel suit, exuding charisma, beckoning her with a finger, saying, "Chen Yansen, do you think you can escape just because you've been reborn? Prince Yen, I would rather marry a pig or a dog than you." Chen Yansen turned to flee, fortuitously spotting a bicycle by the roadside. He jumped on and pedaled furiously. "Chen Yansen, wake up! Hurry!" In a daze, a frantic voice jolted him awake. He felt the world around him collapsing and suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, realizing he had been dreaming again. "Chen Yansen, I've designed it as per your request. Take a look." Song Yunqing gazed at him with a peculiar expression, pondering. Who is Prince Yen? What could frighten this scoundrel so? Chen Yansen sat up in bed, turning to face Song Yunqing, who was squatting by the bedside. He forced a smile. "I thought you had left." "Show me." On the screen was a vibrant, adorable little fox, colored in orange and white, with a gold coin dangling from its ear and a golden ingot cradled in its paws. "I've researched. What you aim for is a rebate-based shopping guide e-commerce platform. The advertisement refers to it as a model, and the little fox symbolizes cleverness and agility, aligning perfectly with the website's purpose of assisting users in making wise purchases and earning rebates." Song Yunqing earnestly articulated her design concept and the subtleties involved. Chen Yansen admired her profile. Her fair skin had a slight blush, a soft strand of hair fell beside her ear, her rounded nose added a touch of innocence. And her lips, though somewhat dry, were a lovely shade of pale pink. "Honestly, you needn't work so hard. Being my girlfriend isn't something to be ashamed of," Chen Yansen suddenly remarked. "Do you still want to keep your head?" Song Yunqing interjected, furrowing her brow as she shook the brick. "Monthly salary of 2,000. 2 days off each week, a full 6-hour workday. If you have classes, you can make up the hours on weekends, with payment at the end of the month." Chen Yansen chuckled awkwardly and stated seriously, "So, does this mean I passed the interview?" Song Yunqing pointed at herself in disbelief. "Are you serious?" She understood Chen Yansen's ulterior motives, yet for the glimmer of hope, she had prepared thoroughly. She had anticipated his sarcastic remarks followed by a haughty dismissal, declaring, "Sorry, your skills are insufficient. You are not hired. The probation period is 1 month. If your performance is lacking, you can leave immediately." Chen Yansen added with a fierce tone, "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost." Song Yunqing beamed with assurance, her smile radiant, banishing her usual frown. "However, I requested just 1 hour. Look at the time now." Chen Yansen raised his hand, thrusting his watch's face in front of Song Yunqing. "It's 10:47 p.m. You have taken nearly 3 hours. It was you who slept for 3 hours. I could not wake you no matter how hard I tried." Song Yunqing, bracing herself, told a lie. This job was hard-earned, and she did not want to lose it. Chen Yansen raised an eyebrow, subtly reminding her. Song Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She seized her laptop, resolutely opened the door, and dashed downstairs. 5 minutes later, Chen Yansen stood on the balcony, noticing Song Yunqing squatting in front of the girls' dormitory, seemingly hesitant to knock. Amused, he called her. "I have a sofa here. You can sleep on it." "No need. I will go call the dormitory supervisor." Song Yunqing replied weakly, lacking vitality. "I will wait for you for a maximum of 5 minutes. If you are not here, I will lock the door. Just to be clear, if you dare disturb my sleep, do not expect to report to the Chuangye Yuan tomorrow." Chen Yansen hung up decisively, not wanting to waste more words. With Song Yunqing's temperament, if she truly intended to call the dorm supervisor, she would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Sure enough, the living room has air conditioning, disposable underwear, and towels available in the storage cabinet by the door. "Go help yourself. I'm going to sleep." "Thank you, Chen boss." Before Song Yunqing could finish her sentence, Chen Yansen had already entered his room. She smiled awkwardly, rummaging through the designated area as instructed, retrieving a box of disposable underwear and towels, and tiptoeing into the bathroom. She had clutched that half-brick for most of the night. Until the early hours, a loud thud echoed as the brick fell to the ground. She had endured several hours, yet the anticipated event never materialized. Ultimately, unable to hold on any longer, she succumbed to deep slumber on the sofa. Perhaps Chen Yansen was not so bad after all. This was her final thought before drifting into sleep. The following day, upon waking, Chen Yansen discovered that Song Yunqing was still sound asleep, her breathing heavy. The white fabric of her top had slipped down to her abdomen, revealing a patch of fair skin, and her little belly bore no excess flesh. With her frugal nature, it would be a miracle if she ever gained weight. Chen Yansen chuckled softly, contemplating, and grabbed a blanket, casually tossing it over her. Noticing her lack of response, he proceeded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, changing into clean clothes before heading directly to the Chuangyi Yuan. Upon entering the Chuangyi Yuan, Chen Yansen was met by a beaming Xiao Dahua. "Xiao Chun, your timing is impeccable. I noticed you seemed a bit short on supplies, so I arranged for a few sets of office desks and chairs for you." This fellow, how could he be so kind-hearted? Chen Yansen regarded him with suspicion, his guard immediately up. "Xiao Chun, as the head of the Chuangyi Yuan, it is only natural to support your entrepreneurial endeavors. It's merely a few sets of desks and chairs. I could even arrange for computers for you," Xiao Dahua asserted, noticing Chen Yansen's skepticism and puffing out his beer belly in displeasure. "Computers too?" Chen Yansen paused momentarily, surprised by Xiao Dahua's starkly different attitude, and laughed as he inquired further. "The teaching machines discarded from the library's computer room could easily be moved to you if you desire," Xiao Dahua grinned broadly. "Thank you, Director Xiao, but I can manage the computers myself." Chen Yansen chuckled, waving his hand in refusal. "Those teaching machines struggle even to run Minesweeper. If I try to handle slightly larger spreadsheets, they would probably crash immediately." "Hey, Xiao Chun, I brought up the computers voluntarily. If you choose to decline, don't pretend to forget it when someone asks later." Xiao Dahua leaned in closer and whispered, "Someone asking? Is it the dean or the principal?" No wonder this old fellow's attitude has shifted so drastically. It seems someone had given him a heads up. Has my existence already caught someone's attention? "Director Xiao, you are my benefactor. How could I forget your kindness?" Regardless of who is observing, he understands the principle that a local official is more relevant than a distant one. "By the way, there's a water dispenser in the storeroom. Would you like it?" Seeing that he was sensible, Xiao Dahua quickly added, "Then I shall graciously accept." Chen Yansen thought, if it's free, why not take it? This is one of the advantages of starting a business in school. As long as the higher-ups find you useful, there are always free resources available. After moving the water dispenser to the second floor, Xiao Dahua summoned 2 free helpers to assist him in purchasing 2 bottles of purified water from the dormitory supervisor next door. Unfortunately, due to the hard water quality in Xuqing, if one wished to avoid excessive hair loss, one could only drink mineral or purified water. As 9 o'clock approached, people began to trickle onto the second floor. Is he the project leader? He looks quite young. Chen Yansen from the journalism department. Don't you recognize him? He snatched the campus agent position from a third-year student in the physical education department, relying solely on selling campus cards. He must have earned a significant sum, 100,000. Do you honestly believe that? The crowd erupted into chatter, loudly discussing amongst themselves. Chen Yansen glanced at the time, cleared his throat, and addressed the noisy crowd. "Students interested in joining Senhai, please line up orderly. Did you all bring your resumes? Both paper and electronic versions are acceptable." After speaking, he turned and sat down, leaving a chair empty across from him. Thus, a makeshift interview space was set up. We need a resume? It's just a part-time job. Is it really necessary to be so formal? Damn, this person is so pretentious. I'm out. A first-year student, who didn't even bother to address the seniors, displayed a complete lack of courtesy. Whispers of mockery circulated through the crowd, and some individuals turned to leave. Chen Yansen remained expressionless, calm in demeanor, thinking, those who do not even prepare a resume are better off leaving. Is anyone interested in the front-end developer position? Who will step forward first? Chen Yansen scanned the faces in the crowd, stating earnestly. A boy wearing black-framed glasses of shorter stature donned a red and black checkered shirt, stepped forward. However, when he attempted to greet Chen Yansen, he hesitated over how to address him. Should I call him Xiao Chun, Boss Chen, or simply by name? You can just call me Chen Yansen. Please hand me your resume and start with a self-introduction. Chen Yansen nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. All right. I'm Zhang Wenbao, a fourth-year computer science major, proficient in various front-end frameworks, and I have a basic understanding of some others. Zhang Wenbao adjusted his glasses and spoke methodically. Daring to be the first to approach demonstrates a level of confidence. His expression was fluid, and when discussing his studies and project experiences, he displayed clear logic, revealing that he had indeed dedicated considerable effort to his field. Although Xuqing College is a second-tier institution with many students coasting through, there are certainly those who are diligent and hardworking. Once the introduction concluded, Chen Yansen set aside the resume and asked, "How would you implement a simple image carousel effect?" He sought not a mere bookworm who could recite rote answers, but rather a developer who could dive straight into practical work. Typically, one would use a timer to control the frequency of image transitions, adding control buttons for user manual switching. "I have a computer here. Can you demonstrate?" Chen Yansen pushed his business notebook towards him and inquired further. "No problem." Zhang Wenbo nodded confidently, accepting the laptop. Although there were no programming files on the desktop, a mobile internet card was plugged in. He adeptly logged onto the web, downloaded a lightweight editor and testing tools, and then began typing code rapidly. Seeing this, many students lacking practical experience quietly slipped away to avoid embarrassment later. Chen Yansen remained silent, continuing to ask, "How can one optimize web page loading speed? How to achieve responsive web design? How to prevent attacks?" In his previous life, although he came from a business and operations background, a basic understanding of coding and product knowledge was essential during the initial stages of entrepreneurship. Faced with 3 consecutive questions, Zhang Wenbo remained composed, discussing confidently while coding live. "Have you had any prior development experience?" Chen Yansen suddenly inquired. "A monthly salary of 4,000, a 2-day weekend, and a 6-hour workday. Please report tomorrow. Do you have any questions?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yansen offered Zhang Wenbo a position, recognizing that students of this caliber in their 4th year were a rarity. The salary was modest, and the candidate could potentially find more lucrative opportunities outside the campus. "Thank you, General Manager Chen," Zhang Wenbo exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he rose to express his gratitude. Having previously worked part-time at an external software company, he was aware of the market trends. While other companies might offer higher pay, they demanded at least 10 hours of work each day, leaving only 1 day off per week. After accounting for rent and meals, little would remain. Working at Sunhai was far more comfortable, with accommodations and meals provided on campus, resulting in a significantly higher hourly wage. 4,000. Goodness, I thought the job posting indicated a salary of 2,000 to 4,000, meaning it would only be 2,000. I didn't expect the maximum rate. Finding an internship outside that pays 4,000 seems unlikely, right? Don't even consider it. Those external software outsourcing companies treat female employees like men and male employees like pack mules. As the first candidate exited, the enthusiasm for interviews among the others was rekindled. However, Chen Yansen's excitement quickly waned as the subsequent candidates largely exhibited average skills, with poor practical abilities and none even remotely satisfactory. Clearly, he had stumbled upon a gem in Zhang Wenbo. "Alas, if this continues, I will have to resort to hiring from outside," Chen Yansen thought helplessly. Just as he was about to proceed with interviewing for back-end development, Song Yunqing hurriedly arrived, her hair disheveled and breathless. She announced, "Boss Chen, I am here to report." Chen Yansen glanced at her, noting her flushed cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead, and casually instructed, "You will be responsible for collecting resumes." With a curt nod, Song Yunqing placed her backpack down and stood rigidly beside him, resembling his personal secretary. By noon, Chen Yansen had yet to find a satisfactory candidate. Aware that patience was necessary, he took a deep breath and turned to Song Yunqing, saying, "Congratulations on finding a new job. Shall I treat you to a meal?" "Huh? Are you mistaken? As the boss, shouldn't you be the one treating?" Song Yunqing responded, momentarily taken aback. "Since you recognize me as the boss, are you not afraid I might make things difficult for you?" Chen Yansen threatened playfully, arms crossed. "Only if we eat at the cafeteria," Song Yunqing retorted, her chest heaving. Ultimately, she forced down her frustration and exclaimed defiantly, "What do you earn all that money for? To hoard it?" Chen Yansen teased with a smile, "Well, that is none of your concern." As Song Yunqing followed him, clutching the resumes, she grumbled under her breath, "Heartless boss, only knows how to exploit this poor soul." Chen Yansen turned his head, observing her lips move without sound, and frowned. "Are you speaking ill of me? Calling me a heartless boss?" "Yes, you. My hearing is quite acute." "What? How could I? I would never insult you." Song Yunqing's mouth fell open in astonishment, and then she laughed nervously, secretly thinking, "Goodness, can he read minds? I cannot read minds, but your face reveals everything." Chen Yansen playfully tapped her on the head, a light reprimand. "Are you going to buy me a computer? This is office equipment. What sort of fanciful thoughts are you having? Dreaming too much will only make one foolish." He mocked as he walked ahead. "Thank you, boss." Song Yunqing bowed deeply, her eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. Feeling awkward, Song Yunqing chuckled, not engaging further, and hurriedly caught up to Chen Yansen. Meanwhile, the first announcement from Sunhai rapidly circulated throughout the campus. 6 hours a day, a monthly salary of 4,000, and weekends off? Had I known, I would have skipped classes. I can hardly imagine what a month of 4,000 could afford me. I heard the interview process is especially rigorous. This morning, apart from the fourth-year Zhang Wenba, dozens were eliminated. Peng Fei, you are the pillar of our department. Why not give it a try? A boy with acne in a third-year dorm asked his roommate. I'm afraid this project won't last long, and I would waste my time. Xiang Pengfei replied after a moment of thought, glancing up. You could earn a year's worth of living expenses in just a few months. If I had your skills, I would definitely interview. His roommate encouraged. The startup incubator, room 206, right? I might as well give it a shot. Xiang Pengfei adjusted his glasses, feeling a touch of temptation. Such scenes unfolded in numerous third- and fourth-year dormitories, with many neglecting their lunch to revise their resumes. Simultaneously, many scoffed at Chen Yansen. A freshman, what gives him the right to employ upperclassmen? He must have made some money from the campus card. Wait for him to lose it. During lunch, Chen Yansen slowly remarked to Song Yunqing, if I take on more work, could that result in a pay increase? Song Yunqing cautiously probed, recalling how satisfied she had been with the 2,000 monthly salary until she compared it to Zhang Wenba's 4,000, which left her feeling deflated. Stop whining. Do you want me to deduct your salary? Peel me a shrimp. Chen Yansen grinned, subtly threatening. I really have a boyfriend. If he sees this, it will be the end for you. He is an athlete with an 8-pack. He could easily handle 10 of you. Song Yunqing insisted, her expression serious as she refused to peel shrimp. An 8-pack like mine? Chen Yansen lifted his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. You creep. Song Yunqing cast a hurried glance, her ears reddening, and quickly tugged his shirt down. Call your boyfriend and tell him I'm here waiting for him. Chen Yansen tossed her his phone, his demeanor audacious. Boss, I was only joking. I actually enjoy peeling shrimp for you. Song Yunqing's expression stiffened before she quickly replaced it with a smile, begrudgingly starting to peel the shrimp. Be sure to arrive at the startup incubator early this afternoon, and remember to buy disposable cups. If there are students coming for interviews, have them wait in line, Chen Yansen said, tossing a shrimp into his mouth as he spoke. Boss, I have a class this afternoon. Song Yunqing frowned slightly, her face reflecting her concern. Of course. Skip class. Do I need to teach you that? Work diligently with me, and I will promote you and raise your salary. Chen Yansen proclaimed grandly, indifferent to whether she could handle it or not. Oh, fine. Song Yunqing replied weakly after much internal conflict, then asked, what about you? Chen Yansen shot her an exasperated look. Song Yunqing pouted, knowing that if not for her fear of a salary deduction, she would have lunged at him in protest. Seeing her restrained frustration, Chen Yansen couldn't help but laugh. There was a certain satisfaction in teasing someone so earnest. After lunch, the two parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Upon awakening, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yansen dressed leisurely and made his way to the startup incubator, where he was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of interviewees had doubled compared to the morning. The second floor of the incubator was bustling with people. Go fetch Director Chow, Chen Yansen instructed Song Yunqing. Given the crowd, he feared chaos might ensue, so he asked her to bring Chow Dahua to assist. Although Song Yunqing was somewhat perplexed, she complied. Somehow, she conveyed the message, and soon, Chow Dahua approached with a smile, teacup in hand. Ahem, what is all this commotion? If you're here for interviews, line up properly. It's a complete mess with no order. Gao Dahua inquit steli, those blocking the way. Which department and class are you from? Who is your counselor? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately organized themselves into a queue, the previously obstructive students lowering their heads, refraining from uttering a sound. Thank you for your assistance, Director Chow. Chen Yansen greeted him with a smile. If you need anything, just call for me. Chow Dahua shot him a knowing glance and retreated to his office, clearly ready to indulge in leisure again. Chen Yansen took a seat, picked up a resume, and called out Xiang Pengfei. The candidates who arrived for interviews in the afternoon exhibited significantly greater prowess than those in the morning. After all, it was widely known that out of dozens interviewed in the morning, only one was accepted. It takes considerable courage to attend without genuine skill. From the blazing sun to the encroaching dusk, Chen Yansen was already utterly fatigued. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to proceed with the interviews. Fortunately, the outcomes in the afternoon were quite promising. In addition to the back-end developer Xiang Pengfei, he successfully recruited for positions in data warehouse management, product management, and testing engineering. However, the number of developers remained insufficient, as he had originally intended to hire 2 to 3 individuals for each role, aiming to establish the website before October and subsequently launch operations. Chen Yansen silently hoped for a pleasant surprise from the candidates scheduled for tomorrow. Brother Sun, we will send you the list of required items later. For the past week, the developers have been using their own computers to ensure there are no delays, remarked Xiang Pengfei as he left. Chen Yansen offered him a monthly salary of 4,000, which instantly boosted his enthusiasm. The goods will arrive in 3 days. I will handle the domain, server, and internet connectivity, Chen Yansen assured. He then turned to the slender young man beside him, Zhuang Rui. Prepare the product requirements in advance so we can review them together. Let us aim to proceed with the development plan orderly next week. Zhuang Rui, a junior majoring in software engineering, possessed a decent level of skill in product architecture and system design. Although his monthly salary of 3,000 paled in comparison to Zhang Wenba and Xiang Pengfei, he was quite satisfied. All right, brother Sun, Zhuang Rui responded with a nod. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yansen glanced at the still-present Song Yunqing and joked, "Are you hoping to treat me to dinner again?" "No, I don't have my own computer and wanted to ask if I could borrow your laptop for a bit," Song Yunqing mumbled, her head bowed. "What happened to the computer from yesterday?" Chen Yansen inquired softly, furrowing his brow. "It belongs to my roommate, and others need to use it too, so I cannot borrow it for 3 days," Song Yunqing replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping over her as she stared at her shoes. Curious, Chen Yansen asked, "Without a computer, how do you usually create designs?" "In a library or the computer lab," she answered succinctly. "Those old machines? Even playing solitaire can be sluggish." "You're impressive." Chen Yansen shook his head, bemused. Finally, he exhaled deeply and said, "The password is 920204. Remember it? Easy to remember, I've got it." Song Yunqing smiled faintly, filled with gratitude. "Just remember, that is my birthday, so don't forget to get me a gift," Chen Yansen reminded lazily as he approached the door. "But I'm quite poor," Song Yunqing murmured under her breath, her watery eyes reflecting a flicker of inexplicable emotion. Upon exiting the entrepreneurial park, Chen Yansen strolled along Shuihai Road. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a message from Su Xingxing. "Hey, I bought some beer. Want to join for a drink?" "Another time," he replied. Shortly after, Su Xingxing sent another message. "Do you always chat so directly with girls? You seem quite experienced. How many girlfriends have you had?" Chen Yansen was taken aback and reread the previous message, realizing it could be misconstrued. However, Su Xingxing's playful demeanor intrigued him. Rather than feeling offended, he engaged her further. "Is there a difference?" Su Xingxing inquired again. "It's just numbers like stars in the sky. Impossible to count. But regarding my past, we can delve into that next time when I have some free time," Chen Yansen typed, deliberately teasing her. "Are you suggesting a deconversation at a hotel with ID cards?" Su Xingxing asked. "Sure. I've yet to see a girl's ID in my life," Chen Yansen replied with feigned ignorance. Su Xingxing, lying in her dorm, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Though Chen Yansen might be a bit mischievous, he was undeniably entertaining, unlike those dull boys whom she found exhausting to converse with. After a few casual exchanges, Chen Yansen grew disinterested in continuing the conversation with Su Xingxing. He ascended to the 4th floor and, as he scanned the area, spotted Meng Jie carrying fruit, leaning against the railing and gazing downwards. "Ah, class leader Meng has arrived. And with fruit too. How generous." Chen Yansen approached, jokingly. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything," Meng Jie said, smiling lightly. Her cheeks flushed. Her glistening lips, under the dim light, were utterly tempting. "Did you put on makeup?" Chen Yansen asked, noticing the change as he opened the door. "Do I look good?" Meng Jie stood on her toes, eager for him to see her better. Unlike other girls who might blush or coyly claim to have dressed up just for him, Meng Jie was different. She expressed herself through her actions. "Chen Yansen, it's my first time wearing makeup, so look closely. Very beautiful. It makes me feel like rushing to the marriage registry. Better yet, let us have a child right away," Chen Yansen said as he leaned down to meet her gaze, their faces mere centimeters apart, their breaths audible. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. "Shut up." Meng Jie's lips curled upward, clearly pleased by Chen Yansen's flirtation. "Come in. No need to change shoes," Chen Yansen said. stepping into the living room and plopping down onto the sofa. Am I the first girl to arrive? Meng Jie set down the fruit and asked casually. Oh no. Chen Yansen shook his head, denying it outright. Oh, then who else has been here? Meng Jie's smile faded instantly, her tone turning sour. As for Song Yunqing, he conveniently omitted her from his thoughts. Engaging in conversation with girls required a delicate balance of sincerity and embellishment. Stating all truths would render him a mere sycophant. Are you playing with me on purpose? Meng Jie exclaimed, tossing the fruit aside and leaping into Chen Yansen's embrace, gripping his collar. After interviewing over 100 candidates today, my eyes are fatigued. Can I have a hug? Chen Yansen deflected, opening his arms with an exhausted expression. You just love taking advantage of girls. Meng Jie complained, yet her body betrayed her as she wrapped her arms around his waist like a child seeking comfort. Chen Yansen leaned down to kiss her, and just as he began to escalate their intimacy, Meng Jie tightened her grip on his hand, gasping, If you keep this up, I want to come back next time. I'm just curious. Don't take it the wrong way. It's a brand new Apple IV, he said, feigning seriousness. Too expensive. You should return it, Meng Jie replied, her heart fluttering at the mention of a couple's phone, yet she quickly shook her head in refusal upon learning its price. It was a free gift from the telecom company. Wang Zihao has one too. Surely, I can't be the only one without a girlfriend's phone, Chen Yansen insisted earnestly. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Meng Jie's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and after a moment's consideration, she said, Well, I suppose I can reluctantly accept it. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean of the School of Literature and Media, the Dean pondered aloud, Teacher Guo, I've heard that one of your students is working on an entrepreneurial project. Could we possibly allow him to recruit a few impoverished students? Indeed, that is the case. But it seems he is primarily hiring students from the computer science department, which does not align with our literary studies, Guo Dongchen replied with a sigh. Hands raised in resignation. That's true. What position does he hold in his class? The dean inquired further. That wouldn't be appropriate. Such an outstanding student should be encouraged to take on more responsibility, the dean asserted with a stern expression. Guo Dongchen hesitated, but eventually nodded. However, there are no vice class leaders in college. The Youth League secretary is equivalent to a vice class leader. Chapter 44. The Eve of Going Online. First meeting Chen Yansen had no desire to be a vice class leader. Since Guo Dongchen had not approached him, he chose to remain oblivious to the matter. In the following days, he continued to focus on recruitment, working with Zhuang Rui and others to refine the development plan and outline the most urgent development needs. Rooms 206 and 208 in the entrepreneurial park quickly expanded from an initial 7-member team to 11, with the development process steadily advancing. Song Yunqing, please optimize the website branding one more time. Prepare 3 versions for user registration, login, homepage, rebate list, and order details. We will review them together next week. Chen Yansen instructed, tapping on the table as he addressed Song Yunqing across from him. Understood, boss. Song Yunqing replied, her expression resigned. Pingfei, how many weeks until the development of registration, login, personal information management, and rebate withdrawal functions is completed? Winbaugh, regarding the browser compatibility issue, I give you 3 days. If it cannot be resolved, do not return. Zhuang Rui, is this the requirement document you authored? You have not even clarified the logic of rebate transactions. If there's a next time, you will be dismissed immediately. Chen Yansen's roar echoed throughout the second floor of the entrepreneurship park. Song Yunqing, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief. At least Chen Yansen had not scolded him in such a manner. Chen Yansen's strong personality leaves no room for error prior to project implementation. However, he is not solely a taskmaster. He occasionally gathers a few individuals to collaboratively address development challenges or treats them to meals to strengthen team camaraderie. Having experienced the golden decade of mobile internet and witnessed the splendor of e-commerce empires, he possesses a clear understanding of the products he desires and the qualities that will enable them to establish a foothold in the market and gain renown. After the project goes live, I will reassess salaries based on everyone's performance during the development phase. Those who do not meet the standards will be eliminated, Chen Yansen stated with a serious expression. Upon finishing his remarks, he turned and descended the stairs, walking slowly across Yixing Bridge, standing in the shade by the basketball court, enjoying an ice cream while gazing at the student formation undergoing military training. 1-1, 1-1. The sound of synchronized footsteps resounded, raising a cloud of dust. September in Huibei remained sweltering, and before long, some boys were drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. Chen Yansen squinted, catching sight of Wang Zihao, who wore a pained expression. The moment their eyes met, Wang Zihao immediately understood the unspoken words. Is it refreshing? Ah, had I known, I wouldn't have pretended. How comfortable it would have been to stay in the dormitory with a medical leave note and enjoy the fan. Wang Zihao lowered his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Beads of sweat trickling down his neck, making his chest itch uncomfortably. The itch compelled him to scratch, and, just as he raised his hand, he heard the instructor's furious shout. Second row, 6 column, step forward. 20 push-ups. Instructor, Wang Zihao began to explain. The instructor, however, would not entertain any excuses, glaring at him and declaring, 30 push-ups. Damn, brother Sun truly foresaw this. Wang Zihao, feeling helpless, realized that as the class monitor, he could not oppose the instructor, and ultimately had to comply, reluctantly stepping forward to perform push-ups. He had ordered 2 air conditioners, which had finally arrived, in the entire entrepreneurship park. Aside from Chao Dahua's office, the other workspaces relied solely on fans for cooling. While this was bearable in summer, the cold winters in Huibei would be unbearable without heating. Master, over here. Chen Yansen waved to 2 delivery workers, leading them upstairs. This building does not have pre-installed air conditioning slots. We need to install 2 brackets on the outer wall, one of the lean workers remarked while inspecting the window. Money is not an issue. Just install it as soon as possible, Chen Yansen interjected, cutting off the lengthy preamble. The boss is straightforward. Old Lu, let's get to work. The lean worker grinned, quickly opening the box to reveal the air conditioning units, signaling his partner to commence work. Brother Sun, you're installing air conditioning for us? Xiang Pengfei abandoned his keyboard and eagerly approached. Indeed, the room is filled with your sweat odor. Chen Yansen glanced at him, chuckling as he teased. Hey, Brother Sun, can I discuss something with you? Tonight, I'll bring a cooling mat. Would it be okay if I sleep in room 206? Zhuang Rue squeezed over, grinning mischievously. The dormitory at Shuqing College lacked air conditioning, making summer unbearable. Do as you wish, Chen Yansen replied casually, unconcerned about the electricity costs. Thank you, Brother Sun. I want to sleep here too. I happen to have a camping bed, Zhang Wenba added, eager to join in. The rest of the group clearly showed interest as well. Chen Yansen realized that his seemingly casual act of installing air conditioning significantly accelerated the development pace. These 18 and 19-year-olds, after bringing their bedding, were too embarrassed to take advantage of the broadband and air conditioning without contributing, instead gathering to write code together. Approaching noon, just as Chen Yansen intended to head downstairs for lunch, he spotted Wang Zihao and Meng Jia ascending from the staircase's corner. Wow, Brother Sun, when did you install the air conditioning? Oh, this is so refreshing. Wang Zihao pushed open the glass door of room 206. A gust of cool air hitting him as he dashed beneath the air conditioning unit, humming in delight. Chen Yansen, not bad. I thought there were only a couple of you here, but it seems you have quite a scale. Meng Jia stood on tiptoes, playfully patting Chen Yansen's shoulder like an adult. Brother Sun, I want one too. Wang Zihao grinned, turning to shout. Let me introduce everyone. This chubby guy is my half-brother. If you see him stealing ice cream next time, don't mistake him for a thief. Chen Yansen pointed at Wang Zihao, jesting. Da, Brother Sun, that sounds a bit distant. Greeting, senor. I am Wang Zihao, the class monitor of 10 e-commerce. It's a pleasure to meet you all. And this is my girlfriend, Meng Jia. Chen Yansen pulled Meng Jia close, making a sincere introduction. Upon hearing this, Meng Jia felt as if a multitude of fireworks exploded in her mind, her heart racing. She instinctively looked towards Chen Yansen, who raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk, yet his expression remained solemn as he spoke. This was the first time Chen Yansen had formally introduced her as his girlfriend in front of others. Girlfriend? So he has a girlfriend. Song Yunqing's expression stiffened, a bitter smile briefly appearing before vanishing, replaced by a gentle smile. When they were eating shrimp, he had even intentionally bitten his finger. She had never been in a relationship, but to claim she felt no attraction to Chen Yansen, a boy with a mischievous air, would be self-deception. Now, that faint feeling was completely shattered by his words. I'm glad I didn't fall for it. Chen Yansen is just a scumbag. Song Yunqing took a deep breath, silently reminding herself. This is our front-end engineer Zhang Wenba, back-end Xiang Pengfei, product manager Zhuang Rue, and designer Song Yunqing. Chen Yansen introduced the existing members of Sunhai to Wang Zihao and Meng Jia. Sister Song, you are here as well? Wang Zihao expressed mild surprise, casting a wary glance at Chen Yansen before engaging in small talk. Oh, Zihao, do you know Sister Song? Meng Jia inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes. We met for the first time. Wang Zihao instinctively began recounting their initial encounter to Meng Jia. Nothing special. Song Yunqing is our campus card agent, Chen Yansen interjected, rolling his eyes at Wang Zihao. Hello, Sister Song. I am Meng Jia from 10 Accounting, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Meng Jia approached confidently, extending her hand. Hello. The other party was petite, standing less than 5 feet tall, shorter than Meng Jia by half a head, dressed in a blue and white military training uniform, wearing frameless glasses, with a delicate face and notably short hair just grazing her earlobes. Her lively demeanor and carefree personality made her appear more boyish. She doesn't seem more beautiful than me, Song Yunqing thought suddenly, but then found the notion absurd and quickly dismissed it. After the pleasantries, the group chatted merrily as they headed towards the cafeteria. In the days that followed, aside from their interactions at the entrepreneurship park, Song Yunqing did not exchange any superfluous words with Chen Yansen. Chen Yansen remained unfazed, not dwelling on it, and instead dedicated all his energy to work. On September 17th, the user login system went live, supporting verification via email or mobile number. By September 19th, the integration with Zhifubao was successfully completed, and the rebate withdrawal function was launched. On September 24th, the order system was tested and went live, connecting with Taobao Wang to synchronize order data. By September 29th, the product library module was launched, sourcing data from Alibaba's product pool, allowing for independent modifications of main images and titles in the backend, and enabling a one-click push feature. Thus, Chen Yansen's first phase of development was entirely completed, with the core merchant management system reserved for the second phase. The only remaining task was to determine a suitable product name. Chapter 45 witnessed the registration surpassing the significant milestone of 30,000 users. In room 206 on the second floor of the entrepreneurship park, a refreshing breeze flowed through. A dozen young individuals sat in a circle, their attire casual, ranging from white shorts to shirts paired with jeans, and even a few in flip-flops, each holding an ice pop in hand. Sungo, I have a name idea. Huli Tao. It resonates with our website's brand image and immediately conveys that we are in e-commerce, suggested Zhuang Rui, adjusting his glasses with a spark of inspiration. That's a splendid idea. I concur, remarked Xiang Pengfei, furrowing his brows in contemplation, ultimately agreeing with Zhuang Rui's notion. Song Yunqing, what about you? As a designer, don't you have a name for your brand image? Chen Yansen inquired, inscribing the words Huli Tao on the whiteboard before focusing his gaze on Song Yunqing. I have 2 suggestions. One is Xiao Hu Sheng Qian, which is endearing and directly highlights the product's money-saving feature. The other is Huli Wang, which shares a similar essence with Zhuang Rui's idea, replied Song Yunqing with a calm demeanor, having prepared in advance. At this point, the whiteboard displayed over a dozen alternative names, such as Hu Xiao Hui, Huli Bao, and Huli Shi, among others. Shall we hold a vote to decide? Proposed Zhang Wenba. Singe, what do you think we should choose? Xiang Pengfei posed the question, and the others turned their attention to Chen Yansen. Let us organize a voting event on the website, presenting these alternatives and determining the outcome based on votes. With participating users sharing the event's prize, Chen Yansen responded thoughtfully, offering an unexpected solution. This approach possessed 2 merits. First, it would promote the website through the event, attracting the initial batch of seed users at a low cost, thereby efficiently completing the product's cold start. Second, university students possess a keen sense of online trends, and their choices would be more reflective of contemporary tastes. Everyone quickly grasped the brilliance of Chen Yansen's strategy and began to express their agreement. Wenba, Pengfei, how long will it take to implement? Yansen clapped his hands, directing his gaze towards the 2. There are no technical difficulties. We can utilize existing templates. And once we set up the data tracking for user interactions and voting actions, we will definitely go live before the end of the day, Xiang Pengfei replied without hesitation, with Zhang Wenba nodding in affirmation beside him. Chen Yansen nodded slightly and announced, let us get on it right away. Zhang Wenba clenched his fist, exuding an enthusiastic demeanor. No rush, let's distribute the salaries first. Chen Yansen smiled gently, retrieving a black plastic bag from behind his chair, and with a thud, several thick bundles of cash tumbled out. Students prefer convenience. They are economical and durable. If you need to provide them with social insurance, they might become demanding. Being a fresh graduate is crucial. It will be immensely beneficial for future job applications, residency registration, and civil service examinations. Sengu, you miscounted. You've given an extra 1,000. Zhang Wenbo, the first to receive his salary, counted the cash and instinctively inquired. You guys come to the office every night. Leeching off the internet and air conditioning. Do you think I'm blind? The extra is considered overtime pay, Chen Yansen retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Overtime pay? Zhang Wenbo was taken aback, then broke into a grin. 5,000 a month. Who would believe that? Thank you, Sengu. The boss is generous. After receiving their salaries, everyone eagerly lavished him with praise, with nearly everyone receiving overtime pay and bonuses, including Song Yunqing. Let us hope for a triumphant start. Chen Yansen waved his hand, addressing the group, a sentiment he also directed towards himself. The display before him flickered with the words Run Dao Xianhua 05, Run Dao Xianhua 04, and Run Dao Xianhua 03, and soon, the panel recorded an increase of 4 points in that category. Chen Yansen concentrated his thoughts on his physical attributes, feeling a familiar chill wash over him, and in an instant, his physical value rose to 142. The sensation from this enhancement was not as intense as the last, yet he could still perceive a gradual increase in his physical strength. When I earn money, I will definitely venture into the food delivery and ride-hailing industries, ensuring comprehensive benefits, commercial insurance, and supplementary pensions for millions of employees. Imagine the transformation. Chen Yansen mused internally, his heart brimming with anticipation. The morning hours slipped away swiftly, and Chen Yansen gradually rose, stretching lazily, his gaze drifting to Song Yunqing across the room. After a moment of thought, he remarked, Now that we've distributed salaries and bonuses, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Here is the meal card. Feel free to swipe for whatever you wish. Song Yunqing replied flatly, retrieving the meal card and placing it on Chen Yansen's desk. What if I want you to accompany me for a meal? Chen Yansen leaned in, lowering his voice as he glanced around to ensure no one was listening. Boss Chen, do not forget that you have a girlfriend, Song Yunqing warned, her teeth clenched, enunciating each word carefully. But you have a boyfriend too, and I'm not bothered, Chen Yansen continued jesting. But I am, Song Yunqing retorted, pocketing the meal card and departing with a hasty, irate demeanor reminiscent of an agitated kitten. Chen Yansen shook his head, summoning Zhang Wenbo, Zhuang Rui, and Xiang Pengfei, and the group made their way to the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many along the way. A month prior, Chen Yansen had gained significant notoriety at Suqing College, but as his focus shifted solely to website development, the fervor surrounding him gradually waned. Nevertheless, many continued to watch him, gambling on whether his entrepreneurial venture could withstand the test of time until the year's end. Sengu, with the product nearing launch, should we hire an expert in advertising and operations? Zhang Wenbo inquired as they walked. Rest assured, I have it all under control. The internet landscape of 2010 is markedly different from that of the following decade. If you lack funds, you engage in keyword searches. Those with fewer resources resort to group promotions or campus forums, while the financially robust invest in Baidu or Google for keyword rankings. For instance, private domain operations, commonly known as mass advertising, were unparalleled before WeChat became the dominant social platform. Various groups for classmates, interests, and friendships flourished, making it more prudent to allocate funds to social platforms rather than traditional advertising. In my previous life, the notorious Pinduoduo thrived on the viral wave of WeChat, capitalizing on bargain activities to propel its growth. Chen Yansen contemplated quietly. At 4 p.m., following successful testing, the voting plugin was officially launched. The rules of the event were gradually refined through discussions between Chen Yansen and Zhuang Rui. The prize pool was set to fluctuate, with an additional 10,000 yuan added for every 3,000 new lottery participants. Winners would share the prize pool, with amounts ranging from 28 to 888 yuan. The winnings would be credited to the user's balances, available for withdrawal to Zhifubao. To enhance user retention and first-order transaction rates, Chen Yansen established a withdrawal threshold of 5 yuan, compelling winners to place additional orders to access their winnings. Once everything was finalized, Chen Yansen shared the website link in the new student group chat. Dear classmates, our new product developed in Entrepreneurship Park, Room 206, is about to launch. It is a discount website where you earn rebates through shopping on Taobao. The product name is yet to be determined, so please help us by voting for the most suitable one. Additionally, participants in the voting can share a minimum cash prize of 10,000 yuan, with the potential to earn up to 888 yuan. The prize pool starts at a minimum of 10,000 yuan, and individuals can win up to 888 yuan. Xiang Pengfei, Zhang Wenbao, and Zhuang Rui also assisted in spreading the word. Chen Yansen heard that Sun Gu was the campus card representative of Suqing College, and he must have made quite a fortune, right? Chen Yansen truly is extravagant. Just for casting a vote, he offers 888 yuan in cash. Ding ding ding. The WeChat group for Chen Yansen's high school class suddenly became lively, with former classmates engaging in fervent discussion. The event is genuine and effective. With the draw to take place in 3 days, perhaps you will be the one to win 888 yuan. Sun Gu is in a meeting, and what Asa says holds as much weight as what Sun Gu would say. Wang Ziheo suddenly chimed in the group. Meng Jie, in an agitated tone, exclaimed Asa. Chen Yansen and Meng Jie are together? In an instant, the old classmates scattered across different locations displayed expressions of astonishment. They had thought that after entering university, Chen Yansen would become a couple with Zhou Qiyuan, yet the outcome was unexpectedly different. Meng Jie congratulated Chen Yansen, saying, dating is fine, but do not neglect your studies. The teachers wish you both well. Zhou Qian, who had been lurking in the background, felt a mix of emotions, her face shifting from pale to flushed. From the words between the lines, it was evident that Chen Yansen was thriving in university, not only as the campus card representative, but also having started a business. If I had known, I would not have left him hanging. Zhou Qiyuan felt a tinge of regret, accompanied by resentment towards Meng Jie. What I do not want, you cannot take from me either. The link shared by Chen Yansen rapidly spread nationwide, relying on college students and university towns. The number of user registrations surpassed 30,000. It was then that Chen Yansen realized he had significantly underestimated the dominance of 2010. At this moment, the prize pool had been increased to 110,000. For freshmen, this e-commerce startup project had allocated several 100,000 in bonuses for its first promotional activity. These keywords immediately became the focal point of self-media and gossip bloggers. Even in some corners of the 3 major portal sites, Sohu, Sina, and NetEase, there were reports about Chen Yansen and his entrepreneurial endeavors. The registration numbers began to soar. The next evening, Chen Yansen saw Meng Jie off at the bus station. Meng Jie sat in her seat, her eyelids drooping, revealing a hint of reluctance as she murmured, "Why don't you just stay?" Chen Yansen smiled gently, wrapping his arm around her head, and softly replied. Meng Jie nestled closer to him, her voice tender. Her originally short hair had now grown to her shoulders, more exquisite and beautiful than 2 months prior. Chen Yansen thought it was a pity. He had intended to take advantage of the National Day holiday to advance his relationship with Meng Jie, perhaps even reach home base. But his mother-in-law's longing for her daughter had thwarted his plans. Upon returning to school, the sky had darkened. As he ascended to the 2nd floor of the entrepreneurial park, he was taken aback by the sight of a dense crowd. Without much thought, he pushed his way in. "Principal, this is Chen Yansen." Gui Dongshan pointed at Chen Yansen as he introduced him to the crowd. "Principal?" Chen Yansen reacted swiftly, immediately donning a warm smile and hastily approaching the principal. Speaking with composure, "Hello, Principal Tang. Thank you for visiting the Entrepreneurial Park 206 for inspection. Without your strong support, our project could not have progressed so smoothly." Tang Qingshan, in his 50s, with a distinct 3-7 hairstyle and a medium build, bore some resemblance to actor Tang Wuqiang. Noticing Chen Yansen's eloquent speech and social awareness, he patted Chen Yansen's shoulder and said, "Chen, I have heard that your entrepreneurial project is doing quite well. Would you share some insights with a few of the teachers?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yansen quickly scanned the faces in the crowd. The individuals beside Tang Qingshan, based on their imposing demeanor, did not appear to be ordinary teachers. Most likely the deans of the business school, liberal arts school, and information engineering school. He was not foolish enough to boast, but rather humbly stated, "Principal, I am merely a freshman. What experience could I possibly have?" The modest achievements we have attained are entirely due to Director Chow's meticulous guidance. The focused nurturing from the deans and the outstanding seniors cultivated by each department. If any other young person were to say such things, even if they could, it would not come out as smoothly and naturally as it did with Chen Yansen. Tang Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, finding the situation amusing. No wonder this young man could command a group of upperclassmen to work for him just a month after enrollment. Being able to pay salaries was one aspect, but the ability to relate to people was another. The seamlessness of his speech would take most individuals 3 to 5 years to master. In the corner, Chao Dahua straightened his back involuntarily upon hearing his name mentioned by Chen Yansen, thinking, this young man is perceptive. My gesture of giving him an office desk and water dispenser was not in vain. Let's discuss your project, Tang Qingshan interjected, breaking Chen Yansen's flattery. He was aware that his assistance to Chen Yansen was merely a nod to Chao Dahua. The other party's ability to establish the website relied on their own capabilities. Certainly. Principal. Chen Yansen nodded, his demeanor becoming serious as he led everyone into room 206, where a 60-inch screen was positioned by the window. A single scrolling number was displayed, 57,483. Principal, our project represents a new form of e-commerce model, reliant on major platforms for survival. Users navigate through a link to Taobao, Jingdong, or Guomei. Essentially, we operate as an advertising platform, selling traffic to e-commerce platforms and sharing some of the profits with users, achieving a win-win situation. In contemporary advertising marketing, this model is known as. Chen Yansen spoke confidently, presenting without any signs of hesitation or nervousness. What does this number signify? Tang Qingshan inquired curiously, pointing at the figure on the screen. This reflects the actual registered user count of our website. I estimate it will double in 3 days. According to our planned promotion, I aim to reach 100,000 users by the end of the year, with monthly revenues exceeding 10 million. Whether Tang Qingshan believed it or not was irrelevant. As an entrepreneur, one must be bold enough to paint a vision, regardless of whether the audience is employees or investors. The effects were immediate. Even Zhang Wenbo and Xiang Pengfei exchanged glances, re-evaluating the significance of Sun Hai in their respective career plans. Once Sun Hai flourished, they would only need to grow alongside the project, potentially becoming supervisors or managers. 100,000. Monthly revenue of 10 million. Tang Qingshan's brow furrowed slightly. The vision Chen Yansen painted was indeed enticing. If he could deliver on his promises, it would signify that Suqing College had achieved remarkable results in student entrepreneurship projects, which would be quite persuasive in subsequent reports to higher-ups. Chen, your project has emerged from the Entrepreneurial Park's incubation. As mentors, we will naturally provide some necessary assistance. What do you currently lack the most? Tang Qingshan said with a smile, his tone gentle. Certainly, we lack funds. Chen Yansen thought to himself, but he understood that he could not directly ask for money. The inquiry was casual, and he could only respond in kind, aiming for some tangible benefits. Principal, our project has just launched, and with so much work, I simply cannot find the time to attend some elective courses, Chen Yansen said after a moment of contemplation, speaking hesitantly. His meaning was quite clear. Principal, I would like a privilege to be able to skip classes with an official excuse in the future. Tang Qingshan saw this as a minor request and readily agreed. Clearly, he intended to establish Sun Hai as a model of student entrepreneurship at Suqing College, which would lend credibility when attending meetings with principals from other provinces in the future. After sending off these esteemed individuals, Chen Yansen let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a chair to sit down. Xin Yi, do you really think we can achieve 10 million in monthly revenue by the end of the year? Zhang Wenbo, the honest one, could not suppress his curiosity and pressed on. 10 million is nothing. I dare to dream of 1 billion. Chen Yansen grinned, then turned to Song Yunqing and said, Give me an ice cream, quickly. Seeing her remain motionless, Chen Yansen smirked mischievously and threatened, If you glare at me again, do you believe I will deduct your salary? This tactic was always effective with the money-minded Song Yunqing. Yes, Boss Chen. Song Yunqing shrank her neck, reluctantly stood up, and obediently walked toward the refrigerator. The remaining few chuckled, dismissing Chen Yansen's claim as mere boasting. To them, 10 million was an astronomical figure, let alone 1 billion. As the National Day holiday was approaching, Chen Yansen conferred with Zhang Wenbo and Xiang Pengfei, suggesting that each of them appoint one person to remain behind to handle any unforeseen circumstances. How many more orders do we have left? Chen Yansen inquired as he settled next to Zhuang Rue, his gaze fixated on the screen, displaying the back-end data. The day's order volume stood at 837, with a total sales figure of 263,655 yuan, yielding an average order value slightly exceeding 30 yuan. The best-selling item was a pair of men's shorts priced at 99 yuan, which, due to the advantage of free shipping in coastal areas, had sold 183 pieces in a single day. The estimated gross profit was 6,318 yuan. Not too shabby, Chen Yansen remarked with a smile. Wenba, our bonus pool for the event has already reached 220,000, Zhang Wenba timidly queried. Wenba, we cannot calculate it that way. You must consider that this 220,000 has brought us over 60,000 new customers. And when the time comes, the winners of the 99 yuan prize will likely not meet the withdrawal threshold. They will either forfeit or need to place another order, Chen Yansen slowly elucidated. Exactly, Wenba. I've calculated, and according to the current gross profit margin, our actual expenditure for this event may well be under 30,000, Zhuang Rue added. Impressive, Zhang Wenba praised with a thumbs up. The results of the voting activity had far exceeded his expectations, prompting him to stay up late the previous night, selecting thousands of different products and pushing them to the front end with a single click. Changing titles and images was also a monumental task. He was occupied until dawn before finally resting for a brief moment. The female students from the College of Arts were quite appealing. Selecting a few with good looks and figures would surely motivate the tech-savvy guys in his group to work even harder. The campus was deserted, with hardly any students in sight, and only one pancake stall was still open in the cafeteria. Chen Yansen had no other choice and was not picky, munching on a grain pancake while aimlessly wandering around the campus. As he passed by the entrepreneurship park, he noticed the lights on the second floor were still on, presumably belonging to Wenba and Pengfei. Without further contemplation, Chen Yansen ascended the stairs, only to find room 208 shrouded in darkness, while room 206 had one person inside. Hey, why are you still here? Planning to trick me out of my overtime pay? Chen Yansen approached quietly, teasingly. In room 206 of the entrepreneurship park, Song Yunqing was seated at her workstation, her attention fixed on the product information on the screen, dragging the mouse while jotting notes in her notebook. Occasionally, she paused, contemplating the pages sorting. Her long hair, soft as a waterfall, was simply tied back into a ponytail, with a strand brushing against her cheek, quivering slightly with her movements. Hey, why are you still here? Planning to trick me out of my overtime pay? A teasing voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling Song Yunqing, who instinctively stood up. With a thud, her head collided forcefully with Chen Yansen's chin, causing her to gasp in pain. Do you walk without making a sound? You scare me. Ouch, that hurt. Song Yunqing glared, her expression fierce. Are you deaf? I walk heavily. Chen Yansen scolded, frowning as the strong scent of iron filled his nostrils. Song Yunqing, upon hearing this, tiptoed to take a look, noticing blood seeping from Chen Yansen's lips. Realizing her distraction had likely caused the mishap, she sheepishly retracted her neck and forced a smile. Just a little scrape, are you all right? I won't do it. Song Yunqing stepped back defensively, resembling a startled cat. Chen Yansen wiped his mouth with a tissue and plopped down in her chair, casually picking up her notebook. Categories: home, food, beauty, digital appliances. Sorting logic: monthly sales on Taobao, daily sales on our site. What are you doing as a designer, organizing these? Chen Yansen inquired, intrigued. I understand clearly that although you hired me, I lag significantly behind third and fourth year students in design. I thought I could learn more and take on additional work. Song Yunqing explained slowly, her head lowered in contemplation. I'm not a boss who casually dismisses subordinates, Chen Yansen replied, slightly taken aback, his tone softening. I want to earn money through my own abilities, Song Yunqing stated, raising her head with determination, a hint of stubbornness in her expression. Her bare face slightly flushed, revealing a delicate pink hue whenever she became excited. Chen Yansen felt a smile bubbling up but stifled it with a sigh, pointing to the nearby bench. Come sit here. I will teach you about product selection logic. Song Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, her dazed expression making her appear even more endearing than usual. Do you want to learn? Chen Yansen urged, raising his voice slightly. Oh, I do. She obediently took a seat beside him. The proximity seemed to generate a faint fragrance, causing Song Yunqing's heart to flutter and her skin to itch inexplicably. Biting her lip, she changed the subject. I'm ready. Please teach me about product selection. Chen Yansen chuckled, no longer teasing her, and began, start with a specific category, like beauty. Initially, do not focus on basic monthly sales. Instead, understand the brand's influence based on market ratings, which will guide you to the specific products. As she listened, Song Yunqing's gaze unconsciously drifted to Chen Yansen's face, admiring his sharp features and subtly smiling lips. A sudden softness enveloped her heart as she thought, if only he weren't taken. Startled by her own thoughts, she vigorously shook her head, striving to concentrate on Chen Yansen's lecture. Tomorrow, try selecting products and jotting them down to facilitate later observation of sales data. After a few months of practice, you should be ready to manage independently. Chen Yansen concluded after clearing his throat and taking a sip of water. Just barely ready to manage? Song Yunqing, having listened attentively, had initially expected that following this method would at least qualify her for a category operations manager position. There are many intricacies involved. I will explain them to you gradually. To excel in category operations, you must understand industry trends, brand distributions, and even the raw materials and manufacturing processes of the products. Do you think a few hours of learning can match years of accumulated knowledge? Chen Yansen retorted dismissively. Chen Yansen, thank you. Song Yunqing looked directly at him, pondering why. Despite their similar ages, he possessed such extensive knowledge. She secretly wished to delve into his mind. Since you comprehend the necessary skills for product selection during this holiday, draft a recruitment notice to hire 3 product operations specialists. You will be responsible for training them. Chen Yansen assigned her another task. Understood. I will send it to you promptly. Song Yunqing replied eagerly. Chen Yansen glanced at the time and prepared to leave. You may stay here for the night, he joked, pointing to the floor of room 206. But I haven't showered yet. Song Yunqing murmured softly, lowering her head. You frequently sleep at my place. What if your boyfriend finds out and causes me trouble? After all, you mentioned he could take on 10 of me. Chen Yansen interjected before she could respond, firmly declining. I don't have a boyfriend at all. Did you know that all along, and that is why you keep teasing me? Song Yunqing's face flushed as she clenched her small fists, glaring fiercely. Boss, I am your employee. She pleaded pitifully, following closely behind him. Ultimately, the two of them entered room 0418 together. After changing into slippers upon entering, Chen Yansen casually asked, Do you want to shower first, or should I? Of course. You first, boss, Song Yunqing chuckled, making her way to the sofa and expertly tidying up her makeshift nest. Chen Yansen ignored her and proceeded to brush his teeth and shower. Soon, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Can't you put on proper sleepwear before coming out? Song Yunqing cast a fleeting glance at him, noting his tall and upright figure. A slender waist akin to that of a monkey, long legs, and well-defined muscle contours on his arms. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. This is my home. As long as I wish, I could be completely unclothed. Chen Yansen scoffed, and upon finishing his words, abruptly pulled away the bath towel, startling the other into a loud scream. Song Yunqing covered her face and turned away, saying, Chen Yansen, do you believe I will inform you? Will you tell her that you spent the night in my room? Chen Yansen, clad only in his shorts, replied with a mischievous grin. Song Yunqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to respond. I used that soap. She panicked, standing frozen in place as Chen Yansen's hand roamed over her. Vivid images of his hand, moving along her waist, flashed through her mind, the sensation akin to that of a branding iron. Logically, she should have felt resistance. Yet she did not. Song Yunqing sat alone for a long time, and only when the clock signaled the arrival of dawn did she hurriedly rush to the bathroom. The following day, when Chen Yansen awoke, he found that Song Yunqing had already tidied up the sofa and left early. After brushing his teeth and dressing, he had breakfast in the cafeteria before heading to the entrepreneurial park. He had arranged to meet Wang Ziheo to teach him advertising techniques, intending to launch a promotion plan as soon as the voting event concluded. Good morning, Sungu. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Chen Zong. I bought an extra breakfast. Have you eaten? Several of the remaining technical staff greeted him. Across the room, Song Yunqing was already seated, the mouse clicking as if she were designing or selecting products. Chen Yansen called out to Hu Yin from the data team. Report yesterday's user count and sales figures. Sungu, on September 30th, our cumulative user registration reached 83,612, with an addition of 59,184 yesterday. The sales figure for yesterday was 410,153 yuan, with an order count of 1,281 and a gross profit of 97,628 yuan, Hu Yin exclaimed, rising abruptly and shouting. A daily gross profit nearing 10,000. Orders have also surpassed 1,000. Thank you all for your hard work. This result has exceeded my expectations in both speed and strength. Our next target is to break 10,000 daily orders. Achieve this, and everyone will receive a salary increase. Chen Yansen declared, clenching his fist and raising it high. Xin Yi Samosing. The crowd responded with delight, their faces brightening in agreement. Although it was uncertain when they would reap the rewards, at least Chen Yansen was a boss willing to paint a promising picture. Judging by last month's overtime pay and bonuses, Chen Yansen's credibility seemed reliable. Song Yunqing observed Chen Yansen, who appeared calm and self-assured, her expression gradually becoming complex. Before long, Wang Zihao arrived. Chen Yansen led him into room 208, where they discussed optimization techniques for the entire morning. Wang Zihao was not lacking in intelligence and learned quickly, though he appeared somewhat clumsy compared to Wang Ziyan. The core strategies are long-tail keywords, external link building, and page optimization. I've memorized them, Wang Zihao recited earnestly. Chen Yansen patted him on the shoulder, saying, no need to rush. Take your time to study. At that moment, the cumulative user registration had just surpassed 100,000. By the afternoon of the second day, the voting event concluded at 6 o'clock. A total of 37 million users participated, with the prize pool reaching 460,000 yuan. The product with the highest votes was Hu Li Tao, garnering 850,000 votes. In other words, the final 460,000 yuan prize will be shared among 850,000 people, with individual prizes ranging from 28 yuan to 888 yuan. Although 99 of users won only 28 yuan, there were still several hundred individuals who received 88 yuan, and some even won the grand prize of 888 yuan in cash. Within a mere 3 hours, the announcement of Hu Li Tao's voting results trended on social media, with many fortunate winners sharing screenshots of their 888 yuan withdrawals, and countless others showcasing their 88 yuan wins. Hu Li Tao established a formidable reputation among the college student demographic, coupled with Chen Yansen's identity as a freshman. This combination made him and Hu Li Tao the focal point of media attention, quickly becoming a paradigm of successful entrepreneurship among students. Yet, within the entrepreneurial park room, 206, the atmosphere was somewhat disheartened. Despite Hu Li Tao trending on social media, it had not converted many users, and the growth rate of real-time registered users had plummeted from a peak of 500 per hour to a mere 50. Chen Yansen glanced at the data, unfazed. He understood that Hu Li Tao essentially served as a platform for trading traffic, incapable of generating substantial organic traffic on its own. Having successfully acquired the first batch of seed users at a remarkably low cost, achieving a flawless cold start for the product had already exceeded his expectations. In an effort to enhance the first-order transaction rate for winning users, he specifically collaborated with Zhuang Rui and Song Yunqing to devise a new user activity section on the website's secondary page, featuring fast-moving consumer goods priced under 20 yuan, with rebate amounts maintained above 22 yuan. This way, users who won 28 yuan only needed to place another order to complete their first withdrawal, thereby experiencing the core process of Hu Li Tao. Zhuang Rui, have you finished the product requirements document for the discount? Send it to me as soon as possible. Chen Yansen inquired, feeling somewhat fatigued after selecting products and stretching leisurely. Zhuang Rui nodded and added, although the discount model can be bothersome, it is undoubtedly a powerful tool for attracting new users. His current funds were insufficient. Even if the customer acquisition cost in 2010 was low, he could not afford to burn cash unless he secured angel investment. However, at present, Hu Li Tao had less than 140,000 registered users, with daily active users below 10,000. Its profit model bore no differentiation from competing sites, making it challenging to attract investors' interest. Only by breaking into the top 3 in the industry would capital willingly flow in. Meanwhile, in a third-year male dormitory at Luqing University, Zhang Wei was browsing Hu Li Tao's promotional page. These denim shorts are 399 yuan, but with a rebate of 4 yuan, they only cost 359 yuan, right? Zhang Wei muttered, scrutinizing the product details and reviews, finding no issues, and proceeded to make the payment. The other products on the page were equally enticing. A 99 yuan shirt offered a 1 yuan rebate, a 299 yuan appliance provided a 30 yuan rebate, and a pair of 399 yuan sneakers came with a 40 yuan rebate. This novel approach to online shopping felt like a gateway to a whole new world. In the past, many online shoppers often resorted to directly bargaining with store owners, a method that was time-consuming and arduous, leading most to accept the prices displayed on websites without question. The emergence of Uli Tao profoundly challenged their previous perceptions. By the end of the day, the conversion rate of a single promotional page exceeded 30. This meant that out of every 10 users who entered the promotional page, 3 ultimately made a purchase, an astonishing conversion rate. On October 2nd, Uli Tao achieved 745 orders, amassing total sales of 125 yuan and a profit of 926 yuan. On October 3rd, the order count soared to 123, with total sales of 991 yuan and a profit of 443 yuan. On October 4th, the order count reached 169, yielding total sales of 517,063 yuan and a profit of 732 yuan. In just 3 days, Uli Tao's total sales exceeded the remarkable milestone of 500,000 yuan. Sengge, the data is out. Currently, there are 471 orders from users who won the 28 yuan prize, with a gross profit margin of 13. It turns out we still made 300 yuan. Huyan grinned as he reported the figures to Chen Yansen. This aligned closely with Zhuang Rui's estimates. The total cost for this voting event was anticipated to be under 40,000 yuan, yet its efficacy equated to what would typically require 400,000 yuan to achieve. Chen Yansen smiled gently and then reminded Zhuang Rui, "Let us take our first step steadily. Next, we must ponder the retention issues. Enhancing the first order rate and the frequency of orders is your most crucial task moving forward." Chen Yansen nodded in agreement, turning to glance at Wang Zihao, who was still engrossed in his work. He intended to call him out for a moment of relaxation, but the words lingered at his lips, unspoken. He left the entrepreneurship park, wandering aimlessly along Luxi. The sky was dim and overcast, a streak of golden twilight gradually disappearing beyond the horizon. A gentle breeze carried a slight chill, rustling the willow branches. After an entire month of relentless work, even someone as energetic as he felt a tinge of fatigue. Ultimately, Chen Yansen could not fully entrust the project to these 18 and 19-year-olds. His previous life experiences had taught him that in the realms of business and the workplace, the only person one can truly rely on is oneself. Others might unexpectedly stab you in the back, leaving you oblivious to your demise. Arriving by the river, he sat down without hesitation, staring blankly at the riverbank. Uli Tao, in essence, was a shopping guide e-commerce platform, and its future was destined for one of 3 outcomes: acquisition, listing on the main board, or making a quick profit during the e-commerce boom before gradually declining. Chen Yansen did not plan to expand Uli Tao significantly. He primarily viewed it as a stepping stone to accumulate connections and resources within the industry before venturing into a more promising path with funding and a team. As for which path to choose, he had yet to determine. Class leader Chen, lost in thought all by yourself? A playful, light voice broke through his musings. Turning his head, he smiled slightly, recognizing the familiar figure of Su Xingxing, whom he had not seen for several days. She held a half-dozen beers and a bag of snacks in her hands, wearing a baseball cap, a white tank top exposing her fair shoulders and neck, and green sports shorts. Her attire was quite bold and trendy within the confines of Su Cheng Academy, where most girls would typically don pajamas while out and about. It seemed she had forgotten about his existence. Had she not reached out, their interactions might have been limited to that one occasion a month prior. Later, she heard that Chen Yansen was engrossed in entrepreneurship, garnering the attention and support of the principal, even receiving media coverage. Compared to other boys, Chen Yansen appeared to exist on an entirely different plane. While others were still up late playing video games, his entrepreneurial project had already attracted over 100,000 users. Furthermore, with Chen Yansen's tall and handsome stature, many girls harbored feelings for him, yet very few dared to express their intention to pursue him. Our dormitory Su secretary has been thinking about you. Don't you have any thoughts? Su Xingxing took a sip of beer, casually probing. I'm not fond of overly obedient girls. They're rather dull. Chen Yansen clinked his glass with hers, chuckling lightly. And what about a bad girl like me? Su Xingxing boldly inquired, puffing out her chest. Oh, to what extent are you bad? How many boyfriends have you had? Chen Yansen teased with a sly grin. Do you wish to know the exact number, or are you more interested in my past? Su Xingxing propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Chen Yansen. So, did you bring your ID this time? Chen Yansen sidestepped the question, leaning in closer to inquire. What ID? Come to the dorm. I'm the only one there. Are you brave enough to come? Su Xingxing squinted her eyes, smiling brightly at him. A girl's dormitory? He had never unlocked such a scenario before, and it inevitably stirred something within him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Chen Yansen stood up, preparing to leave. Next time? Going to pick up your girlfriend now? Su Xingxing paused slightly, thinking to herself, Chen Yansen, you are quite the rogue. Chapter 49. The Trip to Shida Hot Springs. Zhu Xiaoping's request under the nightfall at Sucheng bus station. The crowd bustled about, still lively and noisy. Chen Yansen, I'm right here. Meng Ye, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, waved at him from the throng. To meet him, she had deliberately applied light makeup and wore a deep blue long dress paired with a short jacket, her smile radiant, her eyes gleaming with delight, akin to a parched traveler suddenly spotting an oasis. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, took out his phone, and wrapped an arm around Meng Jie's shoulder, saying, Let us go. Meng Jie, grinning cheerfully, playfully remarked, Ever since I saw you, I haven't stopped smiling. It's only been 4 or 5 days apart. Yeah, I couldn't stay home, my mind filled with thoughts of you. Then I certainly must take a look. Chen Yansen held her small hand tightly, knowing that such affectionate gestures would make her heart race. Hailing a taxi, Chen Yansen instructed the driver to Shida Hot Springs Hotel. Meanwhile, Meng Jie was oblivious to the destination. The driver grinned, thinking he had a lucrative fare ahead, as the journey spanned over 60 kilometers. A charge of 100 yuan seemed reasonable. Minutes passed. As Meng Jie noticed the unfamiliar streets outside the window, she frowned and asked driver, Are you sure you're not going the wrong way? Not at all. Aren't you headed to Shida Hot Springs Hotel? Chen Yansen squeezed her soft hand, earnestly explaining. The Hot Springs Hotel? Going to relax together? Meng Jie's cheeks flushed as she softly remarked, My dad was right. You are a bad boy. Always thinking of taking advantage of me. Chen Yansen laughed, teasing her further. Meng Jie was well aware that going to the hotel with Chen Yansen would likely be a case of a sheep entering the tiger's den. While she indeed liked him, she was not ready for their relationship to progress too quickly. At least for now, she was not psychologically prepared. No worries, the hotel has a communal kitchen. We can also make beef soup, Chen Yansen reassured her, patting her shoulder to ease her concerns. Is that what I'm worried about? Meng Jie felt a mix of amusement and frustration, casting a resentful glance at Chen Yansen, thinking, I'm afraid of your mischief. However, she did not continue to oppose him, seemingly forgetting the matter, her gaze drifting, quietly listening to the sound of her own heartbeat. An hour and a half later, the journey swiftly passed. Chen Yansen assisted her with the check-in. The room was designed with a unique style, featuring a bathroom, a tatami resting area, and a 3-square-meter hot spring pool on the first floor, while the second floor housed 2 single beds and a desk. I'll go fill the water. It should take about half an hour. Chen Yansen tossed his phone and room card aside, preparing to undo his shirt buttons. Could you please not take off your clothes? I'm scared. Meng Jie's eyes lowered as she timidly asked. Her tone starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. Hearing this, Chen Yansen halted his actions, leaning down to look earnestly at Meng Jie, noticing her chin tremble and a droplet of crystal-clear water clinging to her eyelashes, clearly indicating her extreme nervousness. Then I'll go change in the bathroom, Chen Yansen suddenly suggested. Meng Jie involuntarily sighed in relief. Throughout the journey, she was torn between worrying about Chen Yansen's potential mischief and fearing that rejecting him would make him unhappy. Before long, having finished a shower, Chen Yansen emerged wrapped in a towel. By this time, the water in the hot spring had nearly filled up. He placed the towel behind his head and comfortably lay back. Go wash up. After the hot springs, I'll take you out for dinner, Chen Yansen remarked, eyes closed, appearing utterly relaxed. Just a warning, no funny business. Meng Jie whispered, though her conviction lacked strength. Yes, I know. Hurry up, Chen Yansen waved dismissively. Meng Jie hesitated for quite a while before finally grabbing her backpack and entering the bathroom. When she finished her shower and peeked out, wrapped in a towel, she discovered that Chen Yansen seemed to have fallen asleep. His breathing steady, chest gently rising and falling. Droplets of water clung to his handsome face, his exposed arms showcasing well-defined muscles. Chen Yansen usually donned shirts, making it hard to discern that he possessed such a robust physique beneath his clothing. Mengjie tiptoed lightly to the edge of the pool, curiously poking at his muscles. When she noticed his lack of response, she realized that his earlier claim of feeling fatigued must have been genuine. Mimicking Chen Yansen, she comfortably reclined, yet her gaze remained fixed upon him. Having shared 3 years as classmates, their interactions had previously been limited to discussing mathematical problems. However, in the 2 months since graduation, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His demeanor, eloquence, experiences, and ability to earn far surpassed those of his peers, coupled with his wit and charm, which delighted those around him. Mengjie found herself ensnared in her affections for him, despite her father's repeated warnings against pursuing a relationship with Chen Yansen. "Dad, you don't understand him. Chen Yansen is truly wonderful," she mused to herself, squinting as she felt the warm spring water flow across her fair skin. After a while, Chen Yansen abruptly opened his eyes and saw Mengjie lying opposite him, her slender legs submerged in the water, the damp towel clinging to her skin. At that moment, even the ripples in the water took on distinct forms. "Change your clothes. I will take you out for dinner," he said, rising swiftly and heading toward the bathroom with his garments in hand. Mengjie turned her head to sneak a glance at him, then replied with a soft, waiting until he closed the door before gradually getting up, drying herself, and wrapping herself in a fresh towel. She was not tall, and the towel extended from her shoulders down to her calves, alleviating any concerns about potential exposure. Once they had changed, they ventured outside to a grassy area, only to discover a gathering of young residents. The chef was busy grilling, and the tables were laden with skewers, crayfish, seafood, and a variety of beverages. "It's self-service. Take whatever you want," Chen Yansen informed Mengjie. "You find us a seat while I fetch some food," she instructed, immediately captivated by the atmosphere. Chen Yansen nodded with a smile and settled at an empty table, beside which sat a young man with an acoustic guitar, exuding an artistic vibe as he softly hummed Su Wei's Blue Lotus Flower. When the young man finished singing, Chen Yansen complimented him. "Dude, a Yamaha 310. Quite tasteful." The young man grinned widely. "Hey bro, you got a keen eye? Want to try out the sound?" "I won't be polite then. Taking my girlfriend out for fun." "You know," Chen Yansen replied as he took the guitar, exchanging a knowing glance with the young man, who then grabbed a bottle of beer and settled in to enjoy the show. With a casual strum of the strings, Chen Yansen began to play the prelude to Yesterday once more, the soothing notes filling the air. Though an old song over 50 years old, his rendition imbued it with a fresh charm. His naturally textured voice conjured vivid imagery and storytelling as he sang, "I only play for the girl I like." Mengjie's heart fluttered at his straightforward declaration. This phrase was one he had uttered to many girls in similar contexts, with consistently favorable outcomes. "Then why did you pursue Zhou Qiyuan in high school instead of me?" Mengjie asked, her brow furrowed. "I was young and naive back then," he deflected, unable to confess that he had not yet undergone his personal renaissance. Mengjie found his response somewhat dismissive, but chose not to press further, as her straightforward nature differed from that of other girls who incessantly questioned. As they indulged in grilled skewers, occasionally clinking their glasses together, the artistic young man observed their interaction and exclaimed, "I want to find a stylish girl with short hair one day, someone to sing and drink with. By day, friends. By night, lovers." After they were satiated, Chen Yansen pulled her to lie on a moon chair, idly counting the stars that dotted the night sky. The evening breeze grew cooler, and the number of people on the grass gradually diminished. "Good night, Chen Yansen. Today left a deep impression on me." "Thank you," Mengjie said softly, tracing her finger across his palm. The following day, they enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before being led by the staff to an outdoor area filled with lush green grass, flanked by white tents. Inside the tents were teapots, platters of dried fruits, and fresh fruits. Chen Yansen accompanied Mengjie as they sipped tea and played cards, occasionally stepping out for a quick game of badminton and sometimes lounging in the tent to read or listen to music. Chen Yansen scanned the area and spotted Tang Zhenjie, Zhu Xiaoping, and Wang Zhengqiang, but noted that Song Yang was absent. "Yang Yang is still in his hometown of Jinling. He should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Shall we gather then?" Tang Zhenjie suggested. "Brother Sun, Does your project still need people? Zhu Xiaoping inquired cheerfully, his face alight with eagerness. The reputation of Huli Tao had soared, garnering the attention and support of the principal. Upon its launch, it swiftly amassed hundreds of thousands of users, becoming a household name at Suqing College. Notably, Chen Yansen's salary for team members ranged from 2,000 to 5,000 yuan in September, a remarkable figure for a part-time job. It was worth noting that a typical college student in this era barely managed to scrape by with a monthly living allowance of under 1,000 yuan. Thus, Zhu Xiaoping's inquiry felt entirely reasonable. We indeed need more hands. Are you interested? Chen Yansen countered. Of course I'm interested, but I wonder if Brother Sun would be willing to take me on? Zhu Xiaoping replied, rubbing his hands together, adopting a humble demeanor. Chen Yansen considered his request seriously. Recognizing that Huli Tao was currently in dire need of product operation, advertising, and customer service personnel. For instance, the customer service role primarily involved addressing user inquiries regarding the rebate model, payment timelines, and handling order placements, cancellations, and adjustments, tasks that anyone could manage. Would you like to take on a customer service position? It's 10 yuan an hour, with no stringent requirements, just a normal typing speed, Chen Yansen offered without much hesitation. Thank you, Brother Sun. Meng Shibo promptly expressed his gratitude, having seen the notice board at the school entrance, which indicated a lack of legitimate part-time opportunities nearby. The Internet CAF offered a meager salary of 800 yuan per month, with shift from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., while it allowed free Internet access. The late hours posed a significant inconvenience. Water delivery jobs were paid per task, earning only 30 cents per bucket, requiring laborious transportation from the dormitory to the storage facility, a grueling endeavor. Similarly, laundry workers were compensated per bag, earning 50 cents for a bag weighing over 10 kilograms. Hardly enough to sustain a meal. In comparison, working for Chen Yansen at Huli Tao, sitting at a computer and typing for 10 yuan an hour, seemed like an oasis of comfort. Shall we grab a meal at the cafeteria and take a stroll? I heard there's a music concert on the lawn across from the music academy tonight. Tang Jinjia interjected once their conversation concluded. What's the point of a music concert? Wang Jingqiang scoffed dismissively. Senior Chow from the Chinese language department mentioned that the concert features all those girls in tank tops and shorts. It wouldn't hurt to feast your eyes, Tang Jinjia added. Upon hearing this, Meng Shibo immediately laced up his shoes, ready to heed Tang Jinjia's call. Tank tops? Senior girls? Is that for real? Bobobo, wait for me. Wang Zhengqiang, having regained his senses, rushed out in his slippers. The group laughed and chatted as they exited Building 8. Neglecting dinner, they made their way along Shuahai Road, heading directly to the front of the Music Academy building. At that moment, a small stage of approximately 20 square meters was set up on the grass across the way, where two senior students from the music department were adjusting equipment. On stage stood a girl with chestnut short hair, adorned in a lace camisole paired with a gray pleated skirt, her tall figure accentuated by her long, fair legs, drawing the attention of many younger students who were captivated by her allure. The girls from the music department are truly stunning. The girls from our literature college simply cannot compare, Zhu Xiaoping remarked as he observed. Those who can study the arts typically come from well-off families and are indeed beautiful. But I suspect they are difficult to pursue, Meng Shibo added knowingly. What do you mean by that, Zhu? Why can't the girls from the literature college compare? Suddenly, a defiant voice rang out from behind. The speaker was a slightly plump girl with a few freckles on her face, glaring at Zhu Xiaoping indignantly. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, acknowledging Su Miling. Oh, Shao Jia, Zhu is just joking. Don't take it to heart, Su Miling advised gently, her voice still soft and mellow. Tang Jinjia, his eyes lit up as he eagerly approached. Are you all here for the music gala as well? Chen Yansen shook his head at this, thinking that Jinjia would likely remain single for another 4 years. With such unremarkable conversation, how could he expect to make any progress with the girls? Class leader Chen, you are here for the music gala too? Su Miling initiated conversation since Chen Yansen remained silent. Chen Yansen chuckled silently, glancing at her and Tang Jinjia, pondering that they must have attended the same language training class, given their adeptness at conversation. Oh, are you here to admire legs as well? Chen Yansen rolled his eyes and asked straightforwardly, regardless of whether Su Miling was there for the same reason. He certainly was. Legs? Meng Shibo was taken aback, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Upon noticing the senior girl's long, fair legs on stage, Su Miling finally understood Chen Yansen's remark. So you're all here to admire the senior's legs? Su Miling frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the group. Su, I am here to appreciate the music, Tang Jinjia asserted, puffing out his chest seriously. As the group leader, I am a music enthusiast, which differs from the focus of Sango, Meng Shibo quickly countered. Me too, I love music. Wang Zhengqiang, lacking their boldness, struggled to find a suitable excuse, finally managing to mutter, me too. Classmate Chen, your hobby is quite peculiar. It's no different from how girls enjoy looking at boys' abs. The senior's legs are long and fair. If she were to wear white stockings, it would be even more perfect, Chen Yansen spoke earnestly. The others were left dumbfounded, now convinced that Chen Yansen indeed had no interest in Su Miling. Likes white stockings? Su Miling silently noted this, a blush creeping onto her beautiful face. If it were any other boy making such remarks, she would certainly feel annoyed. But coming from Chen Yansen, it stirred an impulsive desire to secretly purchase a pair. By the way, could you do me a favor? Chen Yansen suddenly turned to Su Miling. What is it? I'm listening, she responded, secretly delighted, as this was the first time Chen Yansen had spoken to her today. The list of impoverished students should be finalized by now, right? Could you inquire about their thoughts on taking part-time jobs at Hulitao? The pay is at least 10 yuan an hour, Chen Yansen continued. Last time, Gu Dongchen had discussed this with him privately. As the dean was inclined to recruit a few financially disadvantaged students for part-time work at Hulitao, many might find it hard to believe. But in the year 2010 in Huiyin, the slots for impoverished students at many universities were insufficient, a stark contrast to the situation years later. Apart from a small number of students from well-off families, most students had parents working in coastal regions or engaged in farming for a living. The campus library and cafeteria offered few part-time positions, barely enough to accommodate the numerous departments. Chen Yansen had agreed to Gu Dongchen's proposition without further thought, which had surprised Gu, who initially thought it would be a cumbersome task. As he left, Gu had remarked, as long as I'm still in the literature college, you need not worry about failing. Chen Yansen had scoffed inwardly at this, not bothering to retort, thinking, you will be off to pursue your doctorate next year. Relying on you for support would take ages. The dean and the principal are the ones whose favor I seek. Chen Yansen, I thank you on their behalf. Su Miling said sincerely, slightly bowing. She couldn't help but reflect. Chen Yansen may have a penchant for admiring girls' legs and favor bad girls, but compared to his kindness, these seemed trivial. Thank you for what? I'm paying them to work for me. No need for thanks, Chen Yansen replied with a serious tone, raising his voice. Su Miling, momentarily confused by his reaction, quickly realized the underlying meaning and responded with a smile. Class leader Chen, you truly are a good person. Hey, why are you still insulting me? Chen Yansen turned away, feigning disinterest in Su Miling. She was taken aback, not understanding what she had said wrong. Shortly thereafter, Su Xingxing arrived, pulling her roommate along but not exchanging a single word with Su Miling, creating a rift within their dormitory. Chen Yansen sighed internally, reflecting on what he had heard in his past life. A single girl's dormitory could have as many as 42 different group chats, a notion he had previously doubted but was now starting to believe. Would you like to see my ID again? Su Xingxing teased, leaning closer to Chen Yansen. But I didn't bring mine. Chen Yansen initially felt tempted, but ultimately declined after a moment of contemplation. It seems class leader Chen is merely strong in words. He appears tough, but is actually quite kind. Su Xingxing jested softly, pouting. All right then, since we're not going to a hotel, I've rented a room in the teacher's dormitory. Come with me, she added. Chen Yansen couldn't resist this invitation and pulled Su Xingxing towards a large bed in room 0418. Su Xingxing seemed unperturbed, cheerfully following him while waving goodbye to Su Miling. Sengo, what are you two up to? Aren't you going to have dinner? Meng Shibo called out loudly, lifting his head. Adults are handling their own affairs. Children should mind their business. Chen Yansen turned back, signaling for silence with a gesture. Su Miling, witnessing this, stomped her foot in frustration, thinking, it's just a pair of white stockings. I'll buy them. Chapter 51, Recruitment and the New Cleaning Girl. At the base of the teacher's dormitory, Chen Yansen watched Su Xingxing flee in a panic, wiping the lip gloss from his mouth and scoffing lightly. You shout fiercely but run quickly. You barely made it to third base before you couldn't hold out any longer. He patted his stomach and strolled leisurely into the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Su Xingxing ran several hundred meters before finally stopping, panting heavily. She was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed, regretting her boldness in teasing Chen Yansen. That rascal. He truly took advantage of the situation without a shred of courtesy. She had expected Chen Yansen might merely kiss her, but to her astonishment, he had acted like a seasoned player, nearly overwhelming her. Of course, it's a date, Su Xingxing giggled, deliberately glancing at Su Miling. Her voice just loud enough for her to hear. Seeing Su Xingxing applying lip gloss in front of a mirror made Su Miling ponder. Su Xingxing, what exactly do you mean? Everyone knows Miling was the first to like Chen Yansen and was planning to pursue him, the slightly plump girl with freckles exclaimed, unable to sit still as she overheard Su Xingxing's insinuations. The main character isn't even anxious, yet this girl is. Regrettably, Captain Chen has no fondness for obedient girls. Besides, you are merely preparing to pursue him, not already in his grasp. Su Xingxing said with a faint smile, mocking her. Is it permissible for others to pursue the boy you fancy? Su Xingxing, are you truly determined to vie for Chen Yansen? Su Miling abruptly stood up, her face cold as she inquired. Enough bickering. It's merely Chen Yansen. Is it really that significant? I heard from a senior that he has a girlfriend. Neither of you stand a chance. In a corner, a demure girl wearing glasses disdainfully glanced at Su Xingxing and Su Miling, suddenly speaking up. Impossible. Wu Xiaoyu. Who have you been listening to? Su Miling's expression darkened as she pressed for answers. Many in the information engineering department are aware that his girlfriend is a sophomore, rumored to be in the design class. Someone as ambitious as her, striving for graduate school, cannot fathom ruining the dorm atmosphere over a mere boy. Hee. I was already aware of Captain Chen's girlfriend, but what of it? Su Xingxing's laughter chimed like silver bells, her tone nonchalant. Su Miling cast a cold glance at Su Xingxing, and upon noticing that Wu Xiaoyu was not jesting, fell silent, lost in thought. The following morning, on the second floor of the Entrepreneurship Park, due to Chen Yansen posting the second recruitment notice for Hu Litao on the bulletin board yesterday, as soon as 8 o'clock struck, individuals began gathering with their resumes at the doors of rooms 206 and 208. Drawing from the previous experience, Song Yunqing initially organized everyone into a queue and then served each a cup of water. It was not until 9 o'clock that Chen Yansen arrived at a leisurely pace. He surveyed the dense crowd and sighed, realizing he had underestimated the allure of Hu Litao's salary. So many were eager to queue an hour early for the interview. Without delay, Chen Yansen sat down and announced the commencement of the interview. Do you see that table? Please give it a lengthy title of no more than 20 characters in an e-commerce style. Chen Yansen first interviewed candidates for the product operation position. He gestured for Song Yunqing to distribute a piece of paper and a pen to each candidate. In an instant, the hall resonated with the sound of ballpoint pens gliding across paper. 5 minutes later, Chen Yansen received the completed answer sheets from Song Yunqing, marking them with checks for satisfactory responses and crosses for unsatisfactory ones. Ultimately, only 2 candidates were selected, Chen Su, a junior majoring in e-commerce, and Hu Li, a senior majoring in Chinese language. Song Yunqing, please guide these 2 in product selection. If any uncertainties arise, feel free to consult me, Chen Yansen instructed her. Unbeknownst to him, he had seamlessly taken on the roles of designer, product operations, administrative duties, and even served as Chen's personal secretary. Song Yunqing acknowledged him and led Chen Su and Hu Li to the vacant office space in room 208. She then produced 2 brand-new business laptops, and the 3 sat side by side, quietly discussing the product selection page. Before long, Su Miling ascended the staircase accompanied by 3 plainly dressed girls. After surveying the room, her gaze fixated on Song Yunqing. She appeared quite ordinary and not particularly beautiful. Su Miling mused, feeling a surge of confidence. Ah, Secretary Su has arrived. Please, take a seat, and thank you for coming to assist us. The details regarding compensation, job responsibilities, and hours have surely been communicated by Secretary Su, so I shan't repeat them. Chen Yansen paused his ongoing interviews to greet them. He instinctively wanted to call out to Song Yunqing, but swallowed the words upon seeing her engrossed in her tasks. Alas, we are still short-handed. Zhuang Rue, please escort these 3 students to room 208 and assist them in connecting to the customer service system. Chen Yansen glanced around and deemed Zhuang Rue the most suitable for the task, calling out to him. Sure thing, Boss Chen. Upon noticing the 3 girls, Zhuang Rue promptly stood up, warmly welcoming them and guiding them to their computers to register accounts, subsequently handing them a hefty document. Chen Yansen, you may call me Su Miling or simply Miling. Su Miling lowered her head and first cast a guilty glance at Song Yunqing before softly speaking. Very well, Secretary Su. I'm rather busy, so I won't keep you any longer. Chen Yansen nodded and promptly dismissed her. Su Miling was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Yansen to be so forward in utilizing people and so quick to dismiss them. However, she did not forget the purpose of her visit today, and thus lowered her voice to inquire towards Song Yunqing. Is that senior your girlfriend? Song Yunqing is my girlfriend? Who has been spreading such rumors? I haven't even made a move yet. Chen Yansen's expression became peculiar, yet he refrained from clarifying, instead responding earnestly, yes. What do you ask? Oh, the prepared retort slipped from her mind. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, about to resume the interview when he noticed Su Xingxing approaching with a light step. I am quite busy and have no time for your playful banter. Please step aside, Chen Yansen said, frowning and waving his hand. I am here for the interview as well. What, am I not welcomed? Su Xingxing was not the least bit offended, cheerfully questioning him. What can you do? Chen Yansen crossed his arms, fixating his gaze upon her, his tone casual. Whatever you wish for me to do, I shall do. Su Xingxing replied, standing on her toes and exhaling warm breath towards Chen Yansen's face, whispering, Really? I am in need of a cleaning lady. Chen Yansen jested with a mischievous smile. Cleaning? I excel at that. I have been a hygiene monitor since childhood. Su Xingxing, unperturbed, squinted her eyes and grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth, her lips glistening with the same gloss as yesterday. Very well, I shall show you my luminous ID card next time. But I'm indeed busy today. Chen Yansen gestured towards the long queue outside. I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to interview. Do you not require more hand around here? Su Xingxing's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. Human resources, administrative tasks, and the role of a cleaning lady. Would you truly hire me? So many roles for a single salary? Su Xingxing was momentarily taken aback, laughing as she asked. What naive thought. It is merely one salary. Will you take the job? Chen Yansen shot her an exasperated glance. After saying this, he prepared to turn and leave. Why are you still standing there? Go gather those resumes in front and sweep the floor. Chen Yansen immediately began assigning tasks. All right then, Boss Chen. Su Xingxing's face fell, responding listlessly. This scoundrel truly treated her as a cleaning lady. Chen Yansen paid her no further mind and continued with the interviews. In the meantime, Wang Zihao arrived carrying breakfast, and the two conducted interviews together, ultimately selecting two sharp-minded juniors to accompany Wang Zihao in learning advertising strategies. With the arrival of Zhu Xiaoping and Meng Shibua, Chen Yansen's recruitment round concluded. After all, they were not hiring for technical positions. As long as intelligence and emotional intelligence were adequate, Chen Yansen would not impose excessive demands. In an instant, the team of Hu Li Tao expanded to 22 members, transforming the previously vacant room 208 into a bustling space. Chen Yansen pondered for a moment, retrieved a plastic bag from the cabinet, and proceeded into Director Chao Dahua's office. Director Chao, I passed by Shitty yesterday and bought 2 jars of tea. It only dawned on me after paying that I do not enjoy tea. Since I know you appreciate it, I brought it for you, Chen Yansen said with a smile, plopping down comfortably on Chao Dahua's sofa, exuding familiarity. This excuse was rather flimsy, but evidently, Chao Dahua was not one to mind. Chen Yansen, within the entrepreneurship park, our relationship is purely that of teacher and student. Calling me Director Chao feels distant. From now on, you may simply refer to me as Teacher Chao, Chao Dahua said, expertly opening the drawer based on muscle memory, his face beaming with warmth. With a crash, Chen Yansen nudged the drawer, causing the 2 jars of tea to tumble inside, and Chao Dahua skillfully closed the drawer. The two shared an unspoken understanding, akin to longtime friends, requiring no eye contact. Teacher Chao, I have recruited some more individuals today. The office space has become a bit cramped. Having delivered the items, Chen Yansen no longer engaged in pleasantries and spoke directly. Upon hearing this, Chao Dahua immediately patted his chest and responded. Chao Dahua nodded, set down his teacup, rummaged through the box on the table, and tossed the key to room 204 to Chen Yansen. Oh, the newly hired cleaning lady, Chen Yansen replied casually. Brother-son, you love to joke. How could you mistake such a beautiful girl for a cleaning lady? Zhang Wenbao, the honest one, expressed his disbelief with a grin. Su Xingxing, get to it. Clean room 204 before the end of your shift, Chen Yansen said, handing the key to Su Xingxing while reminding her earnestly. Yes, Boss Chen. Even with the air conditioning on, Su Xingxing was drenched in sweat, and upon hearing Chen Yansen assign her work, she could only grit her teeth and agree. What? She really is a cleaning lady? Zhang Wenbo exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 52. The next target. Monthly sales of 10 million. Approaching noon, Chen Yansen signaled for everyone to look at him. Our next goal, daily orders exceeding 10,000, monthly sales surpassing 10 million, and daily active users reaching 100,000 by the end of the year. Leaning against the table, Chen Yansen stated calmly, devoid of fervent slogans or enticing prospects, his eyes brimming with undeniable confidence. Su Xingxing watched this scene unfold, noting that Song Yunxing was dressed plainly, without any brand names, in ordinary fabric. She couldn't help but feel that Chen Yansen was rather inconsiderate. She wore a shirt worth several hundred, yet his girlfriend's entire outfit seemed to be worth less than 200. Wenbo, Pengfei, prioritized the development needs for Zero-Yuan bargaining, retaining core functionalities, and get it online as soon as possible. Chen Yansen directed. Zhang Wenbo and Xiang Pengfei nodded in agreement and made gestures. Hu Yun, report on the user data. Chen Yansen continued. Brother Sun, as of October 7th at 11:08 a.m., Huli Tao has accumulated 42 million registered users, with 170,000 active users yesterday, and a weekly retention of 119. Hu Yun from the data team responded, holding his computer to report. Zhuang Rui, think of ways to improve the retention rate. This task is entrusted to you. Chen Yansen patted Zhuang Rui's shoulder, his tone serious. All right, brother senior. Zhuang Rui took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility, but nonetheless responded readily. 18 or 19-year-olds have no room for cowardice in their vocabulary. Zaheo, along with the two new colleagues, you are responsible for optimizing Huli Tao from today onwards. Additionally, accounts for Qiandu and the 3 major portal advertisers have been set up with a daily budget of 4,000. Spend it as required. Chen Yansen instructed Wang Zaheo with a serious expression. Spending 4,000 a day was different from the previous voting activity. This expenditure was genuine money, amounting to 120,000 a month. Thus it required careful consideration. No problem. Wang Zaheo felt the pressure. Honestly, he had never possessed such a sum of money in his life. Chen Yansen would naturally oversee the matter personally, not letting it slip from his grasp, entrusting it entirely to Wang Zaheo. Perhaps in the future, Wang Zaheo would manage monthly advertising expenditures amounting to hundreds of thousands, but for now, he was still not mature enough. Song Yunxing, you will temporarily be responsible for the customer service team, and your base salary will increase by 1,000. When Chen Yansen's gaze fell on Song Yunxing, a surge of anger welled up within him. He was paying her 2,000 a month, and she came to see him dressed in rags? No need. I think my current salary is quite sufficient. Song Yunxing instinctively declined. Stop being talkative. Speak again, and I will deduct your salary. Chen Yansen glared at her fiercely, not allowing her a chance to refuse. Chen Su, Guli, you two should first familiarize yourselves with the back-end operations and basic product selection logic with Song Yunxing, and then I will personally guide you. Chen Yansen instructed the 2 new product operation employees. All right, brother Sun. Chen Su and Huli responded in unison. One was a junior, and the other a senior, yet they willingly called him brother Sun, just like Zhang Wenbo and the others. On one hand, Chen Yansen offered generous salaries. On the other, he dressed in shirts and slacks daily, sporting a neat side-back hairstyle, making him appear more like a senior among the crowd. Let's work hard, achieve the goal, and everyone will receive a raise. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, dropping the enticing hint at the right moment. Cheers erupted, and everyone appeared delighted. For them, Huli Tao was merely a part-time job, and none had considered their future. They joined Huli Tao primarily for additional internship opportunities and growth experiences. Chen Yansen picked up his phone and was about to turn and head downstairs when he noticed Meng Jie walking towards him. He approached her, ruffled her hair, and the two chatted and laughed as they walked further away. Senior Wenbo, who is that girl next to class leader Chen? Su Xingxing asked curiously, turning to Song Yunxing. Seeing her indifferent to Chen Yansen hugging another girl, she tugged at Zhang Wenbo's sleeve. Oh, that's obviously Brother Sen's girlfriend. Zhang Wenbo replied matter-of-factly. Girlfriend? How many girlfriends does this scoundrel have? Su Xingxing ponde, bu. Moreover, how could Song Yunxing pretend not to see? How did he manage that? Su Xingxing's mind struggled to comprehend this absurd scenario, reminiscent of the melodramatic romance dramas she had seen. Brother Sun is both handsome and wealthy. Having a girlfriend is quite normal, isn't it? Zhang Wenbo looked at the dazed Su Xingxing, questioning her with confusion. But doesn't he already have senior Song Yunqing as a girlfriend? Su Xingxing's eyes widened, and after a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Who told you that? Isn't that just a rumor?" Zhang Wenbo's expression darkened, visibly displeased. Su Xingxing opened her mouth, initially wanting to mention Chen Yansen's name, but reconsidered and instead asked, "Senior Wenbo, could it be that you are not well informed? I'm the second employee of Huli Tao. If there was something between them, I would have known by now." Zhang Wenbo smirked confidently, dismissing her concerns. After lunch, Chen Yansen, holding a bottle of calcium milk, strolled leisurely upstairs while drinking. His keen senses immediately picked up on Su Xingxing's intense glare. Noticing her gritting her teeth as if she wanted to devour him whole, Chen Yansen couldn't help but chuckle. He occasionally approached Wang Zihao and the others, joining them in discussing optimization strategies and advertising spending across various platforms. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoping and Meng Shibua, who had spent the afternoon as customer service representatives in room 208, suddenly realized the gap between themselves and Chen Yansen. The specialized terms Chen Yansen used were completely foreign to them. Initially, they thought being assigned to customer service was a waste of talent, but now they were instantly awakened to their limitations. Apart from customer service, it seemed they could hardly manage anything else. It wasn't until the sky outside darkened that Chen Yansen called Zhu Xiaoping and Meng Shibua to head to the Shuangqing restaurant outside the campus together. Upon their arrival, Tang Zhenzhe, Song Yang, and Wang Zhengqiang had already ordered the food and were waiting for the three of them. The chicken in the pot bubbled enticingly, and upon entering the private room, the rich aroma wafted through the air. "Brother Sun," Song Yang quickly stood up, smiling as he welcomed them. "Sit down. It's only been a few days, and you're already being so formal. You owe me a bottle." Chen Yansen rolled his eyes and handed him a bottle of beer. "Brother Sun, that's too much." Song Yang accepted the beer with an awkward smile. "Then just have one cup." Chen Yansen chuckled, as it was merely a jest, and no one would take it too seriously. The group exchanged drinks, and before long, the beer on the table was gone. As young teenagers, having eaten meals with little oil in the cafeteria, and with the weather being stifling, they devoured the food and drank the beer with great fervor. "Brother Sun, I've asked my family for some pocket money, and I'm planning to lease a restaurant near the school. What do you think of this business idea?" As they began to feel slightly tipsy, Song Yang suddenly posed a question. Pocket money? Leasing a restaurant? While they could understand the words, the implications left them baffled. And his companions were taken aback. They had never perceived Ying as an inconspicuous scion of wealth. His sudden revelation left them genuinely astonished. Ying, you consider the funds to acquire a restaurant as pocket money? Ing XB chuckled in disbelief. He had assumed that Ying's family background was comparable to theirs, especially since he rarely donned designer labels, and his phone was merely a modest 2,000 yuan Noaji. Now, the audacity with which Ying declared his intentions to take over a restaurant was unmistakably a proclamation of his affluent status. Chnyns looked at Ying thoughtfully, reflecting that during their 4 years in school, he had never seen him engage in entrepreneurial ventures. It was only after graduation, several years later, that he learned Ying was effortlessly earning tens of thousands daily from his chain of hotels. In this lifetime, after merely a month of university, he had chosen to abandon pretense. Ying chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to remain low-key. But in the presence of Chnyns, he felt it unnecessary to do so. Witnessing Chnyns' modest success and the admiration he received from female peers ignited a desire in him to venture into the business realm as well. The group exchanged glances, all looking towards Chnyns. They were not equipped to offer sound advice on entrepreneurship. Do you know the current price of beef? Are you aware of the cost of melamine tableware? Do you understand how to prevent collusion between chefs and cashiers that could lead to financial losses? Chnyns posed these questions with a shake of his head. He was well aware of Ying's capabilities. Even after graduation, he would rely on family support within the familiar hotel industry, never venturing into uncharted territories. Even someone as formidable as Li Qinged had stumbled in matters of trust. Chnyns doubted that Ying could surpass Li Qinged's prowess. Ying felt his face redden from the inquiries, which landed like stinging slaps. Perhaps due to youthful stubbornness, he retorted defiantly, I can learn these things. By the time you grasp them, your allowance from your father will likely be depleted. Chen replied nonchalantly, without an intent to belittle Ying. Ying fixed his gaze on Chen, recognizing the sincerity in his demeanor and that he bore no contempt. He sighed deeply, raised his glass, and downed a drink. In truth, my father disapproves, believing I lack intelligence and only managed to enroll in a second-tier university. Thus, I would inevitably be taken advantage of in business. My point is, while you may not thrive in the restaurant industry, there exists a lucrative opportunity within in college. Chnynsn paused, then spoke with a light chuckle. Son Go, what opportunity? Ying's expression brightened as he eagerly inquired. Having brought 20,000 yuan from home, he felt embarrassed at the thought of achieving nothing. Campus Career Agency. Chnyns en articulated clearly. In 2010, a rather awkward temporal juncture, online shopping was burgeoning but had yet to reach its zenith. At a university like in college, with fewer than 20,000 students, one could secure the for 4 career companies, Hutiing, Gu Fing, Y&D, and Yuanting for merely 5,000 yuan. Years later, even if the price multiplied tenfold, acquiring such would be unfeasible. Chnynsn understood that entering the industry at this moment, even without active participation, would yield a tenfold return on the after 4 years, which could then be sold off. He had no interest in such a trifling sum. It was solely Ying's mention of it that prompted his casual remark. Furthermore, the 0 yuan bargain model of HLTU was on the verge of launching, and initially lacking reliable suppliers. They could only procure products independently to distribute as prizes to users. In terms of logistics, having a familiar and trustworthy individual would provide him with greater peace of mind. Chapter 53. The 0 yuan bargain is about to launch. Sun Ge, how about we each invest half? Ying proposed excitedly after absorbing Chnynsn's words. Yns smiled finally, realizing that Ying genuinely regarded him as a big brother. After a moment's pause, he replied, if I am the one suggesting this business, it indicates I have little interest. If you wish to pursue it, rely on your own efforts. Otherwise, even if you succeed, no one will truly acknowledge your achievement. Ying was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. It took him a while to relax, after which he raised his glass and said, thank you, Sun Ge, for the guidance. I will work hard. Chnynsn said nothing further, lightly clinking his glass against Ying's. Ting's and W's exchanged glances, silently resolving to visit the library daily starting tomorrow, aiming to outshine their peers academically. The 6 of them polished off 2 crates of beer in succession, and Ying, slightly unsteady, stood up, about to summon a server when Chnynsn raised a hand to stop him. Just a bit tipsy is enough. I will heed Sun Ji's advice. Ying replied with a grin. Upon exiting the restaurant, the group strolled along Su-El-En Road, enjoying the gentle breeze to sober up. I passed the student council interview. I am now an officer in the publicity department. Ying, why not join the recitation club? It's full of girls with lovely voices. I heard we can choose our sports elective next week. What do you think would be a good choice? They ambled along, exchanging laughter and chatter. I think aerobics should be the first choice. There will definitely be more girls, Xiaoping remarked, adjusting his glasses with an air of certainty. Let us opt for a dance class. Perhaps we might encounter some girls from the music academy, Xb said, his expression brimming with anticipation. Sunge, what class do you wish to take? Ying nudged Chnynsn's shoulder curiously. Soccer? I never would have guessed you enjoy playing, Ing exclaimed, delighted to find a kindred spirit. Not that I particularly love soccer. During course selection, our school has a surplus of boys and a shortage of girls. The girls can hardly secure spots in popular electives, so they end up choosing the less sought-after soccer class, which is better quantity and quality than aerobics or dance classes, Chnyns shared from experience. In his previous life, he had followed Xb's advice to enroll in a dance class, only to find himself surrounded by a crowd of boys upon entering the classroom. Really? Ting's was skeptical, as Chnyns's assertion seemed counterintuitive. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Chnyns noticed a dim light illuminating the second floor of the entrepreneurial park. A thought crossed his mind, and he waved goodbye to T, Ingzich, NZH, and the others, proceeding directly toward the entrepreneurial park. Once on the second floor, he found S. Ing Y N C H Ing. Her head bowed, fingers dancing across the keyboard as she immersed herself in her work, oblivious to CH NYNS N's arrival. Ahem, CH NYNS N approached, and upon seeing no reaction, cleared his throat. Ah, when did you arrive? S N Y N C N looked up. Her initial panic gradually dissipating upon recognizing CH NYNS N. Has your salary not been deposited yet? Why are you still wearing those tattered clothes? CHNYNS N glanced at her frayed gray top with a displeased expression. It's not tattered. It doesn't even have holes. SNYNCH Ing stood up, fearing he might not believe her, and even turned around to demonstrate. CHNYNS and chuckled softly. Knowing that SNYNCH Ing's understanding of tattered clothes was likely superficial, he plopped down on the desk and instructed her, pour me a glass of water. You've been drinking? SNYNCH Ing scrutinized him under the light, realizing his face was flushed and a faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. MHM, CHNYNS N nodded, casually picking up her notebook and flipping through it, finding it filled with summaries of product selection experiences and customer service scripts. Here, warm water, SNYNCH Ing said, bringing a glass of water and gently offering it to him. Considering how little you eat, how come your face is still so plump? Is it a talent? CHNYNS N raised his hand but did not take the water. Instead, he pinched her cheek with his fingers. It felt soft and bouncy, smooth to the touch. CHNYNS N, let go. SNYNCH Ing protested fiercely, worried about spilling the water on her computer. Oh, you dare to scold me. CHNYNS N leaned closer, his nose nearly touching hers, and warned. Do you believe I will deduct your salary? Song Yunqing furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively wanting to retreat, but Chen Yansen was already prepared, placing his hand behind her head to block her escape. Unable to evade, she could only gaze directly at Chen Yansen, whose bright eyes sparkled with a mischievous grin, his eyebrows arching like mountain peaks, seemingly piercing into her heart. What do you intend to do? Song Yunqing's voice quivered as she timidly inquired, her tone stripped of its previous fierceness. I think you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? Chen Yansen narrowed his eyes, catching a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, and inexplicably leaned closer. Song Yunqing stood frozen, her eyes misting, tears welling as she clenched her small hands tightly, helplessly pleading, Chen Yansen, with your qualities, you surely wouldn't lack a girlfriend. Please let me go. Her voice was a hushed whisper, laced with sorrow, her eyelids reddened, radiating a pitiful plea. You don't want to be my girlfriend? Chen Yansen felt a pang in his heart and took a small step back, a hint of annoyance creeping into his response. But you already have a girlfriend. Song Yunqing stated clearly, shaking her head. What if I don't have one right now? Chen Yansen pressed on. Chen Yansen leaned in to kiss her, the sensation aligning closely with his expectations, soft and tender. Song Yunqing's mind spiraled into chaos, her legs trembling violently. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the edge of the table, or else she would have fallen. Her cup of water crashed to the ground, spilling everywhere. Time seemed to stretch, and just as Chen Yansen was about to advance further, a sudden sharp pain shot through his tongue. Hey, what the hell, why did you bite me? Chen Yansen gasped, quickly turning to scold her before she could respond. Why did you kiss me? Song Yunqing, recovering her senses, hurled her notebook at him, her voice thick with unshed tears. Because I like it. Why need so many reasons? Chen Yansen chuckled nonchalantly. But you have a girlfriend. Song Yunqing shouted in anger. I don't mind, Chen Yansen shrugged. I do mind. Song Yunqing, now both laughing and crying in frustration, concluded that no one could compare to Chen Yansen in terms of shamelessness. As soon as her words fell, she turned and fled. Chen Yansen burst into laughter, licking his lips, suddenly reveling in mirth, his laughter carefree and slightly reckless. Hearing the laughter behind her, Song Yunqing ran even faster, her mind consumed by the kiss and his taunting words. You wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? Recently receiving a pay raise, she earned 3,000 yuan a month. With overtime and bonuses, her income could soar to 4,000. Previously, while working part-time in the cafeteria and library, she had spent most of her free time earning only 200 yuan a month, so she truly did not want to lose this job. Will I still go to 206 tomorrow? Song Yunqing pondered internally, momentarily unable to find a definitive answer. The next day, Chen Yansen brought a professional book to 206, attended the morning meeting with others, and then disappeared without a trace. That evening, Song Yunqing stayed late in 206, hiding a brick in her drawer, having resolved that if Chen Yansen dared to take advantage of her again, she would make him regret it. To her surprise, she listened intently for his footsteps all night, but did not see Chen Yansen. Instead, Zhang Wenbo and Xiang Pengfei arrived to discuss the development of the zero-yuan bargain feature. On the third day, Chen Yansen spent most of the day in 206 without exchanging a single unnecessary word with Song Yunqing, and he did not return that evening. In the following 10 days, Chen Yansen focused on advertising strategies and collaborated with Zhuang Rui on methods to enhance retention, speaking not a word to Song Yunqing. While she felt a sigh of relief, a sense of loss lingered in her heart. By late October, Wang Zihai's external investment team had become adept at selecting materials, testing links, and managing data, gradually aligning with Chen Yansen's expectations. The zero-yuan bargain feature module had entered its final stages of development, with only the testing and acceptance phase remaining. Everyone look over here. The zero-yuan bargain feature is about to launch, except for the testing group. Everyone else must experience the bargain gameplay and process to identify any issues before the launch, Chen Yansen announced loudly. All right, Sun Ge. No problem. Wenbo and Pengfei responded promptly, their speed commendable. Additionally, since we lack a payment system, once the zero-yuan bargain launches, all orders must be manually imported by the operations team. Let's all put in the effort. Chen Yansen continued. Don't worry, I'll have Pengfei develop a program for automatic order import and export to lighten your workload, he assured, patting their shoulders gently. He then gathered Wang Zihai and the others into room 204 for a brief meeting to finalize the day as advertising strategy before walking out, phone in hand. Your friend has successfully assisted you, saving you 59 yuan. A simplistic notification popped up, devoid of any dynamic images, yet functional nonetheless. Chen Yansen set his phone down and confidently strolled into Chao Dahua's office. Chapter 54, Frantic Growth, Surge in New Customers. Chen Yansen, come have some tea. Gao Dahu et Gleam, leaning back on the sofa, boasting about securing a finance officer to help with the accounts. It's a minor task for me. Then I must trouble you. Teacher Chao. Chen Yansen replied, taking a sip of tea and exchanging smiles with Chao Dahua. In February next year, a number of universities in Huiyan province will hold a student entrepreneurship competition. Are you interested in participating? Chao Dahua casually mentioned after a sip of tea. Upon hearing this, Chen Yansen immediately deduced it was likely an idea from Tang Qingshan and without hesitation replied, of course, what isn't it for me? To him, participating in the college entrepreneurship competition seemed a waste of time. However, since it was Tang Qingshan's suggestion, he could send Song Yunqing or Zhuang Rui in his stead. He could skip the event but still reap the benefits. Chao Dahua waved his fingers, displaying a look of exasperation mixed with amusement, then stated earnestly, the prize money for the top 3 ranges from 100,000 to 500,000 yuan. Additionally, the finals will invite some notable alumni, particularly entrepreneurs from Huiyan, especially graduates holding key positions in venture capital firms. At this point, Chao Dahua shot Chen Yansen a knowing look, his lips curling into a smile, eagerly awaiting praise. People like Shi Yuzhu and Wang Chuanfu? Chen Yansen inquired. Chao Dahua's expression stiffened, forcing a smile as he replied, don't even think about those kinds of big shots. Let me be clear. If your project secures first place, raising 5 million yuan in funding will be a piece of cake. 5 million? Who do you think I am? Chen Yansen scoffed internally, dismissing the notion. Foxtao's cumulative registered users had already reached 160,000, with daily active users stabilizing around 20,000 and daily orders exceeding 3,000, nearing a gross profit of 15,000. Once the zero-yuan bargain feature launched and met expectations, 5 million would merely represent his gross profit over 20 days. Chen Yansen did not wish to dampen Chao Dahua's enthusiasm, so he feigned surprise, putting on an expression of seriousness. Glad to hear that. Enjoy your tea, Chao Dahua grinned. Having completed the task assigned by the principal, Chen Yansen, achieving his aim, finished his tea in one gulp and promptly took his leave. Chao Dahua did not try to keep him, leisurely continuing his day while humming a tuneless melody. Upon returning to the second floor, everyone was busy testing the 0 yuan bargain feature, with requests echoing throughout the room. Winbao, help me bargain. Zhuang Rue, why aren't you checking messages? Help me with the bargain. Chen Su, can I borrow your Newman phone? Let us see if the browser is compatible. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, taking a seat, opening Zhuang Rue's requirements document to review once more. Goodness, this kid is really cunning. Zhuang Rue had divided the bargain progress bar into 3 sections: returning customers, new customers, and those who had yet to place their first order. In essence, the discount available to long-time users is minimal, and they can only reduce the progress bar by 999. The remaining progress requires the invitation of new customers or users who have yet to place their first order for it to succeed. The underlying logic has been firmly established, and the value of new customers, old customers, and users who have yet to place their first order is documented. At 6 in the evening, after meticulous testing, Zhang Wenbao and Xiang Pengfei identified a few issues. Once they were resolved, their attention turned to Chen Yansen. Let us go live, called out Song Yinqing, sending the configure page link to Wenbao. Chen Yansen nodded slightly and exclaimed loudly, all right. Zhang Wenbao acknowledged him with a nod, summoning Zhuang Rue, Song Yinqing, and Chen Su. The 4 of them entered the temporary conference room, 204, to prepare for the final launch tasks. 10 minutes later, Zhang Wenbao gestured to Chen Yansen through the glass. Chen Yansen clicked on the event page link, and the first thing he saw was an activity image marked "Get it for free" at 0 yuan. The prizes listed from top to bottom included an iPhone 4, a Nokia 5230, a Shanxing 8000, a box of apples, milk, tissue paper, and cash of 1,000 yuan, among others. The activity rules were located at the bottom of the page, with a straightforward and aggressive gameplay. Invite new and old users to assist, with a maximum reward of an iPhone valued at 49.99 yuan. Everyone, take a slice out of my progress. Thank you. Chen Yansen casually shared the link in dozens of groups, then quietly awaited the influx of responses. Brother Sun, has your account been hacked? Is this link possibly a Trojan? Everyone, please do not click. Are you joking about slicing me? Brother Sun, I helped you slice off 39 yuan. Can this phone really be obtained for free? Chen Yansen, I help you cut it. Senior, is this a new activity from Huli Tao? Groups such as high school alumni, campus card agents, and freshman chat groups suddenly buzzed with excitement. This is our project's new activity. Everyone is welcome to participate. It's real and effective, and I wish you all the chance to receive an iPhone for free. The concept of bargain cutting is truly detestable. For instance, an ex-girlfriend calls late at night just to have me download Pinduoduo. An old friend I haven't spoken to in 20 years suddenly messages me just because I'm a new user. Wang Ziheo and his companions were also working hard, spending money to buy trending search terms, while simultaneously disseminating the activity link wildly across campus networks, university forums, and online communities, creating various personas to post on social media. For example, brothers, I got my hands on the uncut version of Titanic. Here is the link. The story of 7 men and a little girl. Here is the link. My ex-boyfriend has AIDS. Should I go to the hospital for a checkup? These promotional messages spread like a virus across the internet. Meanwhile, the external promotion team placed interstitial ads on video platforms such as Youku, Tudou, and Lu Jianfang, and also acquired some corner ad spaces on the 3 major portal sites. The advertising material featured an iPhone 4, accompanied by the striking phrase, "Get it for free" at 0 yuan, resulting in a remarkably high click-through rate. As the sky darkened completely, the group remained by their computers. Chen Yansen sighed and pulled out his phone to call the Shuangqing Hotel outside the campus, ordering over 1,000 yuan worth of dishes for delivery. On the big screen, the number of registered users for the day soared rapidly. Typically, it was challenging for user registrations to exceed 1,000, yet it had now surpassed 10,000. An hour later, 2 staff members from the restaurant arrived in a van to deliver the food, their first time handling such a large order. Anxious that the dishes would cool down and the customer would be dissatisfied. Let's take a break and eat. Chen Yansen clapped the table and called out, "Wow, Brother Sun, you're treating us to a grand feast. Goodness, how many dishes are there?" Brother Sun is generous. Upon hearing this, everyone set down their mice, grinning and flattering him. This is just a warm-up. Once the sales exceed 10 million, we'll head to the Sky Garden in the city. Chen Yansen spoke in a calm tone. No one at Huli Tao doubted Chen Yansen's words anymore. Instead, they looked forward to them. After all, The Sky Garden is the most luxurious hotel in Shuqing, with an average consumption starting at 800 yuan. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Brother Sun, can we cash out? Zhang Wenbo scratched his head, grinning as he asked. Indeed, Brother Sun. A few people echoed his sentiment as soon as Zhang Wenbo finished speaking. Cash out? What are you talking about? Once the goal is achieved, bonuses, raises, and a seafood feast will all be ours. Chen Yansen exclaimed a curse, directing it at Zhang Wenbo, a sentiment that resonated with everyone present. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with energy, with everyone eager to set aside their chopsticks and dive back into work. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Wu City, Zhang Peng ran through the dormitory building with his phone in hand. He had previously won 888 yuan in cash from the voting event on Hulitao and successfully withdrew the funds. Consequently, his trust in Hulitao surged significantly. Within a month, he not only placed over 10 orders on the site, but also, at the very moment the 0 yuan bargain activity launched, rallied his friends to help him cut the price. Who would want a phone worth 49.99 yuan? Most people would be too embarrassed to ask for help and would only approach friends or classmates. However, Zhang Peng was different. He seemed possessed, beginning to canvass the male dormitory. He first promoted the previous voting event from Hulitao, then pulled out his phone to inform others about the current opportunity to get a free phone, asking if they wanted to participate. Though it appeared implausible, the success rate was quite high, especially since college students have an abundance of time. After a whole night of effort, Zhang Peng's progress bar reached 93. He only needed 7 more to receive the phone for free, which excited him to the point of sleeplessness. The next day, he continued to seek assistance for the bargain. He was not alone. Many others watched as their progress bars approached the finish line. Who could give up such an easily attainable phone? Having already invested so much effort, the sunk cost was too high, compelling them to continue bargaining. When Chen Yansen entered room 206, Zhuang Rue rushed over with an excited expression, exclaiming, "Brother Sun, it's explosive." "You're the one who's explosive." Chen Yansen rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. Following the launch of the 0 yuan bargain, in just 16 hours, there were 46,000 new customers registered through the activity link, and as participation grew, the rate of expansion accelerated. Zhuang Rue was so exhilarated that his mind couldn't keep up, completely ignoring Chen Yansen's words as he reported the data. "Very good. Keep it up." Chen Yansen maintained his calm demeanor. Having navigated the e-commerce landscape for over a decade and having successfully started his own business, his insight and perspective were unerring. Moreover, since his rebirth, he had been consistently ahead of the curve in terms of progress. To him, success was expected. Failure was the anomaly. At that moment, Chao Dawa entered with a beaming smile, accompanied by someone. Chen Yansen looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar face. "Teacher Liu, I didn't expect that the person recommended by Director Chao would be you." "Welcome, welcome." Chen Yansen proactively greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Teacher Liu, does this mean you two are already acquainted?" Chao Dawa asked, puzzled. "Chen is my tenant." Lu Mu Yin adjusted her glasses, slightly embarrassed as she explained. The faculty apartments are a perk provided by the school to young teachers, and while the school expressly forbids external rentals, many teachers still do so privately. In the end, the school could only turn a blind eye. This was not an easy thing to admit, which was why Lu Mu Yin spoke in a lowered voice. Upon hearing this, Chao Dahua turned his head, pretending he hadn't heard. "Teacher Liu, please come in." Chen Yansen smiled gently, leading the two to room 206. As Lu Mu Yin walked, she observed that although Chen Yansen was merely a freshman, his reputation within Shuqing Academy surpassed that of many of the instructors. Chen Yansen retrieved a document from the drawer and spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall still refer to you as Chen Zong." Lu Muya, accepting the materials, responded with a slight smile. This part-time, financial role ostensibly aimed to assist students in entrepreneurial projects. Yet Principal Tang could not compel teachers to provide free labor for Chen Yansen. Thus remuneration was indeed involved, making Lu Muya's address to him quite appropriate. Furthermore, Chen Yansen donned a neat indigo shirt paired with black trousers. Visually, he appeared mature and capable, while the baby-faced Lu Muya seemed more akin to a student. "Let us do it this way. You shall call me Sengu, and I shall address you as Muya Jia." Chen Yansen jested with utmost seriousness. "Dream on. Do not forget, I am your teacher." Lu Muya giggled, covering her mouth softly. "Very well, Muya Jia. You may peruse the materials here while I attend a meeting." Chen Yansen said, pulling out a chair for her to sit. Lu Muya nodded in acknowledgement and began to sift through the stack of documents. After seeing off Chao Dawa, Chen Yansen turned back into room 208, tapping on Wang Ziheo's desk as he inquired, "Which group of materials shall we utilize today?" "Sun Ge, the data from yesterday's launch has come in. Among the three groups, Group A has the highest registration rate, while Group B boasts the highest retention rate," Wang Ziheo reported, his expression somewhat troubled as he scrutinized the figures. Chen Yansen cast a glance at the data, contemplated briefly, and instructed, "Halt Group A for now. We shall continue with Groups B and C today, each with a split of 50. We shall further refine our selections once the new data arrives." Chen Yansen nodded in agreement, preparing to leave when Wang Ziheo grasped his arm and asked, "That senior in room 206 is quite pretty. Which department is she from?" "Senior? Where?" Chen Yansen paused, following Wang Ziheo's gaze to see Lu Muya leaning over her desk, her figure curvaceous and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her profile both pure and endearing. With a playful glint in his eye, he replied, "She is a senior from the 08 financial management program. Not bad, right? She has a bit of that youthful, cherubic quality." "Hey, Sunge, I think I might be in love." Wang Ziheo grinned broadly. "What you are feeling is not love. It is mere lust." "How base." Chen Yansen squinted at Wang Ziheo with a look of disdain. "Of course, the first impression is not about her figure. Was it her soul? If you fancy her, pursue her. What use is it to tell me? You wouldn't even dare to ask for a number, would you?" Chen Yansen shot him a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with derision, intentionally provoking him. "Cut it out. Who says I don't dare?" Wang Ziheo abruptly stood up, storming out with fervor. After months of training, he had honed his skills in hawking goods at markets and negotiating with numerous Level 2 campus card agents, rendering him fearless. Chen Yansen leaned against the desk, a smile playing on his lips as he awaited the spectacle. As Wang Ziheo exited room 208, his confidence wavered upon seeing Lu Muya's face. He hesitated, feeling bashful and uncertain about how to greet her. "Hello, miss. I am Wang Ziheo from the class of 10 e-commerce. May I get to know you?" No. That sounds too stiff." "Hello, senior. I am the group leader of the advertising team for Huli Tao. Do you have a boyfriend?" No. That's too direct." "Hello, beautiful. I am Wang Ziheo. Could I borrow your phone for a moment and then store my number? Wouldn't that be too kitsch?" As he walked, Wang Ziheo suddenly halted, considering turning back to seek Chen Yansen's assistance, but caught sight of him shaking his head. With a sudden surge of courage, he advanced towards Lu Muya. "Classmate, do you need something?" Lu Muya, engrossed in her materials, felt a gust of wind and looked up to see the slightly flushed Wang Ziheo standing before her, curiosity piquing her interest. No. I mean, senior, I am Wang Ziheo from the class of 10 e-commerce. May I ask if I could be your boyfriend?" Wang Ziheo stammered through his request, nervously touching his nose and scratching his chin. He had intended to inquire whether she had a boyfriend, but, in his anxiety, had misspoken. "Class of 10 e-commerce? Wang Ziheo, you wish to be my boyfriend?" Today's students are so audacious. They do not even spare their teachers. Lu Muya's mind momentarily stalled, and after a prolonged silence, she finally managed a rueful smile, saying, "Thank you for your admiration, Wang Ziheo. For now, you can only be my student. Let's consider your previous comment as a jest." "Teacher, aren't you a senior from the class of 08? What is going on?" Wang Ziheo's mouth fell agape as he turned to glare at Chen Yansen, who was stifling laughter. It dawned on him that he had been tricked. With a sulky expression, he grumbled, "You truly are a teacher? I cannot believe it. You look younger than my sister." "Indeed, I am an accounting teacher at the business school, and I have work to attend to. We can chat later," Lu Muya said, shaking the materials in her hand to indicate he could leave. Wang Ziheo politely bid farewell, his smile vanishing the moment he turned away, and he approached Chen Yansen, exasperated. "Sunge, can you be a decent person? What is wrong with that? If you fancy her, then pursue her," Chen Yansen replied nonchalantly, reclining in his chair with legs crossed. "Forget it, I wouldn't dare." Wang Ziheo inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strangle Chen Yansen, and timidly admitted, "Women over 3 years older are treasures. You are still too young." TSK, Ziheo. I did not expect you to be like Yonghua, wanting to be a teacher's pet," Chen Yansen jested, surprised to see Wang Ziheo's expression turn serious. Wang Ziheo looked puzzled, not comprehending Chen Yansen's words. Chen Yansen paid him no mind and sauntered into Chao Dahua's office. After a brief period, he exited but did not rush to share the information he had gleaned with Wang Zihao. Instead, he descended the stairs to the first floor. In room 111 to the left, two male students were busy organizing deliveries while notifying recipients via text to collect their parcels from the entrepreneurship park. "How is business?" Chen Yansen inquired of one of the students. "Oh, Sunge, you are here. Do not even mention it. We have not had 10 shipments all day, just delivery orders. Each order earns 8 dimes, and after deducting the dime for the text notification, we hardly make a profit," the student replied. "Why fret? You spent 5,000 yuan to secure the agency rights for 4 courier services. This is merely a windfall. Do you understand? By the time winter and summer vacations roll around, do you believe you will survive?" Chen Yansen scoffed. "Sunge, are you kidding? Is that for real?" Song Yang stood up abruptly, a hopeful expression on his face. "By the way, Huli Tao's 0 yuan discount module has launched. After that, expect at least 50 shipments a day. Be meticulous during packing and do not make any mistakes." Chen Yansen patiently explained, adding a special reminder. "No problem. I will calculate the unit price at the agency rate, and I have prepared the packing boxes." Song Yang nodded in agreement. "As long as you offer a discount, it is all at the agency price. What will you eat? The northwest wind?" Chen Yansen replied. Not only ungrateful, but also retorted sharply. "Hee, thank you, Sun Ge." Song Yang smiled bashfully, feeling warm inside despite the reprimand. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Just as Wang Zihao was about to respond, Zhuang Rui interrupted from behind. "Sun Ge, someone has completed the Apple 4 discount task." Chen Yansen furrowed his brow. His initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather of profound unease. He understood well the significance of risk control in the bargaining mechanism. The swift completion of the bargain by the counterpart suggested either a super social media influencer or an exploitation of system vulnerabilities. Please re-examine the request data thoroughly, Chen Yansen urgently instructed. Chapter 56. Ascending, new customer surge by 980,000. Sunge, the front-end validation appears flawless. Zhang Wenbao reported after a flurry of keystrokes on the computer. 5 minutes later, he looked up and said, "The request data code seems normal as well." "Hu Yun, is there an issue with the user data for the bargain hunters?" Xiang Pengfei, intently gazing at the screen, inquired. "The data for the users assisting with the bargain is normal, but the numbers do not align. The counterpart only invited 17 old users and 3 new customers from the website." A flicker of panic crossed Zhuang Rui's eyes as he spoke gravely. "Is it really happening?" Chen Yansen mused, massaging his temple, taking a deep breath to force himself to remain calm. After organizing his thoughts, he addressed Zhang Wenbao and Xiang Pengfei. The counterpart likely found a loophole in the network transmission, replaying valid bargain requests multiple times to deceive the server. We must promptly add a timestamp for the bargain's validity and implement a random number to rectify this. He was well acquainted with such situations from his previous life and was familiar with measures to curb them. "Understood, Seigneur," Xiang Pengfei replied quickly, his eyes reddening with anger and regret. With the 0 yuan bargain activity having launched just 2 days prior, such a significant design flaw had emerged, and as the back-end team leader, he could not escape culpability. "Should we take the activity offline for now?" Song Yunqing asked, her face etched with concern, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. "No need. Users' trust is inherently fragile. Even a temporary offline status could sow seeds of doubt." Chen Yansen stood up decisively. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, it becomes exceedingly difficult to uproot them. As time ticked away, even at noon, no one thought of taking a meal break. Half an hour later, Xiang Pengfei shouted, "Sunge, it's fixed. I've verified it with the testing team. It sufficiently prevents packet capture vulnerabilities. Deploy it." Chen Yansen nodded, offering no further comment. "Sunge, I've resorted the data. There's only one user whose bargain behavior is abnormal," Hu Yin reported. "What shall we do about this user exploiting the loophole?" A composed Xiang Pengfei approached Chen Yansen, ready to shoulder all the losses. "Contact him and inform him that we appreciate his assistance in uncovering the system flaw, and we will gift him a brand new iPhone 4, then suspend his account." Chen Yansen pondered for a moment before responding. "What if he causes a scene?" Xiang Pengfei hesitated for a few seconds, then pressed on. "If he refuses to cooperate, we will archive his bargain request data and report it to the inspection department, letting him experience the consequences." Chen Yansen's expression remained stern as he articulated each word. Song Yunxing, please issue an announcement explaining that this user exploited a system vulnerability to seize the purchasing rights intended for other users and that we have suspended his account. Chen Yansen turned to Song Yunxing, who nodded in agreement and walked towards the operations team. After all, Hu Li, a senior majoring in Chinese language, was more adept at drafting announcements with precision. Senge, I will call the user, Xiang Pengfei stated, pulling out his phone. Wait, you're not suited for this task. Chen Yansen intervened. At that moment, Xiang Pengfei was seething with frustration, fearing that a confrontation might exacerbate the situation. Class monitor, allow me to make this call. Suddenly requested Su Xingxing, who stood nearby. Are you confident you can handle it? Chen Yansen scrutinized her, noticing her composed demeanor, and asked with a light smile. Give me 10 minutes, and I guarantee resolution. Su Xingxing signaled confidently. Pengfei, send her the phone number. Chen Yansen directed Xiang Pengfei, considering this call as a means to extend an olive branch. If the counterpart chose not to act graciously, they would not hesitate to turn the tables. Although Xiang Pengfei initially intended to insist on making the call himself, he reluctantly handed over the phone number upon seeing Chen Yansen's displeasure, standing stiffly before him. Chen Yansen found it amusing and scolded him lightly. Senge, as the backend team leader, I did not consider the design logic thoroughly enough, Xiang Pengfei admitted, taking full responsibility and preparing for the consequences. All right, you will forfeit your bonus for this month, Chen Yansen conceded, recognizing the stubbornness on the other's face that suggested he would not leave without some form of punishment. Goodness, what a slippery character. Chen Yansen shook his head, unable to suppress a mental critique. He understood the underlying sentiment. Ultimately, it was a youthful exuberance, believing that this flaw was entirely his fault and feeling that without accepting punishment, he could not continue at Hu Li. He turned to Su Xingxing, observing her at the window, smiling and conversing, not as if she were debating with a user, but rather as if she were engaged in a romantic dialogue. Before long, Su Xingxing hung up the phone and approached Chen Yansen with a buoyant stride, saying with a smile, all sorted. The counterpart is also a college student. With a bit of threat and a warning, plus the iPhone 4, he readily apologized. Her lively demeanor was endearing to the technical staff. Before Chen Yansen could respond, Xiang Pengfei suddenly leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Junior, you are amazing. Senge, it's truly a waste of talent for Su Xingxing to be in administration. She should be in public relations. Zhuang Rue teased with a laugh. Chen Yansen chuckled lightly and remarked, then turned back to Xiang Pengfei. No problem. I wouldn't dare claim that bonus. With the resolution of the issue, Xiang Pengfei felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, as if his very being had become lighter. Senge, another person has completed the bargain task for the iPhone 4. At that moment, Zhuang Rue suddenly shouted, perhaps fearing misinterpretation, he quickly added, the data is all normal. This person is phenomenal, having gathered 379 old users and 803 new customers to assist in the bargain. I truly wonder how he accomplished this. Chen Yansen crossed his arms and beckoned Wang Zihao over. Once Wang Zihao arrived, he instructed both of them, with the first free iPhone 4 dispatched. User participation has surged significantly. Some users consider the value of the iPhone too high, requiring too many invitations, and thus have opted for alternatives like the Nuya G5230, charging 8,000 and cash prizes of 1,000 yuan. Products such as fruits, tissues, and laundry detergent are also in high demand. Chen Su and Hu Li were occupied not only with product selection, but also with manually exporting user delivery addresses to place orders on Taobao and JD platforms. After the logistics tracking numbers were generated, they had to manually input the numbers into the backend. Fortunately, with the current volume being manageable, the two were able to cope. It wasn't until after 9:30 p.m. that the real-time user registration rate began to slow. Senge, yesterday the increase in new customers was 270,000, and today, as of now, the number of new users registered through the Zero Yuan bargain activity is 710,000, with the new customers for the iPhone 4 coming from the advertising channels. Hu Yin reported while holding his computer. Zhuang Rue, present your lottery scheme. New customers are guaranteed double cash back, with all commissions returned on the first order. Attracting new customers is merely the first step. Retaining them is the true measure of success, Chen Yansen stated earnestly as he patted Zhuang Rue on the back. Zhuang Rue acknowledged, saying, I will coordinate with Pengfei and Wenba tomorrow to discuss the requirements. It's just a small plugin, and we aim to launch it within 2 days. Who says the post-90s generation is a lost cause? They don't want to work overtime? Pay them well and offer them respect. If you don't compel them to work overtime, they will still be eager to comply, Chen Yansen asserted. Xin Yi. Today we surpassed a gross profit of 30,000. With an order volume of 6,109, we are nearing 10,000. Our first small target is just 40 away. Hu Yun laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement, completely disregarding boss Chen's request to leave work. Indeed, if the gross profit surpasses 300,000, will you not even sleep a wink? Chen Yansen stepped forward and kicked him, playfully scolding. If it means reaching our gross profit of 300,000, I would gladly forego sleep for an entire week. Hu Yun replied nonchalantly, grinning. Chen Yansen ignored him, calling over Wang Zihao, leading the way downstairs. Xin Yi, you haven't shared the news you learned this morning. As they exited the Chuangya garden, the pent-up Wang Zihao hurriedly inquired. You really care about it? Chen Yansen halted, casting a peculiar glance at him. Quickly, tell me, Wang Zihao urged. Alas, the good news is that Teacher Liu is single. Chen Yansen sighed, hesitating to continue. And the bad news? Wang Zihao's face lit up with anticipation. The bad news is that Teacher Liu has a fiancé, Chen Yansen declared before taking off in a sprint. Damn Chen Yansen, playing tricks on me again. Wang Zihao's smile froze instantly as he chased after him, causing a commotion that roused the dogs on campus. From a nearby dormitory, inquisitive heads poked out, eager to see the spectacle. Which class are you from? It's late at night. Why are you making such a ruckus at school? A stern voice called out from behind. Damn, the security department. Wang Zihao was quicker, having practiced running since childhood. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into the student dormitory. Chapter 57. The Penguin's Stranglehold. Users exceed 1 million the following morning after breakfast. Chen Yansen sauntered up to the second floor of the Chuangya garden. There he found Zhuang Rui, Zhang Wenbo, and Hu Yun sprawled on mat, entwined in pairs. Their positions rather scandalous, deep in slumber. Wow, you three are unbeatable. Chen Yansen chuckled silently, but he did not rush to wake them. Instead, he took out his phone and began snapping photos. Hey, wake up. Get dressed. The customer service girl will be here soon. Don't scare her. After taking the photos, Chen Yansen mischievously kicked Hu Yun awake, exclaiming loudly. What the hell? I clearly went to bed fully clothed. Hu Yun, groggy and blinking, opened his eyes, only to realize he was bare-chested, prompting a startled cry. Zhuang Rui, you scoundrel. What were you poking me with last night? Zhang Wenbo grumbled, rubbing his backside, visibly displeased. Cut out. Who poked you? You must be dreaming. Zhuang Rui yawned, reaching for a black shirt. Then realizing, he immediately scolded Hu Yun. You messy one. You threw your dirty clothes on me. Hu Yun was momentarily speechless, almost laughing out of frustration. Yet he was uncertain whether he had removed his clothes himself, or if someone else had done it. Hey, Singu, guess how yesterday's final figures turned out? Hu Yun asked, amused while getting dressed. I can't guess, you tell me. Chen Yansen pulled up a chair to sit down, pouring himself a glass of water. Inquiring leisurely, he could access the data on his computer, yet since Hu Yun and the others had stayed up late at the Chuangya garden, he felt it was only right to honor their effort. The new customer growth was 810,000, with 459 orders, total sales amounting to 201,600 yuan, and a gross profit of 32,800 yuan, Hu Yun recited, clearly having memorized the figures. Oh, splendid. Keep up the good work. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, offering casual encouragement. The real growth prospects for Hu Litao depend on new customer retention, first-order conversion rates, and repurchase frequency. Hu Yun sighed, sensing Chen Yansen's indifference despite being in his freshman year, while he himself was in his junior year. It seemed he had never witnessed a flustered or astonished expression on Chen Yansen's face. We are all around 18 or 19. Why is the gap so vast? Once the three were dressed, they rolled up the mat and ambled towards their dormitory. About 10 minutes later, Song Yunqing entered room 206 with a laptop. Ever since Hu Litao provided her with a work computer, she had not borrowed a roommate's notebook, and her design skills had advanced significantly. Good morning, Chen Chen. Upon seeing Chen Yansen, Song Yunqing hesitated for a couple of seconds before greeting him. How is the customer service intake since the launch of the zero-yuan bargain? Can Meng Shibua, Zhu Xiaoping, and the others manage? Chen Yansen acknowledged her inquiry before asking. Manage? Chen Yansen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before advising her. We should hire 3 more customer service representatives. Song Yunqing was taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp Chen Yansen's intention. We must prepare in advance. We can't wait until the customer service is overwhelmed to hire more people, right? Training takes 3 days. Chen Yansen wore an expression of disbelief, patiently explaining. Oh, I understand now. Song Yunqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded, taking out her notebook to jot down the 2 points Chen Yansen had mentioned. The mall, website search, merchant management system, and payment licenses, it truly is urgent. With just a handful of us, managing to reach this point without any major mishaps is indeed a stroke of luck. Chen Yansen leaned back, mumbling to himself, feeling both vexed and optimistic about the future. While competitors were still offering discounts on products, he had already begun implementing a rebate system. By the time rivals caught up with imitation, he would pivot to brand collaborations, enhancing the platform's quality. When others pursued branding, negotiating with merchants, he would delve into the supply chain, always staying a step ahead, ensuring others could not even find the opportunity to replicate his success. Before long, over half of Hu Litao's team members had arrived. Each entrepreneurial space was equipped with 6 sets of desks, along with a refrigerator and water dispenser, leaving little room to spare. If they hired more staff, the recently rented room 204 would soon be at full capacity. Being students with varied schedules, some arrived in waves while others departed. Naturally, individuals like Zhang Wenbo, Zhuang Rui, and Hu Li, who were in their senior year, spent most of their time at the Chuanya Garden, aside from attending to their graduation theses. Following the first user to receive an Apple for trending on social media, Hu Litao finally garnered some recognition within the industry. The daily advertising expenses for the marketing team skyrocketed from an initial 4,000 yuan to 40,000 yuan, a tenfold increase. The daily increase in website users surged wildly, akin to rampant weeds. On October 24th, Hu Litao welcomed 970,000 new customers. On October 25th, Hu Litao welcomed 150,000 new customers. On October 26th, Hu Litao welcomed 410,000 new customers. On October 27th, Hu Litao welcomed 710,000 new customers. On October 28th, Hu Litao welcomed 630,000 new customers. On October 29th, Hu Litao welcomed 490,000 new customers. On October 30th, Hu Litao welcomed 930,000 new customers. In less than 2 months, through name voting and the 0 yuan bargain initiative, coupled with over 300,000 yuan in advertising, Chen Yansen propelled Hu Litao's cumulative registered users to 1.09 million. Daily active users stabilized around 60,000. Daily order volume hovered around 9,000. The highest single-day sales reached 280,000 yuan, just a step away from the goal of monthly revenue in the tens of millions. However, Chen Yansen understood that the current achievements might merely be fleeting. If user retention faltered, these figures would soon witness a dramatic decline. On October 31st, the last day of the month, the second floor of the Chuanya Garden bore a gloomy atmosphere. Compared to the previous day, everyone appeared like defeated roosters. Zhuang Rui. What was the response from the penguin side? Chen Yansen's eyes narrowed as he strained to suppress his anger. I spoke with the safety inspectors over there. Those scripts you provided were completely ignored. They adamantly claimed our links posed risks of information leakage and account theft, rendering them irretrievable and domain-locked. Damn it! Chen Yansen slammed the table, tugging at his collar, realizing that the Shun Cheng Ma was indeed formidable. They could enforce a ban without any recourse. What was the expected new customer growth for today? Chen Yansen sighed deeply and inquired of Hu Yun. Our new customers from 73 are coming from the port. If this issue remains unresolved, the increase in new customers will be limited to around 50,000. Furthermore, the attitudes of the campus network, Weibo, and Qiandu remain uncertain. They might even blacklist us. Those within the family know their own matters. The bargain links from Hu Litao do indeed resemble an electronic eyesore, firmly adhering to various social platforms. We can only engage in guerrilla tactics with the penguin by switching domains. Zhuang Rui nodded and turned to get to work. Alas, if only I were acquainted with how Rui, This matter could be resolved in no time, Chen Yansen mused. Hao Rui is the executive director of the investment and mergers department at Penguin. In his past life, he led the round financing for Feiyu Technology, and their relationship was quite amicable, akin to fellow travelers on the same path. Alas, even if I did know Hao Rui in 2010, he was still at A-season and had not yet joined Penguin. Curse it. For now, I must endure and wait for Huli Tao's daily active users to reach new heights, attracting the attention of investors, and then I shall seek connections. Chen Yansen closed his eyes, his thoughts in disarray. Opposite him, Song Yunqing secretly glanced at him. This was the first time she had seen such a side of Chen Yansen, powerless, helpless, and irritable. She had always thought that even if the sky were to fall, Chen Yansen would still maintain his characteristic nonchalance. Suddenly, the office's landline phone rang. Sitting nearby, Su Xingxing picked up the receiver and greeted the caller. Hello? This is Huli Tao. Su Xingxing's words abruptly halted as she raised her head and waved at Chen Yansen, initially reluctant to answer the call. Chen Yansen finally stood up with a displeased expression upon seeing Su Xingxing persistently beckoning him. Approaching the phone, he said, I am Chen Yansen, the person in charge of Huli Tao. However, upon hearing the self-introduction from the other end, his brow furrowed, and he continued to listen with a stern expression. 3 minutes later, Chen Yansen hung up the phone. Leaning against the desk, he gazed out at the campus scenery, never expecting that Huli Tao would catch the attention of top-tier hunters so swiftly. Su Xingxing booked 2 tickets to Shenzhen. Chen Yansen took a deep breath. He had to go on this trip. Class monitor, who else is going besides you? Su Xingxing inquired eagerly. Song Yunqing, Chen Yansen replied succinctly. Me? Song Yunqing pointed to herself, incredulous. She had not heard that the designer, who also led the operations and customer service team, had any business trip duties. The night before their visit to Shenzhen, dusk settled in, and the autumn breeze carried a hint of chill. At the entrance of Xuqing Academy, Chen Yansen raised his hand to check the time. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, he spotted Song Yunqing rushing towards him, breathless. With a beige backpack, grab the suitcase. We need to take a cab to Pengcheng. Time is tight. Damn it. Why isn't the ride-hailing platform online yet? Chen Yansen couldn't help but curse as several taxis passed by, all occupied. Carrying her bag and dragging her suitcase, Song Yunqing looked somewhat like a maid, wiping the sweat from her face while curiously asking, why are we going to Pengcheng? Aren't we headed to Shenzhen? There's no airport in Xuqing. We must first go to Pengcheng, Chen Yansen replied, assessing Song Yunqing before continuing. Your outfit won't do. You might not even be allowed in. To establish yourself in the workplace, you need to have a decent appearance. Looking like this, you resemble a downtrodden worker. I'm a worker, Song Yunqing retorted, standing her ground. Do you wish to be a worker for life? Chen Yansen countered. Song Yunqing fell silent. She was not foolish and understood the implication of Chen Yansen's words. Yet, she was reluctant. She had heard Su Xingxing mention that even Chen Yansen's cheapest shirt cost around 800 yuan, equivalent to her living expenses for 2 months. Who wouldn't want to dress elegantly? However, it required money. Once they hailed a cab, Chen Yansen got in first and instructed the driver, take us to Pengcheng Guanyin Airport and arrive before 8:30. I'll give you an extra 100 yuan. Sure, no problem. If I'm late by a minute, I'll pay you back 100 yuan. The driver cheerfully promised upon hearing about the generous tip. Chen Yansen, why do you want to take me on this business trip when I'm just a designer? Song Yunqing hesitated for a while before stammering her question. I find you irritating and just want to give you a hard time. Is that not permissible? Chen Yansen casually teased as he reclined in his seat. Oomph, Chen the skinflint. Song Yunqing muttered under her breath. I've told you my hearing is sharp. Are you insulting me? My good intentions are being mistaken for malice. Don't you want to earn money on your own? I'm merely training you. Do you think you can achieve anything in society solely by being a designer? Perhaps due to the simmering frustration within him, Chen Yansen's words were particularly blunt today. Thank you for your generosity, Boss Chen, Song Yunqing said through gritted teeth, slightly bending her body in gratitude, while instinctively touching the hard object in her bag, a brick she had stashed away. After much internal struggle, she had decided to accompany him on the business trip, recalling Chen Yansen's previous demeanor. Wake me when we arrive. Chen Yansen yawned and closed his eyes. Within moments, he began to snore. Young lady, your boyfriend has quite good sleep quality. The taxi driver, once on the highway, initiated conversation, as was his habit. Since Chen Yansen and Song Yunqing had spoken softly, he had not caught their exchange, or he would not have made such a comment. Sir, you've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend, Song Yunqing quickly denied. If he isn't your boyfriend, then what is he? The driver, a chatty fellow, laughed and probed further, thinking Song Yunqing was shy. He is my boss, Song Yunqing replied candidly. Boss. An hour later, precisely at 8:28 p.m., 2 minutes ahead of Chen Yansen's requested time, he paid the fare and walked towards the entrance first. Song Yunqing, dragging her bags, hurriedly followed. Take out your ID. We need to check in at counter 70. After passing the first security check, Chen Yansen explained the boarding process to Song Yunqing. After over half an hour of bustling about, they obtained their boarding passes and settled in the waiting area at gate 70. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chen Yansen suddenly spoke up. Song Yunqing lowered her head, lost in thought. I recommend you watch a movie. I assure you it will calm your nerves once you're on the plane. Chen Yansen, suppressing a smile, pulled out his phone and handed it to Song Yunqing. Watch a movie? Song Yunqing looked puzzled. She indeed felt a bit anxious, fearing the lack of safety at 10,000 meters above ground. Without much thought, she accepted Chen Yansen's phone and began watching intently. As the film progressed, she sensed something was off until a plane in the movie suddenly exploded, startling her into the realization that Chen Yansen had ill intentions. However, since it was an old film from a decade ago, despite her fear, Song Yunqing persevered and watched it to the end. Now, I am even more afraid of flying. She returned Chen Yansen's phone with a sigh, speaking somewhat timidly. The purpose of showing you this final destination is to convey that the probability of a plane crash is extremely low. It's not something you'll encounter in real life. Perhaps every 3 to 5 years, Chen Yansen earnestly fabricated an explanation. I think you're just being mischievous. Song Yunqing did not buy into his reasoning. She wanted to reach for the brick for comfort, but recalled that it had to be checked and due to her bag. Dear passengers, Flight 7730 to Shenzhen Anbao Airport is about to begin boarding. Please prepare in advance. A prompt echoed through the airwaves. Chen Yansen gently nudged Song Yunqing, signaling her to queue for ticket inspection. This late-night flight had few passengers, and moments later, they traversed the corridor bridge to locate their seats. They occupied the first row of the economy class, devoid of foldable tables, yet the ample space ahead allowed them to stretch their legs comfortably. Song Yunqing settled into the window seat, casting a hurried glance outside before quickly turning her head, taking deep breaths in a futile attempt to calm her nerves. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft began its taxiing, followed by the thunderous roar of takeoff. Are you taking advantage of me? Chen Yansen furrowed his brows, feigning displeasure. Please hold my hand. I'm terrified, Song Yunqing whispered, her lips pale with anxiety. Although the film had captivated her, she regretted watching it. You'll grow accustomed to it after a few flights. Chen Yansen casually reassured her. Overwhelmed by fear, stripped of her familiar comfort, she shut her eyes tightly, gripping Chen Yansen's hand with all her might. We still have 2 hours until landing. I'll take a nap, he said, beaming as he pulled her head into his embrace. Startled, she refrained from resisting. Even the most formidable wildcat, after all, is still just a cat, not a tiger, Chen Yansen mused, inhaling her faint fragrance before succumbing to sleep once more. Chen Yansen, you sleep like a pig, she quipped silently. The scent emanating from him was reminiscent of the cypress trees of home, fresh yet slightly spicy, followed by a warm woody aroma that instilled tranquility. Before long, Song Yunqing too succumbed to slumber, her breathing heavy with fatigue. The cabin lights flickered on, and as the flight attendant wheeled the food cart towards them, Chen Yansen opened his eyes to find Song Yunqing drooling, her mouth agape against his chest. He retrieved a tissue, wiping away the evidence before gently rousing her. Huh, why is your shirt wet? Song Yunqing looked up at her unintended masterpiece, instinctively inquiring. First, wipe the drool off your lips, Chen Yansen replied with a look of disdain, offering her a tissue. Sorry boss, she stammered, hastily cleaning herself, her face flushing with embarrassment. Chen Yansen ignored her, requesting 2 simple meals from the flight attendant, tossing one to Song Yunqing. Tomorrow, we meet the head of the Penguin Compliance Department. Once we reach the hotel tonight, prepare the promotional materials for Huli Tao, and contemplate what you should say in your capacity as the assistant to the chairman. He continued to eat while reminding her. I have an additional title of assistant to the chairman. Song Yunqing managed a wry smile, her delicate brows knitting together, clearly feeling the weight of Chen Yansen's expectations. At 1:55 a.m., the aircraft touched down. Standing at the baggage claim, Chen Yansen looked puzzled. You only have a backpack. Why did you check in luggage? Did you pack a brick in there? No. It's my first flight. I'm not familiar with the process, she replied nervously, forced laughter escaping her lips as she hurriedly denied it. By the time they took a taxi to the hotel, it was already 1:30 a.m. The opulent exterior of the hotel, with its azure outdoor pool and lavish lobby decor, left Song Yunqing momentarily stunned. She hesitated, suggesting, Mr. Chen, perhaps we should switch to another hotel? This one looks quite expensive. You needn't concern yourself with the expenses, Chen Yansen remarked, effortlessly retrieving her identification to complete the check-in process. It wasn't until they reached the top floor and entered their room that Song Yunqing realized there was only one large bed. Various tantalizing scenarios flashed through her mind as she stared blankly at Chen Yansen. What are you looking at? You'll sleep on the sofa. Oh, and remember to prepare the materials, he instructed, dragging his suitcase into the bedroom. Boss, can we organize the materials tomorrow? It's already 1:30 a.m. She attempted to negotiate. I expect them ready, Chen Yansen replied firmly, prompting her to pull out her laptop and begin working, cursing him internally. She understood his temperament well. Even if he wouldn't fire her, he would certainly deduct her pay. The following day, Song Yunqing appeared lethargic, clutching her laptop and documents, trailing behind Chen Yansen with a woeful expression. Smile for me, or I'll deduct your salary. Chen Yansen turned, delivering a fierce warning. All right, I'll smile, she replied, forcing a grin while internally lamenting. Their meeting with the other party was scheduled for 10 a.m., yet they needed to take a detour before heading to Penguin. Chen Yansen glanced at Song Yunqing, gently shaking his head. Chapter 59. Negotiation falls apart. The first encounter with Xiaoma. In front of a mid-range women's clothing store at Nanshan Technology Park Cultural Square. Still holding on to those old clothes? Are you planning to take them to the Penguin headquarters? Chen Yansen remarked, eyeing Song Yunqing with a smile. Clothes make the person, and appearances matter. That's undeniably true. Having changed into a new outfit, Song Yunqing shed her youthful naivety. She donned a crisp white, collarless blazer, her dark, soft hair tied back neatly, presenting a polished professional image that contrasted starkly with her appearance half an hour prior. These clothes aren't torn. They're still wearable. She clutched her handbag, a look of distress on her face. Chen Yansen sighed inwardly, scolding her frugality, and proceeded to hail a taxi without further comment. The shopping center was not far from the Penguin headquarters, and they reached their destination in mere minutes. Gazing at the Penguin headquarters building before her, Song Yunqing felt a pang of anxiety. She understood that carrying this bag of old clothes would negatively influence the upcoming meeting. Just as she steeled herself to discard the garments, Chen Yansen suddenly spoke up. Driver, please take this bag to the Venice Hotel lobby and inform the front desk that it belongs to guest 8688. He handed the driver a 50 yuan tip as he spoke. Rest assured, sir, I will take care of it, the driver promised with a smile as he accepted the cash. After alighting, Song Yunqing quietly trailed behind Chen Yansen. Wanted a voice, those few pieces of clothing might not even be worth 50 yuan. Chen Yansen, thank you, she murmured softly, gazing at his back. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Yansen dialed a number, and after a wait of over 10 minutes, a young man of average height approached leisurely. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Liang Yoji, the channel operations manager at Pai. Come, welcome to Shen City. Liang introduced himself and extended his hand, exuding warmth. Hello, Manager Liang. But was it someone from your compliance department who scheduled this meeting? Chen Yansen inquired, momentarily taken aback as his mind raced with speculation. It was indeed arranged by the compliance department, but the one truly eager to meet you is my boss, Zheng Chunbin, Liang replied candidly, producing 2 visitor badges and gesturing for Chen Yansen and Song Yunqing to follow him. Chen Yansen felt a twinge of annoyance, wondering if they were interested in his project or him personally. At that time, Penguin, with over 100 million concurrent users, was unabashedly fishing in the vast internet pond, and anything they set their sights on was either acquired or replicated. A business model as limited as Huli Tao S would likely be beneath their notice. Perhaps the only thing piquing their interest was the astonishing viral growth from the 0 yuan bargaining feature. The 3 of them walked together, taking the elevator to the Pai Com project building. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, revealing a spacious office area. Please wait here for a moment, mister. He is still in a meeting and will be with you shortly, Liang said politely, ushering them into the conference room and bringing them 2 bottles of water. After a brief acknowledgement, Chen Yansen opened a bottle and sipped. Originally, we were supposed to meet with someone from the compliance department, but now it's turned into a meeting with Pai Pai. Come, can we still resolve our issues? Song Yunqing whispered anxiously. Who cares? Let's proceed step by step. For it seems he has taken a liking to me, Chen Yansen asserted confidently while stroking his chin. In his previous life, he had never interacted with Zhang Chunbin, but he was well aware of his impressive credentials. Zhang Chunbin, a top graduate from Huaka, joined Chiesi in 2003 and ascended to the position of director within just 3 years. As for his current position, Chen Yansen was unsure, but estimated he was at least the product head of Pai Pai Wang. You certainly have a thick skin, murmured Song Yunqing. Chen Yansen smiled silently, leaning back in his chair, engrossed in his phone to pass the time. Who knows how long the meeting would last? He had no intention of foolishly staring at the ceiling. On the other side, Aji, what do you think of this person? Zhang Chunbin leaned back, reclining in his executive chair, squinting as he inquired. Mature and composed, not like a typical freshman, Liang Yoji succinctly evaluated. Anything else? Zhang Chunbin pressed further. He seems to have anticipated your thoughts, Liang Yoji stated after a moment of contemplation. Oh, then I must meet him. I have a fondness for intelligent individuals, particularly young ones, Zhang Chunbin said with interest, straightening in his seat. He initially intended to temper Chen Yansen's enthusiasm to negotiate better terms, but judging by Liang Yoji's words, that approach might not be effective. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Chunbin and Liang Yoji entered the conference room one after the other. Despite Chen Yansen's quick reaction, Zhang Chunbin caught a glimpse of his phone screen. This young fellow was actually playing a game. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhang Chunbin, Vice President of Pai Pai Wang, Liang Yoji announced with a smile. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you, Chen Yansen said, rising slowly to shake his hand. Zhang Chunbin appeared to be just over 30, wearing frameless glasses, exuding a refined demeanor with a warm smile. I have yet to achieve remarkable accomplishments at Chiesi, Mr. Chen's words of admiration make me feel somewhat embarrassed. A skilled warrior does not boast of grand achievements. Your management of Pai Pai Wang speaks volumes of your esteemed position within Chiesi, especially since you were the product head for pets 7 years ago. Who among us born in the 90s hasn't used that product? Chen Yansen responded with calm composure. Zhang Chunbin was taken aback by this remark, glancing at Liang Yoji, who subtly shook his head, indicating he had not disclosed that information. Interesting. Zhang Chunbin invited Chen Yansen to sit, and, perhaps due to a busy schedule or his inherent nature, he got straight to the point. Mr. Chun, would you be interested in joining Pai Pai Wang? What does Mr. Zhang mean? Chen Yansen asked cautiously. I can offer you a level 31 position, overseeing product planning and implementation at Pai Pai Wang, with a starting salary of 500,000 per year, Zhang Chunbin stated confidently. In an era where the average monthly salary was merely 3,000, such an offer would attract not only a freshman from second-tier university, but also graduates from prestigious institutions. To him, the value did not lie in the platform, but rather in Chen Yansen himself, who with a few hundred thousand in funding, managed to expand user numbers to the millions within a mere 2 months, an undeniable talent. I appreciate your recognition, Mr. Zhang, but I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. I neither desire to work for others nor to be subordinate, Chen Yansen replied lightly. Zhang Chunbin was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the rejection, and hastily added, as long as you deliver results, I assure you a promotion to level 32 within 3 years, with the opportunity to reach level 41 thereafter with an annual salary starting at 2 million. Mr. Zhang, I simply do not enjoy working for others. Chen Yansen remained unfazed, smiling lightly. As for Zhang Chunbin's promises of promotions, he had no faith in them. After all, Zhang Chunbin was no Lao Ma. What basis did he have to make such guarantees? It was merely an attempt to deceive him due to his youth. Given his status as a freshman with only a high school diploma, simply gaining entry to Chiesi would require considerable maneuvering, and even if he were to be exceptionally recruited, it would likely result in a mere level 2 position, essentially a foot soldier. Not only Zhang Chunbin, but even Shen Chengma would face the same rejection. What level of ambition is this? Do you aspire to be my boss? After being turned down twice, Zhang Chunbin maintained his composure outwardly, though inwardly he simmered with frustration. To leave in a fit of rage would undermine his dignity, so he coldly remarked, I wish Mr. Chen Zuli Tao the best in one day, reaching the top 100 shopping websites. Upon hearing this, Chen Yansen chuckled, thinking to himself, "You fool. Your recruitment tactics have failed, and it is no wonder Pai Pai Wang is struggling under your leadership. Observing your dismal state, it seems you will not last long at Chiesi. Achieving the top 100 is indeed no simple feat, requiring at least 3 to 5 months of effort. However, Mr. Zheng, you must put in more effort. For if you do not, this year, Pai Pai Wang's market share may not even secure a place in the top 10. Chen Yansen could not tolerate even the slightest grievance and boldly confronted him. In fact, 2 years prior, Pai Pai Wang held a market share of 72, but this year, Fan Ke's market share surged, threatening to surpass Pai Pai Wang. Falsehoods rarely harm, but the truth strikes at the heart. Zheng Chunbin did not anticipate that the young man across from him was akin to a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Did he not realize his standing at Chiesi? He suppressed his anger and waved dismissively at Liang Yoji. "Ah Ji, please escort him out." With that, he turned and exited the conference room without pretense. Within mere moments, the two had reached an impasse, a situation Liang Yoji had not foreseen. He chuckled awkwardly and kindly advised, "Mr. Chun, you might consider softening your words. There is no need for such bluntness. Manager Liang, I offer you a piece of sound advice. Resign while you can. If you wish to pursue e-commerce, consider Ali or Jingdong. Under Zheng Chunbin's leadership, Pai Pai Wang is destined for failure." Chen Yansen stood nonchalantly, adjusting his collar, preparing to leave. At that moment, Ma Wentong, inspecting operations at Pai Pai Wang, happened to pass by the conference room. Zheng Chunbin, in a hurry, left the door ajar, and Ma Wentong distinctly heard the phrase Pai Pai Wang is on a path to failure. He halted, frowning as he inquired, "Who is this?" In his own headquarters, on his own turf, someone dared to curse his project, igniting Ma Wentong's fury. The group's e-commerce business had shown little progress. Not only had they struggled to grow, but they were also on the verge of losing their existing market share. Lu Zhiping had advised him to pivot the strategic direction towards investing in e-commerce platforms to tap into the vast profits of e-commerce development, yet he had consistently refused. He was reluctant to concede defeat and disbelieve in misfortune. After all, he had weathered the internet winter of 08 and yet could not manage a modest e-commerce project. Upon recognizing the approaching figures of Ma Weneng and Lu Zhiping, Liang Yoji quickly greeted, "Brother Ma, Mr. Lu, this is Chen Yansen, the founder of Huli Tao. Brother, if you find my words disagreeable, we can sit down and discuss them at length," Chen Yansen said with a confident grin, relaxed in demeanor. Faced with a significant investor from his past life, he spoke as if conversing with an old friend. Ma Wentong, puzzled, contemplated for a moment before being swayed by Chen Yansen's demeanor. He gestured to Lu Zhiping, and together they entered the conference room. Chapter 60. Could it be that Brother Ma did not bow in reverence? 10 million angel round. A freshman, within 2 months, expanding users from 0 to millions. With monthly sales nearing 10 million, after hearing Chen Yansen's introduction of Huli Tao, Ma Wenong merely nodded slightly, his expression unperturbed. With his vast experience, he had encountered numerous prodigies. While Chen Yansen was indeed remarkable, he had yet to impress him. Even the terrifying user growth from 0 to 1 million did not stir his heart. Will you lack users and traffic? If he so desires, he could generate tens of millions of exposures for a new product at any moment. So, on what grounds do you claim Pai Pai Wang is destined for failure? Ma Wenong interjected, taking the initiative in the conversation. Firstly, the lack of differentiated platform advantages leads end users to prefer Taobao and Jingdong, while users opt for Alibaba and Jingdong. What does Pai Pai Wang have to offer? It is akin to 3 beef noodle shops on a single street. The noodles from Taobao are affordable, those from Jingdong are chewy, while Pai Pai Wang presents decent prices and flavors, yet ultimately loses out due to a lack of distinctiveness. Chen Yansen casually commented, "Within the organization of Chia, Pai Pai Wang occupies a rather awkward position. The board wishes to expand it, but due to limited resources and fluctuating strategies, it has never secured the group's 0-level support. It neither grows nor dies. What you stated holds no value." Ma Wenning expressed his disappointment. Indeed, as a freshman, what profound insights could one possess? Secondly, Chia lacks the DNA for e-commerce. It has neither invested sufficient resources nor dedicated attention to supply chain management, cultivating user shopping habits, platform operations, or merchant ecosystems. If merchants cannot sustain themselves, who would engage with you? Chen Yansen understands that for a comprehensive e-commerce platform, the core is not merely traffic and resources, but rather ensuring a positive experience for all participants. Buyers receive their desired products, and sellers earn profit. The subsequent rise of Pinduoduo serves as a testament to this. As long as there are profits to be made, merchants will dare to take risks, even at the cost of potential penalties. Thirdly, and most critically, the proportion of Pai Pai Wang's secondary business is too low, with almost the entirety being secondary operations. As long as the darker aspects of human nature persist, counterfeit goods cannot be eradicated within a secondary model. An e-commerce platform rampant with counterfeits, even if it bears endorsements, will deter consumers. Chen Yansen scoffed dismissively. In his memory, platforms daring to engage in secondary business, aside from the later ventures of Xiao Huangyu and Zhuan, have invariably met with disastrous ends. So, according to your reasoning, should I eliminate the secondary business and focus solely on the primary? Ma Wenting scolded, disagreeing with Chen Yansen's perspective. Brother, Cheche's core advantage lies in connecting people with content, not in operating an e-commerce platform. Zheng Chunbin is not cut out for e-commerce, nor are you. Chen Yansen shrugged, speaking candidly. However, his words were too shocking and piercing, leaving Liang Youji and Lu Zhiping dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Xiao Ma Ge would be confronted by a freshman? Are you serious? Ma Winning adjusted his glasses, a cold expression evident as he clearly felt displeased. If Pai Pai Wang were in my hands, it would not be difficult to multiply its scale several times within a year, but I have no interest in working for others. Chen Yansen replied without fear, his tone casual. Are you meeting Zheng Chunbin to seek investments? Did it not go well? Ma Winning rose, casually inquiring. Chen Yansen did not provide the answer he sought. Ma Wentang felt that Chen Yansen's words were superficial. He was aware of those issues, yet when it came to execution, it often devolved into chaos. Leaders had changed numerous times, yet with no results. That is not the case. General Zheng wished to invite me to join Pai Pai Wang, but I declined. Chen Yansen stood up, politely gesturing to see him off. Zheng Chunbin was rejected. This young man truly has audacity. Ma Huateng did not wish to engage further with Chen Yansen, feeling that the previous 10 minutes had been a complete waste of time. You think my words lack merit, merely due to my identity, which has led to your bias. Want to make a bet? I can achieve 100 million users for Hu Li Tao within a year. As Ma Huateng was about to exit, Chen Yansen directly pierced through his thoughts, throwing out an enticing proposition. He had never imagined that with a few words he could persuade a figure like Ma Wentong. In novels, such feats occur, but in reality, merely stopping someone to converse was already a stroke of luck. 100 million users? Ma Winning halted, gazing intently at Chen Yansen. The young man before him was tall and handsome, his eyes brimming with confidence, utterly oblivious to the concept of defeat, their gazes locking firmly. This gaze reminded him of himself at the outset of his own entrepreneurial journey, when he had not possessed such unyielding belief in success. Inform the investment department. Let them invest 10 million to see the results. By the way, what is the name of your product? Ma Winning turned and inquired. Brother, our product is called Hu Li Tao. Chen Yansen had intended to impress, achieving a sense of accomplishment in rejecting the deep city Ma. But unfortunately, the offer presented was too generous. 10 million, what a concept! It was ample enough to expand the zero-yuan bargaining activity by 10-fold or 20-fold. Chen Yansen observed Ma Wenang with an odd expression, pondering. Could this person truly be serious? His earlier advice had failed to sway him, yet after being challenged, he was now pursuing investment. Isn't this rather absurd? Chen Yansen, right? I am Lu Zhiping. You may call me brother. Please wait here for a moment while I summon a colleague from the operations department to liaise with you. Lu Zhiping patted Chen Yansen's shoulder, smiling. The shift in Ma Wentang's attitude revealed a glimmer of opportunity to him, naturally fostering greater admiration for Chen Yansen, who had managed to elicit such a change. Whether the 10 million materializes is inconsequential. The key lies in recognizing the chance to persuade Ma Huateng to alter the group's strategy. Thank you, brother. Chen Yansen grasped the other's hand, his tone sincere. Ma Huateng said nothing further, leading a group towards Zhang Chunbin's office. Once everyone had departed, Song Yunqing let out a long breath and remarked, truly frightening. After all, he is a billionaire. Do you not fear his wrath for confronting him directly? Individuals like him, if you merely seek to please, may find it irksome. Expressing differing opinions at appropriate moments makes you stand out. Look, Isn't this 10 million now in your grasp? Moreover, do I still fear him blocking my account? Chen Yansen also relaxed, taking a sip of bottled water. Chen Yansen, you are truly impressive. Song Yunqing laughed at his antics, her taut nerves gradually unwinding, sincerely expressing her admiration. In truth, I excel in other areas even more. Chen Yansen silently added in his heart. As for the little blue pills, he had purchased those. Naturally, they could be considered part of his capabilities. The subsequent progress of the process exceeded Chen Yansen's expectations, perhaps due to the modest amount, or perhaps because of the personal instructions. Chen Yansen spent an entire day at Chia, enjoying 2 employee meals, and upon leaving, he secured a financing contract, 10 million in exchange for 6% equity. Chen Yansen was elated. Having boarded this great ship, who would dare to cut off his connections in the future? This day at Chia had matured him considerably. After all, he had encountered titans like Ma Wentung and Lu Jiping. When interfacing with the investment department, he could calmly present the development status of Hu Li Tao, the current data, and future plans. Chen Yansen pondered and spoke. Boss, can it be directly cashed out? Song Yunqing squinted, her face beaming with smiles, displaying a rather flattering demeanor. Song Yunqing, if you are so short on funds, why would you not consider being my girlfriend? If you find the money insufficient, I could offer you 20,000 a month. Chen Yansen questioned, his expression filled with confusion. Stop. Let's not revisit this topic, or else I might instinctively reach for a brick, only to realize I'm not carrying a backpack, and then look around for something to defend myself with. Fine. You're truly tiresome. Chen Yansen rolled his eyes, taking a few steps to the roadside to hail a taxi. Once inside, he asked the driver, Master, where do the wealthy in Shuncheng enjoy their nightlife? They typically go to Taiyangdao. There are many beautiful women with great figures. It's simply a paradise for men, the driver enthusiastically described in the local dialect. Beautiful women? I've already brought one with me. Chen Yansen pointed at Song Yunqing. Let us go to the World Window, or perhaps to Misha Beach. These places suit you young folks. The driver, noticing his Cantonese was not quite fluent, switched to Mandarin. Then, let us head to the World Window. Had it not been for Song Yunqing, Chen Yansen would have undoubtedly chosen Taiyangdao to test the waters of 18-year-old allure. Song Yunqing, come here. Chen Yansen entered the room and beheld Song Yunqing, who was clutching her laptop and preparing to book tickets. He waved his hand and called out, What are you doing? Thinking he had yet another work-related task for her. Song Yunqing hurried over. You still owe me a reward, Chen Yansen said, feigning mystery. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was silenced by Chen Yansen's kiss. Having learned from their previous encounter, just as she attempted to bite down, he swiftly retreated to avoid her playful attack. Wonkai, good night. Standing still, Song Yunqing glanced at the half-brick in her backpack, but ultimately could not muster the resolve to strike Chen Yansen. Meanwhile, in the entrepreneurial park, offices 206, 208, and 204 were ablaze with light. Upon learning that Chen Yansen had resolved the link ban issue, excitement erupted as everyone released the pent-up frustration of the past 2 days. Sun Gu said that Xieku invested 10 million in our project. At his computer, Zhuang Rui wore a skeptical expression, adding that his first reaction to the news was disbelief, followed by the thought that Chen Yansen might be joking. How much did you say? Zhang Wenbo stood there, wide-eyed and incredulous. The others mirrored his astonishment. Chapter 61. The outrageous falsehood turned out to be true. The following evening, a young couple alighted from a taxi and made their way toward the east gate of Suqing College. Chen Yansen instructed Song Yunqing, I am not your personal assistant. She glared at him, her cheeks puffed in annoyance, ready to refuse, but caught a glimpse of the words deducting wages on his lips, prompting her to plaster on a smile and acquiesce. All right, boss. As they reached the intersection, one headed toward the faculty apartments while the other ambled toward the entrepreneurial park. Just as Chen Yansen ascended the second floor, Wang Zihao seemingly sensed his presence and turned to the staircase. Sengu. Wang Zihao leapt to his feet, waving his arms enthusiastically. Boss. Upon hearing the commotion, others set aside their tasks and instinctively gathered around. Sengu, did Xieku really invest 10 million in us? Zhang Wenbo adjusted his glasses, his face alight with excitement. Yes, indeed, 10 million, Chen Yansen replied, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. We are rich, Zhuang Rui exclaimed as he tugged at Chen Yansen's arm, grinning broadly. Everyone quiet down. I have 2 announcements to make. First, Hu Litao has secured its first angel round investment from Chieku, amounting to 10 million, expected to arrive within 3 working days. Second, increase the inventory for the Zero Yuan bargain event tenfold and adjust the external investment group's daily budget from 40,000 to 100,000. Chen Yansen proclaimed loudly, standing amidst the crowd. Hooray! Class monitor, that is so impressive. Su Xingxing cheered, bouncing with excitement, her fists pumping the air, causing an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. Are you all not happy? Chen Yansen broke the silence, alleviating Su Xingxing's embarrassment. He casually tossed a bag of money onto the table. Zhang Wenba, he called out, starting the salary distribution from employee number 2 since Song Yunchen was absent. Your salary, overtime, and bonuses total 6,000. Zhang Wenba quickly counted the bills, astonished by the amount. Humanity's wage, fire 06. A familiar string of characters flashed before Chen Yansen's eyes. He mused that this might be the last time he distributed cash salaries. Once Chieka's finance team took over, everything would have to follow protocol. Hu Litao was no longer a makeshift operation. Compared to last month, their staff count had doubled, yet they only distributed 70,000 in salaries, as half of the new hires were customer service representatives with modest pay. System. Increase my stats. Chen Yansen concentrated on the physical attribute section. A chilling sensation washed over him as his body greedily absorbed the white mist. In the blink of an eye, his physical stat rose to 149. According to the system, the limit for ordinary humans was 3, and he was nearing half of that, showing significant improvements in strength, endurance, and vitality. Chen Yansen continued, pausing for 2 seconds before saying, by this Friday, I will conduct a comprehensive salary adjustment based on everyone's performance in October. And I will confirm with each of you individually, so please prepare your self-assessments in advance. Class monitor, what is a self-assessment? Su Xingxing raised her hand, and several customer service representatives looked equally puzzled. In simple terms, it involves discussing the work you have done in October, highlighting strengths and weaknesses, and suggesting any improvements to the workflow. Hu Litao is growing rapidly, and I hope everyone views it as a promising career rather than a mere part-time job. Chen Yansen said with a gentle smile and sincere tone. Salary adjustments, social insurance contributions, 10 million investment. One bombshell after another left everyone dumbfounded. Zhuang Rue, Hu Li, and Zhang Wenba felt Chen Yansen's words resonate deeply with them, understanding that, after graduation, their salaries at other companies would likely not surpass those at Hu Litao, which only required 6 hours of work daily, with overtime compensated. Their determination to grow Hu Litao stronger was even more resolute than Chen Yansen's. On another front, she dropped her backpack, utterly depleted of energy, and plopped down on her bed, resting her head on the desk. Her roommate by the balcony turned to her. Wow, Xiao Chengzi, that outfit is from the autumn collection, and it costs 5,000 for the set. Another roommate leaned in, ready to speak, but her gaze caught the brand label on Song Yunqing's collar. How much did you say? Song Yunqing jolted, instantly shedding her fatigue, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chen Yansen had told her that the outfit was only a few hundred. Look, the official website lists it at 4,999 yuan, and I see you're wearing their innerwear. This piece must be close to 1,000. Her roommate, who often studied mid to high-end women's fashion design, recognized it immediately. Chen Yansen, how extravagant. You should have given me the cash instead. Song Yunqing was nearly fainting with frustration, her face pale from the financial sting. Wait, you also have a pair of white leather shoes. They surely aren't cheap either. Xiao Chengzi, you didn't buy these yourself, did you? Her roommate probed cautiously. In the past, Song Yunqing had often made do with free soup from the cafeteria, hardly able to spend a penny. So it was hard to believe she would splurge on such expensive attire. I didn't buy them. Chen Yansen did. He said my clothes embarrassed him at the Chieka headquarters. Song Yunqing admitted, her head hung low. Tell us about your experience at Chieka. The other roommates gathered around. As to them, Chieka was a titan of the internet industry. Actually, it wasn't much. We first met with the president of Pai Pai Wang, then encountered Ma Wenheng and one called Lu Zhiping, whom Chen Yansen referred to. Song Yunqing kept it brief, still lamenting the price of her outfit. You met Ma Wenheng? The roommates exclaimed in unison. I found out that Lu Zhiping is also one of the co-founders of Chieka, a major player among the big shots. Xiao Chengzi, I'm so envious of you. One roommate gushed, clutching her laptop. By the way, Xiao Chengzi, Is Huli Tao still hiring? You are the leader of both the customer service and operations teams, right? Someone asked with a smile. But the decision rests with Chen Yansen. What I say doesn't count. Song Yunqing felt a touch of embarrassment at her roommate's request. But seeing their disappointed expressions, she added, if there are any job openings at Huli Tao in the future, I will promptly inform you to submit your resumes. Hee. I knew Xiao Chengzi would be the most considerate. Her roommates laughed in response. Ding. Song Yunqing pulled out her phone and opened a text message. Remember to have my shirt washed and prepare a hiring plan for the design team, operations team, and customer service team by tomorrow. You can start preparing your resumes. She reminded with a light chuckle as she lifted her head. The autumn breeze was slightly chilly, rippling the surface of Jinju Lake. Under the night sky, Shuqing Academy was illuminated by few dim streetlights. A group of 5 or 6 shirtless boys, utilizing the faint light, were passionately competing on the basketball court. Bang! A three-pointer landed perfectly in the net. Nice one, buddy. Do it again. The boy under the basket was momentarily stunned by the shot before tossing the ball back to Chen Yansen. Bang! Another three-pointer. Seeing that his opponent wanted him to continue shooting, Chen Yansen pointed to Meng Jia beside him and gently shook his head. I'm Zhang Yifeng from the business school. A senior this year. What do I call you, buddy? Let us add each other. We can play ball together sometime. Zhang Yifeng nodded in understanding. But when he saw Chen Yansen's tall stature and realized he was undoubtedly a skilled rebounder with an impressive three-point shooting percentage, he could not resist approaching him enthusiastically. Journalism, Chen Yansen. After a brief introduction, Chen Yansen waved and led Meng Jia towards Liushi. Shortly after he left, Zhang Yifeng suddenly realized and exclaimed to his companions, wow, that guy is a prominent figure at Shuqing Academy, and I didn't even recognize him. I have a roommate who works part-time at Huli Tao. Can you guess how much he earns in a month? For 1,000, weekends off, 6 hours a day. Zhang Yifeng dismissed the idea with a wave, then continued deliberately. I was planning to go for an interview tomorrow, but I didn't expect to run into Chen Yansen night. That much. Some are skeptical. Although college students can be naive, they are not fools. The job advertisement stated a salary range of 2,000 to 4,000, which means the salary would be 2,000. Anyway, Huli Tao is hiring soon. I plan to give it a try, Zhang Yifeng declared resolutely. Meanwhile, news of Chen Yansen securing 10 million in funding from Penguin spread rapidly among students and faculty. 10 million in funding? Penguin? Guo Dongchen, who was studying for his doctoral exams at home, was bewildered at first, assuming it was fake news. However, after inquiring with a few students working as customer service representatives at Huli Tao, he confirmed that this seemingly outrageous news was indeed true. Chapter 62. I didn't ask for it. He insisted the following morning. Chen Yansen was deeply asleep when he was awoken by his phone ringing. Hello, who is it? Chen Yansen mumbled, pressing the answer button without even glancing at the caller ID. Chen Yansen, this is Guo Dongchen, your counselor. Given that Guo Dongchen had seen Chen Yansen only a handful of times in the past 2 months, he emphasized his identity, perhaps fearing that Chen Yansen might forget him. Old Guo, it's still dark outside, and you're calling me. Are you trying to invite me for a morning run? Chen Yansen, still half asleep, spoke in a jumbled manner. Guo Dongchen was speechless and glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. He sighed deeply and patiently explained. Principal Tang heard that you obtained 10 million in funding from Ma Wentong and insisted on inspecting the entrepreneurship park this morning. Last time, you made him wait for half an hour, so you must be prepared today. I didn't ask for it. It was Mr. Ma who insisted on giving it to me. Chen Yansen quickly denied, highlighting the significant difference. If Ma Wentong had forced money upon him, accepting it would indicate that he was doing Ma a favor, but if he claimed to have asked Ma for 10 million, it would imply he was begging. Guo Dongchen wanted to hang up, but remembered the dean's instructions and continued. Make sure you're prepared for the visit. Don't forget, your attendance is still in my hands. With that, he ended the call without giving Chen Yansen a chance to respond. Such an old fellow. I wish you fail your doctoral exam. Chen Yansen rubbed his eyes, threw off the covers, and reluctantly walked into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He dismissed Guo Dongchen's threat, fully aware that Tang Qingshan desperately needed his illustrious reputation. Even if he skipped class or failed a course, he could still be recognized. With strength comes respect. No one stands above him. After finishing his morning routine and dressing neatly, Chen Yansen stood before the mirror for a brief glance. Having undergone several enhancements, he now stood at 186 meters tall, wearing a plain black shirt and paired with black striped casual pants, his physique well-defined, exuding vitality and energy. I will never take those little blue pills again. Chen Yansen pushed open his door and made his way to the entrepreneurship park. On the way, he contemplated the need to recruit more personnel to fill positions in human resources, administration, legal affairs, and operations. He also needed to find a reliable leader for the operations and customer service teams. Relying solely on Song Yunqing was not a sustainable solution. It was not that he thought poorly of her. Rather, he recognized that human energy is finite, and with so many tasks at hand, oversights were inevitable. Before he knew it, Chen Yansen arrived at the second floor of the entrepreneurship park. As he passed by Chao Daohua's office, he intentionally peeked inside and saw him leisurely sipping tea. Gao Laosi, Endoi Zhao Sao. Chen Yansen playfully kicked open the glass door to the office and walked in with a smile. Oh, ISNT this, Chen Yansen. Come, have a seat. Try this year's new tea from my hometown. I wouldn't share it with just anyone. Upon seeing Chen Yansen, Chao Dahua straightened up with a smile and eagerly poured him a cup. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Thank you, Chao Laoshi. Chen Yansen blew on the tea, took a sip, and got straight to the point. Chao Laoshi, could I trouble you to find the keys for rooms 202 and 210? Recruiting again? Chao Dahua asked, surprised. Currently, we are short-staffed, especially in development. I can't expect them to work overtime every day. Chen Yansen shrugged and explained with a wry smile. That makes sense. The electricity bill for rooms 206, 208, and 204 is more than that of the 20-plus entrepreneurship rooms downstairs, Chao Dahua joked. Having once ventured into business himself, he understood the challenge as well. Chen Yansen, in just 2 months, had made significant strides in his project, as easy as eating or drinking. After sharing a laugh, Chao Dahua spoke earnestly, then I'll help you with that. Chen Yansen expressed his gratitude and, after savoring another 2 cups of tea, leisurely made his way out. Mornin', Singo, boss, greeted several members of the back-end team who waved at him. Chen Yansen nodded in acknowledgement, and once seated, he began to assign tasks to Song Yunqing. At 10:30 this morning, Principal Tang will visit for an inspection. You'll be responsible for introducing the development status of Huli Tao Dam. By the way, can you put on a sad face? Put on a sad face? Song Yunqing, holding a vegetable bun in her hand, paused in confusion and asked, if the principal asks about the difficulties we face in our project, you should play the sympathy card, mentioning issues like funding shortages, inadequate computer equipment, and incomplete office supplies, which affect learning. Chen Yansen casually listed several points. Affect learning? Can I actually say that to the principal? Song Yunqing looked skeptical. Besides, everyone knows you secured 10 million from Penguin. The topic is still trending. How could the principal believe that? What are you looking at me for? This is for your own good. If you spend all your time in the entrepreneurship park, what if you don't earn enough credits before graduation? Chen Yansen rolled his eyes, exasperated. Why didn't you say so? Why do I have to play the sympathy card? Song Yunqing pondered for a moment and asked again. Ugh. Song Yunqing scoffed, about to retort, when she saw Chen Yansen pull out a wad of cash. Thank you, boss. Wishing you great fortune soon. Song Yunqing immediately changed her demeanor, eagerly accepting her salary. Her lips as sweet as if coated in honey. I truly cannot comprehend you. Do you love money or not? Chen Yansen remarked with a hint of disinterest, sighing. As Song Yunqing gazed into his eyes and perceived the flicker of disappointment, her heart tightened with a pang of pain and a touch of bitterness. Just as she mustered the courage to explain, Su Xingxing approached, saying, Class monitor, I brought you some rice cakes. Do give them a try. Are they sweet or savory? Chen Yansen did not take them, smiling as he inquired. Then I shall pass. I prefer sweet flavors. Chen Yansen shook his head in refusal. Class monitor, I actually bought sweet ones as well. Su Xingxing replied nonchalantly, producing another portion of rice cakes, as if she had anticipated the situation. Well, one must be open to trying new things. I will take the savory ones, Chen Yansen declared, snatching the savory rice cakes with a cheeky grin. They must both be out of their minds. Song Yunqing remained silent, her gaze flitting between the two, internally summarizing her thoughts. Before long, most members of Huli Tao arrived. At that moment, Chao Dahua was directing a few students who were carrying desks and chairs upstairs. Wenba, get a few people to lend a hand. Chen Yansen called out to Zhang Wenba. All right, Sun Ge, Zhang Wenba responded, summoning several classmates to assist. After multiple trips to the storage room, they filled rooms 202 and 210 to the brim. Su Xingxing retrieved a few bottles of beverages from the refrigerator, thanking those around her as she distributed them. At 10:20, Tang Qingshan arrived leisurely with several deans. Principal Tang, hello. 23. Principal Tang, I didn't get the chance to introduce you last time. This is Song Yunqing, the primary employee of Huli Tao, responsible for financing liaison work. If you wish to understand the situation, feel free to ask her. She knows best. Chen Yansen introduced, pushing Song Yunqing forward. He understood Tang Qingshan's intentions. He merely wished to observe Huli Tao's development, to see if it could serve as a model for student entrepreneurship to be shared within the Provincial University Alliance. He was too lazy to reiterate data repeatedly. And in any case, Song Yunqing had ample experience. She could easily present the project as progress in front of Ma Wenheng, so handling Tang Qingshan would be no challenge. Beside them, Chao Dahua accompanied them with a bulging stomach. An hour later, after Tang Qingshan and the others departed, a frowning Chao Dahua approached. You little rascal. Your antics have forced me to rewrite my research report. It's merely a matter of adjusting the figures, with Professor Chao's ability. There is no need to fret over that, Chen Yansen replied lightly. That's true. In my youth, I navigated through the Shenzhen electronic port. I've seen all sorts of storms, Chao Dahua reminisced, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh, Professor Chao, you started a business before? What products did you create? Chen Yansen asked an opportune moment. Let us not dwell on that. It's all ancient history. Back when you were still in elementary school, Chao Dahua's smile faltered, and he awkwardly changed the topic. Tang Qingshan's visit was not in vain. In brief, the school planned to allocate 100,000 yuan as a startup grant for Huli Tao, with the condition that Chen Yansen must participate in the upcoming university entrepreneurship competition next year. They would generously provide 20 business computers, 1 printer, desks, water dispensers, and several refrigerators. While these items might seem inconsequential, collectively they were worth hundreds of thousands, certainly better than nothing. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, moving the mouse to open the recruitment plans for each group, skipping those he found satisfactory and modifying any unreasonable aspects before confirming their accuracy. He then resent the plan to Su Xingxing, instructing her to publish the job advertisements. Once the recruitment information was posted on the bulletin board, it was quickly shared on the campus forum and online groups. This time, it attracted even more interest. Graduating students who were initially preparing for autumn recruitment began revamping their resumes, ready to interview at the Entrepreneurship Park the following day. In just 2 months, growing from 0 to 1 million users and securing a multi-million investment from Chiesi had already become a notable achievement for the students of Shuqing College. Coupled with salaries slightly above market rates, Su Xingxing's inbox was inundated before the end of the workday. She printed out the resumes and handed them to the group leaders. After a preliminary screening, they would invite candidates to interview at the Entrepreneurship Park. Even so, there were still over 200 candidates for the second round. Chen Yansen pondered for a moment and decided to extend the interview schedule to 3 days. The next morning, Chen Yansen entered room 202 with a stack of resumes, while Su Xingxing managed the order of candidates outside. Hello, interviewer. My name is Su Kun, a senior. The first candidate smiled and introduced himself. After he finished, Chen Yansen curiously asked, Your surname is Kai? Huh? No, it's Su. Su Kun initially hesitated before correcting himself earnestly. Chapter 63. Seeking continuation, billion yuan subsidy set to launch Chen Yansen was naturally not bored enough to inquire if the other could sing and dance. Su Kun was articulate and logical, coming from an e-commerce background. Without hesitation, Chen Yansen offered him a position. Come report tomorrow. Welcome to Huli Tao. Chen Yansen shook his hand, smiling as he escorted him to the door, then called in the second candidate. Mr. Chen, I didn't recognize you yesterday, my apologies. The newcomer was Zhang Yifeng, whom he had met on the basketball court the previous night, scratching his head with an innocent expression. You certainly weren't acting this way yesterday. Huli Tao doesn't hire Navi individuals. I only want smart people. Chen Yansen beckoned for him to sit down for a chat. Shall I introduce myself first? Mr. Chen, I am Zhang Yifeng, a senior majoring in e-commerce from the 07 cohort. I interned at Zuanbao e-commerce for 2 months, primarily dealing with standard products. And I am familiar with the workings of the Peach series platform. I am interested in the position of product selection operations. Upon hearing Chen Yanxing's jest, Zhang Yifeng dropped his pretense, straightened his demeanor, and spoke confidently. With your internship experience at Zuanbao, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the brand side. Even if you can't get into Taobao or JD, Yixuan and Newegg would also be fine. Why choose Hu Li Tao? Chen Yansen fixed his gaze on him, asking straightforwardly. Zhang Yifeng chuckled softly, his tone sincere. It's only human nature, I understand. Welcome to Hu Li Tao. Chen Yansen appreciated straightforward individuals who had a love for wealth. Such people had clear goals and work harder. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhang Yifeng politely bid farewell and left his contact information with Su Xingxing. The morning flew by. Aside from Su Kuan and Zhang Yifeng, Chen Yansen recruited several other senior students majoring in e-commerce. By the end, he couldn't help but grumble. This bunch of rascals treats this as their first stop for autumn recruitment. Over the next 2 days, he continued with interviews, hiring a senior student majoring in human resources to handle personnel matters. Su Xingxing became a member and leader of the administrative team, while a business law teacher recommended by Principal Tang took on the legal responsibilities. Other teams also saw personnel additions. The team expanded to 42 members, no longer a small scale. At this point, nearly half of the second floor of the entrepreneurship park was designated for Hu Li Tao's use. On November 5th, the 10 million yuan investment from Chiezi finally arrived. With funds in hand, Chen Yansen felt emboldened. Through Zhao Maolin's connections, he procured a batch of Apple IV phones, enriching the product offerings for the 0 yuan bargain promotional page, which now included refrigerators, televisions, ovens, bicycles, and electric scooters. The number of new users registering for Hu Li Tao through the promotional links surged, with daily counts nearing 200,000. Wang Zihao and his advertising team were also ramping up efforts, spending their daily budget of 100,000 yuan without a trace. The following afternoon, in room 206 of the Entrepreneurship Park, Chen Yansen instructed Wang Zihao, coordinate with Zhao Maolin. We will utilize the telecom SMS marketing channel. Before 11, we must send a super red envelope link via text to every Hu Li Tao user's phone. Leaning against the desk, he ordered Zhuang Rui, double-check the activation threshold for the super red envelope. If there is an issue here, we will all be in dire straits. Chen Yansen's tone was relaxed, yet his expression bore an unusual gravity. In 2010, when Alibaba had yet to unveil the super red packet feature, the 11 promotion was already underway. And Chen Yansen was certainly not going to miss this lucrative opportunity. Based on the commission rates of products on Hu Li Tao, he instructed Zhuang Rui to design a red packet combination named by Ibu Tai, discounts of 25 yuan for purchases over 10 yuan, 85 yuan for purchases over 100 yuan, 205 yuan for purchases over 300 yuan, 305 yuan for purchases over 500 yuan, 605 yuan for purchases over 1,000 yuan, and 805 yuan for purchases over 5,000 yuan. The rules were straightforward. Users would transition from Hu Li Tao to Taobao, Jingdong, or Pai to purchase an item priced at 119 yuan. In addition to the original rebate, they would also receive an extra 2 yuan cash red packet. Xin Yi, rest assured, I have discussed with Wenbo, and tomorrow we will launch a product filtering feature. If a user's rebate combined with the subsidy red packet exceeds the product's commission, that product will not be displayed to the user, Zhuang Rui confidently gestured. Chen Yansen nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward the operations team. Sango, the selection of products must strictly adhere to the gross profit margin requirements to ensure there is no negative gross profit situation, he stated. Chen Su, Hu Li, Su Kuan, and Zhang Yifeng promptly assured him. Peng Fei, you, and Wenbo need to finalize the development requirements. Every product on the search pages must include the gross profit control filtering feature. I may not profit, but I absolutely cannot incur losses. Do you understand? Chen Yansen patted Peng Fei's shoulder, reiterating his point. Sengu, I will definitely not make a mistake this time, Peng Fei replied with determination. Should any issues arise again, he would truly feel embarrassed to remain at Hu Li Tao. Next week marked Hu Li Tao's first participation in a major e-commerce promotion. Whether they would feast or merely sip soup depended on everyone's efforts. Chen Yansen smiled faintly and clenched his fist in encouragement. The crowd responded enthusiastically, their expressions brimming with excitement. Younger individuals are so easily swayed, unlike the seasoned veterans of my previous company, who require their salaries and overtime pay to be in order before they would commit to hard work. Chen Yansen mused inwardly. However, with the 10 million from Chia, he readjusted the salary structure, ensuring that Zhang Wenbo and others enjoyed a monthly income that was above average in the entire Huiyin province. Even without mentioning overtime pay and bonuses, this group remained highly motivated. After the meeting, Chen Yansen descended to the first floor, intending to chat briefly with Song Yang. However, upon finding him engrossed in packing parcels, he abandoned the idea and strolled outside along Shuihai Road. While guiding e-commerce was not particularly glamorous in 2010, delving into news or short videos felt premature. The conditions were not ripe. Group buying faced too many competitors, and insufficient support for takeout delivery led him to reconsider. Ultimately, he decided to return to his roots, drawing profits from Ollie before contemplating the next steps. His unique status as a freshman inadvertently led to his portrayal as a prodigy. At 18, with 10 million in financing and a personal meeting with Ma Wintong, it was explosive news. Today, when discussing the rebate e-commerce model, Huli Tao had evidently become an industry leader. Although some websites had been established earlier, in terms of registered users and daily active users, they lagged far behind. In niche industries, the only name people remembered was the first. Passing by Dormitory Building 8, Chen Yansen noticed the light on in room 8302 and stepped inside. Upon opening the door, he found Tang Jinja seated, wearing headphones, intently focused on his computer screen. Chen Yansen leaned in for a glance, realizing he was watching an educational film, and cleared his throat. Aja, I never realized you were such a studious person. Tang Jinja jumped in surprise, his irritation dissipating instantly as he looked at Chen Yansen with astonishment. Singa, how did you get in? I flew in from the balcony, Chen Yansen replied, noticing the sunflower seeds on Tang Jinja's desk and casually grabbing a handful to snack on. I distinctly remember locking the door, Tang Jinja remarked, not easily convinced by Chen Yansen's jest. Upon reflection, he blushed, realizing he had forgotten to lock it. Are you not going to help at Song Yang's express delivery agency? Chen Yansen asked casually as he munched on seeds. After spending a few days at the library with his backpack, Wang Jingqiang had lost interest in acting and found entrepreneurship far more captivating. With Song Yang short on manpower, the two had teamed up. Professor Guo has thrown all the departmental chores at me. I'm swamped and nearly forgot to lock the door in the midst of my busy schedule, Tang Jinja lamented. His family was reasonably well off, but not wealthy. Watching Meng Shibo become the customer service team leader at Huli Tao with a monthly income exceeding 2,000 yuan, it was hard not to feel envious. Being a class monitor was enjoyable, but while others scrambled to join the student council, he easily secured a vice chair position, gaining ample opportunities to interact with female classmates. However, the problem was that most of the attractive girls in class showed little interest in him. After a month of subtly flirting with Su Meiling, he discovered through inquiries that she had her eyes set on Chen Yansen. Compared to Chen Yansen, the title of class monitor held little weight. In contrast, Chen Yansen held numerous titles: founder of Sunhai Technology, creator of Huli Tao, entrepreneurial star of Shuqing College, and a business prodigy earning millions annually. This indicates that Professor Guo values you. Make sure to perform well, Chen Yansen teased with a smile. He was well aware of Tang Jinja's capabilities. In his previous life, he had worked as a channel director at a timber company, adeptly managing the Southeast Asia market while residing in Henan. However, given Huli Tao's current circumstances, a business talent was not necessary, which is why he did not invite Tang Jinja to join. Is there a class team building event tomorrow? Did Song Yang mention it? Tang Jinja changed the subject. He probably forgot. Huli Tao's Yuan bargaining participants have doubled, and now we have nearly 500 parcels daily. It's quite overwhelming, Chen Yansen chuckled. We're going to Delta Park for an outdoor barbecue. I even borrowed a camera from the equipment room, so we can take some photos for memories, Tang Jinja said eagerly. Chen Yansen smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He had promised to take the entire class to the movies during Tang Jinja's campaign for class monitor. But since he had not even attended class, it was impossible to fulfill that promise. Unfortunately, I can't make it. The Double 11 promotion on Taba starts next week, and I must work overtime these next few days, Chen Yansen replied, shaking his head in refusal. Well, all right then, Tang Jinja sighed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sunga, are you in college to study or to do business? What is the purpose of attending school? Chen Yansen countered. Therefore, I choose to earn money directly. Avoiding 2 years of detours, Chen Yansen replied earnestly. Then why are you still attending college? Tang Jinja asked, perplexed. In whose city, within a modest residence? A middle-aged man sporting a vintage slick-back hairstyle inquired of his companion. Zhonggu, Huli Tao is developing too rapidly. Our strategy of search and playing the game in a familiar way may be flawed. Are you suggesting we emulate Hu Litao's model? But we lack the funds. Gu Yaozhong replied, his brow furrowed, displaying evident concern. As one of the earliest domestic pioneers to imitate, he had endured 4 years without attracting venture capital's attention. Now, an 18-year-old freshman had entered the scene and secured a significant investment from Chia. How could that be justified? My classmate works at Thinking Capital. He has heard about our project. Perhaps we could discuss it with him, the slick-haired man remarked seriously. If further financing could not be secured, he would have to abandon the project. Chapter 64. Hu Litao's first Double 11, 10 million in daily sales. Chen Yansen preferred to spend his time on girls and making money. He had no interest in trivial class team-building activities and would rather take Meng Jia to the shores of Pearl Lake for some light-hearted moments. In reality, he thought this and acted upon it, as the flirtatious feelings of being 18 or 19 years old captivated him completely. Morning meetings, demand review sessions, and operational discussions consumed the entire morning without him accomplishing anything substantial, all spent in meetings. He found himself idly browsing the internet, taking a moment to check the user feedback on Hu Litao. By no means should one use Hu Litao for the sake of an iPhone 4. Who knows which fool is behind this? Eggs were distributed at the entrance of our village, and even the 80-year-old elder was coerced into registering. The egg distribution strategy is quite ingenious. I shall try it at the entrance of my community. Has anyone truly obtained a phone for $0? My uncle's niece managed to acquire a microwave for nothing, but it indeed requires recruiting numerous new users. Who knows who the owner of Hu Litao is? That individual is utterly unscrupulous. I curse him to have a son with no backside. Chen Yansen slightly nodded, closed the webpage, and let out a long sigh, inwardly acknowledging, the praise is overwhelming. I am indeed a business genius. Once the 100 billion subsidy red envelope messages go live, I anticipate an influx of positive reviews. However, a truly excellent product must embrace user criticism and suggestions to evolve. With this thought, he summoned Wang Zihao, instructing him to keep an eye on the online product reviews and report any positive feedback. Sengu, you are truly impressive. Wang Zihao praised, captivated by his shamelessness. Chen Yansen disdainfully remarked that in his past life, he had awakened too late, enduring several years of hardship. Otherwise, he would have already soared to success. All right, Sengu, I will take care of it immediately, Wang Zihao replied, bemused, as he nodded in agreement. By the way, find time to seek guidance from Teacher Liu to learn some financial knowledge. Chen Yansen called after him, deliberately advising. What use is financial knowledge to someone in charge of advertising? Wang Zihao questioned, visibly puzzled. However, seeing Chen Yansen's serious demeanor, he refrained from arguing and merely nodded. Chen Yansen accessed the data backend, focusing intently. The new customer growth from yesterday was 193 million, yet the first-order transaction rate lingered at a mere 71. The overwhelming majority were drawn by the allure of $0 purchases, indicating substantial room for improvement. The weekly retention rate stood at only 41.3. In simpler terms, out of the over 1 million new customers attracted last week, only 400,000 logged in again the following week, dwindling to a mere 160,000 the week after. And by the end of the month, just above 60,000 remained. This exemplifies the fatal flaw of guided e-commerce. It neither generates traffic nor produces goods, merely serving as a conduit for e-commerce. Once the advertising ceases, they await inevitable demise. By that time, whether venturing into food delivery or short videos, he would have ample confidence in capital. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the SMS interface was completed. Zhuang Rui and the testing team meticulously reviewed the logic of the 100 billion subsidy red envelope and the back-end code until they confirmed everything was functioning correctly, allowing Hu Yin to import user data and send marketing messages in batches. This year's Double 11 had only a single day of promotional activity, while Chen Yansen's 100 billion subsidy red envelopes had a validity period of 14 days, providing ample time for users to consider. In an instant, Hu Litao users across the nation clicked the link. In this era, where marketing messages and online fraud were not yet rampant, most individuals still held a degree of trust in familiar websites. Some discovered that the so-called 100 billion subsidy and the 100 yuan exclusive red envelope were mere gimmicks, with the accounts containing only discounts that could only be activated after shopping. However, Another segment of users was pleasantly surprised to find that purchasing household appliances also activated the red envelopes, piquing their interest. Buying an electric kettle, they found that rebates combined with a subsidy red envelope offered discounts of over 10 yuan, nearly equivalent to a 20 reduction. Purchasing a pair of sneakers, they enjoyed a discount exceeding 40 yuan, almost a 10 reduction. Buying a down jacket, they immediately received over 100 yuan off, roughly an 85 discount. As the Double 11 promotion approached, some astute online shopping enthusiasts quickly recognized this as a business opportunity. Consequently, forum, discussion board, and groups saw a surge of well-meaning individuals offering to place orders on behalf of others, not only waiving service fees, but also offering a further 2 discount. Those unaware of the truth were genuinely deceived by these offers. On the third day, Chen Yansen noticed an anomaly in the data. Senga, I have discovered the issue. It appears that some e-commerce agents are behind this. Should we consider banning their accounts? Wang Zihao suddenly exclaimed. While monitoring user feedback online, he noticed individuals selling Hu Li Tao's subsidy red envelopes, which ultimately clarified the data irregularities. Why should we ban their accounts? Chen Yansen countered. But these individuals are exploiting the promotional activity. It's too excessive. Zhang Wenbo frowned, indignantly expressing his frustration. Zhuang Rue, what is your perspective? Chen Yansen remained non-committal, turning to Zhuang Rue for his input. First, we must limit the number of registrations from the same address. I suggest reducing the cap from 5 to 3. Additionally, we should restrict the number of orders per user at the same store. Hu Li Tao may consider this as fraudulent behavior and impose penalties. Finally, we should enhance the invitation program, offering a 1,000 yuan subsidy red envelope for every new user invited. Bravo, Zhuang Rue. Your progress is truly remarkable. Chen Yansen applauded, generously praising him. The e-commerce agent industry remained vibrant even after a decade, before the widespread adoption of smartphones and 4G networks. The first step in online shopping was acquiring a computer, the second was setting up online banking, and the third was registering an e-commerce platform account. Just these 3 steps posed significant challenges for the majority of ordinary people. Chen Yansen vividly recalled the bustling Taobao agent service stores lining the streets of Chengxin. Thriving in business, Wang Zihao and others remained silent. Achieving fame during this Double 11 was far more crucial than merely increasing profit margins. With recognition, he could successfully negotiate collaborations with major platforms in the following year, securing resource advantages in rebate ratios, settlement cycles, and promotional policies, even refining rebates for new customers. Without fame, it would be difficult to even cross the threshold of the other company's office. The applause resounded on the second floor, as everyone turned to Zhuang Rue, who had received praise from the boss, their eyes brimming with envy. Back to work. After Double 11 concludes, I will adjust the bonus amounts for November based on our profit margins. I hope that number will be as high as possible, so let us intensify our efforts. In the following days, the advertising group's budget continuously increased. On Double 11 day, the advertising expenses for just a few major video platforms and 3 major portal websites skyrocketed to 600,000, a staggering 6-fold increase from the usual. Chen Yansen led the operations and design teams, tirelessly working for 3 days, successfully launching Hu Li Tao's special Double 11 edition on the website's homepage just before the event. The homepage featured 13 pages of popular product promotions across mainstream categories, meticulously selecting over 2,000 core products from leading brands to showcase in a brand group format. Instantly, the overall quality of the website was elevated. On the screen in room 206, the order volume and sales figures were rolling in real time. At 3:47 p.m., the order volume surpassed 200,000. At 5:29 p.m., the daily sales exceeded 10 million. Hearing the commotion, Tang Qingshan arrived at the entrepreneurial park by 8 p.m., at which point the sales figure displayed on the screen had reached 12.03 million. Chen Yansen, are the data accurate? Tang Qingshan asked, astonished and in disbelief. Just a week prior, Hu Li Tao's daily sales were merely 200,000. In just a few days, the figures had multiplied by dozens. After all, the more successful Hu Li Tao became, the more comfortable his life at Shuqing College would be. The connections and resources possessed by a university president are beyond the imagination of an average person, which is a primary reason for his decision to start a business in a university setting. Teacher Chow, Please inform the logistics department to prepare 50 servings of supper for the teachers and have it delivered to the entrepreneurial park, Tang Qingshan instructed, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to Chao Dahua. Sure, I will make a call to arrange it, Chao Dahua eagerly responded, nodding rapidly. Before heading downstairs, he cast a lingering glance at Chen Yansen, thinking to himself that this young man truly had a knack for stirring things up. I'm already lying in bed at home, yet I'm being called back. With repeated occurrences, such a lifestyle could lead to health issues. In Hangzhou, the headquarters of Huli Tao was aglow with lights. Daniel, we have surpassed 900 million, and we are merely a step away from reaching 1 billion. With 4 hours remaining, we are certain to achieve Mr. Ma's objective. An excited subordinate entered Zhang Yang's office, reporting loudly. The sales generated by the Ali Alliance have exceeded the usual proportion by 51. Have we clarified the source of this data? Zhang Yang scrutinized the figures and calmly analyzed. It is a shopping guide website called Huli Tao, which directed 200,000 visitors to the Taobao main site after midnight. The data department has just reported that their cumulative sales today amount to 12 million. Huli Tao, a shopping guide e-commerce platform, achieving daily sales of tens of millions? This news took Zhang Yang by surprise, and he even entertained the thought of meeting them. Chapter 65. Brother Bin, our nephew, is in the newspaper. The second floor of the entrepreneurship park was ablaze with light and bustling with noise. The conference screen in room 206 was pushed to the center of the hallway, where all members of Huli Tao, Tang Qingshan, several deans, and others gathered together. With only 10 minutes left until midnight, Chen Yansen was also astonished that Huli Tao made such a significant impact in its first participation in the e-commerce platform promotion. Class monitor, the hotel is booked. After work, we can go directly check in. Su Xingxing squeezed into the crowd and whispered to Chen Yansen. Please announce it in the project group. Chen Yansen nodded slightly and then reminded. Therefore, Chen Yansen had instructed Su Xingxing in advance to book over 20 rooms to ensure everyone had a comfortable resting environment. Su Xingxing acknowledged and took out her phone to edit a message. The number of orders reached to 97 million. The total sales amount to 69 million. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the second floor erupted into cheers. Everyone was brimming with excitement, as this astounding sales figure exceeded their wildest imaginations, instilling a profound sense of pride in their deep involvement. Chen Yansen, well done. If you secure second place in next year's college entrepreneurship competition, no one will dare to claim the first place. Tang Qingshan clapped Chen Yansen on the shoulder, beaming with praise. Thanks to your support and cultivation, Principal, Huli Tao will continue to strive and bring glory to Shuqing College. Chen Yansen adeptly responded, pleasing Tang Qingshan with just a few words. Hu Yun, what remains of the gross profit margin? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yansen inquired of Hu Yun. It is getting late. Let us keep it brief. Tomorrow morning, we will have a holiday. Additionally, at the end of the month, I will allocate 200,000 as this month's bonus. Our next goal, daily orders of 100,000 and monthly sales exceeding 100 million. Upon completion, the bonus will be doubled. Chen Yansen crossed his arms and casually tossed out a statement, which landed like a bomb, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Sure. All right, you all go ahead. Chen Yansen glanced at the time. It was already 12:30. He had no interest in accompanying a group of fools to eat barbecue. Sigh, I promised them you would definitely go to give the brothers some face. Wang Zihao urged in a low voice. Unless you call me Dad. Chen Yansen replied with a serious face. Dad. Wang Zihao hesitated for a moment, but shamelessly shouted, his expression suggesting that if Chen Yansen were not satisfied, he would call out even more enthusiastically. You shameless little rascal, I truly admire you. Chen Yansen was taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. In this life, under his deliberate training, Wang Zihao had developed a certain resilience, ensuring he would not be cowardly enough to jump off a building when faced with a bad girl in the future. As the lights of the entrepreneurship park dimmed, a large group of people headed outside. The security guard had already been informed by Chao Dahua, so he neither questioned nor obstructed them, promptly opening the door. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as Chen Yansen took a seat at the barbecue stall, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Calling me at this hour? After pondering for a few seconds, Chen Yansen pressed the answer button. Who is this? Mr. Chen, I'm a staff member of the Ali Alliance. Firstly, I would like to thank Huli Tao for its support of the Double 11 event. Are you available on November 16th? We would like to invite you to attend the Ollie Channel Recognition Conference. The voice on the other end was youthful, and after some brief pleasantries, they got straight to the point. The Channel Recognition Conference? Chen Yansen squinted, his mind racing, and he quickly understood the other party's intentions. Such industry exchange meetings are undoubtedly excellent opportunities for resource and network expansion for those with ambition. Without further thought, he agreed. "Singe, who is it? Come drink." Wang Zihao shouted. In front of him, Zhang Wenbo, Xiang Pengfei, Zhuang Rui, and Su Xingxing, compared his previous entrepreneurial team, lacked significantly in both work experience and interpersonal skills, yet they greatly surprised him with their enthusiasm and resilience. "Singe, I will submit the requirements document for the merchant management system to you tomorrow." Zhuang Rui downed his beer in one gulp and spoke. "It will be guaranteed to go live by the end of the month." Zhang Wenbo and Xiang Pengfei chimed in. "Let us not discuss work. Let us talk about girls." Wenbo, in 4 years of college, haven't you dated anyone? Chen Yansen waved his hand, indicating he did not wish to discuss work, and proactively changed the topic. Despite being only a freshman, he carried himself with the air of an upperclassman. "Singe, please don't tease me. Pengfei has experience in this area." Zhang Wenbo blushed and pushed Xiang Pengfei forward. Chen Yansen smiled faintly, teasingly suggesting, "Singe, you clearly are a veteran in the dating scene. Why not share some insights?" Zhuang Rui raised his glass, laughing heartily. "It's much like writing requirements documents. The more you engage, the more experience you naturally acquire." Chen Yansen casually deflected. What experience could he possibly have? With his tall and handsome exterior, coupled with the status of a wealthy entrepreneur in the Shanghai circle, numerous girls approach him, both good and bad, and he had tried them all. Ultimately, he discovered that bad girls were the most entertaining. Su Xingxing gazed at Chen Yansen, sipping her beer, secretly thinking, boys are indeed more interesting when a little bit of a rogue and a capable boy like Chen Yansen, who had a hint of playfulness in his romantic life, held great allure for her. As for the fact that he had a girlfriend, she had long since chosen to overlook it. An hour later, Chen Yansen concluded the drinking session, and the group staggered towards the hotel. The next day, Chen Yansen awoke at 10:30 and went to the hotel lobby, where he saw Su Xingxing checking out. "Class monitor, did you lock the door last night?" Su Xingxing turned to him with a reproachful gaze and asked softly, "What else? Boys need to protect themselves when away from home. But how did you know I locked the door?" "I guessed." Su Xingxing's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly sought an excuse. "You weren't planning to do something to me last night, were you?" Chen Yansen asked with a mischievous smile. "If you had mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have locked the door." At this moment, the major 3 portal websites were inundated with news about Taobaw's Double 11 sales figures. Daily sales reached 1 billion. This figure may seem trivial a decade later, but in 2010, it astonished 400 million netizens who never anticipated e-commerce had developed to such an extent. Among these news articles, there were occasional mentions of Hulitao as the leader among domestic shopping guide e-commerce platforms, contributing 20 million in sales, a figure that left people dumbfounded, especially when they learned that the founder of Hulitao was merely an 18-year-old freshman. Various news websites erupted in excitement. That afternoon, even the Qingyinbao published the entrepreneurial story of Chen Yansen and Hulitao, an 18-year-old boy securing tens of millions in investment, growing from zero to millions of users in 2 months, and achieving 20 million in sales during Double 11. These pieces of information combined swiftly propelled Chen Yansen into the spotlight. In these times, even Chen O, who represented himself, had not yet emerged, making Chen Yansen's inspiring story evidently more representative, and he instantly became the object of media adoration. University students across the nation have increasingly embraced the guiding e-commerce model and Hulitao, thanks to Chen Yansen. Users who had registered but not placed orders completed their first rebate orders by mid-October. Chen Yansen was not one to be overly sentimental. The positive publicity from print and television media served as a wave of free traffic for Hulitao, and he accepted it without hesitation. Years later, even top business moguls, in pursuit of heat and traffic, could not resist the allure of Douyin. Thus, he bore no psychological burden. In Chengxin, several hundred miles away, at Guobin bookstore, the proprietor exclaimed, "Brother Bin, our nephew has made it to the newspapers. Come and see." He entered holding a newspaper. The cover of the Huiyin Youth Daily featured a half-body photo of Chen Yansen, clad in a black shirt, revealing 3/4 of his face. with a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Thanks to Chen Yansen's visage, this issue of Huiyan Youth Daily sold an extra 6,000 copies. The founder of Hu Tao, a business genius earning millions annually? Chen Guobin took the newspaper, bewildered. Is this about my son? Chapter 66. The man who refused 400 million Yifeng. Chun Su, I have inquired about the channel recognition meeting. Some leading merchants from the Tao faction will attend. Your tasks are twofold: to familiarize yourselves and to gather contact information while promoting Hu Tao's daily active users and average transaction value. Chen Yansen instructed as he sat in the back of a Mercedes Viano, speeding along the highway. Once the merchant backend system is operational, Chen Yansen planned to collaborate with a batch of brand merchants to create a benchmark and generate significant news. Understood. Sun Gu, Chen Su, and Zhang Yifeng nodded in response. Having experienced the previous Penguin visit, Chen Yansen bringing her to Hangzhou did not bother Song Yinqing, especially with Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng accompanying her, which made her feel more secure. Chen Yansen made arrangements directly. In this era, traveling from Sucheng to Hangzhou was cumbersome, and with no high-speed train available, he had no choice but to rent a business vehicle and hire a dedicated driver. Oh, Song Yunqing did not inquire further, knowing that if she did, Chen Yansen's next line would be a threat to deduct her salary if she did not comply. Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng exchanged glances. As a top employee of Hu Tao, Song Yunqing clearly received preferential treatment from the boss. The two silently played on their phones. With outsiders present, Chen Yansen refrained from physical gestures and idly scrolled through the news. The internet was limited to images and text, and he found himself reminiscing about the summer of 2018 when short videos filled the screen with coolly dressed young women, making mobile phone usage akin to an emperor flipping through cards. Unfortunately, the three major telecom operators had yet to secure a 4G license. Les Boussy's Demi, one smartphone, likely did not even have a design draft, rendering entertainment options in 2010 rather monotonous. Due to the workday, traffic on the highway was sparse, and Chen Yansen took a brief nap. Upon awakening, he found the vehicle had entered the center of Hangzhou. The city, with its towering skyscrapers, was thriving in finance, exhibitions, and commerce, further enhanced by the presence of Alibaba, which had bestowed upon it the title of e-commerce capital. The venue for Ali's channel merchant meeting was chosen at the nearby Xinyao Holiday Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted the Ali registration desk. Good day, sir. May I have the full name of your company? I will assist you with registration, a staff member politely inquired. Sun Haizwich Sun, are you the representative of Hu Tao? Welcome to Hangzhou. The staff member, initially busy searching the roster, brightened at the mention of Hu Tao, promptly handing over the conference badge and courteously explaining the meeting agenda for the following day. This was not due to special instructions, but rather because, coincidentally, Hu Tao had just achieved the Group S set goal of 1 billion for 11, ensuring year-end bonuses, hence the particularly warm reception towards Chen Yansen. With time to spare, Chen Yansen suggested, if you find yourself bored in the hotel, feel free to take a stroll by Westlake. Just remember to attend tonight's networking event. As they entered the elevator, he spoke softly. Thank you, Sun Gu. On the way, Brother Feng and I were contemplating whether we should ask for a day off. Chen Su grinned, brimming with excitement. Chen Yansen merely acknowledged with a grunt, not saying more. Seated by the window with his laptop, Chen Yansen reviewed the promotional materials for Hu Tao prepared by Song Yinqing, which primarily emphasized the metrics most pertinent to merchants: daily unique visits, cumulative registered users, and monthly order volume. The first page read, Hu Tao one-stop performance marketing platform. Darn, we just lack a typical case study. Going out to attract merchants feels daunting, Chen Yansen muttered under his breath. However, he had optimized the data. For instance, while Hu Tao's cumulative registered users were 4 million, he stated it as 10 million. Daily active users were adjusted from 600,000 to 1 million, and daily order volume increased from 70,000 to 150,000. When out and about, not multiplying by 10 was already quite generous. Conducting business honestly was foolish behavior. The priority was to boast a bit and secure the first wave of merchant resources. A knock on the door interrupted him, and Chen Yansen opened it. Song Yunqing entered with her laptop, and her eyes immediately landed on a pair of patterned boxers on the bed. She blushed and quickly turned her head away. What content needs modification? She asked, sitting at the desk with her computer. However, The image of the boxers lingered in her mind, prompting her to take a deep breath to quell her embarrassment. Here, add a 0 to the figures, increase the new customer growth by 50,000, and raise the conversion rate by 10, Chen Yansen instructed, standing behind her and pointing at the screen. Isn't that too exaggerated? Song Yinching whispered. Be bold in your revisions. Chen Yansen shot her an irritated glance. Yes. I'll fix it right away, she replied, retracting her neck in submission. Chen Yansen sat on the edge of the bed, taking in her scent while observing her closely. Compared to Wang Xian's remarkable growth, Song Yunqing's development was noticeably slower. Yet, among the other members of Hu Li Tao, her intelligence, emotional quotient, and ability to command a room were above average. I'm done. Not long after, Song Yunqing turned to him, but upon noticing Chen Yansen's unwavering gaze, anxiety washed over her, heightening her defensiveness. Come accompany me for a walk. We'll have lunch along the way, Chen Yansen said as he stood up, adopting a tone of notification. Song Yunqing had no choice but to obediently follow him. Chen Yansen chose a Cantonese restaurant, casually ordering several dishes, and they sat gazing toward Westlake while eating and chatting. Mr. Chen, why not dine at a local restaurant? Song Yunqing inquired curiously. Hangzhou cuisine isn't tasty, Chen Yansen replied, placing a piece of beef in his mouth and shaking his head. After their meal, they strolled along the Westlake for a while before entering a dessert shop. Sitting by the window, they watched the bustling traffic outside, enjoying sweets and milk tea. Setting aside their identities, they appeared remarkably like a couple. Chen Yansen was intentional about this, while Song Yunqing, feeling something was off, attributed it to the normal interaction between a boss and subordinate, given her lack of romantic experience. After a brief rest, Chen Yansen summoned Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng and entered the grand banquet hall for the e-commerce networking event. The opulent hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was filled with people dressed in formal attire, women mostly in casual suits, while men donned black, white, or gray suits with impeccably slicked hair, as if coated in wax. As Chen Yansen and his group entered, they caught the attention of many attendees. Daniel, the owner of Hu Li Tao, has arrived. The assistant sitting beside Zhang Yong whispered a reminder. Following the direction indicated by the assistant, Zhang Yong immediately recognized Chen Yansen. Although Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng endeavored to maintain their composure, their awkwardness was all too apparent in the eyes of the seasoned veteran. Song Yunqing exuded a steady yet confident aura, though his obvious demeanor as a subordinate was unmistakable. Only Chen Yansen strode forth with his head held high, a subtle smile gracing his lips, devoid of any trace of anxiety, his entire presence seemingly harmonizing with the surrounding atmosphere. Such a young individual is indeed a rarity, Zhang Yong mused silently. After a brief contemplation, he rose slowly, accompanied by his assistant and Hu Zhilong, the head of the Ali Alliance, and approached Chen Yansen. Chen Yansen was not unfamiliar with Zhang Yong, the designated successor by Ma Liyun, yet their paths had not crossed in the past. When the latter was in his prime, Chen had just embarked on his career. By the time Chen was thriving, Zhang had already been rendered floundering by the competition. Mr. Zhang, as a venerable figure in the industry, I should have come to greet you first, Chen Yansen said, spotting Zhang Yong and his entourage, and hurriedly stepped forward to offer his salutations. He could afford to disregard Ma Wintang, but offending Zhang Yong was out of the question. Despite Ali's lack of prominence before its listing in 2010, it was a formidable force in the e-commerce realm, effortlessly overshadowing platforms like PaiPai and competing with Jingdong and Amazon as if they were mere children. You must be Chen Yansen. Just call me Daniel. You are even more impressive than I had imagined, Zhang Yong stated, shaking Chen Yansen's hand and nodding in satisfaction. As a magnate, recognizing talent is paramount. From Chen Yansen's demeanor and discourse, one could ascertain his potential. Would you be interested in joining Ali? I can take the lead on acquiring your project, and upon merging with Yitao, you would oversee this business line, Zhang Yong proposed directly. Zhang Yifeng and Chen Su exchanged astonished glances, secretly pleased. Their boss was truly formidable, commanding the attention of even someone of Zhang Yong's stature. Song Yunqing remained notably composed, recalling a similar tone from Zheng Chunbin of PaiPai at their last meeting in Penguin. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Zhang, but I am rather laid back and cannot endure the rigidity of a clock-in job. Chen Yansen offered a casual excuse for his rejection. I have heard that you have secured a $10 million investment from Penguin, and your current valuation is around $200 million. I can offer you 400 million. Ali can integrate your project into the group. As for you, I can provide an 8-level position, ensuring a promotion to 9 within 3 years based on your performance. Zhang Yong continued, furrowing his brow. Should Chen Yansen accept, it would mean he would become an Ali employee without even an interview, a roundabout entry into Ali. Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng could not help but feel a twinge of excitement. However, Chen Yansen shook his head, his resolve unwavering. He had declared that he would never work for anyone in this lifetime. It seems Mr. Chen has lofty aspirations. I shall not press further, Zhang Yong replied graciously, showing no signs of displeasure despite the refusal, maintaining a demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. Mr. Zhang, your words are too heavy. The interests of Hu Litao and Ali have always aligned. Chen Yansen thought to himself, delivering pleasantries without a hint of sincerity. Once I secure some funds, I shall find a way to challenge you in a different manner, and then you will see how I can make you cry out. Chen Yansen smiled while internally critiquing the situation. Zhilong, make an effort to engage more with young talents like Chen Yansen. You two converse. I shall excuse myself for a moment, Zhang Yong remarked, patting Hu Zhilong's shoulder before politely taking his leave. Hu Zhilong wore a peculiar expression, thinking Chen Yansen was indeed quite young. After exchanging contact information, he rose to depart. Brother son, you just turned down 400 million. How could you? Jen Suet Galim. His face contorted in pain. 400 million is merely a number. Is it worth such fuss? Chen Yansen replied dismissively, leading the way forward. He approached the representatives of various merchants with an air of familiarity, as if they were long-lost friends, despite not knowing a single one of them. Chen Su and Zhang Yifeng observed silently, striving to learn from Chen Yansen's communication skills. Initially unfamiliar with Chen Yansen and Hu Litao, the brand merchants became increasingly interested upon learning of Zhang Yong's 400 million offer to acquire Chen's project, promptly leaving their business cards. After a round, they had gathered a veritable collection of cards. This was merely the first step. Chen Yansen did not expect to forge partnerships based solely on a few words. Establishing communication channels was vital. Opportunities for collaboration would naturally arise later. Chapter 67. Mr. Min, I am here to assist you. Mr. Min, a pleasure to meet you. Chen Yansen extended his right hand to shake the other's. Min Jia, in his 30s, donned a navy jacket and sported a neat short haircut, his expression resolute but tinged with a hint of worry. Mr. Chen, I heard from Yifeng that Hu Litao sold 20 million during this Double 11. Congratulations. Truly a talented youth. At your age, I had no knowledge of computers, Min Jia remarked, grasping Chen Yansen's hand, his tone laced with flattery. You flatter me, Mr. Min. Your extensive experience in the industry makes it a privilege for us young people to have a conversation with you, Chen Yansen replied, narrowing his eyes in contemplation before gesturing for them to find a suitable place for a detailed discussion. In 2010, the situation for MITC was far from favorable. Blind expansion coupled with a late onset of winter had resulted in overwhelming inventory pressures, with 30% of the company's total assets tied up in unsold clothing stock. To alleviate this burden, headquarters had assembled a team of over 300 to create their online platform, Mego.com, with Min Jia at the helm of this new initiative. Attending the channel merchant meeting primarily to seek external traffic for the platform. Upon hearing Zhang Yifeng mention that Hu Litao boasted over 1 million daily active users, Min Jia expressed an eagerness to meet Chen Yansen. The group left the hall and entered a private room. Mr. Chen, our group's self-operated e-commerce platform is set to launch next month. We wish to integrate your company's interface, Min Jia stated as soon as they sat down. For guide-type e-commerce sites to collaborate with platforms, they must first connect their interfaces to enable advertisement linking, order data transmission, and performance statistics, thereby ensuring accurate commission settlements. Mr. Min, opening the interface is not an issue, but have you determined the basic commission rate for them all? Different commission rates will affect the traffic resources allocated by Hu Litao, Chen Yansen replied readily, then countered with a question. He welcomed the proposal for collaboration, as this fast fashion brand had once flourished along Jinjing Road in Hu City, even reaching the most remote towns. Although it now showed signs of decline, it still retained a loyal following in third-tier cities. However, if Min Jia was unwilling to offer concessions, Chen Yansen would only place the shopping link on a secondary page, without providing any additional resources. For all categories, I can offer you a 10% general commission, Min Jia replied after a prolonged silence. Mr. Min, we can explore an alternative collaboration model. Clothing is a visual product, and sufficient exposure is essential for increasing order volume. Why not utilize your company's flagship store for a joint brand event? I can directly drive in traffic of over 1 million, Chen Yansen proposed, shifting the conversation towards a novel collaboration approach. Traffic of over 1 million? A brand event? Min Jie furrowed his brow, contemplating Chen Yansen's suggestion, which intrigued him greatly. But he understood that there were no free lunches in this world. The other party would undoubtedly have stringent conditions. What requirements do you have, Mr. Chen? Min Jie inquired. Locking eyes with Chen Yansen, Song Yunqing nodded, retrieving a laptop from his bag, opening a file on the desktop, and began introducing the supporting resources available for the brand group to Min Jie one by one. The website's pop-up advertisements are displayed once daily, averaging an exposure of 1,030,000 clicks, with a listed price of 600,000 yuan. The dynamic floating window on the website offers all-day visibility, averaging 800,000 exposures and 24,000 clicks, with a listed price of 400,000 yuan. The professional activity page for the brand is also displayed all day, yielding the same exposure and clicks as the dynamic window, with a listed price of 500,000 yuan. Additionally, there are resources on the search page, personal center, and secondary pages, leading to a total advertising cost of 2 million yuan. Min Jie gasped in shock, his expression darkening. He was astounded that Chen Yansen would audaciously quote a price of 2 million. Mr. Chen, with Mego Wang in its infancy, we need funds everywhere. 2 million is not out of reach, but you must convince me that this investment can yield 10 million in sales, Min Jie said after a moment of contemplation, his tone calm. I can forego the 2 million, considering it a gesture of friendship with you, Mr. Min, but I would like to see your sincerity regarding the promotional efforts, Chen Yansen replied, waving his hand generously. I understand the brand group strategy. I can offer a commission of 90 for 10 limited edition products, with the remaining 10 made up through payments, totaling a valuation of 2 million. For other regular products, I propose a commission rate of 30. The brand-specific promotional activities on Hulitao, in essence, involve driving traffic to the activity page, where the specialized page is divided between hot-selling items and regular products. The hot items drawing traffic, while the regular items benefit from the long-tail effect to generate profit for the brand merchants. I require a 70% commission for regular products, he added, engaging directly in negotiations. Waiving the 2 million advertising fee, he questioned the utility of only a 30% commission. If they only sold 2 to 3 million, it would tarnish Hulitao's reputation, potentially jeopardizing the brand group project. 70 is too high. Considering inventory, labor, and logistics costs, we won't even cover production costs. I can offer a maximum of 40. Min Jie shook his head, though he did not reject the proposal outright. Mr. Min, I am here to assist you. If the clothes linger in the warehouse, they become worthless junk. Selling them to generate revenue is essential for Might C survival. Chen Yansen leaned back casually, stating, the inventory pressure on Might C was nearing a critical threshold. For over a decade, it had been on a downward trajectory, unable to recover. He was fully aware of this vulnerability. Through this partnership, he intended to establish the brand group's strategy and model firmly. Min Jie fell silent, deep in thought for a long while before finally sighing, I cannot guarantee 70% commission for new products, perhaps for older styles, but this decision is beyond my authority. Mr. Min, styles from 3 to 5 years ago would suffice. I am not particular, but the quality and cleanliness of the garments must be assured. Chen Yansen articulated his requirements, showing understanding. Please hold on. I need to make a phone call. Min Jie abruptly stood up, excusing himself, and exited with his assistant. Once the representatives from Might C had left, Zhang Yifeng eagerly asked, Brother Sun, do you think the owner of Might C will agree? 70% commission is akin to giving a threefold discount on all store products. I initially desired an 80% commission rate, but I refrained from mentioning it, considering Min Jie's rank and authority. Rest assured, brands with high inventory like them have no choice but to make concessions, or they face extinction. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, exuding confidence. In the past, while watching Let S watch the meteor shower, I mistakenly believed Might C was an international brand. Chen Su chuckled. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. They still achieve annual sales in the tens of billions. If not for poor decisions by the management, leading to excess inventory, it would not be inaccurate to label them a leading enterprise in domestic casual wear. Chen Yansen commented astutely. If the other party does not act foolishly, how can he seize the opportunity? Users desire to purchase high-quality products from renowned brands at favorable prices, and inventory goods are the best option. After an indeterminate period, Min Jie returned with his team. Mr. Chen, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. The upper management has approved your commission request. Min Jie raised his hand, palm up, to a successful partnership. Choosing Hu Li Tao is undoubtedly your wisest decision this year. Chen Yansen confidently shook his hand. After all, the commission settlements for the two malls rely entirely on financial transactions. If the other party defaults, Hu Li Tao can only resort to legal action, often dragging on for a year and a half, while simultaneously needing to provide user rebates, leading to increasingly precarious financial situations. Moreover, given the anticipated high volume of orders for this brand promotion, without a security deposit, any sudden price changes or quality issues post-activity would severely impact user experience. Mr. Chen, I cannot argue with you. The event will be set for November 28th. I will leave everything else in your capable hands, Min Jie sighed, conceding reluctantly. Mr. Min, I understand that the Taoshi platform has many activities, but the price guarantee must be upheld. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to deduct the price difference from your deposit to compensate users. Chen Yansen stood, conversing as he walked alongside Min Jie and his team. Rest assured, I will manage everything properly. Min Jie assured immediately, sensing Chen Yansen's seriousness. Once the event concludes, you must visit Hu City. I will extend my hospitality, and we shall share a drink. Min Jie warmly invited. That is a promise. Just ensure your phone is reachable. Chen Yansen jested with a smile. That evening, Hu Li Tao, as the largest external channel for Taobao during the Double 11 event, received the award for Best Annual Partner. Jian Su, Zhang Ziaifeng, and Song Yunqing beamed with joy as they posed for photos with the trophy. Stingy, not offering any tangible benefits, Chen Yansen muttered under his breath, glancing at Zhang Yong and Hu Zhilong on stage. Fortunately, this trip was not without its rewards. The collaboration with Might C reignited his entrepreneurial passion. Both individuals displayed keen insight, yet to delve deeper into the industry, they must thoroughly understand the intricacies of the supply chain, including fabric material, pricing, and quality issues. Chen Yansen spent a day enjoying a hot spring hotel in Jinling with Song Yunqing, relishing a brief respite after 2 days of business travel. Sadly, Song Yunqing stubbornly refused to don a swimsuit, leaving him with a notable regret from the trip. On the night of the 17th, they returned to Xuqing Academy. The dormitory is already locked. What will you do? Would you like to stay at my place for the night? Chen Yansen suggested. Boss, I can stay at a hotel. Song Yunqing cautiously inquired, pushing her suitcase. Boss, would that not be reimbursed? Song Yunqing hurriedly caught up. What are you thinking? The business trip has concluded. Do you still wish to take advantage of the company? Chen Yansen shot her a glance, exasperated. Standing still, Song Yunqing's mind wrestled with the dilemma before ultimately deciding to follow Chen Yansen, knowing that asking to pay for a hotel stay would be financially burdensome. Chapter 68. The brand group model and billions in inventory late at night, in the teacher's apartment room 0418. Chen Yansen, are you asleep? Song Yunqing suddenly asked. I am. Chen Yansen's lazy voice drifted through the door. I wish to know, are you nurturing me so diligently because my abilities meet your standards, or is there another reason? Song Yunqing stammered. What is the other reason? A flush spread across her fair face. In the pitch-black living room, her breath caught, and the atmosphere grew increasingly hushed. Young lady, do not come with answers when asking questions. Chen Yansen turned over, lightly teasing. Could you not just be a good person? Song Yunqing's cheeks deepened in color, her mind swirling with images of Chen Yansen taking advantage of her. What benefit is there to being a good person? Chen Yansen retorted. Song Yunqing fell silent, contemplating for a long time. As drowsiness began to overtake her, her eyelids grew heavier, and eventually, her head drooped as she fell into a deep slumber. He opened the door and, illuminated by the moonlight, beheld the sight of Yanchen. Her eyes were tightly shut, her breathing heavy, and one of her fair, slender legs was exposed. Her lips were slightly pursed, glistening with a soft sheen. Yanchen crouched down and gently kissed her lips, silently acknowledging the debt owed to him. The next morning, as Yanchen slept soundly, she was stirred by a knock on the door. Rubbing her eyes, she instinctively walked to the door, but suddenly realized she was not in her own dormitory. She was in CHNYNSN's room, who was outside. Her hand hovered in midair. All movement came to an abrupt halt, and even her breathing softened. Peering through the peephole, she saw Ming-Ji. Oh no! If Ming-Ji discovered her in CHNYNSN's room, there would be no way to explain. Who is it? CHNYNSN, still groggy, shuffled into the living room and shouted towards the door. Upon recognizing Ming-Ji's voice, he showed no sign of panic and reached for the doorknob. Ing, frightened, quickly grabbed his hand and shook her head vigorously. Don't open the door. Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, and in her heart, she cursed. CHNYNSN, are you out of your mind? We haven't done anything, so why are you scared? CHNYNSN rolled his eyes and replied in a hushed tone, should I hide in your room? Absolutely not. Ming-Ji will surely come to my room. You hide in the bathroom, he suggested after a moment's thought, providing her a hiding spot. With no time to contemplate, Ing hurriedly grabbed her clothes and shoes and dove into the bathroom. The door creaked, opened slowly. A new beef soup restaurant just opened in Canteen 3. I bought a portion of soup dumplings too. I wonder if the taste is authentic, Ming-Ji announced, striding in with takeout in hand. Oh really? I must try it. CHNYNSN replied, inhaling the aroma with a smile. You look like you just woke up. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Ming-Ji set down the food container and nudged CHNYNSN towards the bathroom. He approached the bathroom door, ready to wash up, but after twisting the doorknob a few times, he found it wouldn't budge. What a fool. Why did he lock the door? CHNYNSN silently cursed. What's wrong? Is the door broken? Ming-Ji asked, getting up to investigate. It's nothing. The door gap is just a bit tight. I can handle it with a little force, he exclaimed loudly, fearing Ing might not hear him. With a sudden click, the door bizarrely opened, and CHNYNSN swiftly entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him in less than a second. Quickly, let her go, SNYNSN urged, anxious that if Ming-Ji found out, even if she told the truth, it would not be believed. Don't panic. After breakfast, I'll take her to the teaching building, and you can leave then, CHNYNSN assured her softly, perhaps due to the rush earlier. Ng's white shirt had shifted to the left, revealing an eye-catching curve of her neck. She murmured. But when she noticed CHNYNSN staring, she quickly adjusted her clothing. Stop looking, she shouted, resembling an irate little lion. CHNYNSN, your room has poor soundproofing. I could still hear a girl talking outside, Ming-Ji remarked, having caught the subtle rustling sounds in the living room. It's probably because the floor is too thin, CHNYNSN casually fabricated an excuse while embracing Ng's waist. Unbeknownst to him, his irritation was escalating with her every attempt to wriggle free. Leaning down, he kissed her chin, holding her tighter as if wanting to meld her into himself. Senior, you smell delightful, he whispered into her ear. I'm going to tell Ming-Ji. Ing declared, pushing his hands away with a fierce demeanor. Go ahead, CHNYNSN challenged, gripping the doorknob, ready to open the bathroom door. Are you insane? She exclaimed, urgently stopping him. One kiss. And I want to open the door, he teased, pointing at his lips with a mischievous grin. Go ahead and try. I don't believe you have the guts. Ing shot him a defiant glare, refusing to yield. Suddenly, the door creaked open halfway, startling her into hiding behind it. Forget about that door. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. The beef soup will get cold. Ming-Ji urged. CHNYNSN nodded and shut the door again. Hurry up. Otherwise, next time I'll just open the door myself, he threatened. Please don't bully me anymore, all right? Huddled by the door, her eyes glistening with tears as she pleaded pitifully. CHNYNSN's heart softened, and he reached up to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye, pondering if he had been too cruel. Hey, I was never a good person to begin with, he scoffed, turning to the sink to finally begin brushing his teeth. This work is unbearable. CHNYNSN is a tyrant. Worse than Zichu Piop, don't you like CHNYNSN? He is tall, handsome, articulate, and possesses a mind for business. Following him means no hardship in the future. Ing, he is a thorough scoundrel. His girlfriend is waiting outside. Stop fantasizing. What's the harm in a guy like him having another girlfriend? He is handsome and capable of making money. Standing on the tiled floor, Ynch felt as though two voices were battling in her mind, forcing her to make a choice, to resign or to continue enduring Chnysn's bullying. Her gaze gradually lost focus, remaining dazed in place. Even as Chnysn finished washing up and stepped out. After a while, a cold sensation on her feet jolted her back to reality. Peering through the door crack, she found the living room empty. She tiptoed out of the bathroom, confirming that both Chnysn and Ming had departed, and suddenly her legs weakened, collapsing onto the sofa. On the second floor of the Chuanya Yuan, Chnysn sat at a table facing WNB, Xing PNGFI, Zhu Ru, HYN, and MXB. The upcoming event for the its brand on the 28th, was crucial for HLTO to stand out among numerous promotional e-commerce platforms. I must state this clearly. Any failure will result in a 3-month bonus deduction for those who give me excuses. Chnysn, with a serious expression, reminded them earnestly. BB, this afternoon, YF will send you the QA compiled by the its TOBO Stores customer service. You'll be responsible for training the customer service team. Although 90% of the sales pressure lies with them, some users will still reach out to us regarding the fabric materials, types of down jackets, and filling amounts. You must understand these better than the users, understood? Instructed tonis ngxd. Absolutely. HYN. Ensure that the data tracking and order monitoring are flawless. However, I have always trusted your work. Chnysn praised while patting HYN's shoulder. Go. I'll provide the prototype for the brand event this afternoon. I still need to adjust and optimize the layout and push logic, Zhu Ru chimed in. Streamline the process as much as possible, allowing users to access the event page directly from the homepage. This event is vital, and we must dedicate ourselves fully. Also, add a link to the event page on the close button of the pop-up, Chnysn added. Add a hyperlink to the close button? Zhu Ru was taken aback, visibly confused. This was a tactic he had never considered. Isn't that a bit too much? The others exchanged glances. Stand before ns audacity. Get to work. Stop staring at me. At that time, 2 styles of down jackets and hoodies would be presented, all promising a commission return of 90. Do you think users would still complain about the experience? Chen Yansen remarked with a hint of irritation. A hoodie from Might C, priced at 159 yuan, would yield a return of 1,431 yuan, bringing the final cost down to merely 159 yuan. A lightweight down jacket, priced at 299 yuan, would return 2,691 yuan, resulting in a final price of just 299 yuan. Perhaps in a decade or so, with an intensely competitive e-commerce landscape, this would not be extraordinary. However, in 2010, a price slash to a mere tenth was sufficient to incite a frenzy among consumers. This phenomenon reflects the user's perception of value. While they would pay 299 yuan, they would regard the true worth of the down jacket as 299 yuan, and thus feel astute for obtaining such a bargain. It is akin to a smart device priced at 1999 yuan being offered for just 199 yuan. Even the most rational individual would willingly leap into the trap of consumerism. By 10:30, Song Yunxing arrived slowly, clutching a resignation letter, her steps deliberate as she approached her workstation. With a soft thud, the paper fell before Chen Yansen. Resigning? Have you made up your mind? Chen Yansen picked it up, arching an eyebrow, and gazed at Song Yunxing with calm scrutiny. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Without a glance, Chen Yansen ripped the letter to shreds and tossed it into the trash. The design for the brand's promotional page needs another iteration. You will coordinate with Zhuang Rue and provide me with the final proposal before the end of the day. Chen Yansen. Song Yunxing opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Do you wish to have your salary docked? Chen Yansen narrowed his eyes, threateningly amused. She fixed her gaze on him, sighed deeply, and clutched her computer as she made her way towards Zhuang Rue. Meanwhile, Chun Su and Zhang Yifeng were at the Might C headquarters warehouse, observing the mountainous stacks of inventory, some items dating back to 2007. They finally understood why Chen Yansen dared to declare a commission rate of 70. As noon approached, members of Huli Tao began descending to the cafeteria. After reviewing the product selection list sent by Zhang Yifeng, Chen Yansen looked up and noticed only 3 customer service representatives remaining on the second floor. He patted his stomach and strolled leisurely outward. It was peak lunch hour. Shuelin Road and Shuehai Road were bustling with vibrant college students, though as autumn deepened, the number of girls in short skirts and stockings grew increasingly sparse. Someone has fainted. Who can lend a hand? A girl's sudden exclamation pierced through the crowd, causing a commotion. Chen Yansen, hearing the stir, glanced over casually, intending to walk past. Students, after all, would not be so eager to help in a decade's time. He scoffed, yet as he neared, his peripheral vision caught sight of the fainted girl's belongings, an unattractive, earth-toned backpack and a business notebook procured uniformly by Hu Litao. His brow furrowed instantly. He plunged into the chaotic throng, pushing aside the onlookers with ease. In the center of the crowd lay Song Yunqing, her lips pale, eyes tightly shut, sprawled on the ground, her knees and palms scraped and bleeding, yet completely unaware. "Make way!" Chen Yansen shouted, swiftly lifting her into his arms. At that moment, he realized her face appeared plump, her weight likely under 90 pounds. Cradled in his embrace, she felt weightless. Without a moment to spare, he dashed towards the infirmary. Goodness, this guy has considerable strength. He can run so fast while carrying someone. It seemed to be Chen Yansen from Hu Litao, handsome, and this backpack and computer belonged to the fainted girl. Could someone help take them to the infirmary? I will. A bespectacled girl volunteered, picking up Song Yunqing's belongings and jogging towards the infirmary. Xiao Chun, is she your girlfriend? I won't say it, but I will. Taking care of yourself while your girlfriend is anemic and malnourished. Had I known you were such a person, I certainly wouldn't have granted you that sick leave. Meng Yuting shot a fierce glare at Chen Yansen, her eyes filled with disdain for the scoundrel, nearly spitting in his face. Ding Ye, please don't wrong an innocent person. She is an employee at Hu Litao, and I pay her a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000. Who knows how she ended up like this? Meng Yuting's sister was the channel manager at the campus telecom service center, and it was through her connections that Chen Yansen had obtained his sick leave. Oh, I see. Don't worry. She just has low blood sugar. Once she finishes this glucose drip, she will be fine. Meng Yuting's expression stiffened. She forced a smile, realizing she had wronged Chen Yansen, and hurriedly exited the infusion room. Lying on the hospital bed, Song Yunqing, in a daze, suddenly heard Chen Yansen refer to her as an employee of Hu Litao, and a wave of relief washed over her. Indeed, her relationship with Chen Yansen had always been one of superior and subordinate, never changing. A crystalline tear welled in her eye, and she pressed her eyelids tightly shut to prevent it from falling. Senior, here are her backpack and computer. I placed them on the chair. At that moment, a smiling, bespectacled girl walked in, pointing at Song Yunqing on the bed to explain. The girl waved her hand as if to say no need for formality, though her eyes were furtively assessing Chen Yansen. Do you have any other business? Chen Yansen abruptly inquired. And no, goodbye, senior, the girl stammered, shaking her head and hurriedly leaving. Chen Yansen pulled up a chair, sitting beside Song Yunqing's bed, muttering, "This person is really troublesome, earning a few thousand a month yet living like this. Does she have a sick mother, a gambling father, and a school-going younger brother?" Song Yunqing had intended to continue feigning sleep, but upon hearing Chen Yansen's teasing, her heart ached, and she immediately opened her eyes, fiercely retorting, "You're the one with a sick mother, a gambling father, and a younger brother in school." Activated into combat mode, Song Yunqing resembled a wildcat with its fur bristling. "You actually pretended to be asleep?" Chen Yansen realized. "Fine, consider it my mistake. I shall take my leave." Seeing her awake, with an expression that suggested she might bite him, Chen Yansen chuckled lightly and turned to leave. Class monitor, here is the procurement list for office supplies and employee benefits for December. Do you think any adjustments are necessary? As soon as he sat down, Su Xingxing approached with a stack of documents, beaming. Place it here. Chen Yansen tapped the table and replied flatly. Hu Litao currently maintained a stable daily active user count of around 600,000, with 400,000 new customers stemming from zero-yuan bargain activities, 50,000 from advertising channels, and the remaining 150,000 being retained long-term customers. Should the promotional efforts and zero-yuan bargain activities cease, the daily active user count would swiftly plummet to below 100,000. The platform processed over 70,000 orders daily, generating approximately 500,000 yuan in gross profit. Deducting marketing, labor, and technical costs would leave a surplus of 200,000, amounting to 6 million a month. With money comes a necessity to spend. In this lifetime, Chen Yansen's interest in villas, luxury cars, and yachts had significantly waned. After all, he had grown weary of such pursuits in his past life. Having experienced life and death, he now recognized the importance of health and thus delegated Su Xingxing to devise employee benefits to provide himself with a reason to spend. 1. Supplementary medical insurance. 2. Monthly team-building activities. 3. Annual group trips. As Chen Yansen perused the documents, he casually skimmed through and shook his head, pulling out a pen to make amendments. Team building? Cross it out. Group trips? Cross it out. Wouldn't it be better to convert everything into cash? In the comments section, Chen Yansen noted, formal employees shall receive a monthly team-building fund of 200 yuan, distributed with their salary. Formal employees shall receive an annual travel fund of 2,000 yuan, increasing by 1,000 yuan for each additional year of service, capped at 10,000 yuan. As for whether employees participate in team building or travel, the company does not concern itself with such matters. During the holidays, a mere 200 yuan red envelope seemed rather miserly, prompting him to strike through and amend it to 500 yuan. Subsequently, an additional note was added. All members of Hulitao would receive a monthly meal allowance of 500 yuan, effective immediately, to be uniformly credited to their meal cards by the administrative department, with reimbursement not permitted. Chen Yansen tossed the document to Su Xingxing, who glanced at it and immediately squealed with delight. The others, hearing the commotion, craned their necks with curiosity. Class monitor, you didn't add an extra 0, did you? Su Xingxing, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to believe it. Enough chatter. Effective today, this is my meal card. Chen Yansen rolled his eyes and tossed the card away. Before long, a cheer erupted from the second floor. Chen Yansen smiled faintly. These miscellaneous expenditures could enhance employee morale by at least 1 point per individual annually. As the workforce expanded, that could translate into thousands of points of morale. Even a Superman would have to kneel and sing in submission. Stimulated by this, the members of Hulitao worked with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. What else with their enthusiasm? Song Yunxing wondered, and upon sitting down to open her computer, she discovered the new document in the project group. Through the gap in her computer screen, she stole a glance at Chen Yansen. The document's stipulation regarding meal allowances not being reimbursable seemed particularly aimed at her. P.S. Not entirely bad, Song Yunxing mused silently, having unconsciously buried the incident from the morning when Chen Yansen had bullied her deep within her heart. Around 2 o'clock, an interview vehicle adorned with the words, "First time," parked at the entrance of the entrepreneurial park. Teacher Zhang, welcome. Chen Yansen greeted a few individuals before leading them to room 202, which was currently unoccupied and perfectly suited for interview. Zhang Liang could not help but scrutinize Chen Yansen from head to toe. At 18 or 19 years of age, clad in a white shirt and a brown jacket, he was strikingly handsome with refined features, towering over Zhang by half a head. His demeanor and eloquence belied that of a typical university student, resembling instead a seasoned professional who had navigated the business world for years. After the accompanying staff adjusted the lighting and microphones, they asked Zhang Liang, "Teacher Zhang, would you like to apply a light makeup on Chen?" No need. With his complexion and features, makeup would detract from his appearance. Zhang Liang replied after observing Chen Yansen for a moment, waving his hand in refusal. The ensuing interview left Zhang Liang increasingly astonished. The young man spoke with precision, wit, and a wealth of experience, engaging in a lively exchange. Before departing, Zhang Liang was convinced of Chen Yansen's extraordinary prowess. With his good looks and the media dubbing him the youngest millionaire of the post-90s generation, he had garnered considerable admiration from students and professionals alike. The majority of his admirers were female, who eagerly registered for Hulitao accounts to purchase clothing, bags, cosmetics, and snacks from the website. Some even promoted him on Weibo, leading bewildered netizens to mistakenly believe that Chen Yansen was a newly debuted celebrity. Upon learning of this, Chen Yansen found it both amusing and absurd. He had not anticipated following in Cheng O's footsteps. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to register a Weibo account that night, naming it Hulitao Chen Yansen. and promptly uploaded several handsome photos along with a link to his 0 yuan discount event. Hello everyone, I am Chen Yansen, the founder of Hulitao. I endorse myself. Shopping is smarter with Hulitao. Without reservation, Chen Yansen directly appropriated Cheng O's lines, indifferent to what the latter might do in response, walking the path of others, leaving them with no way forward. Now that's exhilarating. As a result, within just a few days, his Weibo followers skyrocketed from 0 to 800,000, poised to breach the million mark imminently. Meanwhile, far away in Chongqing, Chen Guobin sat before the television, watching his impeccably suited son, and once again found himself questioning. Is this really my son? Chapter 73. 6 million in an hour. Hu Li, you're in charge of women's apparel. Su Kuan, you handle men's. Every piece of clothing must be tried on to assess its effectiveness. What difference is there between an operator who doesn't understand the product and a chef who can't cook? On the second floor of the entrepreneurial park on Saturday, as usual, dozens of people were present, busily preparing for the launch of the MyTC brand. Chen Yansen stood at the door of room 206, calling out to the adjacent room, "All right, brother son, should we cut open the down jackets to check if the down types are authentic?" Chen Su asked seriously while holding a men's vest. "Goodness, are you that meticulous?" It was conceivable that they might use black duck down to masquerade as white duck down or use white duck down to pass off as white goose down. If problems arose, it would ultimately harm the user experience of Hulitao. "All right, once I finish organizing this batch of samples, I'll head over." Su Kuan nodded in agreement. Outside the door, for packages, each half the height of a person, piled together, samples sent by MyTC, dozens of scattered pieces blocking the entrance of room 208 completely. "Brother son, using groups is the way to go. Both the click-through rate and conversion rate are the highest. Although it may consume a bit more, it's undoubtedly the most cost-effective option," Wang Zihao said, pointing at the data on his computer. "Fine, let us go with groups. If daily active users don't exceed 1 million by the 28th, I'll dock your bonus." Chen Yansen threatened without mercy. No waities. The 0 yuan discount has added 4 new categories in recent days, with daily new customer growth reaching 500,000. The remaining 500,000 will be secured, Wang Zihao said confidently. In recent days, with the viral spread of Chen Yansen's interview video, Hulitao had attracted numerous organic users, and with returning customers surpassing 200,000. Wang Zihao felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Armed with a budget exceeding 1 million, how could they fail to draw in users? "Bobo, is the order series functioning well? Are there any efficiency issues during import and export? If so, resolve them with Zhuang Rue immediately." Chen Yansen nodded slightly, beckoning Meng Shibua. "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Yansen responded casually. The number of participants in the 0 yuan discount event grew daily, with successful orders rising from mere hundreds to over 4,000. Although most of the successfully discounted items were low-value products like tissue paper, milk, and cooking oil, daily expenditure was approaching 150,000. The responsibility for exporting and importing orders had shifted from operations to customer service, and fortunately, the order system had been launched in time. Otherwise, even with 10 additional customer service representatives, they would have been overwhelmed. After completing his current tasks, Chen Yansen leaned back in his chair to rest. He was not joking with Min Jia. He truly delivered the million-strong traffic, aiming to make the brand group concept a resounding success. He sought to make other brands and distributors envious and eager to expand Hulitao's merchant and supply chain resources. Opposite him, Song Yunqing lowered her head, catching only a glimpse of Chen Yansen's profile, a shadow of stubble adorned his sharply defined jaw, a clear sign he had overslept that morning and forgotten to shave. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yunqing found herself wanting to steal glances at Chen Yansen whenever she had a moment. It vexed her to see him, and yet not looking left her feeling empty. Chen Yansen closed his eyes for a brief respite, then wandered into Chao Dahua's office, where they enjoyed tea and shared idle banter, reveling in a leisurely atmosphere. Chen Yansen often spoke without restraint, teasing Chao Dahua as if he were scolding a younger brother. However, Chao Dahua took no offense, instead finding Chen Yansen's individuality and maturity refreshing. If not for the fact that he was over 20 years older than Chen Yansen, he might have genuinely considered him a younger brother. "Old Chao, your job is quite pleasant, sipping tea and idling away like a deity," Chen Yansen remarked with a sip of tea, smiling playfully. Haha, envious, aren't you, young man? Wealth, in its essence, is merely a means to an end. Sufficient funds suffice. Those billionaires may not savor life as I do, surrounded daily by the vibrant youth of university students who, without a doubt, could live to a ripe old age of 99. Once the door was closed, Chao Dao shed the pretense of a teacher, casually draping an arm over Chen Yansen's shoulder, chuckling as he spoke. Neither of them fit the mold of conventional roles. One was not a proper educator, and the other was far from a dedicated student. Yet their camaraderie flourished amicably. You scoundrel! My daughter is a year older than you. Do you truly wish to play the role of her uncle? Chao Dahua feigned seriousness, a smile betraying his mock ire. Oh, Lao Chao, such words wound my heart. Let us consider ourselves friends across generations, shall we? How can your daughter not be my beloved niece? Are we to separate ourselves? With you as brother and your daughter addressing me as younger brother? Chen Yansen, legs crossed, sipped his tea with finesse, continuing his playful banter. You are incorrigible. I shall ascend shortly to take a look. Chao Dahua erupted into laughter, accepting the jest with resignation, acknowledging Chen's good-natured intentions. He glanced at the time, 10 minutes remaining before his afternoon rendezvous with Mungjia, before rising to take his leave. Before departing, he stealthily pocketed a box of Jean's peach crisps from Chao Dahua's desk. Though he had no taste for them himself, Mungjia adored them. Gao Dahu, watching Chen Yansen's retreating figure, spat in jest, muttering to himself, this lad truly regards me as an elder brother, taking food and drink as he pleases. Had it been another student, he would have shown no leniency. Yet with Chen Yansen, he found himself charmed. He reminds me of my youth, though, in looks. He falls just short of my prime. Chao Dahua sighed softly, adding a reflective note. 5 days later, upon logging into the Huli Tao website, users were greeted by the striking May Tai Si 1128 brand sale day banner, the red and yellow hues captivating their attention. Upon entering the promotional page, they were taken aback, their first instinct being that the platform must have mistakenly set the prices and cashback percentages. A short-sleeve shirt was priced at 79 yuan with a cashback of 711 yuan, making the final cost a mere 79 yuan, limited to 2,000 pieces. A fleece-lined sweatshirt was listed at 159 yuan with a cashback of 1,431 yuan, resulting in a final price of 159 yuan, limited to 1,000 pieces. A down jacket was tagged at 299 yuan, with a staggering cashback of 2,691 yuan, thus costing only 299 yuan, also limited to 1,000 pieces. The second row of products, while not as sensational as the aforementioned items, still featured a shirt priced at 99 yuan, bringing the final price down to just 49 yuan. Further down the page, categories for jackets, shirts, sweaters, casual pants, jeans, cotton clothing, and down jackets were neatly organized into numerous tiers, each showcasing 20 meticulously selected items. On the far right of the page, a hyperlink allowed users to navigate to a secondary promotional page, replete with more products for browsing and selection. Scrolling through, every item was available at half price. In first and second tier cities, Meitei was no longer the mainstream fast fashion brand, yet status in third-tier cities remained unscathed. Coupled with the popularity of the hit drama Yi Chi Chu Can Lu Xing Yu, many still regarded Meitei as a prestigious label. Now, Huli Tao had partnered with Meitei for a themed event, offering discounts from a minimum of 10% to a maximum of 50%, instantly shattering users' perceptions of value. Damn it, how can I not purchase anything? In a small town inland, Li Wei, who ran a Taobao purchasing business, frantically clicked his mouse only to find the link utterly unresponsive. After some fruitless effort, he noticed the countdown timer on the main product image. Oh no, it launches on Sunday. Will I even be able to seize this opportunity? Realizing the lucrative potential, Li Wei's mind raced with ideas. He took a screenshot of the Huli Tao promotional page, altering the cashback amounts and final prices. Products that were originally at 50% off were now marked as 60% off. Once finished, he hurried to a local printing shop, instructing the owner to enlarge the original image tenfold, intending to display it prominently at his store's entrance. Wow, Li boss, what kind of event is this? The clothes are quite affordable, and Meitei is a reputable brand. You're not selling fakes at this 60% discount, are you? The print shop owner inquired. Casually offering a cigarette, Li Wei, reluctant to disclose his profitable scheme, cheerfully accepted the cigarette, saying, "How could the official flagship store sell fakes? Who would they sell the genuine items to?" "Oh, that's impressive. My son loves this brand. Can you help me purchase a few pieces?" The print shop owner relaxed upon hearing Li Wei's words. "Sure, since we're familiar, I want to charge you a purchasing fee." Li Wei feigned generosity. "Thank you, Li boss. I'll give you a discount later." The print shop owner smiled in satisfaction, unaware that for every 100 yuan spent on clothing, Li Wei pocketed a 10% commission, rendering the nominal purchasing fee insignificant. Such unscrupulous resellers like Li Wei were gearing up to cash in before the event even commenced. Meanwhile, savvy scalpers online were purchasing items only to resell them on second-hand websites for a profit. Yet, the primary users remained the genuine customers of Hu Li Tao. Witnessing this profoundly sincere brand event, their subconscious perception of Hu Li Tao elevated significantly. After all, if users consistently bought items priced between 99 and 199 yuan, they might perceive the website as lacking prestige. Hence, they would be unlikely to consider it for future purchases of cosmetics or appliances. However, if the product quality were elevated, showcasing high-end brands, their trust in the platform would swiftly grow. This was Chen Yansen's transformation strategy. Operating a low-end shopping guide site was tedious with minimal potential. But with access to merchant resources and product quality, Hu Li Tao could evolve into a genuine e-commerce platform. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 28th at 10 a.m., 3 specially priced products were snatched up by users within a mere 3 minutes. Umbriali, released tomorrow as popular items at 10 a.m. To continue attracting users, Chen Yansen instructed, leaning against the desk. "Sengu, it's been 10 minutes already. We have 8,743 orders, with 4,000 limited edition hot items removed. The rest are regular products at 50% off," Hu Yun reported promptly. In these times, buyers were remarkably easy to deceive. No, perhaps naive would be the more appropriate term. Chen Yansen paused briefly, a smile spreading across his face. In a decade, brands like Meitei will find 50% off merely a standard selling price. Only discounts of 20 or 30% will truly entice users. Meanwhile, Min Jie and his operations team were also glued to their computers, the incessant ding of order notifications ringing in their ears. "General Manager, as of 11 a.m., we received a total of 26,137 orders from Hu Li Tao, with total sales reaching 3,607,000. The operations team member shouted excitedly. "He has actually pulled it off? 3 million in 1 hour. By day's end, will it not reach 20 million? Min Jie was left in awe, muttering to himself. During the previous Double 11 event, Meitei's total sales had only reached 750,000, failing to secure a spot in the top 10 clothing brands. "Set up the products and inventory. Restock as necessary," Min Jie exclaimed with enthusiasm, pulling out his phone to call Chen Yansen while reminding the operations team. Chapter 71. The first day hits 20 million, Hu Li Tao's 20 plan. Shenzong, we sold 3.6 million in 1 hour, easily breaking our online store's monthly sales record. What do you estimate today as final sales will reach? Min Jie stood by the window, his phone raised. Gazing at the nearby towering buildings, a surge of competitive spirit swelling within him. We will definitely reach 10 million. If we can hit 20 million, it would be a boon for both of us. Indeed, we must surpass 20 million. Min Jie murmured to himself. He persuaded the management to grant Hu Li Tao a commission of 70 for the entire store. However, with a military order in place, if he fails to achieve results, his future endeavors within the group will likely struggle to secure premium resources. The big boss would also be disappointed in him. "General Chen, I will replenish each of the 3 popular items with an additional 1,000 in stock this morning. You must assist me with this 20 million in sales." Min Jie pondered for a moment before resolutely speaking. The total value of the 3 products amounted to 537,000, yet Min Jie unhesitatingly increased the promotional stock, demonstrating his decisiveness. "All right, let us hold another flash sale at noon," Chen Yansen readily agreed. "Zhuanghui, send out the priority codes to the users who placed orders this morning. With 1 priority code, they can participate in the purchase 1 minute early, and adjust the actual sale time to 11:50. After finishing his conversation with Min Jie, Chen Yansen instructed Zhuang Rui. The priority code is part of the user benefits system, a requirement that had been under development since October, set to launch after the zero-cost bargain event. but it had not been utilized before due to the absence of limited-time flash sales on Hulitao. Zhuang Rui categorized users into 5 tiers based on their order amounts. 1. Order amount 0 to 1,000 receives 1 priority code monthly. 2. Order amount 1,001-10,000 receives 3 priority codes monthly. 3. Order amount 10,001-100,000 receives 5 priority codes monthly. 4. Order amount 100,001-300,000 receives 10 priority codes monthly. Diamond level, order amount over 300,000 receives 30 priority codes monthly. In events like brand groups, purchasing a regular item would also grant 1 priority code. Sun Ge, should we directly issue the priority codes to the user accounts? This approach could easily lead to a surge in order cancellations, Zhuang Rui remarked, furrowing his brow as he listened to Chen Yansen's arrangements. Users will certainly place multiple orders to obtain priority codes, only to cancel them. Do you think I hadn't considered this? That is precisely my intent. Chen Yansen chuckled darkly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhuang Rui. It was essential to create a sense of discovery and thrill for users as they sought to gain benefits. Both he and Min Jian needed impressive sales figures. Encouraging users to help them boost sales was naturally a part of his plan. Sinye, I understand. I will remind users in the instructions for using the priority codes that if they cancel their regular item orders within 24 hours, the platform reserves the right to cancel their orders for the flash sale items. Soon after the priority code feature went live, the volume of regular item orders surged dramatically, akin to wild horses breaking free. In just 50 minutes, regular orders skyrocketed to 60,000. Total sales increased by over 6 million. Min Jie was taken aback and quickly called. Chen Yansen did not conceal the situation from him, proactively explaining, of these 40,000 orders, half may be refunded. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Chen Yansen. Before Hulitao appeared, brand owners like him regarded the shopping guide e-commerce as little more than garbage. However, now his perspective had entirely shifted. The importance of Chen Yansen and Hulitao had instantly risen significantly. Once this event concludes, the base monthly sales of your products will be at least 1,000 or more. If we run another campaign, Anju Huasuan, there will be at least 1 million in sales. General Min seized the opportunity. Chen Yansen smiled slightly, offering Min Jie a fresh perspective. Thank you for the reminder. General Chen, once this busy period is over, I will definitely come to Hucheng and treat you generously. Min Jie felt a warmth in his heart. Those words were particularly heartfelt. All right, let's leave it at that. Contact me anytime if there are developments. Chen Yansen chuckled as he ended the call. The last battle of November held significant meaning for both him and Hulitao. The development team had little to do, merely accompanying everyone and working overtime, claiming that they were brothers in the same trench and must fight side by side. The operations team was the most relaxed, all huddled around the data group, closely monitoring the real-time sales data on the screen. I'm about to clock out. The latest design draft for the brand group has been sent to your email. Song Yunqing dared not speak, nor could she bear to look directly at Chen Yansen. Clutching her computer, she hurriedly ran off. Chen Yansen slapped the table twice and announced loudly, "Singo, I want to." Huyan hesitated to speak. Chen Yansen grumbled about how this group of overachievers had spoiled the project team's atmosphere, noting that although the daily work requirement was 6 hours, they were now working 10 hours a day. Upon hearing this, the others chuckled as they closed their computers and headed in groups toward the dormitory. Chen Yansen glanced at the large screen. Sales had peaked at 39 million, easily surpassing the 20 million mark under his management. Tomorrow's e-commerce scene would likely be bustling. With a slight smirk, Chen Yansen hummed an unknown tune as he strolled towards 0418. They were off work, yet many users were still placing orders. In Dormitory Building 8, Room 8302, Tang Jinjia had initially planned to invite a girl from the student council to the park for a heart-to-heart over the weekend, hoping for a successful progression that might lead to a kiss. However, just as he was getting ready, a classmate from a neighboring dormitory asked him for help placing an order. With incessant calls of class leader, he found it difficult to refuse. Among the freshmen at Sucheng University, fewer than half owned computers, and less than 1/10 had online banking. Individuals like Tang Jinjia, who possessed a computer and were well-versed in online shopping, were exceptionally rare. Consequently, he found himself placing orders in the morning, again at noon, and still more in the evening. He couldn't even find an excuse to sneak away when he mentioned he wanted to eat. Someone immediately rushed to the cafeteria to buy food for him. Chen Yansen, you have truly put me through the ringer. After a full day of placing orders, Tang Jinja rushed to complain to Meng Shibua upon seeing him. Zhigo, what happened to you? Meng Shibua asked, puzzled. Bobo, my lovebird has flown away again. Tang Jinja lamented, his face drooping and voice weak. Your bird has flown away? Meng Shibua, having entertained visitors all day, felt dizzy and, combined with Tang Jinja's fragmented speech, could hardly comprehend. Forget it. I'll just go to sleep. Tang Jinja, feeling exhausted, waved his hand and sluggishly climbed into bed. He mused that it was perhaps for the best not to pursue that girl any longer and to continue chasing Su Miling instead, lest the efforts of the past 2 months be in vain. In his dreams, Su Miling, dressed in a princess gown, coquettishly pleaded, Zhigo, I want to buy this down jacket. Can you help me place an order? Your order amounts are always the most accurate. Tang Jinja felt elated, his smile stretching broadly, nearly reaching his ears. Meng Shibua and Zhu Xiaoping, still awake, jolted upright, exchanging glances, realizing Tang Jinja was talking in his sleep. I've heard that Zhigo has been placing orders for others all day in the dormitory. Who would have thought he was still thinking about orders in his dreams? Zhu Xiaoping chuckled softly, providing an explanation. Upon hearing this, Meng Shibua burst into laughter, causing the wooden bed to creak in response. Bobo, I'm about to fall asleep. Stop it already. Song Yang, who had spent the entire day at the delivery point, packing, receiving, and dispatching items, was thoroughly exhausted and urged. I'll hug a pillow and fall asleep right away. Meng Shibua covered his mouth, his body shaking uncontrollably with laughter. The next morning, Dianshang Jiaji was the first to report on the brand group event between Hu Tao and Might Si, stating that in 14 hours, 130,000 orders were placed, generating a sales figure of 21.96 million, which instantly caused a great stir within the e-commerce community. Subsequently, the 3 major portal websites also reported on the event, further confirming the authenticity of the news. Senior executives from Taobao, JD.com and PaiPai.com, along with leading domestic brand owners, gradually became aware of this news. Upon confirming its accuracy, they eagerly sought Chen Yansen's contact information. Despite the fact that various factors influenced Might Si's impressive performance, the sales exceeding 20 million were undeniably real. This year, during the Double 11 shopping festival, the leading merchants of Taobao achieved a mere sales figure of 20 million in a single day. In contrast, Hu Tao effortlessly shattered this record on an ordinary day, which is nothing short of astonishing. Daniel, Hu Tao is too audacious. Should we rein in a bit? Hu Zhilong entered Zhang Yang's office to report the situation in detail. Indeed, he is a remarkable talent. Our Zhu Huaswan project cannot match the maturity of his marketing plan. We must request a learning report from the team, as there is much to be gained from his approach. Zhang Yang gently shook his head, dismissing Hu Zhilong's suggestion. While it is true that Hu Tao is currently thriving, over 90% of its business derives from Taobao. The better its performance, the more advantageous it is for Taobao. Moreover, for the Ali Alliance, Hu Tao has undoubtedly become a benchmark, attracting other investors and entrepreneurs to venture into the e-commerce sector. As the market expands, Ali's future IPO will yield a higher valuation. Zhang Yong possesses a far-sighted perspective. How can we learn marketing from the channels? Hu Zhilong was left bewildered. In his mind, Ali is the parent, and Hu Tao is the offspring. It is illogical for a stronger entity to learn from a weaker one. However, he dared not contradict Zhang Yong's decision and could only nod in agreement. On the second floor of the entrepreneurial park, as soon as Chen Yansen appeared, Hu Li and Su Cohen hurried over. Sun Ge, the person in charge of Taobao at 362 degrees wishes to communicate with you directly. May I provide him your phone number? Su Cohen inquired. According to the collaboration process with the brand group, you may handle the communication. In the future, unless it involves heads of major brands, such as store managers or distributors, you will make decisions independently. Within the rules, we adhere to the regulations. Outside the rules, consult with me. If everyone requires my direct involvement in negotiations, what purpose does the operational team serve? It would necessitate hiring more personnel. These 6 operators are expected to manage selection as well as channel responsibilities, which is too chaotic and will inevitably lead to issues, Chen Yansen pondered privately. If the powers of Chun Su and Zhang Yifeng are not divided, it will easily give rise to corruption. His awareness of this stems not solely from experience, but also from his previous life, wherein he was that very parasite. Otherwise, how could he amass entrepreneurial capital in a mere 4 years? Human nature cannot withstand trials, and Chen Yansen is acutely aware of this. Throughout the morning, inquiries regarding brand group collaborations flooded in, and only after Zhuang Rui launched the merchant registration function did the situation begin to ease. Chen Yansen accessed the merchant database, which currently listed only 47 registered shops, including brands such as Teibu and Ta, Maida, Subo Air, Jiuyang, and Hailun Kailu. Although the number is modest, these are the first core resources for Hu Li Tao's transformation. Zhuang Rui initiate the Hu Li Tao 2.0 version. Chen Yansen stood up, his gaze intense, as he instructed Zhuang Rui solemnly. The essence of the Hu Li Tao 2.0 plan lies in transforming from a tool-oriented shopping site to a brand-specific sales service provider, with search and rebate functions solidified as foundational product modules. Chen Yansen advocates this plan for 3 primary benefits. First, to engage directly with brands, thereby reducing reliance on e-commerce platforms. Second, to be ahead of the competition in terms of model, alleviating competitive pressures. And third, to enhance profitability and secure a more diverse range of collaborative income. Take, for instance, the recent Meitei brand group event. In addition to commission differentials, he stands to gain substantial advertising revenue. Furthermore, the security deposit also holds potential earnings. Accumulating small amounts can lead to significant sums once the number of registered merchants exceeds several thousand, with each contributing 100,000, resulting in a total potential reaching hundreds of millions. Singu, both the front and back ends are ready. Once the Meitei brand event concludes, we can transition to version 2.0 and present a brand new Hu Li Tao to our users. At midnight on December 3rd, we will switch styles. There are less than 5 days remaining. Hu Li, Su Kuan, we must prepare the first batch of limited-time super rebate products. My minimum requirement is 100 items. Chen Yansen nodded and, after speaking to Zhuang Rui, moved over to the operations team to provide earnest reminders. Understood, Sungu. Currently, the issue lies in the categories being predominantly concentrated in apparel and small appliances, which lack diversity. Can we utilize products from the pool to meet the quota? Hu Li pondered, a hint of hesitation in her voice. No, the product for the super rebate must undergo a selection and sample process. You must ensure quality for the users, thus earning their trust in Hu Li Tao. Chen Yansen shook his head, rejecting this proposal. All right, I understand. Hu Li nodded in response. This workload is indeed substantial, especially since Chun Su and Zhang Yifeng are away on business, leaving only 4 members in the operations team to handle product selection, promotion, merchant engagement, and brand group negotiations. Rest assured, I will have Su Dan issue a recruitment notice shortly. Moving forward, product selection will be entrusted to new recruits, while merchant engagement will be managed by the business team. You and Su Kuan will be responsible for verifying shop and brand qualifications, ensuring we select the finest products for our users. Chen Yansen smiled gently, offering reassurance. Su Dan, the recently hired HR specialist, with a background in human resources management and wavy long hair, often favored a sophisticated style that garnered the affection of her technical department colleagues, which is why Chen Yansen decided to retain her. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Yansen opened the Hu Li Tao homepage, particularly the rebate section, which currently only featured Taobao, Ingdong, and Pai Pai Wang. Despite Hu Li Tao gaining some recognition, it still appeared as a minor player in the eyes of comprehensive e-commerce platforms generating tens of billions in annual sales. Those seeking collaboration were predominantly vertical e-commerce sites such as Mengba Sha, Maibaobao, and Lufeng Wang, whose annual sales figures fall short of Hu Li Tao's. Yet they offer commission rates starting at 1. Is this treating him as a fool or merely as a beggar? Chen Yansen disregarded these individuals. While he could afford to earn less or even nothing, he would never accept earning on his knees. Lying down is an exception. Buzzing with activity, his phone suddenly rang, and upon checking the unfamiliar number, he contemplated for a few seconds before pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yansen? I am from the Amazon channel department and would like to discuss a potential collaboration regarding rebate services. The caller wasted no time getting to the point. Amazon? In 2010, Amazon's scale was not comparable to Taobao or Ingdong, but surpassed Meng Ba Sha and my Bao Bao by several multiples. Hearing this, Chen Yansen felt his interest piqued. What commission rate can you offer? Chen Yansen asked straightforwardly, having exhausted his patience with previous negotiations. If the terms did not meet his expectations, he had no desire to waste time. Mr. Chen, the specific commission rate varies by category, but I can assure you it starts at a minimum of 3. Taken aback by Chen Yansen's directness, the caller paused before continuing. A 3 commission could be negotiable, with 100 million in sales yielding 3 million, providing half back to users would leave him with 5 million. And with the new customer rewards, there would certainly be a gross profit margin of 2 points. With profit to be made, Chen Yansen's tone softened. Once the counterpart sent over the contract template, Chen Yansen had his legal team review it to ensure there were no hidden traps. Only after confirming its integrity did he tap the table and address Song Yuncheng across from him. Prepare for a business trip to Yanjing. You will leave tonight. Just as Song Yuncheng was about to object, she caught a glimpse of Chen Yansen's mischievous smile and heard his quiet warning about salary deductions. She quickly changed her tone, pouting in agreement. However, your expression suggests reluctance. Shall I have Su Dan assist in recruiting an assistant this time? Chen Yansen raised an eyebrow, his smile teasing yet serious. Boss, that's truly unnecessary. I can manage both roles alone and even save you some money. Song Yuncheng chuckled awkwardly. Previously, she had served as the team leader for both customer service and operations, and Chen Yansen had raised her salary from 2,000 to 3,000, then to 3,500 at the beginning of the month. Including overtime and bonuses, her monthly income was nearing 5,000. She genuinely feared that Chen Yansen might deduct her salary. Chen Yansen smiled and called Su Xingxing to help him book a flight. After he made his request, he turned and headed downstairs towards 0418. Su Xingxing glanced at Chen Yansen's departing figure and then at Song Yuncheng. She couldn't shake the feeling that the relationship between Chen Yansen and Song Yuncheng was unusual. Otherwise, why would he always take her along on business trips? Of course, Chen Yansen's reasoning was quite reasonable. The first time he visited Kiki, he needed a female assistant who understood the product, and only Song Yuncheng fit the bill, as Su Xingxing had just joined the company. The second time, he claimed that Song Yuncheng had rich experience and specifically requested her again. Su Xingxing felt a twinge of resentment. After all, it was just one business trip. How could she be considered experienced? An hour later, Chen Yansen, pulling a suitcase, walked out of the campus while checking the sales progress of Might C on his phone. From 1,600 hours on the 28th to the 29th, a cumulative sales period of 30 hours had yielded a total output of 47 million for the Might C brand group. Compared to yesterday, the growth rate had significantly slowed down, and after 3 days of promotional activities, the final sales figure would likely just exceed 30 million. However, this number was already impressive in the e-commerce sector of 2010, as evidenced by the continuous stream of collaboration invitation calls. Once the Foxtao 20 version went live and the super rebate sales stabilized, this level of cooperation could simply be handed over to the channel manager. Chen Yansen thought to himself, Liang Youji from Pai Pai Wang was quite capable, although his previous negotiation with Zhang Chumbin had fallen through. He had not severed ties with Liang Youji. In casual conversation, he learned that Liang, who seemed to be in his late 20s, was actually 33. Having previously held positions in eBay and Amazon in business and channel recruitment, it was noteworthy that the domestic e-commerce industry had only been around for 11 years, making Liang a bona fide veteran of the first generation of internet e-commerce. Chen Yansen contemplated poaching him, but it was futile. Firstly, Kiki offered high compensation, and as a middle-aged man, providing for his family was the primary goal. Secondly, the operational ceiling of Foxtao was low, making it unattractive to potential recruits. After all, Chen Yansen had never encountered such a situation. Human nature is universal. If one truly wishes to attract talent, merely offering sufficient financial compensation is the bare minimum. The prospect of the project and potential future returns are the key factors. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Yansen hailed a taxi, placed his luggage inside, and took a seat in the back. Driver, please wait a moment. There's one more person going to Pengcheng Airport. He glanced back at the school and explained to the driver. The taxi driver was about to grumble, but upon hearing that the destination was over 100 kilometers away at Pengcheng Airport, quickly smiled and said, "Sure, no rush." Not long after, Song Yunqing appeared in view. Her small face flushed as she carried a beige backpack. "Can't you buy a suitcase?" Chen Yansen inquired. "Get in the car," he sighed and instructed the driver. "First, let's head to Huamao. No need to waste time. I managed just fine with this." Song Yunqing waved her hand decisively in refusal. Chen Yansen ignored her, tapping on the driver's seat to signal him to follow his instructions. The driver smiled, mistakenly believing they were a couple, and accelerated toward the entrance of Huamao. Once they arrived, Chen Yansen exited the vehicle and instructed the driver to wait at the intersection. He took Song Yunqing into the lobby, spent 3 minutes selecting a white suitcase, and then walked over to the telecom service point. He turned to Song Yunqing and said, "Hand me your phone." "What are you going to do?" Song Yunqing asked, puzzled. "I'm going to replace your phone. Are you planning to whip out this counterfeit device when discussing cooperation tomorrow?" "You'd be embarrassing me." Chen Yansen snatched her phone and tossed it onto the counter, addressing the staff. "Could you please help me cut the SIM card?" "Thank you." He then placed an unused Apple IV on the counter. The SIM slot of the Apple IV differs from the mainstream models in the country, requiring the card to be cut smaller. The staff nodded and quickly helped him with the task, finishing in less than 30 seconds. Chen Yansen picked up the SIM card, inserted it into the slot, and handed it back to Song Yunqing. "Thank you," she said, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep down, she understood that while Chen Yansen's reasoning seemed somewhat valid, it ultimately meant he had gifted her a new phone worth 6,000 yuan. "Thanks for nothing. This is a work phone. You need to return on my last day." Chen Yansen raised an eyebrow and snorted lightly. Afterward, the two left Huamao and got back into the car, enduring a bumpy ride until they finally arrived at Pengcheng Airport at 8 in the evening. They completed the check-in procedures, passed through security, and had dinner at the airport before sitting in the waiting area. Chen Yansen stood in front of the glass wall and called Liang Yoji. Having previously worked in Amazon's channel department, he should at least have some knowledge of the current person in charge. Gaining insight into the negotiating opponent would certainly be advantageous for the meeting the next day. After a brief conversation, Chen Yansen squinted, gazing at the distant taxiway, thinking, "No wonder they reached out. They intend to treat me as a cash cow. If the other party's channel is accessed and the rebates from the Amazon Mall kick in, Foxtao would have to give the channel manager a 5% cut. If the rebate amount is 1 million, that's 50,000 for them. If it's 10 million, they get 500,000. Chen Yansen let out a cold laugh, but didn't dwell on it too much. A 5% cut was within his psychological tolerance, and it was considered an industry norm. He just needed the other party to get things done. When the plane landed, it was already 1 in the morning. Chen Yansen hailed a car and headed straight for the Sheraton Hotel near the Amazon office. After hastily completing the check-in process, he took the elevator to the top floor. As usual, you sleep on the sofa, and I sleep in the bed. Upon entering the room, Chen Yansen tossed his coat onto the table and said to Song Yunqing, "Hang this up for me. Why not just book another room?" Song Yunqing smiled and nodded, but internally she was rolling her eyes. The person they were meeting tomorrow was a player in the industry, with a glamorous resume but little actual achievement. She needed to be mentally prepared for potential socializing. Before entering the bedroom, Chen Yansen quietly reminded her, "All right, I understand." Song Yunqing thought he was similar to Zheng Chunbin from Pai Pai Wang, so she didn't pay much attention. The next morning, after breakfast and getting ready, they took a taxi to Amazon's office in Yanqing. At that time, Amazon had yet to relocate its Asia-Pacific headquarters to Yanjing, indicating that the domestic e-commerce market had not yet garnered the attention of overseas giants. After getting out of the car, they registered at the entrance, obtained visitor badges, and waited for about 10 minutes before a young man in his 20s strode over. "Mr. Chen, I'm the one who contacted you yesterday. Please follow me." He greeted them with a smile. Chen Yansen acknowledged him, provided a brief introduction, and the three entered the office building. The elevator went straight to the 16th floor, and with a ding, the doors opened. The treatment was similar to his previous visit to Kiki. They were instructed to wait in a conference room. After about half an hour, a middle-aged man roughly 6 feet tall, wearing glasses, pushed open the door with a smile, warmly shaking Chen Yansen's hand and saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chen, please have a seat." This man had a distinctive Hong Kong accent, exuding an air of arrogance, somewhat reminiscent of Zheng Zhiwei, but leaner. "You young people are diligent. In business, one must proceed step by step, taking things slowly," Zhang Hanhua said with a light chuckle, deliberately dragging out the conversation. Noticing that the other party placed particular emphasis on the term industry norms, Zhang Hanhua realized that Chen Yansen was a savvy individual. The smile on his face widened as he presented the prepared documents for Chen Yansen's review. Book categories 5, digital products 1, clothing categories 5, food 3, and beauty products levels 2, 5, and the levels below are 8. Chen Yansen carefully examined the details, finding them more sincere than those from platforms like Meng Basha and My Baobao. Without haggling, he readily agreed. What a cunning trick, taking both food and cash. Chen Yansen specifically mentioned bringing the contract along. Zhang Hanhua, seeing that he had successfully engaged Chen Yansen, naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After sharing a cup of coffee with him, he gestured for them to leave. Stepping out of the Amazon office, Chen Yansen let out a long breath and muttered, "It's been a while since I've faced such humiliation." He found himself with only two choices, to abandon the collaboration or to satisfy his demands with money. Treat him? What are you thinking? He expects us to secure the reservation and procure the wine, waiting for him to enjoy himself. Chen Yansen shot her a glare, his irritation evident. He chuckled softly, choosing not to mock her. After all, Song Yunqing was merely a sophomore, having seen little of the world's unsavory dealings, and it was understandable that she couldn't grasp the situation. He still wants a 5% cut? Song Yunqing exclaimed in astonishment after hearing his analysis. That's how the world works. Pay up, and the collaboration can proceed, Chen Yansen stated with narrowed eyes, his tone devoid of embellishment. Can't we report him to his superior? Song Yunqing pressed on. Don't be naive. Of the 5% he demands, 3 might very well go to his boss, Chen Yansen said, ruffling Song Yunqing's hair as one would with a child. It's a bit complicated. I thought the premise of cooperation between two companies was mutual benefit, Song Yunqing murmured, her beliefs slightly shaken. Chen Yansen smiled faintly and replied calmly. You may only be a freshman, yet you seem to know so much. After pondering for a while, Song Yunqing suddenly queried, why do you understand so much? Chen Yansen shrugged self-deprecatingly, a casual smile gracing his lips. Instinctively, Song Yunqing took a step back, contemplating whether Chen Yansen truly was as malevolent as he portrayed himself to be. Not all. She silently shook her head, quickening her pace to keep up with him. She realized that Chen Yansen was grooming her. His demeanor at the entrepreneurship park at second floor was not one he typically exhibited when explaining such matters. Chen Yansen, can I call you master? Song Yunqing asked unexpectedly. How about I call you dad instead? Chen Yansen retorted lightly. Stunned, Song Yunqing chased after him in mock indignation, her arms flailing like an angry kitten. After contemplating for a while, she dared not retaliate against him, but merely clawed at his back in frustration. At noon, the two purchased 2 bottles of mitai at a shopping mall and had lunch. During the meal, Chen Yansen called by Jia Yuan to reserve a private room. With a minimum consumption of 800. If the collaboration succeeds, we could see profits exceeding 10 million a year, so spending a few thousand on a dog is worthwhile. In the afternoon, Chen Yansen took Song Yunqing to the museum in Badaling, and they only took a taxi to buy Jia Yuan at 5 o'clock. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chen, Zhang Hanhua said as he walked directly to the main seat, his apology lacking any semblance of remorse. Having reached this point, he dropped the pretense, removing his coat and picking up the mitai to comment, I never liked drinking before, but since coming to Yanjing, I suppose I am adapting. Chen Yansen, seeing him feign ignorance, had exhausted his patience and straightforwardly stated, you know the rules, right? Zhang Hanhua's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, 5%. I understand the customs. Chen Yansen uncorked the mitai and poured the wine. Clatter. Young people are so impulsive. Why rush into negotiations? Why would Mr. Chen need to pour the wine himself? That assistant of yours clearly lacks perceptiveness. Zhang Hanhua, noticing Chen Yansen's cold demeanor, laughed heartily in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he approached with a glass, pouring the clear liquid into the cup. Zhang Hanhua gazed at Song Yunqing for a moment and remarked, what did you find Mr. Chen's assistant? She is beautiful and has an excellent figure. There's an industry exchange tomorrow evening, and I'm in need of a dance partner. Would Mr. Chen be willing to part with her? Chen Yansen grinned widely, noting that such individuals would be a rarity in the e-commerce landscape a decade later. Greasy, greedy, and lecherous, all attributes he embodied. Zhang Hanhua, misinterpreting Chen Yansen's smile as agreement, reached out to take Song Yunqing's hand. Song Yunqing instinctively recoiled. Catching a glimpse of Chen Yansen's amused expression, her heart tightening as if something were lodged within. Suddenly, a loud thud. Zhang Hanhua felt a sharp pain in his face, his vision obscured by the spilled wine. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself firmly pinned to the chair by Chen Yansen. Attempting to pull Chen Yansen away, he was gently pushed aside, landing on the floor. What immense strength! He thought in shock. This is none of your business. Stay away. Chen Yansen glared at him. If you dare to act this way, we'll want to collaborate with you in the future. The entire industry will blacklist Hu Li Tao, Zhang Hanhua growled, looking utterly disheveled. You dare to demand a 10% rebate. What do I have to fear? Come on, grab your phone and call the police, Chen Yansen scoffed. Zhang Hanhua often threatened with an industry-wide boycott, believing that his youth would intimidate others. Chen Yansen inwardly cursed. Having agreed to the 5%, he insisted on arbitrary pricing. Though young, he was not foolish. Drunk? Which restroom did you get wasted in? I've already given you the 5%. If you want to eat or drink, I've also provided the appearance. How dare you think you can take advantage of my youth? Chen Yansen ridiculed mercilessly. Zhang Hanhua, holding his phone, had a tumultuous expression on his face. He had assumed Chen Yansen would be easy to manipulate due to his youth, but was taken aback by his explosive temper, capable of turning on a dime. Get lost. Chen Yansen released his collar, speaking coolly. With matters escalating to this extent, collaboration was certainly out of the question. If he agreed to 10%, this fellow would undoubtedly demand 15% the next day. Zhang Hanhua gathered his belongings and retreated with his assistant to the door, daring to leave with a harsh threat. Chen Yansen, just wait. This isn't over. With that, he hurriedly fled, fearing Chen Yansen might pursue him for a beating. What about the contract? Song Yunqing asked, holding the unsigned document, feeling at a loss. Throw it away. First, he overstepped the bounds by demanding 10%. Second, in a place like the inspection office, good talent is scarce, but I'm not afraid, Chen Yansen replied, pouring himself a glass of wine, indulging in the moment. I'm so sorry for dragging the company down by not securing this project, Song Yunqing said softly. Did you really think he was after a drinking partner or a dance partner? He wanted a bed partner. How foolish. Chen Yansen scolded. Upon hearing this, Song Yunqing looked directly at Chen Yansen, finally comprehending the second reason for his anger. At this moment, Lu Qiangdong must be facing difficulties, lacking both funds and traffic. A little help is better than a grand gesture. Hu Li Tao's daily active users are nearing 1 million, even if it doesn't reach a third of Jingdong's. It's close to a fifth. That's enough to garner attention. Chapter 74. Reunion with an old friend. Jingdong's exclusive contract. On the way back, Song Yunqing kept her head down, silent. Before tonight, she could hardly imagine that a table of scant dishes could sell for 10,000. The cost of this meal equated to her tuition for 2 years, her living expenses for 2 years, or her salary for 2 months. What are you thinking? Chen Yansen turned to her, seeing her pensive demeanor, and gently inquired. I was pondering how a single meal could consume 2 months of my salary, and yet the contract remains unsealed. It feels like such a waste. Song Yunqing raised her head, her eyelids slightly reddened, revealing her genuine distress. But we finished it all, didn't we? Chen Yansen smiled slightly, pausing to lean against the railing by the river. The night in Yanjing was adorned with shimmering neon lights, and the incessant flow of traffic resembled a galaxy of stars crossing the city. The northern autumn wind carried a chill, leaving one parched. Hearing his words, Song Yunqing chuckled softly, her long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glimmering like 2 warm cat-sized stones, filled with curiosity. I'll think about it myself, Chen Yansen said, licking his lips as he stepped to the roadside to hail a taxi, unable to endure the dry, cold wind any longer. Song Yunqing climbed into the cab, pushing her previous thoughts aside, and asked, but we didn't contact Jingdong in advance. Will we be able to enter their company tomorrow? The investment department at Penguin has already scheduled the meeting time. When selecting investors, money is merely a basic requirement. The connections and resources behind the investors are the true key, Chen Yansen responded, glancing at her with a calm demeanor. Song Yunqing nodded, seemingly enlightened, as the two gazed out at the street scenery, falling into a contemplative silence. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and a fine, cotton-like drizzle fell steadily. An orange-yellow Jetta taxi came to a steady halt in front of Infeng building, with the driver pointing towards the entrance, saying, Hey, do you see that? This is the Dongdong office building. Chen Yansen cast a hurried glance, gaining a clearer understanding of Dongdong in 2010. Compared to Ali, Dongdong was under tremendous pressure. The $21 million in funding obtained last year had been exhausted in less than 2 years. The costs of self-built logistics were exorbitant. And coupled with the price war against Taobao, if they failed to secure further financing, Dongdong might very well collapse in the first year of the golden decade of e-commerce. As soon as he got out of the car, a young man in his mid-20s, not very tall, but exuding a competent aura, approached warmly. "Mr. Chen, I am Xiao Bing from Dongdong's marketing department. Welcome to Yanjing," he greeted with an outstretched hand. Chen Yansen shook hands with him, and the three of them entered the building. Upon entering Dongdong's office area, they were greeted by a sea of people. The workstations were densely packed, and the aisles were exceedingly narrow. "We have rented 4 floors at Infeng, with about 400 workstations on each floor. The company is growing rapidly, and the office space has not kept pace with the recruitment of new employees, so it's a bit cramped," Xiao Bing explained. "Lacking funds is simply a lack of funds. Why bother making so many excuses?" Chen Yansen found the situation amusing, but kept his thoughts to himself, replying, "In domestic e-commerce, only Dongdong and Taobao can emerge as the final winners." This remark elicited a chuckle from Xiao Bing, who assumed Chen Yansen was joking. As an internal employee, Xiao Bing was well aware of Dongdong's current predicament. Although management had been seeking financing opportunities, the heavy asset model of Dongdong deterred venture capitalists accustomed to quick profits. Rumors of funding had circulated for over 6 months, yet no tangible results had emerged. Navigating through the disorganized office area, Xiao Bing led him into a small office, which was merely 2 to 3 square meters, barely accommodating a desk and 2 chairs. "Mr. Chen, I am Yi Qiuping from Dongdong's marketing department, primarily responsible for liaising with external partners. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, wearing a high-neck white sweater that accentuated her figure, greeting him with a radiant smile. How could she be here? Upon seeing Yi Qiuping, Chen Yansen's pupils constricted, suppressing the shock within. He thought to himself, "Goodness, this woman has not spoken a single truth. Even her resume is fabricated. Have we met before, Mr. Chen?" Yi Qiuping perceptibly noticed his unusual expression and asked with a smile. "Not only have we met, but we have also shared a bed." Chen Yansen mentally scoffed, but quickly regained his composure, casually remarking, "It's only natural for a man to be captivated by a beautiful woman like Director Yi. Please forgive my distraction." Yi Qiuping chuckled, covered her mouth, and gestured for Xiao Bing to leave. Chen Yansen scrutinized her, reflecting, according to what Yi Qiuping had said in his previous life, she should currently be the operations director at Shangping. In her last life, they had worked together at the same e-commerce company, where Chen Yansen was merely a junior executive, while Yi Qiuping was the general manager of the brand department. At 21 and 29, both were at the peak of their careers. Under her guidance, Chen Yansen learned to generate revenue, expand channels, and accumulate resources. In essence, Yi Qiuping was his mentor in the workplace. 3 years later, she married a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong and subsequently immigrated to Australia. In 2017, he started his own venture, Feiyu Technology, initially engaging in the second-hand luxury goods live commerce business, soaring to success amid the live-streaming e-commerce boom, and 8 years later, he went public, becoming a billionaire. He had thought he would never cross paths with Yi Qiuping again in this lifetime, yet less than 6 months into his rebirth, fate had brought them together once more. A rereading of an old book could not yield a new ending. Chen Yansen sighed deeply, suppressing his complex emotions, and began discussing the rebate strategies of the shopping mall. "Mr. Chen, the basic commission range we offer to other shopping guide websites is typically 125. If Huli Tao wishes to increase the percentage, I need a solid justification to present to my superiors," Yi Qiuping countered, shaking her head noncommittally. Huli Tao boasts 1 million daily active users and has successful brand group cases. Our average order value is above 130 yuan. The shopping guide websites you mentioned primarily sell low-priced items at 99 yuan. What value can this bring to Dongdong? Chen Yansen leaned back, speaking calmly. He was fully aware of Yi Qiuping's tactics. If she had no interest in collaboration, she would not have wasted her time meeting with him. Thus, he was confident that she would agree. "Mr. Chen, this is insufficient. You must understand, even if it's just one, the final decision rests with the CEO." Yi Qiuping aimed to elicit more concessions from him. Currently, Huli Tao's shopping mall rebate module is on the homepage, but the platform's redirect link is on a secondary page. If Dongdong agrees to sign an exclusive cooperation agreement, I can place Dongdong's shopping mall entrance on the homepage and add a dynamic floating window to drive traffic to Dongdong. Chen Yansen slowly articulated his pre-prepared plan. I can provide you with an exclusive contract, but you must guarantee that the traffic redirecting to Dongdong will not fall below 300,000 per day, Yi Qiuping said, furrowing her brow and pondering for some time, looking troubled. Chen Yansen resolutely declined. Director Yi, directing resources towards Dongdong is already my utmost sincerity. If I provide you with 300,000 in traffic, can you guarantee that it will yield 1 million in revenue daily? Yi Qiuping smiled awkwardly, realizing she could not intimidate Chen Yansen, and readily agreed. Additionally, Director Yi should be aware of our 0 yuan bargain module. I hope Dongdong can provide a batch of self-operated products priced below 10 yuan as bargain prizes, exclusively displayed to new customers from Dongdong, thereby increasing the proportion of new customer redirects. Chen Yansen continued, but the previous new customer rewards are insufficient. I need 40 yuan each. That is acceptable. Chen Yansen replied with a smile, though he had initially anticipated a figure of only 25 yuan. Based on his understanding of Dongdong, the customer acquisition cost for new users at this time should not exceed 40 yuan, so his proposed price was reasonable. Subsequently, the two discussed the commission ratios for various categories, finalizing all categories' commissions by noon. Mr. Chen, let us sign the contract this afternoon. I'll treat you to Yanjing's specialty cuisine for lunch, Yi Qiuping said, putting down the documents and extending the invitation with a smile. May I ask, where is Director Yi from? Chen Yansen suddenly inquired. I am from Qingdao, known for its beautiful sea views and even more exquisite seafood, Yi Qiuping replied casually. Chen Yansen scoffed internally, recalling that in his past life, she had claimed to be from Shenzhen. Faced with Yi Qiuping's web of lies, his last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Director Yi, a simple working lunch will suffice. After signing the contract, I need to catch an afternoon flight, Chen Yansen suggested, wishing to minimize further interaction. All right, there's a tea restaurant downstairs that serves delicious food. Many of Dongdong's colleagues consider it their cafeteria. Yi Qiuping initially intended to persuade him further, but, seeing his serious demeanor, smiled and proposed a compromise. Chen Yansen agreed and followed her to the ground floor of the building, walking a few dozen meters until they arrived at a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Through the glass window, he could indeed see several employees wearing Dongdong badges dining inside. The three of them sat down, ordered their meals, and resumed their work-related conversation. Mr. Chen, are you really only 18 this year? What a genius. This isn't just my opinion. The media has written as much. What do you think about the future of Dongdong and Taobao? Yi Qiuping took a sip of lemon tea, offering a compliment before changing the subject. Both will succeed and both will fail, Chen Yansen replied, taking a sip of tea, his tone indifferent. Why do you say that? Yi Qiuping inquired with interest, focusing her gaze on Chen Yansen. I'm just speaking whimsically. Do you really believe me? Chen Yansen deflected, unwilling to elaborate further. Once he accumulates sufficient capital and resources, he plans to establish an e-commerce platform, challenging Dongdong and Taobao, which will inevitably lead to their downfall. A middle-aged man at the adjacent table, who had anticipated profound insights, was left exasperated when Chen Yansen casually remarked that he was just speaking nonsense. He turned to inquire about Chen Yansen's department at Dongdong, only to notice that Chen was not even wearing a staff badge. Director Yi, who is this? The indifference in Chen Yansen's demeanor was evident even to Yi Qiuping, a seasoned e-commerce tycoon from Zhongwanken, who promptly inquired. Chapter 75. Zhongwanken's charming dong. Song Yunqing's job transition. Chen Yansen turned to see that it was none other than the charming dong from Zhongwanken. Mr. Chen Yansen of Huli Tao. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Lu Qiangdong, Yi Qiuping said, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Lu Qiangdong, and quickly rose to greet him. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure, Chen Yansen responded, standing up to interrupt Yi Qiuping's introduction and extending his hand. Lu Qiangdong, in his 30s, bore visible signs of age around his eyes, with a streak of white in his bangs and a furrowed brow, yet radiated a commanding presence. Compared to the entrepreneurs of a decade later, Lu retained a strong aura of the streets, his accent pronounced. He wore a short trench coat over a royal blue shirt, a fitting ensemble for his character. Chen Yansen held a favorable impression of Lu, as both shared a penchant for attractive young women in their 20s. Mr. Chen's name has been circulating in our circles recently. 3 days, one brand, 34 million in sales. Quite astonishing, Lu Qiangdong remarked as he grasped Chen Yansen's hand with a smile. "You're too kind, Mr. Lu. It was merely luck. Please, have a seat," Chen Yansen replied with a slight smile, gesturing for everyone to sit and converse. "I heard you mention that both Nungdong and Taba will succeed in the future, but may also face failure. Since you assert this, you must have your reasons." Lu Qiangdong probed as he settled into his seat, a frown creasing his forehead. "Mr. Lu, it was merely a jest, not to be taken seriously," Chen Yansen deflected, opting not to elaborate further. The reasons pertain to the overarching economic trends, which Lu Qiangdong would likely dismiss unless he entirely believed in Chen's ability to foresee the future. It bore resemblance to fortune-telling. Lu Qiangdong, upon hearing this, paused momentarily before realizing the volatile nature of business. Who can accurately predict the future? Upon learning of Chen Yansen's exclusive commission collaboration with Nungdong, Lu felt a surge of excitement. Huli Tao was performing exceptionally well, selling garments priced in the hundreds, so Nungdong's small appliances, also in the hundreds, should face no issues. Perhaps even larger appliances priced in the thousands could be explored. How does Mr. Chun view the large appliance market? Would you be interested in organizing a category event with Nungdong? Lu Qiangdong eagerly inquired. In 2010, Nungdong was desperately in need of funds, compounded by a failed 618 promotion and a delayed winter season, leading to severe inventory backlogs of refrigerators and air conditioners, which critically impacted cash flow. Mr. Lu, large appliances have a unit price of at least 1,000 yuan, unlike apparel and general merchandise. Such products seldom see repeat purchases and heavily rely on new customer influx. Huli Tao is willing to cooperate with Nungdong, but ultimately, the sales volume will depend on how much margin you are willing to concede, Chen Yansen articulated. He had not anticipated Lu Qiangdong to be so proactive. A moment's reflection revealed the underlying issue. Money was the crux of the matter. Additionally, impressive performance reports were necessary to persuade investors. After Lu Qiangdong secured a 1.5 billion financing round in April next year, Nungdong would soar, and opportunities for casual conversations with him would nearly vanish. "The manufacturing costs of large appliances are substantial. I cannot offer as high a commission as Midasai," Lu Qiangdong replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "For consumers, perceived value is paramount. If Mr. Lu genuinely intends to conduct a category event with Huli Tao, we can gradually discuss specifics regarding commission rates, advertising costs, and event formats," Chen Yansen stated calmly. He had previous experience with large appliance categories and had mature strategies already devised in his mind. However, it remained uncertain if Huli Tao's current clientele would accept products priced over 1,000 yuan. He preferred to first complete the initial phase of the Super Return event, aiming for more impressive results before Lu Qiangdong would invest further resources into the category event, rather than treating Huli Tao as merely an experimental platform. Afterwards, he introduced the two individuals beside him to Chen Yansen, one being the general manager of the North China region, and the other, Zhang Limin from the distribution department, all pivotal figures within Ningdong. Following the exchange of business cards, Lu Qiangdong departed with his team towards Yinfeng Building. "Pingjia, your Mr. Lu is quite low-key, dining at a small restaurant for lunch," remarked Song Yunqing, who had been silent until now, her tone laced with surprise. "You're mistaken. Their cheapest set meal costs 48 yuan, and ordinary office workers would think twice before indulging." Chen Yansen chuckled lightly as he perused the menu. To say that in 2010, even in 2026, there would be few white-collar workers willing to spend 48 yuan on fast food was an understatement. After signing the contract that afternoon, Chen Yansen rose to take his leave, noting that the category-specific event with Nungdong would have to wait until the operations department selected products and the inventory staff completed their stock-taking before moving forward. At Yanjing Airport, within the waiting hall, Song Yunqing mused that this trip was not in vain. Nungdong was far larger than Amazon, operating with much greater efficiency. Isn't Amazon a foreign enterprise? Why does it resemble a shell company? She questioned, puzzled. It has nothing to do with being a foreign enterprise. Some individuals are simply greedy and corrupt, with ingrained flaws that are impossible to rectify. Chen Yansen recalled his past experiences with disdain. Channels, commerce, and operations often engage in clandestine profiteering. This is an industry norm. With good fortune, one can escape unscathed. With ill fortune, one may end up imprisoned. This infuriated the company's owner. who promptly decided to imprison all involved in the home goods line for several years. Will Hu Litao also have such individuals in the future? Song Yunqing inquired. What do you think? Chen Yansen replied with a smile, turning the question back to her. Boss, may I change my position? After several business trips, Song Yunqing had come to realize that she was better suited for a channel or commerce role. She bit her lip, as if having made a significant decision. Changing careers is easier said than done. Chen Yansen nodded, readily agreeing. What? Song Yunqing's expression faltered. She merely wished to transition roles. Yet Chen Yansen had bestowed upon her such a daunting task. As an employee, one must first prove their capabilities, Chen Yansen stated matter-of-factly. Norus, take your time to think it over. Song Yunqing looked up, her gaze earnest as she met Chen Yansen's eyes. I can. Chen Yansen remained silent, internally questioning whether he was inciting others to stray from the path of righteousness. Regardless, he thought, what use is it to be a good person in this day and age? Secretly amused, he chuckled inwardly. Zhang Hanhua had pondered all day in his office, but could not devise a way to reprimand Chen Yansen. Engaging in underhanded tactics could escalate matters, and a direct confrontation would merely sever Amazon's collaboration with Hu Litao. Little did he know, he even dealt a blow, while those who had struck him were already contemplating further reprisals. On the other side, as Chen Yansen and Song Yunqing exited the vehicle, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Checking his watch, he noted the time was already 11:10 p.m. Sofa? Chen Yansen inquired. Song Yunqing acquiesced without hesitation. The sound of the suitcase wheels grinding against the concrete echoed sharply in the desolate campus. Are you truly considering a position change? Design is your primary specialty, Chen Yansen suddenly asked as they walked. The business role is more lucrative, Song Yunqing replied succinctly and directly. Tomorrow, have Su Dan recruit another designer. You can handle the transition, Chen Yansen suggested softly. Before he could finalize his thoughts, Chen Yansen changed his mind. Thank you, Chen Yansen, Song Yunqing said sincerely. Is saying thank you enough? What about some tangible expression? Chen Yansen pointed at his lips, his intentions unmistakable. Song Yunqing cast him a sidelong glance, pushing her suitcase as she walked behind him. The crisp autumn wind blew through the air, and the sycamore trees lining Shui Lin Road rustled gently, occasionally shedding a few withered yellow leaves. Noticing her silence, Chen Yansen fell quiet as well, and the two strolled leisurely from the school gate to the faculty apartment. A mere few hundred meters that took them over 10 minutes. Song Yunqing's perception of Chen Yansen shifted, aside from his tendency to take advantage of her. He was quite attentive in both life and the workplace, especially with his towering height of 186 meters and striking looks. It was disingenuous to claim she wasn't moved. But the thought of her own situation and the fact that Chen Yansen had a girlfriend solidified her resolve. Please, don't be too kind to me, she murmured as she gazed at his back. The following morning, in room 206 of a startup park, the sales figures totaled 34.69 million, with the gross profit standing at 5.97 million, yielding a profit margin close to 20. This exemplified the advantages of brand clearance sales. It is noteworthy that Hu Litao's gross profit margin was merely 14, and with increasing industry competition, this figure would likely continue to decline. However, brand clearance sales presented a different scenario, as the merchant and brand resources served as intangible barriers to competition, raising the industry's entry threshold. Surely, there would be imitators of Hu Litao's business model in the future. Yet by then, Chen Yansen would have already amassed a fortune and moved on. After reviewing the data and concluding the morning meeting, Chen Yansen picked up the resumes of candidates who had passed the initial screening and walked directly into the interview room. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away in whose city, Gu Yaozhong and his entrepreneurial partner finally met Zhang Jiansheng, the venture capital supervisor of Seaway Capital, as CAF. I apologize, but my boss and I have reviewed your proposal. Neither your profit model nor your profitability meets Seaway Capital standards. Moreover, they're already leaders in your field. We have no reason to invest in second or even third-tier competitors, Zhang Jiansheng said with a shrug, denying Gu Yaozhong's funding request. In that instant, Gu Yaozhong felt as if his heart had turned to ash, his head spun, and his limbs felt numb. For years of hard work had turned to naught. Even if someone else took his place, they would not perform any better. Chen Yansen had not anticipated that a future unicorn company would falter because of him. However, even if he were aware, it would not weigh on his conscience. In this country, competition and imitators were ever present. For every Gu Yaozhong that vanished, another Li Yaozhong or Wang Yaozhong would appear. On the other end, Chen Yansen sat in his office, casually asking the young man opposite him, "Have you used Li Tao? Is your user level 1 or 2? Chapter 76, Add Points. The Terrifying Power. On the second floor of the startup park, Li Bin observed Chen Yansen across from him and felt an inexplicable pressure. Despite being a junior, he felt as though he were facing an elder or department leader. Chen Yansen's expression was peculiar. It is known that Li Tao users must place orders of at least 10,000 for level 3 and 100,000 for level 4. The young man before him, named Li Bin, clearly came from a wealthy background, yet sought a position as a price comparison editor with a monthly salary of 3,000, which struck him as surprising. This role had a low entry barrier and great potential. The future career path could lead to category operation manager or user experience optimizer. And Chen Yansen needed someone who could work long-term and steadily. Chen Yansen examined Li Bin's attire and spoke in a neutral tone. "As long as you don't dismiss me, I can work at Li Tao for a lifetime," Li Bin replied with youthful enthusiasm and determination. "A lifetime? Young people do love to exaggerate. Come in tomorrow to start. Welcome to Li Tao." Chen Yansen rose, patted Li Bin on the shoulder, and smiled as he escorted him out of the interview room. Next, Chen Yansen called out to Sudan. Li Hui adjusted his glasses and greeted, "Brother Sun, long time no see. I am aware of your capabilities. The recruitment position at Li Tao differs from that of other e-commerce firms. It requires 90 diligence and 10 emotional intelligence to have a chance at becoming a business manager. I hope you can adapt quickly." Chen Yansen waved his hand, wishing to skip unnecessary procedures, and directly issued an employment notice to Li Hui. The only concern was to ensure he didn't take advantage of the situation for personal gain. "Thank you, Brother Sun. I will definitely work hard to help you make money," Li Hui said, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, displaying none of the typical shyness of a university student. He had anticipated Chen Yansen's straightforwardness. Without asking anything, he had been hired. "That's not quite right. Helping me make money one team motivate you. You need to help yourself," Chen Yansen replied with a gentle smile. The recruitment position offered a base salary of 3,000 yuan, with a 3 gross profit commission. If monthly performance exceeded 300,000 yuan, the commission rate would rise to 4, and for over 500,000 yuan, it would be 5. Li Hui grinned broadly and stepped out to contact Sudan. Relying solely on these university students wouldn't suffice. He would also need to recruit some merchants from Ningdong, Yihao Store, and Taobao Network, or lure some personnel from the brands. Chen Yansen sighed inwardly, contemplating. Category operation managers from major platforms typically had access to hundreds of merchant resources. By hiring 10 people and streamlining the resources, the number of merchants at Li Tao could surge by thousands, drastically shortening development time. As for whether he could recruit successfully, he had no concerns. As long as the compensation was adequate, who would be unwilling to join? After the morning interviews, Chen Yansen summoned Sudan for a brief discussion before heading to room 0418. With the November salaries deposited, notifications of increased personnel costs appeared before him. In just a few moments, the panel's value changed to 180, representing last month's labor costs at Li Tao. While it may not seem substantial, after deducting the part-time wages of 10 customer service representatives, the remaining 30-odd individuals averaged over 5,000 yuan in salary, which was quite considerable in the virtual city of 2010. System. At points, Chen Yansen entered the living room and resolutely focused his thoughts on the physical attribute section. No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling sensation enveloped him. A wisp of white vapor, akin to delicate smoke, swiftly penetrated his brow, merging with his flesh and bones to unleash formidable energy. The rush of blood surged into his heart and then coursed through his limbs, filling him with an overwhelming sense of strength. Once his body's transformation subsided, Chen Yansen took out a measuring tape to check his height, still standing at 186 meters. Unchanged. Goodness, it seems this height is my limit. If I continue to add points, I might grow taller, and in 2 years, I'll become a monster. Chen Yansen sighed in relief, grateful for the outcome. His physique had reached 167. According to the system, the human limit is 3, and now he was at 167. How formidable would his strength, reaction, and endurance be? With that thought, Chen Yansen felt intrigued. Merely adding points without understanding the effects wouldn't suffice. He finished lunch and ventured alone to a gym outside of campus. "Excuse me, do you have a membership card?" The young woman at the front desk looked up at Chen Yansen, her eyes brightening as she cheerfully inquired. Men love to admire beautiful women, and women similarly appreciate handsome men. "No," Chen Yansen replied, shaking his head. "That's all right. I can offer you a complimentary week-long trial card. Try it out for a few days, and if you find it suitable, you can sign up," the young woman said warmly, extending the card to him. "Oh, thank you." Chen Yansen accepted the card, swiped it for entry, and stepped inside. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed behind him, jarring his ears. "Handsome. I pressed the wrong button. Do you believe me?" The young woman chuckled awkwardly, yet her excuse felt rather forced. Chen Yansen nodded, paying her little mind as he continued forward, intent on verifying his physical changes with no thoughts of flirting. After he entered the gym, the young woman hurriedly climbed online, sending the photos she had just taken to her friend. "Yao Yao, hurry to the gym. I just discovered a perfect 10 handsome guy." Meanwhile, Chen Yansen entered the gym and noted the rather outdated equipment. 3 treadmills, 6 stationary bikes, 2 bench press machines, and an ample supply of barbells and dumbbells. Perhaps it was the afternoon lull, for the gym was sparsely populated. A young man in a tank top was diligently performing the fly exercise with dumbbells. Chen Yansen approached the barbell, casting a glance at the weights. The 2-meter-long barbell weighed 20 kilograms, with an additional 60 kilograms on each side, totaling 140 kilograms, nearly the limit of an ordinary person's strength. He bent down, grasped the bar with an overhand grip, and with a gentle exertion, the barbell was lifted effortlessly. "Too light. I barely feel it," Chen Yansen murmured. Nearby, a stack of weight plates caught his eye, and he added 2 20-kilogram plates. "Lift," he commanded, his arm muscles bulging, straining the fabric of his shirt. While 180 kilograms posed some challenge, it was far from his limits. The young man, practicing the fly exercise, witnessing Chen Yansen raise 180 kilograms with such ease, immediately dropped his dumbbells and approached. He scrutinized Chen Yansen from head to toe, noting his shirt, dress pants, and sneakers, an ensemble that suggested a blend of business and fitness. There were no belt, knee guards, or gloves, and even eschewed lifting straps. A deadlift of 180 kilograms ranks as above average among enthusiasts, especially given Chen Yansen's lack of equipment, which elevated his prowess even further. "Bro, your skills are impressive. Why aren't you in workout attire?" Hu Yongfan, who had been holding back his curiosity, asked as he assisted in adding more weight. "I rushed out and didn't change," Chen Yansen replied, glancing down at his outfit, which indeed seemed somewhat out of place. "Another 40 kilograms?" Hu Yongfan inquired cautiously. Chen Yansen, with a lean physique concealed by his long-sleeved shirt, appeared tall and slender. Lifting 220 kilograms would not be an easy feat without responding. Chen Yansen took hold of the barbell, his grip firm, and exerted a sudden force. On either side, 5 20-kilogram plates were added, bending the bar under the immense weight. "Bend down, rise." He executed in one fluid motion. The veins on his neck throbbed, the buttons of his sleeves popped open with a snap, and the muscles in his forearm bulged as blood surged through his body, reddening his complexion. "Lift it for me," Chen Yansen roared. Remarkably, he managed to hoist over 400 pounds of weight. With a resounding clang, he released the barbell, panting heavily as his heart raced and beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Bro, that's incredible. Are you also from Shuqing College? Let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Yongfan, class of 2008, civil engineering." Hu Yongfan beamed, eager to make a connection. "Wenchuan College? I thought you were a weightlifter from a sports academy." Hu Yongfan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he scrutinized Chen Yansen, seemingly intrigued enough to wish to peel back his clothing. Sensing this, Chen Yansen instinctively took a step back, thinking to himself, indeed, excelling in the gym tends to attract attention from other men. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm straight," Hu Yongfan quickly clarified, understanding Chen Yansen's unspoken message. The explanation, however, only prompted Chen Yansen to retreat another step. "Are you still adding weight?" Hu Yongfan asked with a resigned shake of his head and a wry smile. "Let us give it a try. I still have some energy left," Chen Yansen pondered aloud. "Impressive. I've been working out at this gym for 3 years. I've seen people deadlift 220 kilograms. But it's my first time seeing someone in a suit attempt it," Hu Yongfan remarked. A minute later, The barbell weight was increased to 260 kilograms, a figure of considerable merit that could qualify as professional even abroad. Noticing Chen Yansen's intent to deadlift without equipment, Hu Yongfan quickly interjected, "Brother, I have a belt and knee guards. Use mine. If you strain a muscle, recovery takes ages." Chen Yansen acknowledged the wisdom in this advice. He merely wished to test his limits at 167, not to show off. Nodding in agreement, he readily accepted Hu Yongfan's protective gear. The commotion attracted the attention of those jogging and cycling, as well as the receptionist, who, with her phone in hand, discreetly recorded the event from the crowd. Unfazed, Chen Yansen grasped the barbell once more, his grip secure, and with the audience's gaze upon him, he exerted a tremendous force. The bar bent under the weight of over 500 pounds, creaking at the joints as he lifted. Gradually, the barbell moved past his calves, then his knees, and with a final thrust of his back, he hoisted it triumphantly. Wow, this guy doesn't even look like he weighs 90 kilograms, yet he can deadlift 260 kilograms. What a beast! If he hit me, I'd be shattered, murmured the onlookers. In a suit, deadlifting, I hereby dub him the top pretender of Shiyuan. The spectators whispered among themselves. With a clang, Chen Yansen dropped the barbell, gasping for breath, his face flushed as he clearly neared his limits. This system has some merit. If 167 is this strong, what about 167? Would it not be able to obliterate a superhero with a single punch? Chen Yansen clenched his fist, finally grasping the significance of attempting once more.